At high noon, the forging workshop was as hot as a steam room, the air thick with the smell of rust and an indescribable scorching heat. Gu Chen snapped shut the thin handbook titled Qingyang Gu Family Forging Workshop Basic Melting Manual and casually tossed it onto a pile of pitch-black iron ore at his feet. He tugged at the coarse linen short jacket he wore. The collar had long been stiffened by sweat stains. This was the fine job arranged by his good clan uncle Gu Tong, who now managed the clan affairs after embezzling his father's pension. Gu Chen cursed inwardly. His father Gu Lai had been escorting the clan's goods to the prefectural city with his clansmen when they encountered a frenzied pack of demon wolves at the periphery of the Hengduan Mountains. In the end, even a few pieces of his corpse could not be fully recovered. The pension was paid from the clan's public accounts, while everyone else received hundreds of spirit essences and a fair amount of silver. When it came to him, all that remained was this broken manual and the assignment to this dark, bubbling large ore smelting furnace that sputtered dark red bubbles. This furnace was quite old, used in the workshop for preliminary smelting of crude iron ore, and the task Gu Chen now performed was akin to that of a menial laborer. It was pure physical labor. Most members of the Gu family were unwilling to come here and suffer, yet it was touted to him as a cushy job. Gu Tong knew that Gu Chen, with only himself left in his immediate family, dared not resist. Gu Chen felt aggrieved but helpless. His grandfather had only had his father, and his grandfather had long passed. Now that his father was gone, only his mother, younger sister, and himself remained in the household with no close kin to speak up for him. He had to endure the humiliation for now. After all, he was only 17 and lacked the strength to resist. With a sigh, Gu Chen walked to the furnace. The heat blasted his face, tightening his skin. The crude flame-gathering patterns carved on the furnace wall emitted a dim red light, barely maintaining the high temperature inside. It's about time, or I need to skim the slag. At least this job earns me 3 taels of silver a month, enough to support the family. Gu Chen grabbed the long-handled iron tongs leaning against the furnace, cold and heavy. He gripped the handle. The familiar rough texture came, and the blisters on his palm from a few days ago had not yet healed, aching dully with every exertion. He pursed his lips, slowly inserting the tip of the iron tongs into the cleaning opening barely wide enough for the tong's head. A buzzing sound came. An even hotter, nearly suffocating flow of air surged out. Before his eyes was a seething mass of dark red, molten iron churned below, while above floated a layer of gray-black yellowish viscous dregs mixed with unburned charcoal particles. With a flick of his wrist, he skillfully opened the tongs, inserted them into the bottom of the slag layer, then steadily closed them, scooping up a full load of glowing, smoking, hissing slag, slowly withdrawing. The high temperature distorted the scene in front of him. He turned and dumped the tongs load into the iron slag bucket beside him. With a loud crash, the slag tumbled into the bucket, black smoke rising. Gu Chen was about to continue skimming when through the smoke he caught a glint of gold in the slag. Gu Chen stirred the slag with the iron tongs, then saw clearly that there really was something inside. Can iron ore produce real gold? But why is it so neatly shaped? Like a page of gold paper. Ignoring the heat from the bucket, Gu Chen used the tongs to laboriously pry it out. The Destiny Scripture, Deduction Chapter. This is... what? A treasure. A secret manual. Gu Chen subconsciously extended his right hand, his fingertip gently touching the dark golden page. The moment his fingertip touched the page, a sudden change occurred. The dark golden page shook violently. The golden characters on it blazed with radiance, transforming into countless fine needle-like, dazzling golden threads that with a whoosh surged madly into his body through the touching fingertip. Ugh! Gu Chen groaned, feeling an indescribable torrent violently rushing into his body along the meridians of his arm, instantly sweeping through his limbs and trunk, finally crashing fiercely into the acupoint between his eyebrows. Boom! In his mind, it was as if a giant bell had been struck violently. A golden light flashed before his eyes, and a continuous ringing filled his ears. He staggered, steadying himself against the furnace wall to avoid falling. The torrent swirled and condensed at the center of his brow, then slowly settled. The excruciating pain and vertigo receded like a tide, and an unprecedented clarity emerged. When Gu Chen recovered, he clearly sensed that golden page in his sea of consciousness. Characters had appeared on it. The Destiny Scripture, Deduction Chapter. Holder Gu Chen. Physique, mortal body. Strength, body tempering, layer 3. Deduction status, deducting martial comprehension. Deductible item, 5 elements, meridian connecting fist. Ascend to extraordinary level to enhance deduction ability. Gu Chen was stunned, utterly stunned. He remained frozen, leaning against the furnace wall, only his eyeballs moving slightly, looking around. Everything felt vivid, the heat was still there. This is not an illusion. His heart began to race wildly. An absurd yet thrilling thought rose uncontrollably. Could it be? I scooped out something extraordinary. He tried thinking in his mind how to deduce. As this thought emerged, Gu Chen saw a line of text appear on the golden page in his sea of consciousness. Deduce 5 elements meridian connecting fist. Deduce. Right now. Without a second thought, Gu Chen shouted in his mind. Instruction confirmed, commencing deduction. A faint golden light flickered at the center of his brow. Gu Chen felt his consciousness being pulled into a hazy golden space where countless incomplete characters, twisted lines, and broken patterns whizzed past before his eyes. He was dizzy yet possessed a strange enlightenment. The cultivation method technique's power and the bones affected by the force points of the 5 elements meridian connecting fist were being sorted, corrected, and displayed in his consciousness as an extremely perfect set of 5 elements meridian connecting fist. This process seemed very long, yet only an instant. Deduction complete. 5 elements meridian connecting fist comprehension has been perfected. In the forge room, Gu Chen began to practice the 5 elements meridian connecting fist. Snap, snap, snap. As he executed the fist technique, the bones in his body emitted crisp sounds. This body-tempering martial art seemed as if Gu Chen had practiced it for countless years, every move and form displayed great proficiency. After completing one round of the fist technique, Gu Chen was surprised to find that his cultivation had reached body-tempering layer 4. A sharp light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. The previously obscure and hard-to-understand 5 elements meridian connecting fist was now as easy as turning his hand, and every bone in his body could be perfectly tempered. With such practice, it wouldn't take long for him to achieve the great completion of body tempering. Gu Chen realized that this was his unparalleled fortune. His strength was low. Previously following Gu Lai's advice, he focused on a single martial art, thus never learning others. If he could directly perfect any martial art through deduction, then even with just an ordinary physique, his future martial path would be incredibly smooth. Thinking of this, Gu Chen immediately used the iron tongs to scoop out all the slag from the furnace, tapped out the molten iron, added a new batch of iron ore for the furnace, and then left work to return home. At home, there were still several martial arts manuals left by his father. After returning home, Gu Chen picked up a martial art manual called Iron Palm Art and silently read it through. He found that the Destiny Scripture Deduction chapter in his Sea of Consciousness indeed displayed a new deductible martial art, Iron Palm Art. It really works. Gu Chen rejoiced, then silently recited in his mind, Deduce Iron Palm Art. Consciousness was once again drawn into a hazy golden space where countless fragmentary characters, twisted lines, and broken patterns flashed rapidly before his eyes. In the next instant, Gu Chen felt as if he had cultivated the iron palm technique for countless years, gaining myriad insights. Although young Gu Chen understood that this book of fate could undoubtedly change his destiny. With the insights from the perfectly deduced cultivation technique, he could quickly master a martial art, which greatly aided his training. The Immortal Gu Clan was a branch of the Immortal Gu Clan. The main clan had a clear rule: any clan member under 18 who could break through to the pulse condensation stage could go to the main clan to receive training. Gu Chen had only half a year left before turning 18. If he could achieve great accomplishment in body tempering and enter the pulse condensation stage before then, he would have the opportunity to go to the main clan for training. At that time, his fate would be completely changed. He could reclaim his father's pension, and his family would no longer have to live so hard. Thinking of this, a gleam of sharp light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. This thing must never be known to anyone. I must stay calm, conceal my abilities, and bide my time. Once I cultivate to the pulse condensation stage, everything will be different. After making this decision, Gu Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He read through the remaining 3 martial arts techniques left by his father, recorded them into the Book of Fate, and deduced them. Then he resumed his usual routine, going to the blacksmith workshop every day to smelt iron ore and spending all his spare time practicing. 2 months later, Gu Chen had just returned home from the blacksmith workshop when he saw his mother Li Wanxiu sitting in the main room with a worried expression. "Mother, what's wrong?" Gu Chen approached and asked, seeing his mother's troubled face. She looked up, her lips trembling a few times before she managed to utter a difficult sound. "Chainer. Your Uncle Tong. He plans to betroth your sister." "Betroth?" Gu Chen didn't react at first. "Wire is only 14. Your Uncle Tong says a girl turns 15 and can be married off. Wire will be about that age after the new year." Li Wangxia's tears rolled down. The other party is the second son of shopkeeper Wu from West Street. A surge of anger rose, and Gu Chen's face turned cold. Shopkeeper Wu from West Street. That family's son was a notorious rake. Gu Tong wasn't arranging a betrothal, he was selling off his sister. What right does he have? Gu Chen's voice was cold and heavy. The composure he had cultivated in secret over the past 2 months couldn't suppress his boiling anger. Thanks to the insights from the techniques deduced by the Book of Fate, he was no longer the boy at the 3rd level of body tempering who had toiled at the forge and been pushed around 2 months ago. He had achieved great accomplishment in body tempering, reaching the 9th level perfection, just 1 step away from attempting to open his meridians. Among the younger generation of the Gu clan, he was already an outstanding figure. Gu Tong's bullying of his family was unbearable. Should I go find him? Chainer, don't. Li Wanxiu tried to stop him, but Gu Chen had already turned and strode out the door. Chainer, don't be impulsive. Li Wanxiu chased after him, but Gu Chen's figure was already gone. Gu Chen strode directly into Gu Tong's main hall. Gu Tong was lounging with his legs crossed sipping tea. When he saw Gu Chen enter, a flicker of surprise passed through his triangular eyes. Then he put on his usual fake smile. Ah, Gu Chen, what's the matter? I want to ask you what right you have to decide my sister's marriage. Gu Chen got straight to the point, his gaze blazing. She's only 14. She's not getting married. Gu Tong put down his teacup and said slowly, that's not how you put it. A girl turns 15 and comes of age. Your sister is about to reach that age. Your father passed away early, so as your uncle, it's only natural that I worry about your lifelong matters. The Wu family is well off. Wire will live a good life there. You're still young, there are many things. My father is no longer here. As the eldest son, I am like a father. Gu Chen interrupted him, enunciating each word. Wire's affairs can only be decided by me, her elder brother. I want trouble, my uncle. The smile on Gu Tong's face froze, then gradually sank. Gu Chen, is this how you speak to your elder? I'm thinking of your family out of kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Is it kindness, or have you accepted a generous gift from the Wu family? My uncle knows in his own heart. Gu Chen did not yield an inch. Insolence. Gu Tong slammed the table violently and stood up abruptly, his aura fluctuating faintly around him. He wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, but it wouldn't look good for an uncle to attack his nephew. He forcefully suppressed his anger, staring at Gu Chen. Get out of here. This matter is settled. It's not up to you. Gu Chen gave him a deep look, his gaze as cold as ice, which inexplicably made Gu Tong's heart skip a beat. Without another word, Gu Chen turned and left. Gu Tong was at the 8th level of pulse condensation. Gu Chen had not yet advanced to the pulse condensation stage, so he might not be a match for him. He had made his stance clear and would give him some time. If Gu Tong still insisted on forcibly marrying off his little sister, then Gu Chen would not be afraid of him. Watching his figure disappear, Gu Tong was so angry that his beard trembled. Rebellious. This is a rebellion against heaven. He turned his head and shouted behind the screen, Finger, go and tighten the skin of that ungrateful cousin of yours. Let him know who really runs this household. Yes, father. Gu Feng responded and came out with a sneer on his face. He was 27 years old and already at the 1st level of pulse condensation. Dealing with the 17-year-old Gu Chen would be a piece of cake. Gu Chen had just returned to his small courtyard when Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei hurried over. Chainer, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to offend Gu Tong. For Xiao Wei's matter, we can go and beg other elders of the clan. Before Li Wanxiu could finish her words, the courtyard door was kicked open with a loud crash. Gu Feng swaggered in with 2 followers, his eyes contemptuously sweeping over the terrified Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei, who was clutching her mother's clothes before finally fixing on Gu Chen. Gu Chen, I heard your wings are stiff, and you dare to talk back to my father. Gu Feng sneered, cracking his knuckles. Today I'll take the trouble to teach you what real rules are in this household. Li Wanxiu's face turned pale. She instinctively wanted to step forward, but Gu Chen stopped her with a calm, yet firm look. He shielded his mother and his trembling little sister behind him and said softly, Mother, take Wire inside. Chainer, don't fight we. Li Wanxiu's voice trembled, full of pleading. She knew Gu Feng's strength and the consequences of a conflict. Brother. Gu Wei's eyes reddened, and she clung tightly to Gu Chen's sleeve. Gu Chen gently patted his sister's hand to reassure her, then turned to Gu Feng, his tone still calm. This place is too narrow. It wouldn't be good to damage the household items. The square in front of the ancestral hall is spacious. Let's go there so the clan members can see how my elder cousin guides someone who doesn't understand the rules. Gu Chen might not be able to defeat Gu Tong at the 8th pulse condensation level, but he didn't take Gu Feng at the 1st level of pulse condensation seriously. His confidence came from his great accomplishment in 5 elements: meridian opening fist, iron palm technique, flowing cloud steps, and iron shirt. It was good that Gu Feng dared to come and teach him a lesson. This was the perfect chance to blow the matter up and see who would be humiliated. Gu Feng was taken aback then, as if hearing a joke. He sneered. Want to make a fool of yourself in public? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Let everyone see what happens to those who disrespect their elders. He was eager to humiliate Gu Chen thoroughly before a larger crowd, making an example of him. Gu Feng turned and strode out with his 2 lackeys. Chainer, go quickly to Elder Gu Li. Only he can reign in Gu Tong's family. You're no match for him, don't go. Li Wanxiu grasped Gu Chen's hand, refusing to let him duel Gu Feng. Mother, rest assured I know what I'm doing. I'm not afraid of him. Gu Chen's resolute gaze made Li Wanxiu pause. But you? Mother, trust me. He's only at the 1st layer of meridian coagulation. I won't lose. Chainer, this. Are you certain? Li Wanxiu was but an ordinary woman, unaware of the true strength Gu Chen had honed under his father Gu Li's tutelage. Brother, can you really do it? Gu Wei hesitated. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. No, we're coming too. Gradually the square before the ancestral hall filled with clansmen drawn by the commotion. Li Wanxiu held Gu Wei tightly at the edge of the crowd, her heart in her throat. Gu Feng stood in the center, arrogance etched on his face, and crooked his finger at Gu Chen. Come on, trash. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Gu Chen silently stepped forward. The next instant Gu Feng lunged with impatience, his blood and chi surging at the first layer of meridian coagulation stirring the air as his fist shot toward Gu Chen's face with vicious speed. He put 7/10 of his strength into that punch, aiming to smash Gu Chen's face into a bloody mess and force him to kneel publicly. Gu Chen shifted his feet with effortless grace, his form drifting like a cloud brushed by the wind, evading the fierce fist with ease, the perfected flowing cloud step. Gu Feng's blow missed, leaving him slightly stunned, yet he pressed on, turning his fist into a palm that swept toward Gu Chen's neck with even greater force. This time, unable to fully dodge, Gu Chen raised his arm to block. A dull thud echoed. Gu Feng felt as if his palm had struck unyielding iron and stone. The recoil numbed his wrist. Looking closely, he glimpsed a faint metallic sheen flash beneath the coarse fabric of Gu Chen's sleeve. Iron shirt. The 9th layer of body tempering. Impossible. Shock coursed through Gu Feng. The contempt on his face vanished, replaced by a mix of fury and alarm. With a low growl, his assault turned ferocious. Fists, palms, legs, knees raining down like a storm, his meridian coagulation blood and chi erupting, fully whipping the air. By the sidelines, Li Wanxiu watched with a pounding heart. Each strike from Gu Feng made her flinch. Gu Wei's eyes were wide, her small hands clutching her mother's clothes. They saw Gu Chen seemingly only able to parry under Gu Feng's onslaught, retreating step by step, weaving through blows in a perilous dance. Yet Gu Chen's gaze remained icy calm. He maximized the defensive stance of the 5 elements meridian opening fist paired with the agility of flowing cloud step. Though appearing hard-pressed, he skillfully deflected or neutralized most of Gu Feng's force. Occasionally, he found an opening to counter, striking with the scorching power of the iron palm technique. Though not landing on vital points, it forced Gu Feng to retreat, his chi and blood churning. Only the 2 combatants truly grasped the situation. The more Gu Feng fought, the more alarmed he grew, sweat beading on his brow. A meridian coagulation cultivator couldn't overpower a body tempering one. Meanwhile, Gu Chen waited for the perfect moment. Finally, after a prolonged, fruitless assault, Gu Feng grew impatient. A side kick too forceful left him slow to recover. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with sharp light. The full power of the greater success iron palm technique coalesced at his palm's edge, his skin faintly glowing red. He activated the swiftest form of flowing cloud step, cloud chasing step, surged forward and struck at Gu Feng's exposed midsection. No, Gu Feng saw only a blur. The scorching palm wind was already upon him. It was too late to defend. A heavy solid thud rang out as Gu Chen's palm landed squarely on Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng's eyes bulged. As if struck by a giant hammer, he let out a miserable cry and flew backward. He crashed into several clansmen who failed to dodge, tumbled to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pale-faced, he curled up, coughing violently, unable to rise. The crowd fell into dead silence, filled with astonishment. Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei were utterly stunned. They had anticipated their son's brother's defeat, not that the arrogant Gu Feng would be sent flying like a ragdoll. A 9th-layer body tempering cultivator had publicly defeated a 1st-layer meridian coagulation cultivator. After a brief hush, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations and murmurs. Gu Chen is only 17, and he's at the 9th layer of body tempering. If he breaks through to meridian coagulation before years, and our Qingyang Gu branch will have another candidate for training at the main clan. Many gazes toward Gu Chen shifted entirely. Hasty, furious footsteps approached. Gu Tong pushed through the agitated crowd, took one look at his son's wretched state, and his face turned a terrifying ashen green. He pointed a trembling finger at Gu Chen, his voice shaking with rage. You little beast. How dare you be so vicious? He came to provoke me first. Fists and feet have no eyes. I simply couldn't pull my strength in time. How is that vicious? Is he dead? Gu Chen replied calmly. You. Gu Tong found this Gu Chen unfamiliar. With such strength, no wonder he dared to oppose him. Had it not been for Gu Wei's matter, he might never have discovered Gu Chen's true power. He had hidden it well. Uncle, since you're here, let me ask before the clansmen, where is the compensation for my father's death in battle for the clan? I recall you said my sister and I were too weak to keep it safe. Now I've reached the peak of the 9th layer of body tempering and will soon attempt meridian coagulation. According to clan rules, any branch family member who reaches meridian coagulation before 18 is eligible for advanced training at the main clan. Shouldn't that compensation be returned to me? I needed to purchase suitable pills to aid my breakthrough. Having burned bridges with Gu Tong tonight, Gu Chen showed no deference before the clansmen, directly demanding the compensation. This was his only chance to reclaim it before heading to the main clan. Gu Tong's pupils contracted. The shock and fury in his heart were swiftly overlaid with a layer of chill. He had calculated everything, but never expected Gu Chen to hide his strength so deeply, nor to dare burn bridges openly demanding the compensation, and even playing the card of going to the main clan. If Gu Chen truly broke through to meridian coagulation within a month, and went to the main clan with his forbearing nature, he would surely seek revenge for how he had been treated. Before the Gu clan members, even as the current steward of the Qingyang Gu branch, Gu Tong, dared not lie. If the clan investigated, he would lose his position. With this in mind, Gu Tong suppressed his anger and forced a smile. You've indeed grown strong. Rest assured, I'll keep my promise. Give me my father's compensation now. And as for my sister's marriage, don't trouble yourself, uncle. Though my father is gone, I, her brother, am still here. If you want to sell my sister off, you'll have to step over my corpse. Gu Chen's eyes were sharp, giving Gu Tong no chance to stall. Gu Tong glanced at the gathered clansmen. Though they were insignificant, there were too many. This matter must not spread. Gu Chen, your words are too harsh. I only meant well for your family. They'll give you the compensation now. With that, Gu Tong forced a smile, retrieved 100 spirit essences and 300 taels of silver from his ring, and handed them to Gu Chen. Gu Chen wrapped the items in his clothes, looked at his mother and younger sister among the crowd, and said softly, let's go home. Early the next morning, Gu Chen did not return to the scorching furnace room of the refining workshop. Instead, he went directly to the 100 Herbs Pavilion in Qingyang City, where he traded 100 low-grade spirit essences and 50 taels of silver for 2 long-incised meridian surge pills. The pills were faintly warm to the touch, radiating a pure fluctuation of medicinal power. With these 2 meridian surge pills, Gu Chen was confident he could swiftly advance to the meridian coagulation stage. Returning home, he instructed his mother and younger sister to bolt the doors tightly, telling them that no matter who came, they were to say he was in seclusion and must not be disturbed. Then he slipped into his small yet tidy room, swallowed the meridian surge pill, and began his cultivation. As the pill entered his stomach, a scorching sensation surged through his meridians. Gu Chen immediately guided this medicinal force to assault the invisible barrier between the body tempering and meridian coagulation stages. Possessing a perfect foundation at the grand completion of body tempering, his meridians were resilient and broad. Now aided by the meridian surge pill, his blood and qi surged like mercury, flowing with a thunderous momentum. For an entire day and night, the door remained shut. Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei kept watch outside, their hearts suspended in anxiety. As the first light of dawn broke, Gu Chen pushed open the door and stepped out. His gaze was clear and bright, and his aura was inwardly restrained. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his blood and qi had undergone a qualitative transformation. Strands of power circulated autonomously within his meridians, no longer relying solely on the explosive force of muscles and bones. He had successfully broken through to the first layer of meridian coagulation. It was even smoother than he had anticipated. Chainer, you have broken through? Li Wanxiu asked, uncertainly, sensing that Gu Chen's aura was different from usual. Mother, I have already broken through to the meridian coagulation stage. I can now apply to the clan to receive training at the main Gu family estate. Once I am established there, I will come back to take you and little sister over. During the time I am away, you and little sister can live comfortably on the remaining silver. Leave everything to me. Brother, you are amazing. I heard from Gu Wan that no one from our Qingyang Gu family has been sent to the main estate for training in over 10 years. Gu Wei's eyes shimmered with admiration. As they spoke, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard, followed by a knock on the gate. The visitor was a minor steward from the refining workshop. Gu Chen, you were absent from work yesterday without leave. The workshop master orders you to report to the refining workshop immediately to explain yourself or face punishment according to clan rules. I understand. They'll go right now. The refining workshop was a business of the Qingyang Gu family. Gu Chen had assumed that after thoroughly offending Gu Tong the night before, he would have notified the workshop to expel him. Now it seemed he hadn't had time to do so. Since that was the case, Gu Chen decided to resign of his own accord. After the man left, Gu Chen bid his mother and younger sister farewell, then stepped out alone and headed toward the refining workshop. Just as he reached the middle of the alley, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of a warehouse, a head blocking his path. Almost simultaneously, unhurried footsteps sounded behind him as another person cut off his retreat. Both were clad in ordinary gray attire with unremarkable faces that would blend into any crowd. Their eyes were cold, and the faint aura emanating from them was unmistakably that of the 4th layer of meridian coagulation, far more formidable than Gu Feng's first layer, which had been propped up by pills. Seeing this, Gu Chen's heart sank. No wonder Gu Tong hadn't notified the refining workshop to fire him. He had used the workshop as a pretext to lure him out and have someone deal with him. Gu Tong had truly spared no expense this time, and he was ruthless enough to want to cripple this potential threat entirely. Kid, someone paid us to teach you some manners, the man in front said with a grin, revealing yellowed teeth, though his eyes held no trace of mirth. Well, break a few of your bones, cripple your meridians, and then you'll learn to behave. Without further ado, the two attacked simultaneously. One from the front, one from the back, their movements perfectly coordinated. Fists and palms instantly enveloped Gu Chen as the blood and chi of the fourth meridian coagulation layer erupted, stirring a heavy pressure in the alley. If this had been the body tempering stage Gu Chen from the day before facing such a pincer attack, he would likely have been in grave danger. But now, Gu Chen's gaze sharpened. Within his meridians, blood and chi surged into motion. Instead of retreating, he advanced his flowing cloud steps, tracing a mysterious arc. His body moved like a willow branch in the wind, slipping through the gaps in the front attacker's fist technique, while his counterpalm struck toward the man's ribs. The scorching palm force of his grand completion iron palm technique, now amplified by meridian coagulation stage blood and chi, carried a whistling wind as it struck. Caught off guard by Gu Chen's speed and the solidity of his palm force, the man hastily brought his palm up to block. Boom! As their palms clashed, the man's arm went numb, and he staggered back, half a step, shock spreading across his face. Meridian coagulation. In that fleeting moment of delay, the attacker from behind had already struck a fierce leg sweep aimed at Gu Chen's back. Gu Chen shifted his flowing cloud steps again, sidestepping the brunt of the attack, while activating his iron shirt technique to withstand the blow. Thud! The leg strike landed solidly. Gu Chen used the momentum to surge forward, driving a fist toward the now stabilized front attacker. The man's heart filled with dread. Not only had Gu Chen broken through to meridian coagulation, but his martial skills were also remarkably refined. This was nothing like someone who had just broken through. His timing and application of force were reminiscent of a seasoned veteran deeply immersed in the martial path. Despite defending with all his might, the man was still sent reeling by the hidden force embedded in that punch, his blood and chi churning violently. Gu Chen pressed his advantage relentlessly. Using his perfected flowing cloud steps, he darted and weaved within the confined space, occasionally relying on his iron shirt technique to absorb non-lethal blows while striking back with the steady 5 elements meridian opening fist. Whenever an opportunity arose, he unleashed a devastating iron palm assault. He seamlessly alternated between several grand completion martial arts, weaving them into a cohesive whole. Despite being at the first layer of meridian coagulation, he held his own against the two, even gradually seizing the initiative. The more they fought, the more alarmed the two attackers became. The information they had received indicated the target was only at the 9th layer of body tempering, at most a bit troublesome. They never expected him to be such a tough nut to crack, and a slippery one at that. Realizing they couldn't finish him quickly, and fearing that the commotion would attract other members of the Gu family, they grew anxious. Gu Chen, however, keenly sensed their impatience. He deliberately left an opening, luring one into a fierce attack. Then, pushing his flowing cloud steps to their limit, he flickered to the side and slammed a fully charged iron palm into the other's hastily raised arm. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. The man let out a pained grunt as his arm drooped uselessly. With his companion injured, and the mission clearly failing, the remaining attacker shot Gu Chen a venomous glare. Knowing the situation was hopeless, he decisively helped the wounded man and barked, "Let's go." The two quickly retreated into the shadows and vanished within a few bounds. Gu Chen did not pursue. He slowly calmed his surging blood and chi. This victory had been won through his perfected techniques, the element of surprise, and the enemy's underestimation of him. If they had fought with full force from the start, he might not have lost, but he certainly wouldn't have emerged so composed. The 4th layer of meridian coagulation was indeed a far cry from the likes of Gu Feng. He straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, his gaze icy as he looked toward the refining workshop. He would remember this gift from Gu Tong. Instead of going to the refining workshop to explain himself, Gu Chen turned and strode toward the heart of the Qingyang Gu family territory, toward the clan assembly hall, the symbol of the family's authority. After repelling the two assailants at the 4th layer of meridian coagulation, Gu Chen knew clearly that without evidence, accusing his elder clansman Gu Tong of hiring thugs to harm him based solely on suspicion would not only be futile, but could also backfire, leading to accusations of slandering an elder and inviting further trouble. For now, he had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss, but the debt with Gu Tong would be settled in the future. Now he must urgently request to go to the main Gu clan to receive training. Otherwise, staying here would only prompt Gu Tong to employ other means against him. Before the Qingyang Gu clan's assembly hall, the guard clansman recognized Gu Chen, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. He had evidently heard of the incident in the square a few days ago. Gu Chen stated his purpose directly. "I have broken through to the meridian coagulation stage, and have come to report to the clan elders requesting to go to the main clan for training." Breaking through to meridian coagulation so soon. The guard dared not delay and hurried inside to announce him. Shortly after, Gu Chen was led into a side hall of the assembly chamber. Several clan elders were already seated inside, including the clan leader Gu Changyan. Their gazes sharp as torches fell upon Gu Chen, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. News of Gu Chen's defeat of Gu Feng 2 days earlier had already spread, stirring waves among the elders. They had speculated that this youth might have a slim chance of breaking through to meridian coagulation before 18, but none expected it to happen in just 2 days. Gu Chen made no ostentatious display. He merely circulated his cultivation technique slightly, and the aura unique to the meridian coagulation stage, a restrained inner energy with a hidden sharpness, naturally emanated from him. Though only at the first layer, his foundation was solid with no hint of instability. The first layer of meridian coagulation. Truly broken through, a white-haired elder murmured involuntarily, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. As a remote branch, the Qingyang Gu Clan had limited resources and talent. For 13 years, no disciple had managed to independently break through to meridian coagulation before turning 18, thus earning the qualification to be trained by the main clan. Gu Chen's emergence was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Though his branch was at odds with Gu Tong for the entire Qingyang branch, it was a matter of honor and a potential source of tangible benefits. Clan leader Gu Changyun, around 50 years old, had a gaunt face and deep penetrating eyes. He scrutinized Gu Chen for a moment before speaking slowly. Gu Chen, your father served the clan with loyalty. Now you have broken through to meridian coagulation on your own before 18, demonstrating both talent and diligence. According to clan rules, you have earned the right to go to the main Gu clan in the Qingtsang Mountains for further training. This journey to the main clan is also a great challenge tied to your future and the reputation of our Qingyang Gu clan. His tone turned serious. The training mechanism of the main clan is far more competitive than here. Though protected by clan rules, the path of cultivation is fraught with perils, even the risk of death. You must be mentally prepared. Gu Chen bowed. I understand. Since I have chosen this path, I will advance with courage and not fear hardships. Gu Changyun nodded, his expression softening slightly. Since you are determined to go, do not worry too much about matters at home. During your time at the main clan, your mother Li Wanxiu and your sister Gu Wei will be looked after by the clan and protected from unwarranted harassment. These words were skillfully phrased. A promise, yet one that drew a boundary: unwarranted harassment. If Gu Tong schemed covertly, without blatantly violating clan rules, how effective this protection would be was uncertain. Gu Chen was fully aware that the clan leader's assurance was more a customary gesture to placate a disciple likely to be accepted by the main clan and a need to maintain the surface harmony of the family. True security never came from others' promises, but from one's own value and strength. Whether his mother and sister would truly be safe depended entirely on his performance in the main clan, on how much potential he could display and how highly he was regarded. If he became mediocre or worse, perished, the clan leader's words today would be nothing more than a passing breeze. But if he could stand out, no one in Xinjiang would dare touch his family. That old fox Gu Tong would not abandon his revenge just because he left. He would only become more patient, waiting for an opportunity. Gu Chen had to grow stronger, strong enough to drive Gu Tong to despair, strong enough that the clan would have no choice but to protect his loved ones with all their might. Thank you, clan leader, and thank you, esteemed elders. Gu Chen bowed again, burying all his thoughts deep within his heart. The subsequent procedures went smoothly: verification of cultivation registration and receiving a bronze clan token representing his qualification, along with a small amount of travel expenses and provisions. The Qingyang Gu clan was efficient. Or perhaps for a promising seedling that appeared only once in over a decade, they were unwilling to delay. Soon arrangements were made for Gu Chen to travel with a trade caravan heading toward the Qingtsang Mountains in 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash. On the morning of departure, the sky was barely lit. Outside the side gate of the Gu clan, several wagons loaded with goods were already prepared. Guards checked their weapons and cart drivers urged the livestock with low shouts. Gu Chen wore neat dark cloth clothes and carried a simple pack containing a few changes of clothes his mother had prepared for him. Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei had both come. Li Wanxiu repeatedly adjusted her son's collar, though it needed no adjustment, her 1,000 words reduced to choked sobs. Chainer, be careful. Take care of yourself. Mother wired, don't worry. Gu Chen held his mother's hand and ruffled his sister's hair. When I get there, I'll establish myself as quickly as possible. Stay home, keep the doors closed, go out less. If there's an emergency, seek out the clan leader. He paused. They'll be back. Before boarding the wagon, he turned back for one last look at the Qingyang Gu clan's estate in the morning light. Then he lifted the curtain and sat inside. The caravan leader shouted an order. The wheels creaked, rolling over the bluestone road, slowly leaving Qingyang town and heading northeast. The carriage jolted slightly. Gu Chen closed his eyes to rest. Ahead lay a broader world, but also harsher challenges. Whether he could establish himself in the main clan would determine the safety of his mother and sister. He had a reason he could not afford to lose. Heading to the main Gu clan, Gu Chen resolved in his heart to stand firm and never fade into obscurity. With the Destiny Scroll in hand, once he arrived at the main clan, he would have the opportunity to access better cultivation techniques and receive superior training. With the scroll's ability to deduce techniques, he could familiarize himself with the insights of any cultivation method after just one reading. Relying on this hidden card, Gu Chen felt confident in his ability to establish a foothold in the main Gu clan. The caravan traveled at a leisurely pace. In this world, martial arts flourished because it teemed with countless savage beasts, monstrous beasts, and dire creatures. Without a certain level of martial prowess, one could not survive. The Qingtsong Gu clan, the seat of the main family, was an immortal clan housing an immortal-level ancestor beyond the third transcendent realm. Within the great Qian dynasty, the Gu clan ranked among the most powerful. The caravan pressed on. In the days following their departure from Qingyang town, Gu Chen traversed several counties with the merchant convoy. After journeying across plains and hills, the landscape gradually grew more majestic and formidable. The distant mountain ranges became increasingly steep and perilous, resembling the spine of a slumbering dragon. On the evening of the 17th day, as the caravan rounded the final mountain pass, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The endless Qingtsong mountain range rose like a colossal sword, piercing the heavens. Mist and clouds coiled around the mountainside, and under the glow of the sunset, the upturned eaves of pavilions and halls shimmered faintly, as if they were celestial palaces. From the foot to the midsection of the mountain, a vast expanse of buildings clung to the terrain in an orderly yet grand fashion. A towering archway stood at the mountain gate, inscribed with two ancient, vigorous characters that exuded sharpness. Gu. This was the seat of the Gu clan's main branch of force that dominated the region and shook the Dacian Empire. Compared to the remote and humble branch clan estate in Qingyang town, this site was 100 times more magnificent. The caravan unloaded and settled accounts in the designated outer courtyard area. Gu Chen, alone and carrying his pack, walked toward the imposing mountain gate. The gate was guarded not by ordinary servants, but by 4 Gu clan disciples with steady auras and sharp eyes. They wore uniform cyan outfits embroidered with a small mountain emblem on their chests. "Who goes there? State your business," a guard inquired formally, his gaze sweeping over Gu Chen. Seeing his simple travel-worn attire, but sensing his restrained yet solid aura and calm eyes, the guard did not show contempt. Gu Chen produced a bronze clan token given by the Qingyang Gu clan's patriarch and presented it with both hands. Gu Chen, a disciple of the Qingyang branch, age 17, having broken through to the meridian coagulation stage, hereby reports to the main clan to apply for cultivation. The guard took the token, examined it carefully, and sensed Gu Chen's cultivation level. Confirming its authenticity, his expression softened slightly, and he nodded. "A newly promoted hidden dragon disciple. Follow me." Following the guard through the mountain gate, Gu Chen felt as if he had stepped into another world. A wide, smooth white stone path wound upward, flanked by ancient towering trees. Occasionally, young Gu clan disciples hurried past. All of them exuded vigorous blood energy and spirited vitality. Occasionally, he sensed fleeting, unfathomable auras, those of more powerful clan elders or experts. The guard leading Gu Chen did not ascend to the core area of the main peak, but veered toward a side peak, where a similarly vast complex of buildings stood, though their architecture was more solemn and practical. "This is the Hidden Dragon Hall." The guard stopped before an especially grand hall, its plaque inscribed with the flowing characters "Hidden Dragon." "All branch disciples entering the main clan for the first time cultivate here. Go inside and someone will arrange things for you." "Thank you for guiding me," Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. If you achieve success in cultivation here, just remember this act of guidance. Farewell." After the guard handed him over and left, Gu Chen stepped into the main hall of the Hidden Dragon Hall. The interior was spacious, with a high vaulted ceiling and bright light. There were few people in the hall at the moment, but all were young, the youngest appearing around 14 or 15 and the oldest about 18 or 19. Some were talking in low voices, others were studying the rankings or regulations posted on the walls. The atmosphere was not lax, but carried an undercurrent of invisible competition. A middle-aged man in deep blue steward's attire with a stern face received Gu Chen. After verifying his identity and registering him, the steward briefly explained the rules of the Hidden Dragon Hall. "Gu Chen, now that you have entered the Hidden Dragon Hall, you are a Hidden Dragon disciple of the Gu clan. This is the basic cultivation status the main clan offers to the younger generation. Remember, here everything is determined by strength." The steward's voice was flat, but carried an unyielding authority. Within the Hidden Dragon Hall, disciples are divided into 5 ranks. The most basic is your current status as a Hidden Dragon disciple. Those who excel and pass assessments can be promoted to core disciples, enjoying greater resource allocations and access to special cultivation grounds. Above that are genius disciples and prodigy disciples. As for the highest rank, the sequence disciples. The steward paused, a flicker of awe and longing in his eyes. They are the true elite of our Gu clan's younger generation, the future pillars with the chance to compete for the position of Holy Son. Every sequence disciple is 1 in 10,000. Gu Chen's heart tightened. In the Qingyang branch, reaching the meridian coagulation stage was enough to dominate, but here it was merely the starting point. This is still far off for you, the steward said, as if reading Gu Chen's thoughts. New Hidden Dragon disciples can receive one foundational meridian coagulation technique, Saint Heir force, for free, along with the right to cultivate 3 basic martial skills. You can claim the technique and martial skill transcripts at the transmission hall using your identity token. You are at the first layer of meridian coagulation. After entering the Hidden Dragon Hall, you must break through to at least the 6th layer within a year to remain. The Hidden Dragon Hall holds monthly minor competitions and quarterly major competitions. Only by ranking in the top 100 in the minor competition for 2 consecutive months and in the top 50 in a quarterly major competition can you obtain the status of core disciple. He handed Gu Chen a new identity jade token. It was warm to the touch, engraved on the front with the character Gu in a mountain pattern, and on the back with the words Hidden Dragon and Gu Chen's name. This token is your identity pass, and also the key to your residence. Keep it safe. Your dwelling is room 19, courtyard 7, block C. Settle in today. Tomorrow go to the transmission hall to claim your technique and martial skills. As a Hidden Dragon disciple, you may collect 5 meridian unblocking pills each month from the pill hall. Rules and regulations are posted throughout the hall. Familiarize yourself. Remember, sparring and duels are not prohibited in the Hidden Dragon Hall, but they must be conducted on the designated martial arts platform. Unauthorized fights causing injury are strictly forbidden and will be severely punished. Taking the identity token, Gu Chen was led to his residence by a servant. Room 19, courtyard 7. Pushing the door open, he found a bed, a table, a chair, a meditation cushion, and a small cabinet for storage. That was all, yet it exuded a tranquil atmosphere conducive to cultivation. Block C was the concentrated residential area for Hidden Dragon disciples, consisting of rows of independent stone cottages. Though not luxurious, they were clean, sturdy, and reasonably soundproof, far better than the conditions at his home in Qingyang. Gu Chen set down his pack, tidied up briefly, and sat cross-legged on the cushion, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. After traveling with the caravan for over 10 days, he had finally arrived at the Gu clan's main branch and settled in. The next day, Gu Chen rose early and followed the simple map on his jade token to the transmission hall. It was an ancient 7-story stone pagoda, its surface bearing the marks of time, exuding an aura of mystery and gravity. An elder sat guard at the entrance. After verifying Gu Chen's identity token, he was permitted to enter the first floor. The first level was vast, lined with rows upon rows of bookshelves holding countless jade slips and tomes. The air was thick with the scent of old books and spirit wood. Following the directions, he found the area for new disciples to collect their cultivation techniques and martial skills. An old man with graying hair and sleepy eyes was in charge. After taking Gu Chen's jade token, he swiped it across a crystalline array plate and said lazily that Saint Heir force, a top-tier chi condensation stage technique emphasizing foundation and accumulated power. The blood energy cultivated from it is steady and profound with enduring stamina. Choose 3 basic martial skills from the introductions over there and tell me your selection. Gu Chen went to the martial skill introduction area, where many wooden plaques hung briefly, recording the names, characteristics, and focuses of the skills. There were many types: blade, spear, sword, halberd, fist, palm, leg, finger, but all were basic or intra-level, just like what Gu Chen had practiced before. He carefully browsed, combining his existing skills, and quickly made his choice. Elder, I choose wind-breaking finger, wandering body shield, and thunderclap leg technique. Gu Chen returned to the old man and said. The old man raised his eyelids, seemingly a bit surprised that Gu Chen had chosen so quickly and with such thoughtful coordination. Without saying much, he took out 4 blank jade slips, placed them on a stone platform engraved with runes, tapped his fingers, and streams of light plunged into the jade slips. After a moment, he handed the 4 jade slips, now inscribed with information, to Gu Chen, the complete Saint Heir force, and detailed explanations of the first 3 layers. Wind-breaking finger concentrates power in the finger, has strong penetration, and is good at breaking protective chi. Wandering body shield is not a physical shield, but a method of blood energy manipulation, forming a brief defensive air current around the body, which combined with footwork can deflect and neutralize force. Thunderclap leg technique is explosive and swift like a sudden thunderclap, focusing on speed and instant lethality. The information in the jade slips will last for 1 month, then dissipate on its own. Farewell. Thank you, Elder. Gu Chen took the still warm jade slips and carefully stored them away. Returning to his small hut in the Bing district, he eagerly immersed his mind into the jade slips. The cultivation formula and chi circulation route of the Saint Heir force gradually unfolded in his mind. Indeed, it was far more profound and subtle than the crude techniques of the Qingyang branch. It emphasized guiding qi with intent, visualizing the weight of mountains and condensing blood energy like the surging veins of the earth. Not only did it enhance cultivation, but it also solidified the foundation, benefiting future breakthroughs to higher realms. After reviewing the cultivation method of its Saint Heir force, once Gu Chen's mind turned to the destiny book within his sea of consciousness. As expected, a new derivable item appeared: Saint Heir force. Derived Saint Heir force. After silently reciting, his consciousness was again pulled into a hazy golden space, where countless fragmented characters, twisted lines, and broken patterns flashed rapidly before his eyes. In an instant, Gu Chen understood the cultivation techniques, meridian circulation routes, and key points to note for the Saint Heir force. From then on, he only needed to cultivate diligently to rapidly enhance his strength. Gu Chen looked at the remaining 3 martial skills. Wind-breaking finger compensated for his lack of ranged and pinpoint attacks. Wandering body shield complemented the iron shirt, one for static hard defense and the other for dynamic deflection. Thunderclap leg technique enriched his offensive options, combining with the speed and evasion of flowing cloud steps to become more threatening. In the following days, Gu Chen immersed himself completely in cultivation. During the day, he spent most of his time in the public meditation rooms or training grounds assigned by the Hidden Dragon Hall, cultivating alone. He first focused on the Saint Heir force. His comprehension and understanding were extremely fast. With slight adjustments and optimizations to the circulation route, his cultivation efficiency was more than 30% higher than the ordinary speed described in the Jade Slip. The blood energy he condensed was indeed purer and more profound, carrying a steady force. Martial skill cultivation came even more naturally. The power concentration and release technique of wind-breaking finger shared similarities with the iron palm technique. He quickly grasped the basics, and his finger wind was sharp enough to pierce wooden targets from several zhang away. Wandering body shield required fine control of blood energy, but thanks to the Destiny Book's insight into micro-level power manipulation, he progressed rapidly and could already form a faint deflecting air current around his body within a chi radius. The explosiveness of Thunderclap leg technique, combined with the agility of flowing cloud steps, made his movement more unpredictable and his assault capability greatly enhanced. After 7 days having fully mastered these techniques and skills, Gu Chen went to collect the Meridian Unblocking Pill. With this pill, he could quickly increase his strength in the chi condensation stage. After taking 1 Meridian Unblocking Pill and spending 3 days refining it, Gu Chen advanced to the second layer of chi condensation. As a hidden dragon descendant of the Gu Clan, he had no trivial tasks to attend to. His greatest task was cultivation. While cultivating quietly, Gu Chen often went to the training grounds to hone his skills and observe the strength of other Hidden Dragon Hall disciples. Gradually, he gained a clearer understanding of the younger generation of the Qingcang Gu Clan. The Hidden Dragon Hall housed thousands of disciples, and competition was everywhere. There were monthly small tournaments and quarterly major tournaments which determined whether one could advance to core disciple status. Becoming a core disciple came with much better treatment than ordinary Hidden Dragon disciples, including independent courtyards, more generous cultivation resources, and regular guidance from renowned masters. Among the many names discussed in the Hidden Dragon Hall, one appeared with extremely high frequency and was always mentioned with profound reverence: Gu Ling. At only 21 years old, he had already secured the 7th position among the Gu Clan's ranked disciples. Even more astonishing, he possessed a special constitution, the profound spirit war physique. This was a formidable combat physique, granting far superior chi absorption efficiency compared to ordinary people. His blood energy inherently carried a primal battle intent, making cultivation of specific techniques twice as effective with half the effort, and his combat prowess at the same level was extraordinary. With this physique, Gu Ling's cultivation speed was astonishing. He had already surpassed the 3 postnatal realms, Chi Condensation, Meridian Opening, and Profound Spirit, and reached the True Yuan realm among the 3 transcendental realms: Spiritual Sea, True Yuan, Heavenly Firmament. He was hailed as the Gu Clan's greatest hope to become the holy son of this generation. Compared to him, although Gu Chen was 3 years younger, his strength was worlds apart. Upon first hearing of Gu Ling's reputation, Gu Chen felt that this person was indeed extraordinary. Gu Ling stood as a towering peak in the hearts of the Gu Clan's younger generation, a goal for many Hidden Dragon disciples to strive toward. Knowing that the Gu family had many prodigies, Gu Chen felt no discouragement. Instead, he was fueled with even greater motivation. Though he only had an ordinary mortal body with the Destiny Book in his possession, he could instantly derive all insights from a cultivation technique, making his training twice as effective. He might not necessarily be inferior to these people. Previously, Gu Chen hadn't fully understood what the Destiny Book meant by advancing to the transcendental level enhances derivation chapter capabilities. After arriving at the Gu Clan's main family and learning more about cultivation knowledge, Gu Chen had a vague feeling that breaking through to the Spiritual Sea realm might signify reaching the transcendental level. If the Destiny Book's derivation ability could be further enhanced, then it might prove even more beneficial to him. Knowing the strength of the experts in the Hidden Dragon Hall, Gu Chen cultivated even more diligently. He not only wanted to establish a foothold here, but also to quickly advance to core disciple genius disciple, and even strive for a place among the ranked disciples. Only by standing high enough and wielding sufficient power and influence could he truly protect his mother and younger sister, who were far away in Qingyang. On the 20th day of Gu Chen's arrival at the Hidden Dragon Hall, relying on the Meridian Unblocking Pill and his complete mastery of the Zhongyue Force, he advanced to the third layer of Qi condensation. That day marked the first quarterly major tournament of the Hidden Dragon Hall. Gu Chen did not plan to participate, but intended to watch and observe the strength of the Gu Clan's younger Hidden Dragon disciples, preparing himself for the future. The quarterly competition is an important assessment and grand event held by the Qianlong Palace every 3 months. Unlike the smaller monthly competitions that test progress and adjust rankings, the quarterly competition is on a much larger scale with more substantial rewards, and it is a crucial step for the core disciples' promotion. Almost all capable disciples of Qianlong will sign up to compete fiercely. Although Gu Chen believes his strength has improved rapidly, and he has firmly established himself at the third level of Qi condensation, he is well aware that his foundation is still shallow, and rashly participating in such a gathering of strong contenders is not a wise move. Observing the strength of the younger generation of Qianlong disciples will help him prepare. On the day of the competition, the largest Longting arena in the center of Qianlong Palace is filled with noise and excitement. 10 battle platforms reinforced with formations are arranged in a circular layout, already surrounded by a surging crowd and a cacophony of sounds. The spectator seats are packed, not only filled with many unparticipating disciples of Qianlong, but also some obviously stronger core disciples, and occasionally one can spot 1 or 2 indifferent genius disciples. In the distant loft, the eyes of the elders of the Gu family can be vaguely seen observing. Gu Chen finds a corner with a decent view and sits down, focusing on the competition. The battles soon begin, and those who can step onto the quarterly competition platform are indeed no weaklings. Gu Chen quickly scans the various battle platforms, evaluating the situation in his heart. 7th level of Qi condensation. 9th level of Qi condensation. There are even some at the half-step opening meridian stage. The cultivation levels of the competitors leave him in quiet shock. Most of these disciples are around 18 or 19 years old. Being able to stand firm at the later stages of Qi condensation is already top tier in the Qingyang branch, yet here it seems to merely qualify them for the competition. Their vitality and blood are far more vigorous than the likes of Gu Feng that Gu Chen had seen before in Qingyang. With each movement, fierce winds howl, and their martial skills are executed with a level of finesse that clearly indicates extensive real combat experience. What makes Gu Chen's pupils constrict even more are several particularly striking duels. On platform number 3, a tall and sturdy young man with a resolute face roars his fist strikes like cannon fire, bringing a dull explosion that shatters his opponent's protective energy and sends him crashing off the platform. Gu Chen keenly perceives that the explosive power contained in that punch has subtly exceeded the bounds of the 9th level of Qi condensation, carrying a more condensed and sharper aura. That's a sign of opening meridians. This Gu Mang kid is likely trying to connect the first major meridian. A knowledgeable disciple beside him gasps in low tones. The opening meridian stage follows Qi condensation. The opening meridian's realm signifies the connection of the main meridians within the body, allowing the flow of qi and blood to be more forceful and smooth, laying a solid foundation for future spiritual energy transformation and the execution of stronger martial skills. Typically, those who can reach the threshold of opening meridians before the age of 20 are already among the elite of Qianlong Palace, with a significant chance of being promoted to core disciples and even aspiring for higher levels. On platform number 5, a girl wielding dual short swords moves like a specter, her sword light flickering like raindrops on banana leaves. Her opponent, equally strong, is thrown into disarray by her furious assault and ultimately has his protective energy pierced, resulting in a regrettable defeat. The girl's aura is long-lasting and her sword techniques flow seamlessly without any hindrance, clearly demonstrating a refined control over her power, which is one of the characteristics of nearing the opening meridian stage. On platforms 7 and 9, Gu Chen sees more than one competitor displaying strength, speed, or control exceeding ordinary 9th level Qi condensation. Though they have not fully stepped into the opening meridian stage, they are undoubtedly on the right path, their strength far surpassing others. Is this what the true elites cultivated by the main clan look like? Gu Chen's heart is shaken, but more so it ignites a fighting spirit within him. The gap is evident, but he does not feel discouraged. He possesses a life book and a comprehension ability far beyond the norm. What he lacks is merely time and resources. During the observation, he also notes the detailed rules regarding promotion and rewards within Qianlong Palace. Although this information is posted within the palace, it is far less vivid than witnessing it with his own eyes and hearing it with his own ears amid fierce competition. The top 50 in the quarterly competition will gain eligibility for core discipleship. If they can pass subsequent comprehensive evaluations, they will successfully promote and enjoy core benefits. The monthly Qianlong minor competitions are also an important stage for accumulating capital and showcasing potential. More importantly, the rewards for the top 100 in the quarterly competition include substantial contribution points, while the top 50 receive additional rewards, such as pills and opportunities to choose supplementary martial arts. In the monthly minor competitions, those who enter the top 100 will also receive 10 Tongmai pills and 5 blood essence pills in addition to contribution points. Tongmai pills are one of the resources Gu Chen currently craves the most. They do not directly enhance cultivation, but gently widen the meridians, purify qi and blood, and assist in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, especially effective for those in the mid to late stages of qi condensation. Blood essence pills are commonly used pills that quickly replenish qi and blood consumption and aid in tempering the body. The combination of the two would significantly elevate his training speed. Gu Chen lacks insights into martial arts. With the life book in hand, he can quickly comprehend and optimize any martial arts technique. What he lacks are the pill resources that can swiftly convert comprehension into actual cultivation. As long as he has enough pills to assist him, his training speed will undoubtedly astonish everyone. One fierce duel after another begins, and ends amidst shouts and blasts of energy. The victors stand tall while the defeated appear dejected. Yet Gu Chen's gaze grows brighter and more resolute. When the final duels conclude and the quarterly competition comes to a close, the sunset has already dyed the clouds on the horizon gold and crimson. The crowd of spectators begins to disperse, their discussions, praises, and sighs of regret intertwining. Gu Chen stands up and leaves the arena with the flow of people, his heart surging with excitement. I must participate in next month's Qianlong minor competition. He tells himself, his voice soft, yet resolute. The goal is to enter the top 100. This is not an impulsive decision, but a determination based on clear understanding. His current strength is at the 3rd level of qi condensation. With his mastery of multiple martial arts, he is confident he can contend with ordinary 6th level qi condensation practitioners, even emerging victorious. With a month remaining until the next Qianlong minor competition, he can claim 5 more Tongmai pills in 10 days. With the assistance of these pills, Gu Chen is confident he can at least reach the 4th level of qi condensation and has a chance to challenge the 5th level. By then, relying on his fully mastered martial skills, fighting beyond his level will not be difficult for him, and he hopes to break into the top 100 of the Qianlong minor competition. Upon returning to his residence, Gu Chen does not relax in the slightest. For the next month, he enters a nearly frenzied state of rigorous training, compressing all his time to the utmost. Every day before dawn, he rises and practices the Sunyue technique on a mat in his room, utilizing the relatively active spiritual energy of the early morning to refine the Tongmai pills, which upon entering his stomach transforms into a gentle yet persistent medicinal power, washing over his meridians like a trickling stream. Under the perfect comprehension of the Sunyue technique, the medicinal power is absorbed and utilized to the maximum extent, bringing a subtle sensation of itch and expansion to his meridians, while his qi and blood become increasingly pure and refined. While cultivating, Gu Chen often goes to the arena for practical combat practice. He is no longer satisfied with merely practicing against wooden stakes, but actively seeks out other Qianlong disciples who are equally diligent and willing to spar and exchange techniques. Initially, his 3rd level of qi condensation did not attract much attention. Some even thought he was overreaching. However, Gu Chen quickly made some 5th and 6th level qi condensation opponents suffer minor setbacks. With his solid foundation, crafty martial skill combinations, and a battle intuition that seems to predict their actions, his reputation gradually spread within a small circle, and everyone came to know him as a rather troublesome newcomer. Sparring resulted in both wins and losses, but each battle, regardless of the outcome, provided valuable experience. He can feel that his practical combat ability is rapidly improving at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Thanks to Gu Chen's relentless efforts, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of qi condensation. Today marks the day of the Qianlong minor competition. The scale of the Hidden Dragon mini-tournament was naturally not as grand as the quarterly competition, yet it was equally lively. Only 5 arenas were opened, but spectators still gathered in great numbers. Many wished to see the progress of the participants after a month of cultivation, while others were raring to vie for a better position in the new rankings. Gu Chen registered and received his token. His aura was already restrained. His cultivation at the 5th layer of pulse condensation was not particularly conspicuous unless deliberately revealed. Among the many contestants at the 6th or 7th layers of pulse condensation and above, he did not stand out. The Hidden Dragon mini-tournament, though less grand than the quarterly competition, possessed a unique, intense atmosphere of swift clashes and rapid turnover. The 5 arenas were already thronged by excited or nervous young disciples. The rules of the Hidden Dragon mini-tournament were simple and brutal. All 5 arenas would operate simultaneously. Any registered participant could ascend the stage to challenge or accept a challenge. Defeating an opponent on stage earned 1 point. One could choose to continue the fight. Successfully defending the stage doubled the points earned. Winning a defense yielded 2 points while losing deducted 2 points. Once a participant accumulated 10 points, they entered the final competition round. Rankings were determined by points with matches arranged between the highest and lowest scorers progressing by elimination to determine the final standings. This competition rule was relatively fair. Whether to accept a challenge was a personal choice, and only upon entering the final round were participants required to fight according to the arranged order. Gu Chen was assigned to Arena 5. He stood calmly in the waiting area below, his gaze sweeping over the ongoing battles on stage, while sensing the auras of potential opponents around him. In Arena 5, a rough assessment revealed that most were at the 5th or 6th layer of pulse condensation, with over a dozen at the 7th or 8th layers, and even 2 or 3 whose auras were as deep and still as an abyss, clearly the seeded contenders of this arena. He did not rush to ascend the stage immediately. Early challengers often varied greatly in strength and faced the risk of attrition from consecutive battles. It was better to observe first, learn the details of some distinctive or powerful opponents in this arena, and wait for his own state to reach its peak. The battles on stage changed rapidly. Some relied on profound cultivation to power through and quickly accumulate 2 or 3 points. Others excelled at Hitandran tactics, seizing an opportunity for a decisive victory, and some, unlucky to encounter a tough opponent, lost their hard-earned points in an instant. After about half an hour, Gu Chen felt the time was right. A battle had just ended on stage, and the victor was a youth at the 6th layer of pulse condensation, wielding a quarterstaff. His aura was slightly fluctuating, but his gaze was sharp and his staff technique steady. Gu Chen moved, drifting lightly onto the stage. "Gu Chen, I request your guidance," he said, cupping his fist in salute. The staff-wielding youth said nothing, immediately assuming a fighting stance. Before ascending the stage, Gu Chen had learned his name, Gu Gang. Gu Gang shook his long staff, and the shadows of the staff loomed like mountains, striking straight at the center with a whistling wind, heavy and powerful. He clearly intended to use his superior cultivation and the advantage of his staff's length and strength to quickly suppress Gu Chen. Gu Chen executed the drifting cloud steps, his body moving like a leaf in the wind, deftly sidestepping half a step to avoid the fiercest part of the staff strike. At the same time, he slightly curled the fingers of his left hand and silently pointed a wind-breaking finger at Gu Gang's wrist, holding the staff the angle cunning. Gu Gang was startled, not expecting Gu Chen's footwork to be so elusive and his counterattack so swift and precise. He hurriedly withdrew his staff to block. A crisp ding sounded as the finger wind struck the staff, leaving his wrist slightly numb. Before he could change his technique, Gu Chen closed in, unleashing the 5 elements pulse-opening fist. His fist technique was ancient in style, yet flowed like a mighty river, continuous and unbroken, steadily compressing Gu Gang's staff shadows. Although Gu Gang was skilled with the staff, Gu Chen's fist techniques were varied and his figure was ghostly, always able to slip into the gaps of his staff transitions. After a dozen exchanges, Gu Chen struck the middle of the staff with a seemingly light palm strike, unleashing a hidden force. Gu Gang felt a scorching, vibrating force, nearly causing the staff to fly from his hands. His chest tightened, and Gu Chen followed up with a thunderous leg technique, as fast as lightning, kicking his calf. Gu Gang staggered back, losing his balance. Gu Chen did not pursue, standing still. "I concede," Gu Gang said, steadying himself, his face slightly flushed. He was straightforward, cupping his fist and stepping off the stage. "Gu Chen, 1 point," the steward below announced loudly. The first victory was clean and decisive. Gu Chen did not leave the stage, choosing to defend. He intended to use this momentum to accumulate points quickly. Soon the second challenger ascended, a girl at the 5th layer of pulse condensation, wielding double hooks. Her footwork was agile and her hook techniques were perilous and unconventional. Gu Chen used the wandering body shield in conjunction with the drifting cloud steps to steadily guard his perimeter. No matter how cunning her hooks were, they were always slightly deflected by the air currents or blocked in time. When she grew slightly impatient after a prolonged, unsuccessful assault, he suddenly erupted, unleashing a chain of wind-breaking fingers and thunderous leg techniques. Within 3 moves, he broke through her defense and secured an easy victory. With 2 consecutive victories, Gu Chen's breath remained steady. His mastery of combining his martial techniques in actual combat was becoming increasingly proficient. The third opponent was a burly man at the 6th layer of pulse condensation, seemingly practicing a defensive, earth-attributed technique. His skin had a faint yellowish tint, and his punches and kicks were heavy and powerful. Gu Chen ceased his evasive tactics. Activating the Tsang Yu force, his chi and blood stabilized like a mountain, and he confronted the man Hedon with the 5 elements pulse-opening fist. Fist met flesh, the dull thuds like thunder. After dozens of exchanges, Gu Chen's Tsang Yu force suddenly burst forth. He unleashed a mountain-crushing strike, which combined the hidden force of the iron palm technique, sending the burly man staggering backward until he stepped off the edge of the arena. 3 consecutive victories, 2 successful defenses, brought his points to 5. Gu Chen felt his chi and blood flowing more smoothly. His battle state was excellent. He knew that consecutive wins would attract attention and the next challengers would only be stronger. Indeed, the next person to ascend radiated the aura of the 7th layer of pulse condensation. It was a young man with a cold countenance holding a long sword. It's quick sword Gu Yuechuan at the 7th layer of pulse condensation. His swordsmanship is extremely fast. He's considered a top contender in this arena, someone below murmured. Gu Yuechuan did not draw his sword. He merely stared coldly at Gu Chen. Your footwork and fists are decent, but this is as far as you go. Will you step down yourself, or shall I send you down? Gu Chen's expression did not change. I request your guidance. Gu Yukin's eyes turned icy. Without any visible movement, his long sword hissed from its scabbard, turning into a bolt of cold lightning that thrust directly at Gu Chen's throat with astonishing speed. Before the sword arrived, the sharp sword chi was already upon him. Gu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He pushed the drifting cloud steps to their current limit, his figure drifting backward like a ghost. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, sending several wind-breaking finger forces shooting out. They did not attack the enemy, but precisely struck the side of the sword blade, producing crisp ding sounds. Though they failed to deflect the sword, they slightly impeded its thrusting speed. Gu Yuechuan let out a soft exclamation, seemingly surprised by Gu Chen's reaction and the precision of his finger force. He shifted his sword technique, changing from a thrust to a slash. The sword light gleamed, weaving into a net of radiance that enveloped Gu Chen. The sword speed was indeed extremely fast, and the techniques flowed seamlessly, clearly the result of long dedication to the sword. Gu Chen activated the wandering body shield to its utmost, creating a subtle rotation of air currents within a foot around him. Paired with the exquisite drifting cloud steps, he wove through the sword net, dodging by the narrowest of margins. Occasionally, when an unavoidable strike came, he used the iron shirt technique to withstand a blow to a non-vital area, producing a sound of clashing metal. He did not rush to counterattack, but concentrated fully on observing Gu Yukin's sword path, seeking its rhythm and habits. After more than 20 exchanges, Gu Yuechuan grew increasingly irritated by his inability to land a decisive blow. His cultivation was clearly superior, and he considered his swordsmanship formidable, yet his opponent always evaded by a hair's breadth. The feeling was deeply unsettling. Just as Gu Yuechuan thrust his sword into empty air and was about to retract it for a new technique, Gu Chen moved. He had been waiting for this instant. The fleeting gap where old force was exhausted and new force had yet to be born. His drifting cloud steps suddenly shifted, charging forward like a fish swimming against the current, cutting into the trajectory of the retreating sword. He advanced with the 5 elements pulse-opening fist. His fist shot out like a cannonball, carrying a searing explosive force aimed directly at Gu Yukin's wrist holding the sword. Simultaneously, his left leg swept like thunder toward his opponent's lower body, sealing off any retreat. Greatly startled, Gu Yuechuan had no time to bring his sword back for a block. He was forced to hastily rotate his wrist, using the sword's pommel to meet Gu Chen's fist while leaping backward. Boom! Fist met pommel. The searing hidden force of Gu Chen's fist combined with the heaviness of the Tsang Yu force surged through the pommel and impacted Gu Yukin's wrist. His long sword nearly flew from his grasp, and his backward leap was thrown off balance by the leg wind, disturbing his lower body. Gu Chen would not miss such an opportunity. He followed like a shadow, unleashing a chain of wind-breaking fingers aimed at Gu Yukin's arm and shoulder acupoint, forcing him into a clumsy defense and scattering his sword technique. Then, seizing an opening, Gu Chen delivered an unadorned iron palm strike, condensed with all his strength onto the hastily raised flat of Gu Yukin's sword. Clang! The long sword let out a mournful cry, bending into a heart-stopping arc. It finally flew from Gu Yukin's hand. He himself was knocked backward by the tremendous force, barely managing to steady himself at the edge of the arena, his face pale. I yield, Gu Chen said, retracting his stance, his breath slightly short. This battle had not been easy, taxing nearly all his current abilities, but he had ultimately triumphed. Gu Yuechuan cast a profound glance at Gu Chen, picked up his longsword, and leaped off the arena without a word. A stifled gasp rippled through the crowd below. A 5th-layer condensation meridian cultivator, defeating a 7th-layer renowned for swift swordsmanship by 2 levels. Who is this Gu Chen? Around the 5th arena, murmurs erupted from all sides. Did you not notice? His footwork, finger techniques, leg skills, and that defensive vortex, all seamlessly integrated, nothing like a novice. Exclamations of awe rose one after another. Gu Chen's formidable combat prowess far exceeding his cultivation level, and his unflappable calm under pressure left a deep impression on many onlookers. Soon those with sharper sources revealed Gu Chen's background. I heard he came from that minor branch in Qingyang. The Gu Clan of Qingyang. That remote branch that hasn't produced talent in over a decade. Exactly him. His registration states he entered the Hidden Dragon Hall less than 2 months ago. Hiss. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath sounded. In less than 2 months from just entering the condensation meridian stage to the 5th layer with the practical ability to defeat a 7th layer cultivator across levels. What astonishing cultivation speed and combat talent. Could he possess a special constitution? Many began to speculate. On the elevated platform, the several stewards of the Hidden Dragon Hall tasked with overseeing the matches and maintaining order had long been drawn to the final duel on the 5th arena. Their cultivation and insight far surpassed those of ordinary disciples, allowing them to see with greater clarity. A green-robed steward with a gaunt face and eyes like lightning stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Solid foundations, condensed blood, and chi far surpassing his peers. His martial techniques are unconventional, and his adaptability is excellent. The Qingyang branch has produced an interesting little one. Beside him, a slightly plump, amiable steward in a yellow robe chuckled in agreement. What's even rarer is his temperament. Unconceited after consecutive victories. A promising sprout. With adequate resources and proper nurturing, he might well make a name for himself in our Hidden Dragon Hall. The two stewards exchanged a glance. Though they said no more, it was clear that Gu Chen, this disciple from Qingyang, had officially entered their observation list. In the fiercely competitive Hidden Dragon Hall teeming with prodigies, any newcomer with potential was worth watching, for it concerned the future allocation of resources within the hall. After defeating Gu Yuechu, and Gu Chen had accumulated 7 points. Seemingly oblivious to the surrounding whispers and the covert scrutinizing gazes, he strode directly off the arena. Having fought 4 matches, his stamina was greatly depleted. To continue risked defeat. He decisively chose an intermission. He would restore his strength before returning to the ring to earn more points. After resting for half an hour, Gu Chen noticed the current challenger on the stage was a 7th layer condensation meridian blade wielder who had just defeated his opponent and chosen to defend the ring. Gu Chen stepped onto the stage. As he did, the 7th layer blade wielder's gaze sharpened, clearly having taken note of Gu Chen earlier. Your guidance, please. Gu Chen announced, then struck swiftly. With flowing cloud steps and thunderclap leg technique, he launched a fierce assault. Within 10 moves, he struck the opponent's wrist acupoint with a precise wind-breaking finger. The blade fell, and the man was defeated, clean and decisive. As this man was the ring defender, defeating him brought Gu Chen's points to 9. Gu Chen chose to defend the ring. His challenger was a 7th layer condensation meridian cultivator, specializing in palm techniques, whose palm wind blazed with heat. Gu Chen clashed heat-in, using the 5 elements meridian opening fist, blending the heaviness of Tsangyu force and the scorching heat of iron palm technique. He held his ground in a direct confrontation. Ultimately, with superior endurance and sharper battle insight, he found a flaw after 30 moves, and with a counterattack incorporating the energy-dispersing technique of Wandering Body Shield, sent his opponent tumbling off the arena. After another victory, Gu Chen's points reached 11, easily qualifying him for the final arena battle. Once qualified, he did not linger on the stage, but returned to the sidelines, quietly waiting. After a long while, all those who had accumulated 10 or more points across the 5 arenas in the Hidden Dragon monthly tournament had emerged. About 30-odd competitors on each arena had gathered 10 points or more. In this final arena battle, a single victory would secure a place among the top 100 of the monthly tournament. All disciples draw lots. The steward's resonant voice boomed across the training grounds. Gu Chen reached into the dark iron chest and drew a wooden slip, number 139. Rules remain the same, the steward continued. Unknown duels, the loser is eliminated. Now the first round begins. Of the 5 arenas, only the first was now in use for battles. Those who had gathered enough points to enter the final round were all formidable in their own right. On the stage, battles raged. Off-stage, spectators watched. It was a chance to witness others' techniques and gain experience. One match after another concluded. At last, it was Gu Chen's turn. Number 37, Gu Mingxuan versus number 139, Gu Chen. Both parties ascend the stage. The steward's booming voice rang out. Gu Chen took a deep breath and stepped steadily onto the broad, solid arena. Across from him, a figure leaped up almost simultaneously. A youth of about 18 or 19, with a stern countenance and eyes sharp as an eagle's. His aura was dense and heavy, unmistakably that of a 9th layer condensation meridian cultivator. In his hand was a pitch-black spear, its tip glinting coldly. Gu Mingxuan, your guidance, please. The youth's voice was flat, yet carried an unshakable confidence. The vast gap in cultivation between the 9th and 5th layers gave him ample assurance. Gu Chen, please. Gu Chen clasped his fists, his expression calm, though inwardly, he was on high alert. Ninth layer condensation meridian. This was the strongest opponent he had faced so far, with blood and chi far more profound than any previous foe. Without further ado, the duel between them officially commenced. Gu Mingxuan's eyes turned fierce as he struck first. Despite his superior cultivation, he did not underestimate his opponent. With a flick of his spear, it shot forth like a dragon, a point of cold star instantly tearing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed straight at Gu Chen's chest with astonishing speed. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. He instantly pushed his flowing cloud steps to their limit, his form retreating like a phantom. Simultaneously, his fingers flicked repeatedly, sending several wind-breaking finger forces streaking out. With a series of sharp pings, they struck the side of the spear tip with precision, attempting to deflect it. However, bolstered by the blood and chi of the ninth layer, Gu Mingxuan's spear remained as steady as a mountain. Its momentum slowed only slightly, its direction almost unchanged. Gu Chen's heart tightened. Knowing finger force alone was insufficient, he shifted his stance again, moving like a willow catkin in the wind. He slid past the spear's edge by a hair's breadth, the fierce spear wind scraping his cheeks painfully. Having missed his mark, Gu Mingxian changed his spear technique. He transitioned from thrust to sweep. The dark spear shaft swept across with the force of 1,000 June, covering a wide range. Gu Chen gave a low shout, activating Wandering Body Shield to its fullest. Within a foot of his body, the air churned rapidly. At the same time, he circulated the Iron Shirt technique. A faint golden glimmer appeared beneath his skin. Instead of dodging, he formed his hands into claws, and combining the metal style of the 5 elements meridian opening fist with the iron palm technique, he boldly grabbed at the sweeping spear shaft. Bang! Palm and spear collided with a deep, resounding boom. Gu Chen felt a torrent of power surging toward him like a collapsing mountain. His arms trembled violently, his blood and chi churned, and he staggered back 3 steps before the force was dissipated. Shallow footprints were left on the ground. Gu Mingxuan's spear was also jolted upward, his offense momentarily stalled. Such strength, such formidable defense. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Mingxuan's eyes. The force of his sweep would be hard for even an ordinary 9th layer cultivator to withstand, yet this opponent had blocked it without apparent injury. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chen suppressed his surging blood and chi. The thunderclap leg technique exploded forth, his figure moved like lightning, instantly closing in on Gu Mingxian. A flurry of leg shadows targeted his opponent's lower body and midsection. He had come to the monthly Hidden Dragon tournament for the rewards of the top 100. In this final round of arena battles, a single victory would grant him a chance to advance into the top 100. No matter how formidable the opponent, he would fight with all his might. Gu Mingxuan's spear returned too late for a block. With a cold snort, he struck out with his left palm, its force substantial clashing against Gu Chen's leg shadow. The sounds of chi and force clashing rang out incessantly. Although Gu Chen's leg techniques were swift, his opponent's palm strength was formidable, each collision sending a dull ache through his shin. He immediately altered his tactics, once again deploying his drifting cloud steps. Abandoning a direct confrontation, he swiftly circled Gu Mingxuan, unleashing a torrent of techniques. The finger that breaks wind, the thunderous leg, and the 5 elements meridian opening fist, attacking from every conceivable angle. Gu Mingxian whirled his spear, forming an impenetrable defense around himself. Amidst the dense web of spear shadows, he would occasionally counterattack with a thrust as swift and venomous as a dragon emerging from its lair. His spear technique was both bold and expansive, yet also possessed subtle variations. His superior cultivation allowed each strike to carry immense weight, placing tremendous pressure on Gu Chen. Upon the arena, spear shadows were as thick as a forest, finger winds rent the air, leg shadows flashed like lightning, and fists and palms clashed in a blur of motion. Gu Chen pushed his learned skills to their absolute limit, wielding various martial techniques. With effortless grace, their transitions seamless and fluid. Despite being at the 5th layer of meridian condensation, he fought on equal footing with Gu Mingxuan, who was at the 9th layer, making the match a fierce contest with no clear victor for a time. The spectators below the arena were utterly astounded. He was fighting across 4 minor realms. And it was not mere evasion, but a true heated confrontation, a fierce exchange of attacks. Gu Chen's martial skills have all reached such a level of mastery. His movement technique is too bizarre, and his defense is insane. Taking that many hits from Gu Mingxuan, and he can still fight. The key is the coordination. Have you noticed? There's almost no gap between his moves, they're completely integrated. The stewards on the high platform also nodded frequently, their eyes filled with growing admiration. In the arena, the more Gu Mingxian fought, the more alarmed he became. He had thought to end the battle quickly by leveraging his superior cultivation, but he had not expected his opponent to be so troublesome, so tenacious. Moreover, his vast repertoire of martial skills which he produced endlessly left Gu Mingxian feeling as though he had strength he could not effectively use. Unable to secure a quick victory, he could not help but grow somewhat impatient, and his spear technique became slightly more aggressive. Gu Chen keenly perceived this subtle shift in his opponent's emotions. He knew well that in a prolonged heat-and clash his own strength was inferior. To delay would only lead to certain defeat. He had to create an opportunity for a single decisive strike. He deliberately feigned a flaw. While evading a sweeping strike, his form seemed to hesitate for a fraction of a second. As expected, Gu Mingxian took the bait. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and believing an opportunity had presented itself, he gathered his entire Buddhist chi and blood into his spear. Like a venomous snake striking, he executed the sun-piercing strike, aiming a lightning-fast thrust at Gu Chen's seemingly exposed right ribs. Just as the spear tip was about to touch him, Gu Chen moved. The Sangyu force he had been accumulating erupted. His previously sluggish form twisted abruptly as he executed the Cloud Dragon Triple Fold, a supreme technique of the drifting cloud steps. The spear tip grazed his robes, missing him by a hair's breadth. Simultaneously, he used his left arm, fortified by the iron shirt technique, to withstand part of the residual force from the spear strike. The skin split open and blood seeped out, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. Borrowing this momentum and seizing the critical instant when his opponent's old force was spent, his new force not yet born, and his mind slightly relaxed, believing he had succeeded, Gu Chen brought the 5 fingers of his right hand together. He compressed and condensed his chi and blood to the extreme at his fingertips, fusing the penetrative power of the finger that breaks wind, the scorching hidden force of the iron palm technique, and the profound heavy strength of the Sangyu force into a single highly concentrated finger strike that shimmered with a pale gold radiance interwoven with crimson light. This strike transcended the scope of his original martial skills. It was a fusion born from his battle-inspired epiphany. The finger force pierced the air, silent and soundless, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the Shanzhong acupoint on Gu Mingxuan's chest. Having leaned forward slightly during his full-powered thrust, his guard was slightly open, and this point was exactly where his protective chi was relatively weak due to the concentration of power in his attack. Gu Mingxuan's entire body shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning. The surging flow of chi and blood was abruptly interrupted. A wave of nausea and tightness filled his chest, and the concentrated spear force dissipated in large part. The hand gripping his spear involuntarily weakened. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He could not comprehend how his opponent had perceived this fleeting moment of opportunity and the precise location. How could Gu Chen let slip this perfect chance earned through injury? Ignoring the searing pain in his left arm, he once again erupted with the thunderous leg technique. His form shot forward like lightning, and with a mountain collapse strike from the 5 elements meridian opening fist, unadorned but containing the last of his remaining strength, he slammed it heavily into Gu Mingxuan's abdomen, whose defenses were greatly reduced due to his chaotic chi and blood. A dull thud sounded. Gu Mingxian grunted, his tall frame sent flying backward by the force of the punch. The spear slipped from his hand, clattering onto the arena floor. He staggered upon landing, retreating another 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to stop at the edge of the arena. His face was deathly pale, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and chi and blood churned violently within him. How could Gu Chen let such an opportunity slip? His form became a blur, and bending low with fists above his head, he executed the bowing body and cresting mountain fist, blasting Gu Mingxian directly off the arena. The entire venue erupted in exclamations. He won. Gu Chen won. 5th layer of meridian condensation, defeating Gu Mingxian of the 9th layer in a heated fight. Such terrifying combat ability. And that movement technique, that unflappable counterattack. Incredible. The steward below the arena was also stunned for a moment before loudly announcing, Gu Chen wins. Gu Chen stood in the center of the arena, his left arm dripping with blood, his breathing heavy. His face was pale from blood loss and exhaustion, yet his back was ramrod straight. He glanced at Gu Mingxuan, who lay below the arena with a pallid face, and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before slowly walking down. This battle had been won with immense difficulty, costing him nearly all of his mental and physical energy and forcing him to reveal his hidden cards. The injury to his left arm was not minor. He was well aware that he no longer had the strength to continue in the next round of the competition. To have broken into the top 100 earned the pill reward and proven his strength and potential by defeating a stronger opponent across 4 minor realms in the public eye, his objective had been achieved. Back in the waiting area, Gu Chen did not hesitate. He directly addressed the steward, "Next I forfeit. I withdraw from the subsequent ranking competition." The steward glanced at him, saw his still losing left arm, and nodded in understanding, recording the decision. Having sustained considerable injuries in this battle, Gu Chen paid no heed to the subsequent arena matches. After his bout, he returned directly to his residence to recuperate. He could claim the reward for the monthly Hidden Dragon Minor competition the next day. Although Gu Chen had voluntarily withdrawn from the subsequent matches, stopping at this point, the astonishing strength, tenacious will, an exquisite martial technique he displayed in his battle against Gu Mingxian left a deep impression on all. The name Gu Chen of the Qingyang branch was on the lips of many hidden dragon disciples. Among the spectators, a young man with a cold expression beckoned, and a figure immediately emerged from behind him. This Gu Chen is somewhat interesting. Make a note if he can maintain this ability to fight across levels and can cultivate to the meridian opening realm within a year, he will be qualified to become my follower. As you command. Dragging his exhausted body and the searing pain in his left arm back to his dwelling, Gu Chen almost immediately shut the door behind him. He first carefully washed the wound on his left arm with clear water-applied, ordinary wound medicine he had brought from Qingyang, then immediately sat cross-legged on a cushion, circulating the Zhanyue force guiding the blood and qi through his meridians to slowly nourish the damaged channels and muscles. The battle with Gu Mingxian had been draining, leaving him no less injured. The final burst of finger force, which merged the essence of martial techniques, even caused a dull ache in his meridians. Yet the gains were immense. Under extreme pressure, his control over his own power and his comprehension of merging different martial techniques had both ascended to a new level. Just as he sank his mind into cultivation, a knock came at the door. Dong dong dong. Frowning slightly, Gu Chen slowly withdrew his energy, suppressed the surging blood, and qi within him rose and opened the door. Outside stood a youth of about 20, clad in a blue brocade robe with a white jade pendant at his waist. His face was fair, his chin slightly raised, and his eyes held a condescending scrutiny. "You're Gu Chen, the one from Qingyang." The blue-robed youth began, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "That's right. And you are?" Gu Chen looked at the other. "I am Gu Mingyuan." The blue-robed youth announced the name as if it carried enough weight on its own. Seeing Gu Chen's unchanged expression, he added with slight impatience, "I come by order of the heavenly prodigy Gu Yunfei. Your performance on the arena today was barely passable. The prodigy cherishes talent and grants you an opportunity." Gu Yunfei. Gu Chen's mind raced quickly, recalling the scattered information he had heard in the Hidden Dragon Hall over the past few days. Gu Yunfei was apparently a highly esteemed prodigy disciple with many followers gathered under his banner. "Oh, and what opportunity might that be?" Gu Chen asked impassively. Gu Mingyuan seemed pleased by Gu Chen's sensible inquiry, straightening his back slightly. "Considering your lowly origins, yet modest potential, you are granted a probation period. If you can break through to the meridian opening stage within a year, you will be qualified to formally join the prodigy's ranks as a follower. Then you will receive resources and enjoy the prodigy's protection, saving you from many unnecessary troubles." He spoke as if this were a tremendous favor, then looked at Gu Chen, waiting for him to accept with tearful gratitude. "Break through to the meridian opening stage within a year." Gu Chen sneered inwardly. "Rewards protection." These words reeked of hierarchy and subservience, delivered with the utmost condescension. Without any tangible benefits, he was expected to pledge allegiance on mere words alone. This was far too arrogant. A green youth, hot-headed and impulsive, might be intimidated by the title of Heavenly Prodigy. But Gu Chen, possessing the destiny scripture and immense personal potential, might one day become a Gu family prodigy himself. How could he bow down now? His expression remained calm. After a brief pause, he cupped his hands and said, "I thank the heavenly prodigy Yunfei for his regard, and I thank Brother Mingyuan for delivering the message. This matter is of great consequence. Having just arrived, I am still unfamiliar with many aspects of the hall and need some time to consider. I dare not agree hastily. Please convey to the heavenly prodigy Yunfei that I am grateful for this recognition. Allow me a few days to deliberate." His words were neither servile nor defiant, neither directly refusing to give offense nor showing eagerness to accept. He gently deflected the matter, leaving room for both sides. Gu Mingyuan clearly hadn't expected this reaction. In his mind, a boy from a branch family favored by a prodigy, even with just a vague chance, should have been grateful and immediately agreed. His face darkened slightly as he sized up Gu Chen. "Ungrateful wretch. The opportunity is given, oh, whether you seize it is your own fortune. The prodigy is busy and has little patience to wait." Without waiting for Gu Chen's reply, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave his steps, betraying displeasure. Watching Gu Mingyuan's retreating figure, Gu Chen slowly closed the door, his eyes turning cold. Indeed, in this main clan territory, hierarchy was strict and the strong ruled. At the slightest display of ability, someone would try to bring you under their wing merely to gain another disposable fighter. The envoy sent by this heavenly prodigy Gu Yunfei was so arrogant. His own attitude was likely no different. Follow. Gu Chen's spine had not yet bent that far. Even if he were to attach himself to another, basic respect was essential. Gu Chen knew well that his foundation was still shallow, making it unwise to rashly make enemies. His evasive response today might have displeased the man, but at least it didn't burn bridges. For now, improving his own strength was paramount. The next day, the wound on Gu Chen's left arm had healed by half thanks to the Zhanyue force and the medicine allowing him to move without hindrance. He went to the affairs office, and using his identity token successfully exchanged for 10 meridian opening pills and 5 blood-sheet pills. The pills in hand, their fragrance wafting to his nose, brought him a sense of reassurance. With them he had greater confidence to break through to the 6th layer of meridian condensation, or even higher. Just as he was about to return to his dwelling to begin seclusion, digest the gains from the battle, and use the pills to attack his bottleneck, he was stopped again. This time it was a young man in brown clothes, ordinary in appearance, but with shrewd eyes. The other was courteous enough to clasp his hands and introduce himself as a subordinate of the heavenly prodigy Miss Gu Yuyao, also here for recruitment. Gu Yuyao. Gu Chen had some recollection. She seemed to be a female prodigy disciple not widely known, but rumored to have deep connections. This envoy's attitude was much better than Gu Minjiwan's from yesterday, but the conditions offered were similar: a probationary qualification as a follower requiring Gu Chen to demonstrate sufficient potential within a year in exchange for certain resource allocation and intelligence support. Gu Chen understood. This was likely a common pattern in the Hidden Dragon Hall. Promising newcomers would be approached by various prodigies scouted in advance. The quality of the conditions depended entirely on how much they valued the person and their own background. He used the same excuse as before, politely, but firmly stating that he needed time to think without making any promises. The brown-clothed youth didn't insist, seemingly expecting such a reply. He smiled, left a contact method, and took his leave. Gu Chen initially believed that the matter had reached a temporary conclusion, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. However, the following days saw a surge of activity at the entrance of his small abode. On the 3rd day, a man claiming to represent the genius Gu Hai came to visit. This man was tall and robust, with a voice like thunder, direct and boisterous in his demeanor, stating that he admired Gu Chen's combat style and was willing to provide some body-refining pills and practical guidance on the condition that Gu Chen would follow him. Gu Chen also politely declined, expressing the need to focus on his cultivation. On the 4th day, the visitor represented the talented Gu Feng, who, although not a genius, offered quite practical terms: a fixed monthly provision of pills and an introduction to a tutor skilled in finger techniques in exchange for Gu Chen publicly acknowledging his recruitment. Gu Feng had evidently investigated Gu Chen, knowing that he had won through finger techniques. This offer was more practical than those of the previous visitors, but indicating acceptance would be akin to branding himself with a faction label, which made Gu Chen choose to consider it. On the 5th day at noon, Gu Chen was inside his room, practicing martial arts, when there was another knock on the door. Upon opening the door, he saw a woman dressed in a light purple dress standing outside. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a lovely face and a gentle demeanor, a hint of a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, I hope you can forgive me." Her voice was soft like a spring breeze rustling through willows. "My surname is Lu, with the single character Su. I come on behalf of my young master to convey a message to you." Lu Su, not a member of the Gu family, which means she must be an external relative. Moreover, the title young master is only reserved for the direct descendants of the Gu family. Gu Chen felt a stir in his heart. "Please go on." Lu Su stood at the door and said softly, "How is your injury? I was present that day, and your final strike against your opponent had a semblance of the dawn of stars breaking through. Though lacking in power, the essence was beginning to show, which is quite rare." Gu Chen felt a stir within. The Dawn of Stars was a name he had never heard before, yet this woman was able to perceive a hint of essence from his improvised technique, which combined several martial arts. Her insight was truly remarkable. "I am fine now. If Sister Lu has something to say, please feel free to do so." Gu Chen became more cautious. Lu Su smiled slightly, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "My young master, who is ranked in the Gu family hierarchy, is known as Young Master Xia, a member of the hierarchy." Gu Chen's pupils constricted. The real top-tier existences of the Qianlong Hall. He had not expected a member of the hierarchy would take note of him and even send someone to come. Lu Su seemed quite pleased with Gu Chen's reaction, speaking softly, "Your foundation is solid and your understanding of martial arts is profound. You are truly a person of great potential. Young Master Xia cherishes talent and does not wish to see a gem covered in dust. Knowing your background is from a side branch and that resources are limited." At this point, Lu Zu's tone became slightly more serious. "Therefore, my young master has asked me to convey that if you are willing to assist him in competing for the position of the Saint Son of the Gu family in the future, he can provide resources to aid your cultivation. Every month you would receive 5 middle-grade pulse-opening pills and 5 upper-grade blood-boosting pills, along with access to some martial arts texts, and you could consult guest disciples under my young master regarding any cultivation questions." Gu Chen felt a stir in his heart. The offer he received was not low. This young Master Xia, being a member of the Gu family hierarchy, had a much better approach to handling affairs compared to the other talented youths. This was substantial resources and support that could be immediately converted into strength. Lu Su watched Gu Chen's reaction, her tone still steady, as she presented the final condition. Additionally, my young master promises that if you agree, he will immediately send someone to the Qingyang branch to safely bring your mother and younger sister to reside at the Gu family estate in the Qingshan Mountains. Though they cannot enter the core area, they can obtain a quiet courtyard in the stable outer family area along with properly arranged servants to ensure their lives are worry-free and away from conflict. Boom. Gu Chen felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind, bringing his mother and younger sister to the main family estate, safe and secure. This was simply the greatest desire deep within his heart. Gu Tong lurked like a venomous snake in Qingyang, and though he was far away in Qingshan, he worried every day for the safety of his mother and younger sister. If he could bring them here, placing them under the protection of the main family, he could truly rest assured in his cultivation free from worries. This condition was too tempting, almost impossible to refuse. Lu Su quietly waited, her gaze clear as if she could see through Gu Chen's intense internal struggle. After a long while, Gu Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his swirling emotions, his voice slightly hoarse. Young Master Xia. Such kindness, Gu Chen is deeply honored, but may I ask what is required of me? The involvement of a member of the hierarchy could not possibly be without cost. What would the price be? Lu Su seemed to have anticipated this, replying softly, my young master has only one requirement: to do your utmost to rise higher within the Qianlong Hall. In the future, when my young master competes for the position of Saint Sun, it would be best if you could lend a hand. If by then you are unable to help, it is fine, and my young master will consider it making a friend. Besides that, my young master has no other conditions. Gu Chen felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. Young Master Xia's conditions were nearly non-existent. He did not need to publicly declare his allegiance while still receiving such significant benefits. His ability to gauge people's hearts was simply remarkable. Gu Chen raised his head, meeting Lu Zu's gentle yet profound gaze. He saw sincerity in her eyes as well as the confidence and demeanor of a member of the hierarchy. This was entirely different from the previous offers that were either arrogant, utilitarian, or ambiguous. Gu Chen had no reason to refuse this condition. Even if he accepted and carried the banner of young Master Xia for the absolute safety of his family, he could not afford to reject this. Gu Chen slowly spoke, his voice regaining steadiness, tinged with a hint of determination. Young Master Xia's kindness, Gu Chen is immensely grateful. Bringing my family here is my long-held wish. When young Master Xia competes for the position of Saint Sun in the future, if I can be of assistance, I will do my utmost. Lu Zu's face blossomed with a more genuine smile as she nodded and took out a deep purple token, handing it to Gu Chen. This is the Listening Rain token. With this, you may collect resources at the Listening Rain Pavilion on the first day of each month. Regarding the arrangement for your younger sister and mother, I will arrange it immediately. The fastest will be in half a month, the slowest will be within a month. You will surely receive news so you can focus on your cultivation. Taking the token, Gu Chen said earnestly, thank you, Sister Lu, and please convey my gratitude to young Master Xia as well. Lu Su slightly inclined her body and gently said, you do not need to be overly polite. You are the one young Master Xia has chosen. Just do not disappoint him in the future. I hope my junior brother ascends to the position of genius and prodigy, soon living up to young Master Xia's expectations, and also fulfilling your own future. Farewell. After saying this, her figure flickered slightly, and she left as quietly as she came, leaving behind a faint lingering fragrance. In the days following Lu Zu's departure, Gu Chen remained behind closed doors, healing the wound on his left arm while cultivating. Yet the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. The aftermath of his victory over Gu Mingxian and his entry into the top 100 of the clan trials had yet to settle. On the fourth day after he received the pills, a knock came at his door once more. This time the visitor was clad in a luxurious purple robe, his expression tinged with urgency and impatience. Claiming to be a subordinate of the renowned prodigy Gu Yufeng, he stated that previous attempts to contact Gu Chen had yielded no clear reply, and now the prodigy himself had sent word urging a swift decision. He hinted that if Gu Chen chose to follow Gu Yufeng, he would receive an even more generous supply of pills than previously promised. Gu Chen understood clearly. This was likely because the prodigy Gu Yufeng had caught wind of something, perhaps fearing that Gu Chen might be recruited by another faction, and thus hastened his approach. No longer resorting to vague excuses, Gu Chen calmly produced the deep purple Tingyu token, placing it in his palm for the other to clearly see its unique pattern of clouds and stars. I thank the prodigy and the steward for their kindness, Gu Chen said in a steady tone. Gu Chen has already been favored by young Master Xia and has temporarily joined the Tingyu Pavilion to receive his guidance. It is truly difficult for me to serve elsewhere. Please inform the prodigy of my gratitude for his appreciation. The moment the man's eyes fell upon the token, his pupils contracted sharply. As a capable subordinate of the prodigy, how could he fail to recognize the Tingyu token, a symbol of an outer circle identity under the command of young Master Xia, a scion of the inner sequence? Its weight far surpassed any ordinary recruitment insignia from a prodigy. The urgency and impatience on his face quickly faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. He gave Gu Chen a long, hard stare, then glanced at the token once more. In the end, he said nothing, merely forcing a faint smile and clasping his hands. So Brother Gu has already earned young Master Xia's favor. We were presumptuous. Congratulations, junior brother. Farewell. With that, he turned and left his steps quicker than when he had arrived. Gu Chen put away the token, feeling no great pride, but rather a heightened vigilance. The Tingyu token could ward off ordinary recruitment attempts, but it also bound him irrevocably to young Master Xia. Over the following days, visitors claiming to represent various core disciples, or even another prodigy, arrived one after another, offering different terms. Some promised sparring practice, others pledged to introduce secret body tempering techniques. Gu Chen showed them all the Tingyu token. Most, upon seeing the token, reacted much like the purple-robed steward, some with surprise, others with understanding, a few with regret, but all tactfully refrained from pressing further and took their leave courteously. After all, the banner of a sequence scion held an almost overwhelming deterrent power among the younger generation of the Gu clan. To offend a sequence scion for the sake of a promising but not yet fully grown newcomer was clearly not worth the cost. Yet not everyone knew how to weigh gains and losses, or was willing to swallow their pride. On the afternoon of the 5th day, an unwelcome visitor arrived. None other than Gu Mingyan, the same arrogant envoy who had represented the prodigy Gu Yunfei just days earlier. This time he came not alone, but flanked by two young men with fierce auras and hostile eyes. Gu Mingjiwan's face was dark with anger. He had clearly already heard that Gu Chen now held the Tingyu token. He strode straight to Gu Chen's door, and without waiting for it to open, raised his voice with undisguised fury. Gu Chen, come out. Gu Chen pushed open the door and stepped out, his expression calm as he faced the three before him. Gu Chen, you certainly have your methods, and such a swift climb up the ranks, Gu Mingyuan sneered. Just a few days ago you were all talk about needing time to consider, and now you've latched onto sequence Master Xia's thigh? Where does that leave the appreciation shown by my prodigy? Were my words nothing but wind in your ears? The two men behind him stepped forward, their auras subtly locking onto Gu Chen, applying pressure. Gu Chen understood in his heart. This was a confrontation meant to call him to account. He remained composed, producing the Tingyu token and speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. Brother Mingyuan speaks too harshly. Young Master Xia valued my talent and reached out to me first. I was moved by his sincerity, and he promised to resolve my family concerns. Such grace is hard to refuse, so I accepted. As for the recognition from the prodigy Gu Yunfei, I clearly stated that day that I needed time to think it over. I never made any promise. How can you speak of putting that appreciation aside? Gu Mingyuan laughed as if he had heard a joke, his face twisting with even sharper mockery. Do you think that by latching onto sequence Master Xia you've found a backer and can look down on everyone else? A muddy-legged brat from a collateral branch, lucky to have won a couple of bouts. Have you forgotten who you are? He stepped forward, closing in until he was almost nose-to-nose with Gu Chen, lowering his voice, but making each word venomously clear. Gu Chen, let me tell you. The waters in the Hidden Dragon Hall run deep. What does it matter if he's a sequence scion? Gu Yunxia can't protect you from everything. On the path of cultivation, accidents are plenty. Your ability to fight above your level is nothing but a few half-decent martial techniques and a streak of ruthlessness. If that skill were to disappear one day, I wonder what you'd have left to earn Gu Yunxia's favor. These were undisguised threats. Gu Chen's eyes turned slightly cold, but his tone remained steady. I have taken note of Brother Mingyuan's warning. On the path of cultivation, each relies on their own ability. I will be careful. If there is nothing else I need to cultivate, I will not entertain you further. With that, he ignored Gu Mingyuan's livid face, turned, and walked back into his room, closing the door behind him. From outside came the muffled sound of Gu Mingyuan's suppressed curses and the soothing words of the other two, gradually fading into the distance. Gu Chen leaned against the stone door, took a deep breath, and suppressed the chill surging within him. Gu Mingyuan, or rather the prodigy Gu Yunfei behind him, had clearly marked him as an enemy. This was no surprise. Arrogant people could not bear rejection, especially from someone they deemed a muddy-legged collateral. From now on, he would have to tread carefully within the Hidden Dragon Hall. Yet pressure was also motivation. Gu Mingyuan's threats only strengthened his resolve to grow more powerful. Only with solid strength could he truly stand unafraid of these shadows and specters. The next day, he took the Tingyu token and for the first time made his way to the deeper part of the Hidden Dragon Hall, to the serene and secluded Tingyu Pavilion. It was an elegant standalone pavilion nestled among a grove of verdant spirit bamboo. No conspicuous sign marked its entrance, only a tiny emblem bearing the same pattern as the Tingyu token. After verifying the token, a taciturn, middle-aged servant led him into a quiet meditation chamber. Inside, Lu Su was already waiting. She was dressed in her usual pale purple robes, her demeanor gentle and warm. Seeing Gu Chen, she offered a soft smile. Gu Chen, you've arrived. How is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Sister Lu. It's no longer serious, Gu Chen said with a clasped hand salute. Good, Lu Su replied, gesturing for him to sit. She produced a jade box and 2 defused jade slips. These are the resources the young master has allocated for you this month: 5 mid-grade meridian unblocking pills and 5 high-grade blood chi pills. Please inspect them. Gu Chen opened the jade box, and a rich fragrance of medicine filled the air. Inside lay 5 meridian unblocking pills with clear pill patterns and a faint golden luster, along with 3 blood chi pills, as red as fire and crystal clear. He put them away solemnly. My thanks to the young master and Sister Lu. Lu Su then pushed the 2 jade slips toward him. The young master observed that your finger techniques possess considerable spirit. That final strike of yours on the arena already hinted at the essence of gathering stars into a point piercing the dawn. These 2 martial techniques, the Starlight Dawn-piercing finger and the Starry Hand, are for you to study. If you encounter any difficulties, you may raise them during the monthly consultations. Gu Chen took the jade slips. With a brief probe, he could sense the profound artistic conception and arcane methods contained within, far beyond ordinary martial techniques. The young master's generosity is immense. I will not disappoint his expectations, he said in a deep voice. Lu Su nodded. These resources and techniques are given to you in the hope that you will advance with vigor. Ultimately, cultivation lies in the individual. The arrangements to bring your family here have been made. 2 stewards from the clan's external affairs hall bearing the young master's writ have set out for Qingyang. Within 10 days at the soonest, or a month at the latest, they will bring your loved ones safely here. They will be settled in the Qingyi Garden on the eastern foothills, a quiet, secure place protected by formations with servants fully provided. You may rest assured. Upon hearing that his mother and younger sister were to be brought over and arranged for with such meticulous care, a great burden was lifted from Gu Chen's heart. His gratitude was beyond words, and he could only bow deeply once more. Leaving the listening rain pavilion, Gu Chen returned to his dwelling, his heart brimming with unprecedented motivation. He consumed meridian unblocking pills and chi blood pills to aid his cultivation. The pills provided by Lu Su were of exceptional quality, with pure and gentle medicinal power that required almost no effort to refine. They transformed into pure chi and blood, nourishing his meridians and strengthening his dantian. Paired with the steady techniques of the Tsang Yu art, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Simultaneously, he began practicing the Starbreak finger and the Star Hand. These 2 martial skills were far more profound than any he had previously cultivated. Through the deduction of the Fate Book, he gained deep insights into them, and his combat abilities were greatly enhanced. The Starbreak finger focuses on condensing the Bodhi's chi and blood along with mental will into a single point, unleashing it in an instant for ultimate penetration and speed. It embodies the concept of a single spark of starlight piercing the long night, and at its highest level the finger force becomes invisible and formless, swift beyond compare. The Star Hand, on the other hand, is more majestic. Its unique method of channeling force allows the palm and fingers to mimic the rotation of stars, heavy as a falling star or dense as a starry net, integrating offense and defense with infinite variations. The 2 skills complemented each other perfectly, compensating for his previous shortcomings: a weak finger technique and a palm technique that was too forceful but lacked versatility. Immersed entirely in cultivation and martial comprehension, time flew by. About half a month later, a flying boat from the outer affairs hall of the Gu family's main clan in the Qingtsang Mountains landed in Qingyang town. 2 stewards clad in the attire of the Gu main clan and exuding a steady aura, holding a writ bearing the seal of a lineage disciple, came directly before Gu Changyun, the clan leader of the Qingyang Gu family. When Gu Changyun and several clan elders who had rushed over upon hearing the news saw the seal representing the authority of the main clan and the 2 clearly high cultivation stewards, they were all deeply shaken. Especially when they heard the stewards state that they had been sent by young Master Xia's orders to escort Gu Chen's mother Li Wanxiu and his younger sister Gu Wei to the main clan for resettlement. The entire senior leadership of the Qingyang Gu family was stunned. Gu Chen, that boy who left home less than 3 months ago. Not only had he gained a foothold in the main clan, but he had also won the favor of a lineage disciple. Could a lineage disciple even send someone personally to fetch his family? This news exploded like a thunderbolt in the small Qingyang Gu family. Shock, disbelief, envy, jealousy, and lingering fear, all emotions intertwined. Clan leader Gu Changyun in particular was filled with mixed emotions. Though he had once held some expectations for Gu Chen, he never imagined the boy would rise so swiftly and to such heights. A lineage disciple was truly a figure among the clouds in the future of the Gu family. The most restless, however, was Gu Tong. When he heard the name young Master Xia, his legs nearly gave way. Though secluded in a corner, he had heard of the immense power of the main clan's lineage disciples. The things he had done back, then even secretly hiring assassins to cripple Gu Chen. If this young Master Xia ever found out, he dared not imagine the consequences. Fear overwhelmed everything. Accompanied by Gu Chen, Gu Tong almost crawled to the shabby little courtyard in front of Gu Chen's home, his face plastered with the most fawning and humble smile of his life, clutching a heavy cloth bag. Niece Wanxiu. Gu Tong's voice trembled as he handed over the bag. Before I, your clan uncle was muddle-headed, blinded by greed. I had many misunderstandings about Saint Heir. These spiritual essences are a small token of my apology for Saint Heir's cultivation to make up for my past mistakes. Please, niece must accept them. Before Saint Heir, speak a few good words for your unworthy clan uncle. Li Wanxiu looked at this clan uncle who had once been arrogant and now was utterly transformed, groveling before her. She felt no joy, only deep chill and a trace of sorrow. She was about to refuse the tainted gifts of calculation and fear when one of the stewards from the main clan spoke lightly. Since it's a gesture from a clan relative, it's fine to accept. This steward with keen insight had already discerned the situation from Gu Tong's demeanor and the reactions of others in the Qingyang Gu family. His words were both a hint for Li Wanxiu not to fear trouble and tacit approval of Gu Tong's attempt to buy his way out. To him, these spiritual essences from a branch elder were negligible, but since the man was sensible, accepting them was fine. It also gave the Qingyang Gu family a graceful way out, as Gu Chen was still nominally a member of that branch. This move would also prevent the man from resorting to any petty schemes. Whether Gu Chen would forgive him later was Gu Chen's own concern. His task here was simply to smoothly take Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei away, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Li Wanxiu instantly grasped the steward's intent. Without further hesitation, she took the bag, not even glancing at Gu Tong, and said only to the steward, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Gu Tong, as if granted a pardon, bowed repeatedly and retreated to the side, his back drenched in cold sweat. Under the protection of the main clan's stewards, Li Wanxiu and Gu Wei boarded the flying boat, leaving the Qingyang town they had called home for years. The flying boat soared into the sky, leaving behind the complex gazes of the Qingyang Gu family. The clear ripple garden was serene and elegant, with small bridges and flowing water peaceful and harmonious. Gu Wei curiously explored their new home, while Li Wanxiu caressed the smooth tables and chairs, her eyes reddening. Her heart was filled with pride and longing for her son, as well as hope and a hint of unease about the future. Soon 2 well-trained taciturn maids arrived to serve them, and everything was orderly. When Gu Chen first visited the clear ripple garden and saw his mother's healthy complexion, his sister's radiant smile, and their safe, comfortable living environment, the last thread of worry in his heart finally dissipated. He spent a long time talking with his mother and sister, assuring them that he was doing well and urging them to settle in peacefully. With his greatest concern resolved, Gu Chen devoted himself entirely to cultivation with undivided focus. The effects of the mid-grade meridian unblocking pills and top-grade chi blood pills were indeed extraordinary. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and a few days ago he had already reached the 6th layer of meridian condensation. Before the next monthly tournament at the end of this month, Gu Chen was confident that with the aid of these pills he could advance to the 7th layer of meridian condensation. Unbeknownst to him, a month had already passed since the last tournament. That day, Gu Chen awoke from a deep meditative state. As his eyes opened and closed, a sharp light flickered within them, and his entire aura felt rounded and surging, far stronger than a month ago. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath which shot out like an arrow, dissipating a foot away. 7th layer of meridian condensation. With abundant resources, top-tier comprehension, and complete freedom from worries, he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the 6th layer and stepped into the late stage of meridian condensation. His strength had improved across the board. Total chi and blood purity and meridian toughness had all undergone a qualitative leap. He felt that facing a 9th layer meridian condensation cultivator like Gu Mingxian now would not be as arduous a victory as before. Just after his breakthrough, a new monthly tournament began in the Hidden Dragon Hall. As Gu Chen walked towards the training arena, he could feel gazes converging upon him from all directions. Now within the Hidden Dragon Hall, he had earned a certain renown. The ability to overcome opponents of higher ranks marked him as a disciple with prodigious potential. The 5 dueling platforms of the Hidden Dragon Hall were already abuzz with clamor. After verifying his identity, token Gu Chen was assigned to the 3rd arena. Dressed in a clean dark gray combat suit, his posture straight and his steps calm, he proceeded toward his battlefield. Compared to a month ago, his aura had transformed entirely. Though he did not flaunt his cultivation at the 7th layer of meridian coagulation, the latent vigor of his blood and chi was unmistakably palpable. The 7th layer of meridian coagulation, such a rapid pace of cultivation. It seems young Master Xia's resources are indeed formidable. This rate of improvement, not necessarily all due to resources, his own comprehension is likely terrifying. Last time at the 5th layer he could defeat the 9th layer, now at the 7th. Murmurs occasionally arose as Gu Chen passed by. He acted as if he hadn't heard his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3rd arena. On the platform, two disciples at the 6th layer of meridian coagulation were locked in fierce combat, their chi clashing with shouts and cries. But to Gu Chen's eyes, this level of battle was already transparent, its intricacies easily discerned. His heart remained unruffled, filled only with a pure, clear battle intent. After a month of arduous cultivation, his new martial skills had just taken form, and his cultivation level had surged. He needed actual combat to test and hone himself. This minor competition was the perfect touchstone and stepping stone. Soon the match on the platform concluded. The victor was a young man at the 7th layer of meridian coagulation, wielding dual blades. His aura fluctuated slightly, a smug expression on his face as he scanned the audience, choosing to defend his position. Without hesitation, as soon as the arena supervisor signaled permission to challenge, Gu Chen lightly leaped, descending onto the platform like a falling leaf. "Gu Chen, please enlighten me." He clasped his fists. The young man with dual blades clearly recognized Gu Chen. His smugness faded, replaced by a look of gravity. A man's reputation precedes him like the shadow of a tree. The tale of Gu Chen's rank-defying victory over Gu Mingxian in the last minor competition had already spread. Seeing him now with an even more condensed aura, the young man dared not be careless. "Gu Chen, please." Gu Chen took a deep breath, brandished his dual blades, and assumed a defensive stance. The battle began. Aware of Gu Chen's prowess, Gu Chen refrained from a direct assault, instead swirling his blades to guard his body, observing cautiously. Gu Chen, however, no longer needed as much probing as before. His drifting cloud steps subtly shifted, his form appeared unhurried, yet instantly penetrated a minute gap in Gu Chen's dual blade defense. His right hand, fingers slightly curled, employed only the initial energy manipulation of the starry hand, delivering a seemingly light palm strike against the opponent's blade. Gu Chen felt a peculiar vibrating force transmitted through his blade. Not violent, but dense and heavy, carrying a twisting momentum that involuntarily numbed his wrist, disrupting his blade's flow. Alarmed, he hastily changed his move, slashing another blade towards Gu Chen's wrist. As if anticipating this, Gu Chen's palm slid along the blade, his index and middle fingers pressed together. A faint, barely perceptible golden glint flickered at his fingertips, the starting posture of the Starlight Dawn finger. SSSHH. A finger wind pierced the air, extraordinarily swift, targeting Gu Chen's Tsuchi acupoint on his sword arm. Gu Chen felt a sudden numbness in his elbow, his strength dissipating, and the long blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Before he could react, Gu Chen's left leg swept in like a thunderbolt. Bang! Gu Chen hastily blocked with his other blade, but was knocked back repeatedly by the leg force, his blood and chi churning. Seizing the advantage, Gu Chen pressed forward with his drifting cloud steps, unleashing the 5 elements meridian opening fist. His fist momentum was like a mountain, instantly sealing all of Gu Chen's escape routes. Within 7 or 8 moves, Gu Chen was flustered, his defenses riddled with openings. Spotting an opportunity, Gu Chen delivered a straight punch infused with the hidden force of the iron palm technique, threading through the blade shadows and gently imprinting on Gu Chen's shoulder. Gu Chen grunted, flying backward off the platform. Though uninjured, his defeat was clean and decisive. Gu Chen wins, earning 2 points. Will he defend? The supervisor announced loudly. A slight stir rippled through the audience. The victory was too swift, too effortless. His opponent, also at the 7th layer of meridian coagulation, was left almost helpless against Gu Chen. His mastery over the battle's rhythm and the timing of his martial techniques had clearly grown more seasoned and refined compared to a month ago. After a brief breath adjustment, feeling the vigorous circulation of blood and chi within, Gu Chen nodded, "I will defend." Defeating Gu Chen had cost him little energy. He was at his peak, and this was an opportune moment to accumulate points quickly. Shortly after his words, a figure leaped onto the arena. The newcomer was not tall, but exceptionally sturdy, his skin a rock-like grayish-brown. His eyes gleamed with restrained brilliance, and his aura was dense and heavy, clearly at the 8th layer of meridian coagulation. He bore no weapon, his arms hanging naturally, muscles bulging, exuding an indestructible presence. "Gu Chen, please enlighten me," he said, his voice dull as stone grinding. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened. This man's blood and chi were exceptionally stable. He had clearly cultivated a body-tempering defensive art. As Gu Chen stepped onto the platform, Gu Chen caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye Gu Mingyuan, wearing a cold smirk, standing among the crowd, near the arena, flanked by several henchmen with equally hostile expressions. Was it coincidence, or... Please. Gu Chen suppressed his doubts, focusing fully. Gu Chen let out a low roar, advancing with heavy strides like a wild bull, charging at Gu Chen. Each step he took on the bluestone platform produced a dull thud, his momentum terrifying. As he neared Gu Chen, he struck out with both fists. The wind howled, his strength immense and overwhelming, carrying a crushing force. Gu Chen dared not meet it head-on. He activated his drifting cloud steps, his form elusive, attempting to circle to the side or rear for an attack. Though Gu Chen's movement seemed clumsy, his steps were solid, and his turns were not slow. Moreover, his entire body seemed shrouded in an invisible thick wall of qi. Gu Chen's wind-breaking finger force striking it only stirred ripples like water unable to penetrate. The dense, soft force of the starry hand was also easily neutralized by his formidable blood qi and special protective art. It's the profound rock art. Gu Chen has cultivated this defensive art to minor mastery. Among the same rank, he is nearly invincible, someone in the audience exclaimed. Gu Chen switched through several attack methods. The Starlight Dawn finger tried to concentrate a stronger piercing point. The thunderclap leg technique fiercely assaulted the lower body, and the 5 elements meridian opening fist sought out weak points in the joints. But Gu Chen's defense was indeed astonishing, like a true reef unmoved by the crashing waves. His occasional counterattacks were heavy, forcing Gu Chen to deftly deflect with his wandering body shield combined with drifting cloud steps, avoiding direct confrontation. The battle reached a stalemate. Gu Chen could not breach the opponent's tortoiseshell, and the opponent could not catch the slippery Gu Chen. But clearly Gu Chen's aim was attrition, to exhaust Gu Chen using his deeper blood qi reserves from the 8th layer and his formidable defense. Time passed. The two maneuvered on the platform, the sounds of qi clashes incessant, yet no clear victor emerged. Gu Chen sensed that the defense was not without flaw. During the circulation of the profound rock, qi certain nodes experienced extremely subtle stagnation, fleeting and hard to catch. Moreover, Gu Chen was experienced, always protecting his vital points, denying Gu Chen a chance for a full-force strike. This won't do, Gu Chen thought swiftly. He deliberately feigned weakness, exposing a larger opening to lure Gu Chen into a full-power punch. Just as the fist's edge was about to strike, Gu Chen pushed his wandering body shield to its limit, while secretly channeling the iron cloth technique in his left arm, enduring a portion of the residual fist force. But this also allowed him to close the distance briefly and capture the momentary subtle fluctuation in Gu Chen's protective qi at his armpit due to the full-force punch. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. The true killing move he had concealed erupted. His right middle and index fingers pressed together, his entire spirit energy and mind instantly coalescing. The true power of the Starlight Dawn finger manifested in actual combat for the first time. The cold glint at his fingertip transformed into a condensed, extremely swift golden thread, piercing precisely at the fleeting flaw beneath Gu Chen's right armpit. Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a fatal threat, but it was too late to retreat. He could only frantically urge his blood qi to reinforce that point. A slight sound like piercing thick leather rang out. The golden finger light penetrated the momentarily strengthened qi, though its power was greatly diminished. Still, it stabbed half an inch into Gu Chen's armpit, a sharp force drilling into his meridians. Gu Chen roared in pain. The qi and blood circulation in his entire right arm and half his body suddenly fell into chaos. The seemingly impenetrable profound rock protective qi instantly revealed clear gaps and fluctuations. How could Gu Chen miss this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, won at the cost of a minor injury? He unleashed the full force of the thunderclap leg technique, viciously sweeping at the back of Gu Chen's knee, exposed due to the pain and qi disruption. A grating sound of bone cracking was faintly heard. Gu Chen's massive body crashed to the ground, clutching his right leg and screaming, unable to rise again. Gu Chen wins. 2 more points. The supervisor's voice carried a hint of imperceptible surprise. The audience erupted again. Even Gu Chen, an 8th-layer meridian coagulation expert, specializing in defense, had been breached and defeated by Gu Chen. This Gu Chen was proving to be even more formidable than imagined. Gu Chen's breath quickened slightly, a dull ache throbbing in his left shoulder. Gu Chen's defense had indeed caused him some trouble, but nothing more. Gu Chen chose to continue defending the arena. A figure leaped onto the platform clad in a black martial suit, his countenance stern and eyes as icy as a frozen abyss, utterly devoid of emotion. His aura was released without restraint, unmistakably at the 9th level of meridian coagulation. Gu Chen, the black-clad man, spoke, his voice hoarse. You have some skill. Pity it ends here. Before his words faded, his figure had already vanished. When he reappeared, he was to Gu Chen's left, fingers joined like a sword, thrusting straight at Gu Chen's temple. Before the finger wind arrived, a bone-chilling destructive energy had already locked onto Gu Chen, aiming to cripple his cultivation or even take his life. Gu Chen's hair stood on end. He instantly pushed the drifting cloud step to its extreme, narrowly evading the lethal strike, a few strands of hair at his temple severed by the finger wind. Rage surged within him. This was no mere spar, it was premeditated murder. Recalling Gu Chen and then the group of Gu Mingyuan below the stage, he understood all too well. This was a targeted, relentless assault designed to exhaust his strength, even cripple him. It's Gu Han of the Yin Wind Finger. He's always ruthless, and they say he's already touched the edge of meridian opening. Why is he on stage so soon? This doesn't make sense. It's clearly aimed at Gu Chen. Murmurs spread through the crowd, many sensing something amiss. At the start of the monthly tournament, strong fighters typically avoided such early mutual destruction, instead tacitly accumulating points on separate arenas to prevent premature attrition. Gu Chen's gaze turned utterly cold. Since they flouted the rules and sought his life, he would show no mercy. Gu Han, having missed his strike, moved like a wraith, his een-wind finger relentless, the finger wind vicious and venomous, targeting vital acupoints from every conceivable angle. With his ghostly footwork, he seemed to become countless shadows attacking from all sides, the chilling energy constantly trying to corrode Gu Chen's meridians. Gu Chen combined the drifting cloud step and wandering shield to their utmost, weaving through the storm of finger shadows. Meanwhile, he activated the star hand, a faint stellar radiance shimmering in his palms, deflecting the incoming wind finger force. He held nothing back. The newly comprehended star dawn-breaking finger struck out from time to time, golden finger rays colliding with the opponent's wind finger wind, producing hissing sounds as they canceled each other out. They exchanged dozens of moves in a blur of speed. Gu Han grew increasingly alarmed. With his peak 9th level meridian coagulation cultivation, coupled with his signature wind finger and ghostly footwork, he could not subdue a mere 7th level meridian coagulation brat. The opponent's footwork was terrifyingly elusive, his defense exceptionally tenacious, and the occasional golden finger rays posed a real threat. Frustrated by his failure, Gu Han's eyes brimmed with even greater ferocity. With a low growl, his chilling aura surged. He pointed a finger in the air, and a condensed, almost solid gray-black finger force shot forth at speed, drastically increased, aiming straight for Gu Chen's dantian. This was his trump card. The shattering origin finger, immensely powerful, but also costly, intended to cripple Gu Chen's dantian in one blow. Facing this lethal strike, Gu Chen showed no panic. Instead, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Just as the finger force was about to hit, Gu Chen made an incredibly bold move. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward with his left foot, his entire demeanor shifting. The Tsang Yu art surged to its peak, his blood and chi erupting like a mountain flood. His right palm opened wide, starlight swirling in its center, faint phantom stars appearing. The star hand's ultimate technique, palm holding starlight. He intended to catch that venomous finger with his palm, courting death. Gu Han's eyes gleamed with cruelty. Boom! The gray-black finger force slammed violently into the starlight in Gu Chen's palm. The expected penetration and explosion did not occur. That cluster of starlight seemed like a miniature vortex, spinning fiercely, frantically, grinding away the Sha force within the finger. Boom! The starlight in his palm repelled Gu Han's venomous finger, and the rebounding stellar energy blasted Gu Han back several steps. Gu Han struck as if by a heavy blow, his face instantly turning deathly pale, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The backlash of the finger force combined with the palm's starlight injured his meridians, and his aura suddenly withered. Gu Chen would not miss this opportunity. Suppressing the numbness in his right palm, he closed in with a flash of the drifting cloud step, unleashing the full power of the thunderbolt leg technique onto Gu Han's waist and abdomen, while his left palm wielding the star hand struck Gu Han's chest. Gu Han screamed, flying off the platform like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. After twitching twice, he fell unconscious. The spectators were astonished. Gu Chen had defeated a 9th level meridian coagulation expert and a ruthless killer like Gu Han despite being 2 levels lower. Gu Chen stood on the platform, trembling slightly. His inviolable aura and the icy, piercing battle intent in his eyes left everyone breathless. Gu Chen wins. 2 more points. Total of 6 points. The steward's voice was somewhat dry. Gu Chen slowly exhaled a turbid breath tinged with blood, his gaze coldly sweeping over a certain direction below the stage. The faces of Gu Mingyuan and his group had turned extremely ugly. Gu Mingyuan in particular was filled with disbelief and even deeper venom. A war of attrition. A lethal strike. Gu Chen's pride was thoroughly ignited. If they wanted to suppress and cripple him this way, let's see who breaks first. He looked at the steward again, his voice slightly hoarse from injury and exhaustion, yet exceptionally firm. I will continue to defend the arena. At these words, the area around Arena No. 3 erupted. Having fought 3 consecutive battles, especially a life-and-death struggle just moments ago, he still intended to hold the platform. After a brief silence, another 9th level meridian coagulation expert leaped onto the stage. This one wielded a blade clearly sent on orders, hoping to take down Gu Chen while he was weakened. Gu Chen fixed a sharp gaze on him. As the saying goes, the weak are prey to the strong. At this moment, he could not show an ounce of fear, or Gu Mingyuan and his ilk would see him as an easy target, bringing endless trouble. He intended to strike terror into Gu Mingyuan's men. Gu Dao seeks your instruction, Gu Dao said slowly as he stepped onto the stage, his demeanor unmistakably hostile and murderous. You've defeated a few, so you do have some ability. Pity you've met me. Your winning streak ends here. His tone brimmed with confidence and condescension. In his view, though Gu Chen had won consecutively, he was at the end of his rope, his chi and blood unstable. Gu Dao, on the other hand, was a fully fit 9th-level meridian coagulation expert renowned for his swift and fierce blade techniques. Defeating Gu Chen in this state should be effortless. Many in the crowd held their breath, torn between anticipation and worry. Gu Chen had already fought 3 matches. His stamina was depleted. Could he still overcome an opponent 2 levels higher? Facing Gu Dao's provocation and murderous intent, Gu Chen on the arena slowly raised his head. His eyes held no fatigue, only an unfathomable calm. "Please," Gu Chen uttered but a single word, his voice steady and unruffled. Gu Dao's eyes sharpened, and without further word he let out a low cry. "Watch the blade." His figure lunged forward, the long saber transforming into a streak of light, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle straight toward Gu Chen's head. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, its momentum overwhelmingly fierce. Gu Chen merely shifted his feet with an effortless natural grace, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, perfectly evading the most ferocious edge of the oncoming blade. Simultaneously, he spread the 5 fingers of his left hand, which shimmered with a hazy starlight. Without dodging or flinching, he reached directly for the gleaming side of the blade, the star hand's art of shifting stars and moving constellations. Ding! A crisp yet peculiar sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Chen's palm seemed boneless, meeting the blade at a precise angle and force on its side at the 3's mark. Gu Dao felt a soft twisting and pulling force transmitted through his blade. His own powerful, unstoppable strike uncontrollably veered off course, its momentum halved, slashing into the empty air beside Gu Chen and leaving a shallow scar on the hard arena floor. What a... Gu Dao's heart shuddered in terror. His full-force strike had been deflected so effortlessly. Before he could change his technique, Gu Chen's silhouette closed in like a phantom. The flowing cloud steps beneath Gu Chen now bore less of their earlier extreme speed, but gained an elusive, profound mystery. He pressed his right fingers together, and a condensed, solid, pale golden star point flickered silently at his fingertip, carrying a sharp intent to pierce all things aimed directly at Gu Dao's exposed ribs left vulnerable by the missed slash. Executing the star breaks the dawn finger. Gu Dao's hair stood on end. Hastily turning his blade to block was impossible. He could only twist his body desperately while boosting his protective chi to withstand the blow. SSS. The starpoint finger force precisely struck the weak point of Gu Dao's protective chi, emitting a soft sound. Gu Dao felt a sharp sting in his ribs, his chi and blood thrown into chaos. Though his cultivation allowed him to endure without severe injury, the piercing, icy force sent chills down his spine. Gu Chen retreated immediately after the strike, not greedy for advantage, his figure drifting to create some distance again. His expression remained calm, as if the exquisite deflection and counterattack were mere casual acts. Gu Dao was both shocked and enraged. He realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Gu Chen's ability to win consecutive battles across cultivation levels was no fluke. His understanding of combat control over power and timing were entirely superior. With a furious roar, Gu Dao altered his blade technique, no longer seeking a single decisive blow. Instead, he unleashed the whirlwind saber art, fully, his blade flashing like a violent storm, cascading toward Gu Chen in an unbroken torrent, attempting to overwhelm him with speed and offense, forcing a flaw. Yet amidst the rain of blades, Gu Chen's figure grew even more composed. His flowing cloud steps seemed to predict the trajectory of each strike, always evading them. When evasion was impossible, he would use the star hand or iron shirt technique combined with the wandering shield to lightly deflect the blade's force. His movements were not flashy, even somewhat plain, but every action was perfectly timed and precise, like a finely tuned machine, neutralizing Gu Dao's seemingly fierce attacks one by one. In contrast, the more Gu Dao fought, the more alarmed and impatient he became. He felt as if he were swinging his blade at a slippery shadow, each strike landing on empty air easily brushed aside. The occasional star breaks the dawn finger, however, struck like a viper's tongue, aimed at the most awkward moments of his technique transitions, forcing him to retreat and defend, completely disrupting his rhythm. How is this possible? Gu Dao roared, inwardly unable to accept being suppressed by a mere condensed pulse 7th-layer cultivator in poor condition. Below, the arena silence had fallen. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the battle unfolding on stage. After consecutively defeating powerful opponents, Gu Chen could still easily suppress Gu Dao at the 9th layer of condensed pulse. Under the relentless assault of Gu Dao's signature blade technique, not even a corner of Gu Chen's robe could be touched. Instead, Gu Dao was thrown into chaos by the elusive finger techniques and mysterious footwork, flustered and humiliated. Gu Chen's combat skills were simply too formidable. His ability to triumph across cultivation levels was no accident. His battle prowess was overwhelming. On the high platform, several supervising stewards exchanged glances of astonishment. They saw more clearly Gu Chen's strength lay not only in his footwork and finger techniques, but more terrifyingly in his absolute calm and control during battle, as if the entire arena was within his calculations. This young man. His understanding of combat far exceeds his cultivation level, one steward murmured softly. On the stage after Gu Daos, another powerful, yet slightly rigid diagonal slash born of impatience, a gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He no longer evaded but stepped forward to meet the blade. This step was steady as a mountain carrying the profound weight of the Tsangyu force, as if the entire arena's energy sank with it. Gu Daos' momentum had already waned, changing his technique was impossible. He could only grit his teeth and accelerate the downward slash. Just as the blade edge was about to reach his head, Gu Chen's right hand, the star hand, shot out abruptly, the starlight on his palm blazing. Instead of deflecting, it met the blade side at the 7-inch mark with a mysterious trajectory, precisely the node of force transmission for Gu Daos strike the moment when its momentum turned from peak to decline. Clang! A metallic clash, 10 times louder than before, exploded. Where the star hand met the blade, chi force burst forth, forming visible ripples. Gu Dao felt an irresistible force, both heavy and ingenious, transmitted through his blade. His tiger's mouth instantly split, and the long saber let out a mournful cry before flying from his grip, clattering onto the arena's edge. He himself was knocked backward by the force, his chi and blood surging, his chest tight and nauseous. He staggered 7 or 8 steps back, barely stopping at the arena's edge, his face pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief as he stared at Gu Chen. Fury burned within Gu Chen. Even though his opponent had lost his weapon, he had no intention of letting him off easily. Activating the flowing cloud steps, Gu Chen shot forward like a phantom, reaching Gu Dao in an instant. Before the latter could steady himself, an iron palm sent him flying off the arena, blood spurting from his mouth. Gu Dao collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Gu Chen wins. 2 more points, total score 8. As the announcement fell, an eerie silence descended around the third arena. No cheers, no murmurs. All eyes were fixed on the figure at the center of the arena. He stood there, his aura not at its peak, but his composed bearing and the almost artistic, overwhelming victory weighed like an invisible mountain on the hearts of every potential challenger. Gu Chen's gaze swept calmly across the crowd below. Anyone else? Below, utter silence reigned, broken only by countless awestruck, reverent stares. In the distance, Gu Mingyuan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh, his face a terrifying iron gray. The chain of assassination plots he had arranged had been shattered by Gu Chen in such a crushing manner. Not only had he failed to cripple Gu Chen, but he had allowed him to trample over those experts, forging an even louder reputation. If Gu Yunfei, who stood behind him, learned of this, he could not escape the label of incompetence. Gu Chen, he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. On the arena platform, Gu Chen gazed at the crowd below, sneering inwardly, as he caught sight of Gu Mingyuan's gnashing teeth. A steward beside him swept his gaze across the audience and announced, "If any challenger wishes to step forward, please ascend the stage." Yet the densely packed throng below remained in a peculiar stillness. Those who had harbored lingering hopes of testing Gu Chen's mettle now dared not step forward, having witnessed his formidable strength. To ascend would be to invite humiliation, or merely add another victory to this fearsome warrior's record. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some who had originally been aligned with Gu Yunfei's faction and were subtly urged by Gu Mingyuan to teach Gu Chen a lesson now ignored Gu Mingyuan entirely. To step up now would be to utterly offend this formidable figure. They were followers of Gu Yunfei, not Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan stood nearby, signaling the remaining 2 to enter the arena, but they paid him no heed. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, the initial sneer and venom gone from his face, replaced by an incredulous shock and a faint, barely perceptible fear. He realized he had grossly underestimated Gu Chen's strength. This was no mere branch family member to be easily manipulated, but a ferocious beast bearing its claws. The weight stretched beyond the norm. The steward looked at the audience again, raising his voice. "Are there any disciples who wish to challenge Gu Chen on platform 3? Silence, a deathly silence. No one answered, no one stepped forward. Even the clamor from other arenas seemed to dim as numerous curious gazes turned toward this peculiar stillness. After another 10 breaths, the steward exchanged a glance with a recording officer beside him and nodded slightly. According to the rules of the Hidden Dragon Hall's minor competition, if a defender was too powerful and no one dared to challenge for an extended period, the steward had the authority to judge that the defender directly earned enough points or qualification to advance so as not to delay the main contest. Since no one challenges Platform 3's Gu Chen, having won consecutive battles since defending and intimidating the entire arena, is hereby granted direct qualification for the final arena duels. As the announcement fell, a slight stir finally ran through the audience, but more than that, it was a sense of inevitability. No one raised any objection, for this qualification was earned by Gu Chen's own fists and feet indisputable. Gu Chen's eyes remained calm, without much joy. He nodded slightly to the steward, and then walked down the platform step by step. The consecutive fierce battles, especially those against Gu Han and Gu Dao, had drained much of his energy and spirit. It was better that no one challenged him, giving him time to recover. Ignoring the various gazes cast upon him, he walked straight to a relatively secluded corner of the contestant rest area, sat cross-legged, and took out the blood chi pill given by Lu Su, consuming it. Then he began operating the Tsang Eugene, focusing on regulating his breath and recovering. The potent medicinal energy dissolved, and guided by the technique, it swiftly nourished his meridians. As Gu Chen descended to rest, news of the battle on Platform 3 and his advancement without a fight spread like wildfire through the vast hidden dragon hall. Did you hear? That Gu Chen on Platform 3. He swept through them all, defeated several at the 8th or 9th layer, and scared everyone else off. More than that, they say when he defeated Gu Dao, he disarmed him barehanded, completely overwhelming him. Gu Dao had no chance to fight back. A 7th layer condensing meridian overwhelming a 9th layer. Such strength must be brushing against the threshold of the meridian opening stage. Absolutely. An ordinary 9th layer condensing meridian is no match for him. In this minor competition, no one can stop him from claiming the top spot. I used to think he relied on young Master Xia, but now it's clear that young Master Xia had real insight. This Gu Chen is a dragon, not a worm. Amazement, admiration, awe, reassessment. Gu Chen's name, in an overwhelmingly forceful manner, was deeply etched into everyone's minds. His strength was now widely acknowledged as among the very top tier of condensing meridian disciples in the Hidden Dragon Hall, perhaps even the strongest. This was no blind flattery, for disciples who had reached the meridian opening stage or above had long been promoted to core disciples, enjoying superior resources and independent training arrangements, and they neither deigned nor were permitted to participate in the monthly minor competitions of the Hidden Dragon disciples. Those remaining in the Hidden Dragon Hall for the monthly minor competition were at most at the 9th layer of condensing meridian, and most were either newly arrived at this stage or stuck here, unable to break through. Yet the combat prowess Gu Chen displayed today had already surpassed that of an ordinary 9th layer condensing meridian, enough to rival, or even defeat, the most elite half-step meridian opening prodigies. In other words, on the arenas of the Hidden Dragon Hall's monthly minor competition, Gu Chen now feared no one. An hour later, when the sun reached its zenith, all preliminary qualifiers from every platform had finally been decided. Including those like Gu Chen, who advanced directly through intimidation. A total of 164 people would compete in a single elimination tournament on a newly drawn central platform until the final rankings were determined. After an hour of urgent breath regulation, Gu Chen had fully recovered to his peak state. His eyes were once again clear and sharp. Holding his new lot number, he calmly walked toward Platform 1. The final round of arena duels was even more intense and deadly. Every contestant who had made it this far was an elite among the condensing meridian disciples of the Hidden Dragon Hall, with the lowest being at the 7th layer, and 8th layer practitioners were common. Each of them burned with high fighting spirit, eager to achieve a good result in the final rankings to earn generous rewards and, more importantly, renown. When the drawing results were announced, Gu Chen's first opponent was a 9th layer condensing meridian practitioner renowned for his fierce fist techniques. The man's expression turned extremely interesting upon seeing Gu Chen's name. Once on stage, his aura visibly weakened by a third. Though he fought with all his might against Gu Chen's increasingly refined starry hand and flowing cloud step, he lasted only a dozen exchanges before Gu Chen forced his guard open with a starbreak finger strike, followed by a clean 5 elements meridian opening fist infused with the Tsang Eugene, sending him off the platform. Gu Chen wins, advances. The first victory was so effortless it was almost without suspense. The spectators below showed no surprise, instead finding it only natural. In the second round, his opponent was a 9th layer condensing meridian sword cultivator whose swordsmanship was light and swift. He attempted to fight fast and wear Gu Chen down. But Gu Chen's flowing cloud step was no less swift and agile, and his starry hand could easily parry and deflect the sword's edge. After more than 20 exchanges, Gu Chen seized a tiny gap during the opponent's breath change. The starbreak finger strike suddenly erupted finger wind, like lightning, striking directly at the wrist holding the sword. The opponent was greatly alarmed and hurriedly withdrew his sword, but Gu Chen seemed to have anticipated his move. The thunderclap leg technique preemptively blocked his path, while his left hand, using the starry hand, struck at his shoulder. The sword cultivator staggered backward, and Gu Chen followed like a shadow, ultimately disarming him with a precise close-quarters strike, winning the victory. Gu Chen wins, advances. In the third round, his opponent was another 9th layer condensing meridian cultivator who practiced a kind of Yin-style palm technique, adept at using softness to overcome hardness and neutralize force. This battle was slightly more stalemated with the opponent's defense being dense and slippery. Gu Chen remained calm and unhurried, wielding his newly acquired starry hand with increasing proficiency. Starlight flowed between his palms and fingers, sometimes heavy as a falling star, sometimes dense as a net, as he exchanged moves with his opponent. After more than 50 exchanges, Gu Chen deliberately revealed a flaw, luring the opponent into a full-force attack. Then he suddenly changed his technique, concentrating the Starbreak finger strike into a single point, breaking through the opponent's palm force and striking the Laogong acupoint in his palm. The opponent grunted, his palm force dissipating, and Gu Chen took the opportunity to sweep his leg, toppling him. Gu Chen wins, advances. Having vanquished 2 opponents at the 9th layer of Ningmai in succession, no one in Qianlong Hall dared to question Gu Chen's prowess. In the ensuing bouts, after 2 swift rounds, his opponent conceded as soon as he stepped onto the platform. Gu Chen advanced into the final 4 with effortless ease. The semifinal. His adversary was a renowned practitioner at the 9th layer of Ningmai, said to be on the verge of opening his meridians, a presence a shade stronger than Gu Chen. The man wore a grave expression and upon taking the stage unleashed his full force without reserve. The clash was fierce, the thunder of qi and blood colliding, reverberating throughout the arena. Gu Chen remained composed. He blended the weight of Zhangyue might, the nimble grace of the flowing cloud step, the sweeping power of the stellar palm, the razor edge of the starburst dawn finger, and the essence of the 5 elements vein-opening fist with the iron palm technique into a near-perfect synthesis. In attack, he rolled like an inverted river of stars. In defense, he stood immovable as a mountain. After 100 exchanges, Gu Chen seized upon an almost imperceptible lag in his opponent's energy circulation caused by prolonged assault. In an instant, he intensified the starburst dawn finger to its utmost, a single dazzling golden mote of light that seemed to tear the air, piercing the strongest point of the opponent's protective qi and invading his meridians. The opponent's body convulsed, a mouthful of blood spat forth as his vitality withered. Gu Chen did not miss the chance. The stellar palm collapsed into a sealing imprint, striking the man's chest and sending him flying off the stage. Gu Chen wins. Advancing to the final. The arena erupted. Gu Chen had stormed into the final with an indisputable, overwhelming display. Those at the 9th layer of Ningmai were no match for him. His final opponent was another powerhouse who had likewise surged through the ranks, also a practitioner of the 9th layer of Ningmai. But now facing a Gu Chen whose momentum only grew stronger with each fight, and whose aura had reached a summit, his opponent was already at a psychological disadvantage. The final began. At first, the rival tried to parry and measure Gu Chen, but Gu Chen abandoned his earlier restraint and opened with a tempest of rapid, relentless strikes. The flowing cloud step moved so fast it left afterimages. The stellar palm conjured countless palm imprints that filled the air. The starburst dawn finger prowled like a viper. The opponent was quickly overwhelmed by the ferocity and precision of the assault, forced onto the defensive. 30 moves, only 30. Gu Chen caught a lapse in the opponent's defensive transition. The starburst dawn finger and stellar palm erupted together. The finger shattered defense, while the palm's force concussed the body. The opponent screamed, was hurled backward, and crashed beneath the platform. He twitched twice and could not get up. The steward, momentarily stunned, raised his arm and shouted with all his might, the victor of the final. Gu Chen, champion of this month's Qianlong Minor Contest. A thunderous roar, cheers, exclamations, and applause swelled like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire training ground. Whatever impressions had preceded this moment, every onlooker was compelled to marvel and yield to the undeniable power of his triumph and the forcefulness of his ascent. From the 7th layer of Ningmai, he had swept aside all challengers and seized the monthly contest crown. Such an achievement dazzled until it was almost suffocating. Gu Chen stood at the center of the arena, bathed in countless gazes and the roar of the crowd. He breathed lightly, yet his posture remained as upright and steadfast as a pine. His calm eyes scanned the spectators and finally met at the edge of the throng, a gaze filled with venomous hatred. Gu Mingyuan's face was ashen and his whole body chilled. Watching the figure on the stage and recalling his own prior schemes, threats, and mockery, he felt only bitter ridicule and mockery returned upon himself. Not only had he failed to stop Gu Chen, but his clumsy maneuvers had in effect performed as a poorly made prop, thrusting the other man onto a higher platform and accentuating his extraordinariness. Despair washed over him like an icy tide, drowning him utterly. He knew it was over. In the face of Gu Chen's dazzling performance and the obvious favor of Xia Gongzi, his past deeds were no longer merely a joke, but could become a foolish act that brought trouble to Gu Yunfei the prodigy. That very night, an icy decree from Feiyun Pavilion, where Gu Yunfei resided, arrived, and was placed before Gu Mingyuan, who sat stunned and pale in his lodgings. Gu Mingyuan, your conduct has been foolish and presumptuous, repeatedly misguided, and damaging to the reputation of Feiyun Pavilion. Effective immediately, you are expelled from Feiyun Pavilion. The order was brief and cruel, offering him no chance to plead. Gu Yunfei did not even see him in person, he merely sent the command. It was plain that the prodigy felt great disappointment. Gu Yunfei could recruit or coerce, but he would not allow another to climb above him. Such humiliation would reflect not on Gu Mingyuan, but on Gu Yunfei himself. The next morning, after Gu Chen had collected his reward for winning the monthly contest and returned to his lodgings, he found someone lightly knocking at his door. The visitor was a man of about 30, clad in a moon-white robe and bearing himself with practiced courtesy. "Are you the one I seek?" he asked. The white-robed man turned to Gu Chen and spoke gently. "I am Gu Wen, steward of external affairs for Feiyun Pavilion. By order of our prodigy Gu Yunfei, I come to pay my respects." Feiyun Pavilion, Gu Yunfei. Gu Chen's mind stirred as the hateful, despairing face of Gu Mingyuan flashed through his memory. His expression remained unreadable. "To what do I owe this visit, Brother Gu Wen?" he asked. Gu Wen spoke plainly, first offering praise. "Your display yesterday was truly compelling." Then his tone shifted, an apologetic, helpless look softened his features. "I come not only to express admiration on behalf of our prodigy, but also to apologize to you." An eyebrow of Gu Chen's lifted slightly. He said nothing, waiting for Gu Wen to continue. Gu Wen sighed. "You must know that some blind fools hiding behind the prodigy's name have acted presumptuously and offended you. During yesterday's contest, there were despicable, underhanded schemes, especially by Gu Mingyuan, who repeatedly overstepped and tarnished the prodigy's name." He spoke with apparent sincerity, laying the blame squarely on Gu Mingyuan and his faction. When the prodigy learned of this, he was furious. Gu Wen continued, a flash of anger crossing his face. Gu Yunfei has always prized and cherished talent. To see such a gifted young man, he would only wish to welcome him, not stoop to such base methods. He explained that Gu Mingyuan and his ilk had merely relied on a fragment of the prodigy's reputation to swagger and line their own pockets. The prodigy, busy with cultivation and pavilion affairs, had been momentarily deceived by such petty men, causing trouble for his junior kin and nearly inviting disaster. This was never the prodigy's intention, and it reflects a failure of Feiyun Pavilion's discipline, he said. Gu Wen rose and bowed solemnly. The prodigy has decreed that Gu Mingyuan and his companions be severely punished and expelled from Feiyun Pavilion. For this offense, please accept our apology. The prodigy's admiration for you is genuine. He spoke of how rare Gu Chen's talent was, how in Qianlong Hall few could at such a young age, and from a branch line, forge such a name through sheer will and talent. Gu Wen lauded that among Qianlong Hall's ranks, someone of Gu Chen's emergence was like a phoenix feather or unicorn horn, incredibly rare. Gu Chen listened quietly, his expression unchanging from start to finish. He felt neither the burn of insult nor the thrill of flattery. Clear-eyed, he recognized how elegantly Gu Wen's words had cleansed Gu Yunfei of any association with the affair, heaped blame upon the punished Gu Mingyuan's smooth relations, and subtly signaled Gu Yunfei's favor, every angle neatly covered. How much of it was genuine, and how much a convenient gesture under pressure from Xia Gongzi, only Gu Yunfei himself would know. Winning the monthly contest had surely elevated Gu Chen in Xia Gongzi's estimation. Perhaps Xia had even sent a warning to Gu Yunfei that produced the present outcome. Seeing Gu Chen remain silent, Gu Wen smiled again. The prodigy also says that being members of the Gu clan, your paths will be long and may cross often. Your prospects are vast, and the prodigy values talent. Let past unpleasantness be left behind. Perhaps in the future you might become friends. Trading techniques and spurring one another to greater heights would be a fine thing. Those words were pliant. The suggestion of friendship was neither recruitment nor hostility, leaving ample room for rapprochement or watchful distance. Gu Chen hesitated a moment before replying in a steady voice that betrayed little feeling. Brother Gu Wen flatters me. Sparring and exchange in Qianlong Hall are commonplace. He continued that he only sought steady progress on the path of cultivation and wished to avoid needless entanglements, though he was not afraid of disputes when they were justified. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. Since the prodigy was unaware and the relevant people have been dealt with, let us put this matter to rest. Gu Chen expressed gratitude for the prodigy's magnanimity. As for the notion of friendship, being newly arrived and still shallow in cultivation, he would not presume to reach, should they encounter one another in the hall in future, he would observe the courtesy of fellow disciples. Those remarks were likewise watertight, a clear statement of stance. Gu Wen, being astute, understood the meaning beneath his words at once. This youth carried a steadiness beyond his years, neither yielding nor brittle, with a masterful sense of measure. Gu Wen's regard for him rose quietly, and his smile grew warmer. I shall report this to the prodigy. In future, if brother requires any assistance within the rules, Feiyun Pavilion will be glad to oblige. I will not detain you further. Farewell. After Gu Wen departed, Gu Chen closed the stone door and narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Yunfei's proactive apology and the smoothing of relations confirmed the recognition of his displayed strength and the formidable backing of Xia Gongzi. It had compelled others to take him seriously, even to feel some unease. Yet this did not mean his troubles were over. Gu Yunfei's offer to befriend him might equally be a way to steady him temporarily to observe, or perhaps to make use of him later. Within the Gu clan's main family, where prodigies stood shoulder to shoulder, the web of relationships was intricate and treacherous. A single misstep could pull one into needless complications. Power, only greater power, was the fundamental truth Gu Chen thought silently, shelving the matter for the time being. In a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen felt the identity jade token vibrate slightly, delivering a gentle message from Lu Su, inviting him to the Listening Rain Pavilion for a discussion. Stepping once again into the tranquil spirit bamboo forest and arriving at the elegant Listening Rain Pavilion, Gu Chen's state of mind was different from when he first visited. With less of the initial anxiety and novelty, he now felt a greater sense of calm and composure. Lu Su was still waiting in the quiet room, and upon seeing him enter, she smiled warmly, gesturing for him to sit down, personally pouring a cup of tranquil spirit tea and pushing it towards him. Congratulations on claiming the title of champion in the monthly competition. Lu Su began, her eyes filled with sincere admiration. In yesterday's battle, the young master also caught attention with reports of your rapid progress and excellent combat awareness. Your mastery of the Starry Dawn finger and Starry Hand achieved within merely a month of practice is remarkable. Thank you for your concern, and thanks to Sister Lu for your guidance. Gu Chen knew that without the resources and martial skills provided by young Master Xia, and without Lu Zu's careful arrangements for bringing his mother and sister, he would never have been able to focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation, nor would he have achieved such significant breakthroughs in such a short time. Lu Su waved her hand, returning to the main topic. The reason I called you today is twofold: to congratulate you, and to inform you about some matters to pay attention to after your promotion to core disciple next month. Gu Chen perked up, listening intently. Being promoted to core disciple meant a broader stage and richer resources. According to the rules of the palace, being within the top 100 in 2 monthly competitions or the top 50 in 1 quarterly major competition allows for direct promotion to core disciple. For you, achieving this is no longer a challenge. After next month's quarterly competition, you will be able to ascend to the rank of core disciple. As a core disciple, not only will the benefits provided by the family increase significantly, but you will also have your own independent courtyard. The biggest difference from the potential dragon disciples is that you will have the right to accept various tasks issued by the family. Tasks? Gu Chen's eyes brightened. Exactly, Lu Su nodded. There are various types of tasks, including guarding family properties or mines, eliminating beasts that threaten the family's territory, or dealing with banditry, exploring dangerous areas, investigating ruins, and escorting important supplies, among others. Completing tasks earns you corresponding family contribution points. These contribution points are the core credentials for core disciples to obtain resources far surpassing what potential dragon disciples can achieve. She explained in detail. With contribution points, you can exchange for superior martial arts and skills in the scripture pavilion of the core area. The texts collected there are incomparable to those in the transmission pavilion of the potential dragon palace, and even include some rare fragments of secret techniques. You can also exchange for higher grade pills in the Pill Yuan Hall, obtain or customize compatible spiritual tools in the Divine Weapon Tower, and even apply for entry into certain special cultivation secret realms or invite experts from the clan for unknown in-depth guidance. In summary, contribution points are the lifeblood of resources for core disciples. Besides this, the core area of the potential dragon palace also houses our Gu family's unique Qingtian Tower. If after advancing to the Xianling realm, you can conquer the 5 levels of the Qingtian Tower, you will directly earn the identity of a genius of the Gu family. If you conquer the 7 levels, then you will possess the status of an exceptional talent of the Gu family. Should you conquer the 9 levels, you will qualify to challenge the top 10 rankings, which is the fastest path to ascend in status, albeit the most difficult. Gu Chen felt his heart stir. This undoubtedly represented a broader world, signifying more opportunities, but it also implied the need to strive to complete tasks and to undertake risks. While tasks come with rewards, they also carry dangers. Lu Zu's tone turned serious. Family tasks are not child's play. When executing tasks outside, you must remain vigilant at all times, not only to deal with the task itself, but also to guard against the covetousness of other forces and even treacheries from some within the family who harbor ill intentions. She looked deeply at Gu Chen. You are currently in the limelight, favored by young Master Xia, which inevitably attracts attention and can easily provoke jealousy. After your promotion to core disciple, the people and matters you encounter will become more complex, requiring you to be more cautious and prudent. Gu Chen nodded solemnly. Sister Liu's teachings I shall remember. Lu Su pondered for a moment, as if weighing her words, before finally stating, there is one more matter I need to remind you about regarding Gu Yunfei. Gu Chen looked up, awaiting her further words. Gu Yunfei is a person of remarkable talent, cunning, and means. His position among the exceptional talents is well earned, and his decision to send someone to apologize to you today is a wise move, you handled it well. Lu Su continued slowly, however you should be aware that Gu Yunfei is not alone, he has a direct elder brother named Gu Yunlong. Gu Yunlong. Gu Chen's heart stirred. He seemed to have heard this name in occasional rumors, but had not delved into it deeply. Lu's tone carried a rare seriousness. Gu Yunlong is one of the top 10 ranked disciples of the Gu family, and ranks 5th. 5th in the rankings. Gu Chen's pupils constricted. Young Master Xia is also a ranked disciple, but he was unclear about the specific ranking, and it seemed unlikely that it was as high as 5th. The most renowned member of the Gu family, Gu Ling, only ranked 7th. Gu Yunlong actually ranked higher than him. The top 10 rankings represent the true pinnacle of the younger generation of the Gu family, with each step up the rankings indicating a significant disparity in talent, strength, influence, and access to family resources. Being ranked 5th places one among the elite at the very top of the pyramid. Gu Yunlong's talent and strength are said to be extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing his younger brother Gu Yunfei. He has operated at the level of core disciples, and even higher for many years with a web of followers and affiliated forces wielding considerable influence. Lu Su looked at Gu Chen. While young Master Xia also holds a rank, his position is below Gu Yunlong, and the young master tends to be relatively indifferent, focusing on his own cultivation and certain affairs, making the connections and influence he has in the core disciple area far less extensive and profound than Gu Yunlong's. Though she did not state it outright, her meaning was clear. Gu Yunfei had the backing of his 5th-ranked elder brother Gu Yunlong, a tremendously powerful force, while young Master Xia's foundation in the core disciple area was relatively weak. You defeated Gu Mingyuan yesterday, which indirectly slapped Gu Yunfei in the face. Gu Yunfei may temporarily endure this, or choose a more conciliatory approach. However, those followers under his elder brother Gu Yunlong, especially those who are close to Gu Yunfei, or wish to curry favor with Gu Yunlong, will not easily let it go. Lu's tone was grave. After your promotion to core disciple, it is inevitable that you will intersect with these people. Whether in task execution, resource competition, or even daily frictions, you may encounter some troubles. These troubles may not directly stem from Gu Yunfei or Gu Yunlong himself, but they will be enough to keep you on your toes, potentially impacting your cultivation. Gu Chen remained silent. Is Sister Lu implying that, since young master has brought you to the Listening Rain Pavilion, he will naturally not stand by and let you be bullied for no reason? Lu Su's tone softened. In the core disciple area, the young master has some friends and trustworthy individuals. I have informed a few of them about your situation. After your promotion, if you encounter troubles that are difficult to resolve on your own or feel targeted, you can use the Listening Rain token to go to the Bamboo Rhythm Lodge by the Clear Heart Lake in the core area, seeking a person named Mo Qing for assistance. He is an old friend of young master, well connected in the core area, and can provide you with some necessary information and assistance, provided that your case is just and does not violate clan rules. This lays out a path of support for him, but also emphasizes the importance of being just and adhering to clan rules. Clearly, young Master Xia's faction operates with principles and boundaries, not offering unconditional protection. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lu, and thank you to young master for the arrangements. Gu Chen felt grateful in his heart, bowing once again. This was equivalent to alleviating some confusion for him after his future promotion to core disciple, providing him with greater confidence. No need for excessive formalities, Lu Su smiled. Telling you these things is to ensure you are aware and act appropriately. It is not meant to instill fear. The young master often says that on the road of cultivation, one must be bold in progression, overcoming obstacles, and fighting for what is necessary. As long as you act justly and stand tall, the young master will support you. Just remember to plan before acting. Know yourself and your enemy. The core area is filled with hidden talents, so do not underestimate others just because you have achieved some success in the potential Dragon Palace. Gu Chen understood. He replied solemnly. When he left the Listening Rain Pavilion, dusk was already settling. As Gu Chen walked back to his lodgings, his mind was a tumult of thoughts. The main branch of the Gu family harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Gu Yunfei even had a sequence-ranked elder brother backing him. No wonder his subordinates were so arrogant and dismissive of Gu Yunxia. With such a formidable backing, Gu Yunfei's gesture to mend fences was deeply suspicious. Most likely it was a ploy to lull Gu Chen into complacency, only to deliver a fatal blow once he attained the status of a core disciple. Gu Chen refused to believe that a man of such high standing would bury past grievances and seek his friendship simply because he had won first place in the Qianlong Hall's monthly tournament. Strength was the only foundation. Gu Chen knew full well that if he wished to establish himself in the Gu family's main branch, no external aid would suffice. Only by growing powerful himself could he defy any scheme. Back at his residence, Gu Chen's heart was calmer than ever. With a goal in mind came motivation. The rewards for first place in the monthly tournament far exceeded those for the top 100. Aside from the anticipated double quantity of meridian unblocking pills and blood chi pills, what truly caught Gu Chen's eye was the additional award of 100 primal crystals. These were several times purer and more refined than spirit essences. Spirit essences were merely currency for low-level cultivators and a slow aid in cultivation, while primal crystals were a precious resource truly suited for rapid absorption by pulse condensation cultivators and above assisting in breakthroughs, and even used in formations and artifact forging. In the Qingyang branch, primal crystals were extremely rare, granted only occasionally to high-ranking clan members or those who had rendered great service. Ordinarily, only spirit essences were used. Here, a single monthly tournament champion could directly receive 100 primal crystals. This starkly illustrated the resource disparity between the main branch's core nurturing and the branch's peripheral neglect. With primal crystals in hand, Gu Chen's ambitions grew. Previously, he had only trained in close combat martial arts because he was too poor to afford a decent weapon. A common mortal weapon could be shattered easily by a pulse condensation martial artist. In real combat, losing one's weapon meant falling completely into a disadvantage. Now with these primal crystals, Gu Chen could consider buying a fine weapon. Having broken through several cultivation levels since arriving at Qianlong Hall, he could also go to the martial arts pavilion to select a few new techniques. Last month, he had practiced the 2 techniques gifted by Lu Su and thus hadn't visited the martial arts pavilion. With the 100 primal crystals, he could now procure a weapon and learn some new martial arts. Gu Chen went straight to the 100 Refinements workshop, which served the Qianlong disciples. The shop was simply furnished with a few weapons hanging on the walls, each radiating a subdued chill. He was received by an old man with a ruddy complexion and hands as rough as iron. The man's aura was deep and steady, clearly a master smith. Gu Chen stated his intent to acquire a longsword emphasizing sharpness, durability, and chi conductivity. The old man sized him up briefly, then without a word retrieved a sheathed sword from an inner chamber. The scabbard was a dark cyan adorned with ancient patterns. The old man drew the blade, and a piercing cold light met Gu Chen's eyes. The sword was about 3 feet 2 inches long and 2 fingers wide, its body like a pool of autumn water with a subdued luster. Near the hilt, subtle cloud patterns were engraved, marking it as extraordinary. This sword is named Autumn Water. It is forged from cold pool iron with a small amount of wind copper and star-patterned steel. It is a low-grade spirit artifact. The old man's voice was husky. It is exceptionally sharp. A hair blown against it will sever. It is tough, unharmed by ordinary collisions. Its spiritual chi conductivity is top-notch among spirit artifacts, especially suited for sharp, swift sword techniques. Your aura is condensed, and your foundation solid. This sword suits you well. The price is 100 primal crystals. Gu Chen suspected the man had somehow known he had exactly 100 primal crystals. Too expensive. 50. The old man's gaze sharpened. 60. No haggling. Gu Chen took the autumn water sword. It was slightly heavy, just right for his current wrist strength. Channeling a trace of his Tsanyue force into it, the blade emitted a soft hum, a cold gleam flickering, and at the tip an inch-long pale golden sword glow shimmered faintly. Excellent sword. Gu Chen praised inwardly and nodded decisively. 60 it is. After paying 60 primal crystals and strapping the autumn water sword solemnly at his waist, Gu Chen felt a newfound confidence. Next, he headed to the martial arts pavilion, his goal clear: to study sword techniques and more refined movement arts. After browsing through the vast catalog of martial arts introductions and considering his own traits, he finally selected 2 sword techniques and 1 movement art. The splitting light and shadow sword art, incomplete upper volume, emphasized speed and change. The sword struck like splitting light into shadows, making the true path hard to track. At higher levels, it could conjure several or more illusory, yet real sword shadows in an instant, confusing, disrupting, and killing the enemy invisibly. Though incomplete, the upper volume alone contained profound sword principles and energy manipulation methods that could fill the gaps in Gu Chen's foundational sword skills. The junkyard sword art was a fierce, direct sword technique focused on accumulating momentum and explosive release. It didn't merely pursue intricate forms, but emphasized building sword force and unleashing it in an instant, moving like a forest, swift as the wind, fierce as fire. It resonated with the steady heaviness of Tsanyue force and the concentrated burst of Starbreak Finger, enhancing his ability to break through defenses and deliver decisive strikes. The Void Step art was a more refined and advanced movement technique than the Drifting Cloud Step. It retained the agility and grace of the Drifting Cloud Step, while emphasizing instantaneous burst speed changes over short distances, exquisite small-scale maneuvers, and higher demands on body balance and airflow perception. Once mastered, one's figure would move as if treading on air, turning effortlessly, making it extremely hard to lock onto, especially suited for close-quarters sword combat. With the Jade Slip copies of the 3 martial arts in hand, Gu Chen returned to his residence and immediately delved into them. Through the deduction of the Fate book, he grasped all the insights contained in the 3 techniques. After reading through the techniques, once it felt as if he had trained in them for countless years. Gu Chen was slightly disappointed that the Fate book's deduction ability was not exceptionally powerful. He had chosen the upper volume of the splitting light and shadow sword art, hoping to use the book to complete the entire technique. Unfortunately, the Fate book could only deduce the sword techniques within that upper volume. To enhance its deduction capacity further, he would likely need to reach a transcendent level of power. With the insights from the 3 techniques, Gu Chen meditated on them carefully, then immersed himself in cultivation without distraction. Days and nights cycled, primal crystals turned to dust, one pill after another was consumed. Gu Chen's aura grew stronger by the day, advancing rapidly. A month later, he emerged from deep cultivation. Slowly opening his eyes, a condensed gleam shone within his pupils. With a slight movement, his joints emitted crisp pops, and a formidable aura exuded naturally. He had reached the 8th layer of pulse condensation, merely a step away from the 9th. In the later stages of pulse condensation, each advancement required vastly more blood chi and spiritual energy. Despite the aid of primal crystals and pills, Gu Chen fell short of breaking through 2 consecutive layers. The time for the quarterly tournament had arrived. Gu Chen had no choice but to pause his cultivation and participate. Compared to the monthly competition, the quarterly grand competition is on a grander scale and features fiercer competition. It is the true grand event held every 3 months by the Qianlong Hall and the ultimate battlefield for many disciples striving for the qualification of core disciples. Countless years of hard training and hidden strength will shine at this moment. Gu Chen stepped out of his residence, the bright autumn sunlight pouring down upon him. Dressed in dark-colored attire and carrying the Qiu Shui sword, Gu Chen stood tall, like a pine, his aura calm and restrained as he made his way to the central training arena, drawing whispers and gazes wherever he passed. It's Gu Chen. After this quarterly grand competition, he will likely be promoted to the status of a core disciple. He even has a sword. It seems he intends to use it in this competition. This will be more exciting. I wonder how his swordsmanship is. Gu Chen noticed that during the quarterly grand competition, the average strength of the participants was notably higher than in the monthly competitions, with many at the 7th or 8th level of the condensation stage, and even some with a solid aura nearly reaching the threshold of the opening vein stage. In the quarterly grand competition, there are 10 platforms in the training arena, and the rules are the same as in the monthly competitions. Accumulating 10 points quickly allows one to enter the final battle stage. Gu Chen, now transformed, directly ascended to platform number 7, waiting for others to challenge him. A person at the 8th level of the condensation stage, unfamiliar with Gu Chen, climbed onto the platform, seeing that their strength was comparable. Facing an opponent at the 8th level of the condensation stage, Gu Chen didn't even need to draw his sword. With just his newly practiced void step combined with the starry hand and the starburst finger, he easily secured victory in just a few moves. After the defeat, the man looked somewhat dejected and walked directly to another platform. Shortly after, a defiant individual at the 9th level of the condensation stage stepped onto the platform. Upon encountering the 9th level opponent, Gu Chen took it more seriously. The Qiu Shui sword was drawn for the first time, its clear ringing sound resonating as a cold light flashed. The sword art of flickering shadows unfolded, with sword lights shimmering and indistinguishable shadows intertwining. Before the man could react, the long sword was already poised at his neck. Thank you for your guidance. After the rapid defeat of this opponent, no one dared to challenge Gu Chen on platform number 7 anymore. When the time was up, the organizer announced according to the rules that Gu Chen had been promoted to the final battle platform. As time passed on the final battle platform, one match after another, Gu Chen's name soared up the ranking list like a bolt of lightning. His victories appeared increasingly composed, even exuding a masterful demeanor of effortless strength. Below the platform, the onlookers transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of numbness, as if Gu Chen's ascension was a matter of course. In the Qianlong Hall's region for Qianlong disciples, Gu Chen's rising fame could no longer be described. He was nearly synonymous with invincibility. Amidst a series of victories before the final platform's last hurdle, Gu Chen encountered one of the recognized strongest opponents of this competition, Gu Yan. This person was tall and sturdy, with a strong and imposing aura as his chi and blood circulated subtly, resonating with the spiritual energy of the surrounding world, presenting a pressure distinct from that of the condensation stage. Opening vein stage. Though he may have only just begun to connect a main meridian and his realm was unstable, the disparity in major realms brought a qualitative change in the quality of chi and blood, the level of vitality, and even in combat methods. It's Gu Yan. He really has broken through to the opening vein stage. Gu Chen is facing a true test now. The gap between opening vein and condensation stage is immense. Let's see if Gu Chen's sword can break through this barrier. The atmosphere in the arena reached a peak, and everyone held their breath. On the platform, Gu Yin bore a grave expression, clearly taking Gu Chen's previous achievements very seriously. Gu Chen, please. Pleased. Gu Chen's right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of the Qiu Shui, sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Gu Yin let out a low roar, his opening vein stage qi and blood erupting violently, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to ripple slightly. With a punch thrown, the wind of the punch was no longer merely a burst of air, but carried a heavy sticky force pressing forward. This was a manifestation of the opening vein stage's initial ability to draw upon the world's vital energy. Gu Chen suddenly felt his movement hindered, the agility of his void step restricted, his mind raced, unleashing all his power in the Zhanyue technique, his own vitality, as stable as a mountain, opposing the external pressure, executing an exquisite maneuver of void step within a confined space. Clang! The Qiu Shui sword was drawn, and a cold brilliance surged. Gu Chen no longer held back, pushing the sword art of flickering shadows to its current limit. The sword light poured forth like a waterfall, instantly creating 3 intertwining shadows of reality and illusion, striking at Gu Yin from 3 angles with a speed that dazzled the eyes. Gu Yan's pupils slightly contracted as he swung his fists, generating a heavy thunderous wind. He managed to forcibly disperse 2 of the illusory shadows with his immense qi and punch wind, but the third real sword light was already at his chest. He hurriedly sidestepped, transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at the sword. Ding! The clash of fist and sword produced a crisp metallic sound. Gu Chen felt a tremendous force through the sword, his arm tingling slightly, but he did not cease his sword momentum. Leveraging the force, he changed his technique, quietly gathering the breaking army, sword's momentum retracting the sword light, and immediately thrusting with even greater ferocity into the open space created by Gu Yan's block on his shoulder. Gu Yan shouted, his protective qi surging forth to withstand this sword strike, while simultaneously counterattacking. His leg shadow whipped like a whip, sweeping towards Gu Chen's waist and abdomen. Gu Chen executed the void step again, narrowly avoiding it. Crossing swords with his left hand, he pointed with his right hand silently, directing a concentrated starry light at the side of Gu Yan's knee. Both men engaged in rapid exchanges, battling fiercely with dozens of moves in an instant. Gu Yan, relying on the powerful qi and blood of the opening vein stage and the initial stirring of vital energy, held the upper hand in strength, speed, and defense, attacking like a landslide or tsunami. Gu Chen darted like a swallow through a storm. Though in peril, he consistently evaded lethal attacks, countering with sharp and cunning strikes that steadily wore down his opponent. Gu Chen grew more valiant in battle, gaining deeper insights into the fusion of swordplay and body techniques. Yet, Gu Yin became increasingly alarmed. He realized that the advantage of his opening vein stage had been largely negated by Gu Chen's endless, ingenious combination of martial skills and astonishing combat intuition. Having failed to break through after a prolonged assault, his qi and vitality were greatly depleted, while Gu Chen appeared resilient, his eyes remaining calm as ice. At the moment, Gu Yin made a full-force eruption, attempting to violently force Gu Chen's long sword aside to create a decisive kill opportunity. He concentrated his power so rapidly that his protective qi could not cover his entire body. Gu Chen keenly seized this fatal flaw. His gaze flashed with sharp brilliance as he lunged forward like a specter. The Qiu Shui sword emitted a passionate, clear cry, its blades golden light intertwined with the cold brilliance, transforming into a dazzling stream of light, piercing the relatively weak protective area in front of Gu Yin with blinding speed. Breaking Army Star Point. This was Gu Chen's on-the-spot strike, a culmination of his newly acquired sword techniques, finger techniques, and martial will. A light sound rang out, seemingly drowning out all the roars. The tip of the sword precisely pierced through the temporarily weakened protective qi, and though it did not penetrate deeply, the combined force of the breaking army sword and starpoint technique pierced in like a sharp cone. Gu Yin let out a miserable groan, his body shaking violently. The qi he had gathered was instantly dispersed, and the qi and blood surged back upon him, causing his face to turn as pale as paper. He staggered back 10 steps until he barely managed to brace himself on the edge of the platform. Though he did not fall, he had completely lost his combat effectiveness, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. In the arena, one could hear a pin drop. Surpassing levels. A true defeat of a higher level. With the peak of the 8th level of the condensation stage, using exquisite martial skills and a devastating strike, he defeated Gu Yin, who had just entered the opening vein stage. This achievement was more shocking than any victory before. It decisively solidified Gu Chen's unassailable position as a powerhouse among the Qianlong disciples. The organizer shouted from the side, "Gu Chen wins, claiming the title of champion in this quarterly grand competition." Gu Chen sheathed his sword, standing in the center of the platform, breathing slightly heavily. With his top-ranking achievement, Gu Chen's qualification for promotion to a core disciple was beyond doubt, and the procedures were swiftly completed. The benefits for core disciples were significantly enhanced, including an independent courtyard with servants, a daily ration of spirit beast meat, a monthly allowance of 10 spirit crystals, 10 high-grade meridian unblocking pills, 10 high-grade blood chi pills, and 5 meridian opening pills, far surpassing the treatment of hidden dragon disciples. The residence assigned to Gu Chen was a house in the Qivei quarter, where each courtyard stood independently, with white walls, black tiles, and vermilion gates exuding an air of serene elegance. Gu Chen's new dwelling was located at the 7th courtyard on the east side of Qivei quarter. Pushing open the heavy gate, a courtyard both exquisite and spacious unfolded before his eyes. The yard was paved with fine bluestone slabs with clusters of verdant spirit bamboos planted in the corners. A small spirit spring welled up, clear water flowing into a foot-wide pond where the water was so pure the bottom was visible. Facing the gate was a bright and spacious main hall flanked by a meditation chamber, a study, a bedroom, and even a utility room for alchemy or material processing, all fully furnished. In the courtyard, a middle-aged servant of about 40 with a simple and honest demeanor and a diligent young maid of around 15 or 16 were already waiting. Upon seeing Gu Chen, they both quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, young Master Chen." This was the standard arrangement for core disciples. The servant handled sweeping and errands while the maid attended to daily needs and meals, all assigned by the clan, well-trained and loyal. Gu Chen nodded, then strode toward the main house to inspect it. The main room was exceedingly spacious, ample, even for practicing martial techniques. After settling into the 7th courtyard of Qivei quarter, Gu Chen first used his core disciple identity token to claim the first month's benefits. 10 high-grade meridian unblocking pills, 10 high-grade blood chi pills, 5 meridian opening pills, and 10 spirit crystals. The meridian opening pill was specifically used to assist cultivators in the meridian coagulation stage to break through to the meridian opening stage, unblocking meridians and stabilizing their realm. Gu Chen had no immediate use for them, but could save them for later. Within the core disciple area of the Hidden Dragon Hall, there were separate facilities such as the Mission Hall, Scripture Pavilion, Elixir Hall, and Divine Armory. From now on, items could be exchanged using mission contribution points. The treatment for core disciples was vastly superior to that of hidden dragon disciples. No wonder countless disciples strained every nerve to be promoted to core status. It not only represented prestige, but also tangible resources that could propel cultivation breakthroughs. The Gu Clan had stood firm in the Great Qian dynasty for thousands of years, with numerous branches spread across prefectures and counties. Every year, hundreds of talented youths from various branches were sent to the Hidden Dragon Hall through rigorous selection or special recommendations. Many like Gu Chen distinguished themselves in the Hidden Dragon Hall and were promoted to core disciples each year. However, becoming a core disciple did not mean a life of ease. According to the rules, if a core disciple failed to break through to the Xianling stage, which lay beyond the meridian opening stage, before the age of 25, they would be stripped of their core disciple status and assigned to one of the Gu Clan's various enterprises across the Great Qian dynasty. Gu Chen was now 18 with 7 years until he turned 25, a restriction that did not seem too daunting for him. Gu Chen had not forgotten Lu Zu's words. In the core disciple area, Gu Yunfei's elder brother Gu Yunlong had many followers. His strength might have been formidable in the hidden dragon disciple zone, but here he was not yet a force to be reckoned with. Maintaining a low profile was his first priority. Only after accumulating strength quietly and gaining the capability to handle trouble could he ensure his safety. Once settled, Gu Chen first visited the mission hall to review the tasks available, preparing for the future. The mission hall offered a dazzling array of tasks, including guard duties at the clan's vital mineral veins, spirit herb gardens, and marketplaces. There were extermination missions against layers of spirit beasts or rogue cultivators, exploration missions into unknown danger zones and ancient relic fragments, and escort missions for transporting valuable goods or important clan members. There were even external assignments to negotiate and trade with other powers in different prefectures of the dynasty. The rewards for these tasks were extremely generous, though many specified minimum strength requirements for acceptance. Most tasks required at least the early meridian opening stage. After learning this, Gu Chen returned to his residence and maintained an exceptionally low profile. He rarely left his home aside from daily meals of spirit beast meat prepared by his servants to strengthen his blood and chi, devoting all his energy to cultivation. After a month and a half in seclusion, Gu Chen's aura surged like a tide, reaching the very peak of the 9th layer of meridian coagulation, just one step away from advancing to the meridian opening stage. Before him lay a meridian opening pill the size of a dragon's eye, its surface adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. Regulating his breath, he elevated his state to its pinnacle and unhesitatingly swallowed the pill. As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a scorching yet gentle energy imbued with a special penetrating and guiding nature. Following the circulation path of the Tsanyue force, it surged toward the 12 main meridians hidden deep within his flesh and bones, which were not yet fully unblocked. The meridian opening stage, as its name implied, involved unblocking the Bodhi's primary network of meridians, transforming the flow of vital energy from a relatively isolated and inefficient condensed state into a preliminary, more intimate connection with the world's spiritual energy. Each meridian unblocked brought a significant leap in strength. Guided and propelled by the pill's power, Gu Chen could clearly perceive through inner vision that at the entrance of the first target meridian, the Han-Tien Lung meridian, the tough and intangible barrier was being slowly penetrated. The robust vital energy of the Tsanyue force followed closely like craftsmen carving a riverbed, scouring, widening, and consolidating along the subtle path opened by the pill's energy. Amid the mild swelling pain and tingling sensation of the forcibly unblocked meridian, Gu Chen kept his mind focused. When the pill's energy was exhausted, the meridian was fully unblocked. Boom! It felt as if some shackle within his body had been utterly shattered. A new power, far purer, more majestic, and imbued with a unique rhythm and vitality than that of the meridian coagulation stage, surged from the fully unblocked Han-Tien Lung meridian, instantly connecting with the myriad fine vessels in his arm and chest, forming a more efficient minor circulation cycle of vital energy. At the same time, he clearly sensed that his connection with the spiritual energy of the external world had become several times more acute. With the slightest exertion, he could draw strands of energy to converge around him spontaneously. Though he could not yet command it with ease, it passively nourished his body and accelerated recovery. The first meridian of the meridian opening stage was unblocked. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a radiant light gleaming in his gaze. His aura had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before his seclusion, not merely an increase in power, but a preliminary transformation at the level of life itself, granting him a clearer perception of both himself and the world around him. He did not pause, but continued to consolidate his realm. 7 more days passed, and when all 5 meridian unblocking pills were exhausted, Gu Chen had successfully unblocked the second meridian, the Han Yangming large intestine meridian, stabilizing his cultivation at the early meridian opening stage. With his strength stabilized at the early meridian opening stage, Gu Chen could clearly feel that the Tsanyue force technique, which he had primarily cultivated before, was now of minimal help to him. After being promoted to core disciple, Gu Chen had become eligible to exchange for a new primary cultivation technique, but he had chosen to enter seclusion before advancing to the meridian opening stage. Now that his realm at the meridian opening stage was stable, Gu Chen left his residence and made his way toward the scripture pavilion. With his core disciple identity token, Gu Chen entered the scripture library and selected a primary cultivation technique suitable for the meridian opening stage. After careful consideration, he chose a technique called the Hunyuan Ichi Ju. This technique was balanced and gentle with strong inclusiveness. It focused on refining the primordial energy of heaven and earth into pure Hunyuan Ichi, simultaneously nourishing the body, warming the meridians, and strengthening the soul. Its foundation was solid with great potential for future growth, perfectly suiting his current situation. After selecting the primary cultivation technique, Gu Chen also chose 2 superior martial skills: Thousand Mountains Heavy Sword Art and Flowing Cloud Phantom Body. The Thousand Mountains Heavy Sword Art was a sword technique that maximized the heavy sword momentum, emphasizing overwhelming force and defensive counterattacks. Flowing Cloud Phantom Body was a more exquisite movement technique than the Void Step, focusing on short-range phantom clones to confuse perception, making it a high-level body art. After receiving the techniques and martial skills, Gu Chen returned to his residence. Using the Destiny Book, he deduced the cultivation insights of all 3 techniques, then began to primarily cultivate the Hunyuan Ichi Ju at home. He devoted himself entirely to it without distraction, utilizing his remaining monthly fixed resources and occasionally consuming the few pills he had saved up, pushing forward with all his might. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months passed swiftly. One day, Gu Chen awoke from deep cultivation. His aura was harmonious and surging. The Hunyuan Ichi flowed unceasingly through the 4 main meridians and numerous branch channels in his body. He had already reached the peak of the early meridian opening stage, having fully opened 4 main meridians. Since arriving at Qivei Residence, Courtyard No. 7 in the core disciple area, over 4 months had passed. Gu Chen had cultivated to the peak of the early meridian opening stage, which was not particularly fast compared to the monstrous core disciples. The main reason was that the family's monthly fixed allocation, 10 primal crystals, 10 high-grade meridian opening pills, and 10 high-grade blood chi pills, had become insufficient for a meridian opening stage cultivator. The pure primordial energy provided by the primal crystals remained essential, but the demand had multiplied. The effects of the meridian opening pills and blood chi pills on widening meridians and nourishing blood chi had greatly diminished, far less significant than during the meridian condensation stage. Although 5 meridian opening pills were provided monthly, pills that directly benefited the meridian opening stage. Their main function was to guide and impact the process of opening meridians. Their help in daily cultivation to accumulate primal energy and solidify the foundation was relatively limited. To advance quickly, one had to rely on more potent pills specifically designed for meridian opening stage cultivators, such as foundation nourishing pills and essence gathering pills. These pills available at the Alchemy Hall all required a large number of family mission contribution points to exchange, and they were expensive. Relying solely on the meager monthly primal crystals to exchange for enough pills to support rapid cultivation was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lu Su from the Listening Rain Pavilion sent someone every month to deliver a small jade bottle containing a meridian nourishing pill suitable for meridian opening stage cultivators, which was far superior to the general pills distributed by the family. Gu Chen remembered this kindness, but the quantity was ultimately limited. For his need to rapidly increase his cultivation, it was merely a token supplement that could not solve the fundamental problem. Gu Chen unconsciously rubbed the cold ground with his fingertips, lost in thought. The family's intention in setting things up this way was actually quite clear. In the Hidden Dragon Hall, they provided relatively basic resources to screen for seedlings with potential and perseverance. After promotion to core disciple, the treatment greatly improved enough to ensure daily cultivation and steady progress. However, to break through quickly and climb higher, one had to go out, complete missions, contribute to the family, and exchange mission contribution points for advanced resources. This was not stinginess, but a cultivation strategy, even a rehearsal of the law of survival. As an immortal clan that had stood firm in the great Qian dynasty for thousands of years, the Gu family needed not parasites who only enjoyed the fruits of others' labor and cultivated in seclusion, but pillars of talent who could brave the storms, expand the family's territory, or safeguard its legacy. Missions were the best whetstone. Through missions, disciples not only obtained resources, but also tempered their minds, broadened their horizons, honed their combat skills, and even built connections and accumulated prestige. A flower raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand the true storms, Gu Chen murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With the destiny book in hand, Gu Chen harbored his own ambitions. Relying on the periodic gifts of others was ultimately not a long-term solution nor the act of a true powerhouse. Only what one earned with one's own hands was the most solid and best for tempering oneself. It's time, Gu Chen said, rising abruptly. He needed contribution points, needed more pills and resources suitable for the meridian opening stage. The most direct way to earn mission contribution points, and also the one most likely to bring additional gains, was to take on family missions. Leaving his residence, Gu Chen went straight to the mission hall located in the center of the core area, where a constant stream of people flowed day and night. In the mission hall, the vaulted ceilings soared high and several massive spirit jade walls floated in midair, densely covered, with countless mission messages scrolling by their characters, shimmering with flowing light and constantly refreshing. The hall was crowded with people, their auras mixed and powerful, almost all of them core disciples above the meridian opening stage. Some came alone, others in groups. The sounds of handing over and accepting missions were incessant. The air was thick with a unique blend of medicinal pills, blood, qi, dust, and a faint wild aura. Gu Chen's arrival attracted little attention. There were many core disciples, and new faces appeared, or old ones disappeared, every day. He walked straight to the jade wall in the side hall responsible for inquiries and mission acceptance, and began to filter. The variety of missions was dazzling. After some filtering, Gu Chen's gaze settled on the third mission. Eliminate wolf demons located on the outskirts of the Qingtsang mountain range not far away. The demon beast levels were clear. Ironback gray wolves were mostly second-tier equivalent to mid to late meridian condensation stage human cultivators. The wolf king might reach the third-tier equivalent to early or mid-meridian opening stage, perfect for him to practice on. An ordinary wolf demon could be exchanged for 10 mission points, while a third-tier wolf king could be exchanged for 100 mission points. Wolf demons usually appeared in packs, so the rewards were decent. Most importantly, this type of combat mission often provided insights during battle. This one, Gu Chen decided without further hesitation and confirmed the acceptance according to the procedure. The attendant disciple at the mission hall registered the mission for Gu Chen and handed him a jade slip containing more detailed information about the mission location and the habits of the gray wolves. Gu Chen read it carefully, memorized the contents, and then turned to leave the bustling mission hall. He did not return to his residence to make extensive preparations. Although he had kept a low profile over the past few months, he had already prepared the necessary healing pills and blood-restoring medicines. He now had a ring of holding which he had purchased for 50 primal crystals. The space inside was not small, considering the size of the gray wolves. This ring could hold about 20 to 30 of them. After accepting the mission, Gu Chen left the core area directly and set out for the gray wolf plains located southeast of the Qingtsang mountain range. Gu Chen did not notice that after he left the task hall, two covert gazes had silently locked onto him. After his figure vanished toward the Gu family's mountain gate, the two exchanged a meaningful glance. "It's him, no doubt," said the lanky one. "No mistake, that's Gu Chen." Young Master Yunfei Long instructed that if we encounter this brat in the core area, we're to give him proper care. The other, short and stout with a faint scar on his face, licked his lips. "Today we've run into him. Lucky for us, brothers. An accident during an outer mission is the most natural thing in the world." The lanky man chuckled darkly. "They say this kid is a bit uncanny, able to defeat meridian opening cultivators while still at pulse condensation. But we're both at the late meridian opening stage. No matter how extraordinary his combat talent with his mere mortal physique, he can't escape our grasp." The scar-faced man sneered coldly. "Follow him, but don't get too close. When we reach the place, we wait until he's worn down by the wolf pack, then we strike. Remember, Master Yunfei wants him completely crippled, better yet left forever in these mountains." The two men hung far behind Gu Chen like venomous snakes, catching the scent of blood, silently slipping into the vast misty forest. Following the Jade Slip's instructions, Gu Chen hurried southeast. Half a day later, he arrived at a relatively flat wilderness dotted with jagged rocks and withered grass. The air here carried a faint, rank odor, the very place where the mission report indicated gray wolves roamed. Upon arrival, Gu Chen carefully searched the surroundings. Based on the gray wolf habits described in the mission information, he quickly discovered traces of wolf activity. Gnawed clean animal bones, chaotic claw prints, and gray-black wolf hairs among the rock crevices and grass all indicated a pack nearby. Following the traces, Gu Chen gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness. In a sheltered rocky hollow, he found his target, a small pack of about 15 to 16 ironback gray wolves feasting on a freshly caught yak deer. These wolf demons were a size larger than ordinary wolves, their shoulders reaching nearly an adult's waist. Their fur was gray-black, the hair on their backs stiff as iron needles with blood-red eyes and exposed fangs exuding a ferocious aura. Gu Chen did not charge recklessly into the pack. He observed the terrain, quietly circled to the upwind side, picked up a few stones, and with full finger strength shot them at the wolves on the periphery. A whoa! The struck wolf let out a howl in pain. The pack instantly went on alert, stopping their meal, and their crimson eyes turned in unison toward Gu Chen's hiding spot. "Come on," Gu Chen murmured, taking a deep breath. The autumn water sword rang from its sheath, its cold gleam reflecting the pale winter sunlight. He revealed himself, the sword tip angled toward the ground as the primordial chi surged within him. Spotting the lone human, the pack emitted low growls. Led by a particularly imposing wolf with a tuft of white fur on its forehead, they fanned out to encircle him, moving swiftly and with seamless coordination. The battle erupted instantly. Gu Chen pushed the flowing cloud illusory body to its limits, his form flickering into faint afterimages as he evaded the wolves' pounces and claw swipes. The light-splitting shadow sword art transformed into several sword lights indistinguishable between real and illusory, precisely targeting the wolves' eyes, throats, and other vulnerable spots. Where the sword light passed, blood burst forth and anguished howls rang out. These second-rank wolf demons were fast with sharp claws and fangs, but their intelligence was low and their attack patterns were relatively simple. Gu Chen's swordplay was exquisite, his movements ghostly, and with his meridian opening cultivation, handling them required caution, but was not overly difficult. He fought while retreating, using the rocky terrain to maneuver, avoiding encirclement, and taking them down one by one. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, more than a dozen ironback gray wolf carcasses lay scattered across the ground, most killed with a single strike. The most conspicuous among them was the third-rank early-stage wolf king, enormous in size with a tuft of silver fur on its forehead. After the battle, Gu Chen panted slightly. Sword in hand, he warily scanned the surroundings. Only after confirming no hidden threats remained did he begin to clean up the battlefield. He skillfully cut off the wolf king's most valuable silver fangs, and swiftly collected the most intact claws from 15 ordinary gray wolves, all mission tokens. The third-rank wolf king's pelt, demon core, and some essence blood were also carefully taken. These could be exchanged for additional mission contribution points. Just as Gu Chen was placing the wolf king's demon core into his ring and preparing to deal with the other wolves, a sudden warning flashed in his heart. A presence far more subtle, yet far more dangerous than the wolf kings locked onto him. Clap, clap, clap. Leisurely applause came from atop the tallest wind-eroded rock to his side and rear. Every muscle in Gu Chen's body instantly tensed. His hand holding the autumn water sword remained steady as rock as he slowly turned and looked up. On the rock, two figures had appeared seemingly from nowhere. One tall, one short, both clad in dark, form-fitting suits suited for mountain travel. Their auras were obscure, yet powerful as they looked down at him from above, their eyes filled with the Catan mouse mockery and undisguised icy killing intent. The intensity of the vital energy subtly radiating from both men unmistakably reached the late meridian opening stage, far deeper than Gu Chen's early meridian opening peak. Tisk tisk, truly surprising. The tall man, thin with sunken cheeks and viper-like eyes, spoke in a sharp, mocking tone. A mere early meridian opening cultivator, single-handedly taking out a pack of ironback gray wolves, even killing a third-rank wolf king. Gu Chen, your strength isn't just for show after all. The stocky man, his face full of coarse flesh with a scar slanting across his left eye making him even more ferocious, crossed his arms and cut in gruffly, his tone dripping with contempt. Too bad you chose the wrong side. Gu Chen's heart turned cold as realization dawned. These two were no chance passers-by, nor were they after the wolf materials. They had come prepared, and their target was unmistakably him. Recalling Gu Yunfei's earlier apology and Lu Zu's warning, the mastermind was obvious. He just hadn't expected them to be so impatient, dispatching two late meridian opening experts to ambush him on his very first mission. Gu Yunfei's men, or the dogs under his good elder brother Gu Yunlong. Gu Chen's voice was calm, betraying no emotion, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two. He was probing, but also buying time to regulate his breathing, rapidly recovering the energy spent in the previous battle. Insolence, the stocky, scar-faced man roared, his face darkening. How dare an ant like you utter young Master Yunlong's name directly? You truly don't know your place. He'll tell you anyway, so you won't die confused. Young Master Yunfei long ago instructed us to give you proper care. As for us brothers, we take money to settle scores. Blame yourself for offending those you shouldn't have, and for following a sequence master with no ambition. You're simply courting death. The lanky man sneered sinisterly. Why waste so many words with him? Kid, considering that sword art and movement technique of yours weren't half bad, he'll give you a chance. Cripple your own dantian and sever the tendons of your limbs. We might consider sparing your worthless life, letting you crawl back to the Qingtsong Mountains. Otherwise, the other wolf packs on Grey Wolf Plains haven't had their fill yet. His gaze swept over the wolf carcasses on the ground, the implication crystal clear. The two played off each other, their contempt and murderous intent undisguised. In their eyes, even if Gu Chen had some ability to fight above his level, the gap between early and late meridian opening was a chasm. With the two of them joining forces, capturing Gu Chen was a sure thing, as easy as reaching into a bag. For now, they were simply savoring the prey's fear and struggle before death. Gu Chen's heart sank to the abyss, yet his gaze grew ever more composed. Facing two opponents at the late meridian opening stage, a frontal confrontation was exceedingly difficult. He absolutely could not lose his composure now. Since they had appeared here to intercept him, they must have been prepared. Their cultivation surpassed his own, and attempting to flee from both of them caught between two fires would likely prove even more perilous. Only through a sudden assault, defeating them one by one, could there be any hope of survival. Gu Chen deliberately allowed a flicker of panic and reluctance to show on his face, taking a half step back as his sword hand seemed to tremble slightly. His voice carried a forced calm, a bluff masking inner fear. Do you dare to attack a fellow clan member during a family mission? Aren't you afraid of severe punishment by the clan rules? Ha ha ha. The scar-faced man laughed as if hearing the funniest joke, bending over with mirth. Clan rules. Out here in the wild, who would know how you died? Torn apart by wolves or fallen from a cliff? Who can prove it was us, boy? You're still too naive. In that instant when the scar-faced man's laughter rang out and his mind was most at ease and the tall lanky man believed Gu Chen was utterly terrified, their guard momentarily lowered. Gu Chen moved. Without warning, without gathering strength, his flowing cloud mirage step erupted with unprecedented speed. His entire form seemed to transform into a wisp of ethereal smoke, tracing a path that was nearly straight, yet held subtle curves hurtling toward the closer, laughing scar-faced man. This sudden burst of speed and the uncanny nature of his movement completely caught the two off guard. They had expected Gu Chen to either resist in despair or attempt to flee, never imagining he would dare to launch a surprise attack against cultivators of higher cultivation and with such decisive ruthlessness. You seek death. The scar-faced man's laughter ceased abruptly, shock and fury mingling in his expression. Yet as a late meridian opening cultivator, his reactions were swift. With a furious roar, his earthy yellow chi surged, instantly condensing a thick chi shield before him, while simultaneously throwing a punch. The fist wind was fierce, carrying the might to split mountains and shatter rocks aimed at Gu Chen's charging figure. However, Gu Chen's target had never been the scar-faced man himself. Just as his form was about to collide with the chi shield, he executed the most exquisite and chi-consuming technique of the flowing cloud mirage step, the cloud dragon triple fold. His forward momentum twisted in three rapid, seamless turns midair, as if treading on invisible stairs, deftly evading the scar-faced man's direct fist, and the thickest part of the shield slipping like a fish to his flank and rear. At that moment, due to the scar-faced man's obstruction and the bewildering nature of Gu Chen's movement, a fleeting gap opened in the tall, lanky man's line of sight and attack path. Now was the time. A fierce, bloody light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. All the spirit and chi he had held back until now poured without reserve into the autumn water's sword. The wrathful strike transformed into a dazzling, brilliant sword light. This sword stroke bore no complex variations or grand momentum. It was but a single cold star concentrating all of Gu Chen's power, lethal and swift, like a viper striking aimed directly at the tall man's throat. The vital point left exposed by his hasty defense due to the obstructed view. Watch out. The scar-faced man could only manage a horrified warning. The tall man's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. The lethal sense of crisis made his very soul tremble. He had never anticipated that Gu Chen's target would be him, nor that this strike would be so fierce and terrifying. With a shriek, he desperately channeled chi to form a defense before his neck, while his figure leaped back. A pair of bluish, venom-coated short spikes appeared in his hands as he instinctively raised them to parry. Clang thud. First came the sharp ring of the spikes meeting the sword tip, followed by the muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh. This carefully planned full-powered strike from Gu Chen possessed power far beyond the ordinary. The tall man's hasty defense and parry only managed to deflect the sword tip by a hair's breadth and slow its speed slightly, but failed to stop it entirely. The brilliant sword light shattered his protective chi, piercing, with deadly precision, just below the left side of his neck. The sword chi erupted, instantly shredding a large swath of flesh and meridians. Ugh! Gurgle! The tall man's eyes bulged. The short spikes clattered to the ground. His hands clutched futilely at the spurting wound on his neck, emitting a dreadful whistling sound from his throat. He staggered back a few steps, his face a mask of disbelief, terror, and despair, before crashing heavily to the ground. His body convulsed a few times, then fell still. One strike. A late meridian opening, cultivator slain. The scar-faced man stood frozen, watching his companion die, before his eyes, his mind nearly blank. He could never have imagined the tide turning so swiftly. In a single exchange, his more powerful companion had been killed by this early meridian opening brat. What movement technique was that? How could he drive it to such an extent? After delivering this earth-shattering strike, Gu Chen's icy gaze locked onto the scar-faced man, his sword tip pointing askew. You're right. Out here in the wild, there are many ways to die. How would you like to go? You. The scar-faced man's voice trembled as he pointed at Gu Chen, a mix of shock and fury. The sword strike that had just killed his companion was too dreadful. He had no confidence he could withstand it. His previously unshakable confidence was now utterly shattered. Could he defeat Gu Chen? He wouldn't have considered this question before, but after his companion was cut down with a single sword stroke, this doubt filled his mind. Flee. This thought surged uncontrollably. Failing the mission would bring punishment, but it was better than losing his life here. Brat. You're ruthless enough. Young Master Yunlong and young Master Yunfei will never let this go. Just you wait. The scar-faced man blustered, then pushed his movement technique to its limits, fleeing headlong in the direction opposite the main Qingtsong mountain range without looking back. Trying to run. No way. Since Gu Chen had already resorted to lethal force, how could he let this man leave? If he returned to the Gu family, unexposed, the killing the clan rules were not to be trifled with. Such blatant murder of a clan member might go unpunished for those with backing, but Gu Chen had none. Gu Yunxia might not necessarily help him with this. With an icy expression, Gu Chen executed the faster void step technique and gave chase to the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man fled for his life, pushing his late meridian opening chi to the extreme. His figure scurried frantically among the jagged rocks and withered grass of the gray wolf plains, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and that murderous figure. Gu Chen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, locked onto the fleeing back before him. With a resolute, fierce intent, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly closing the distance between them. Feeling the suddenly approaching killing intent and the sound of wind, the scar-faced man turned his head and glimpsed the dark figure chasing him like a specter of death. You? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Gu Chen remained silent. The autumn water's sword gleamed with a cold light. The sword light split into one, then two, then three, illusory and real, attacking the scar-faced man from every angle. Knowing this was a life-or-death moment, the scar-faced man roared and swung his blade in counterattack. His saber dance was impenetrable, his body wrapped in earthy yellow chi. Sword energy clashed against the blade's edge, producing a metallic clang. The scar-faced man was, after all, a late meridian opening cultivator. His momentum was not weak. The whistling blade wind forced Gu Chen to temporarily evade its edge. Gu Chen's heart was as still as water. He did not engage in a direct contest of chi with his opponent. Instead, he used his superior movement and the deceptive changes of his sword technique to continuously wear down the scar-faced man, patiently waiting for an opening. After about 20 exchanges, the scar-faced man's breathing grew heavier, his movements began to falter, and his protective chi flickered unsteadily. Seizing an opportunity when the scar-faced man's blade sliced through empty air, at the instant his old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, Gu Chen suddenly closed in. Condensing the momentum of his army-breaking sword art at the tip, he delivered a simple, full-powered thrust like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing through the chaotic chi defense straight for the man's heart. The scar-faced man was horrified, his soul fleeing in terror. He twisted his body desperately to dodge, simultaneously slashing his short blade back in an attempt at mutual destruction. SSSHH. Though the sword tip missed his heart, due to his evasion, it plunged deep into his right chest. The sword chi erupted, shredding his lung. At the same time, the scar-faced man's returning slash grazed Gu Chen's left arm, drawing a trail of blood that exposed the bone. Gu Chen grunted, his brow furrowing slightly, but he did not pause. With a twist of his wrist, he wrenched the long sword free. Uff! The scar-faced man let out a most miserable shriek. Blood gushed from his chest like a fountain. His strength seemed to drain away. His short blade clattered to the ground. He staggered backward, then slid down to sit against a black rock. His eyes rapidly glazed over, blood foam mixed with shredded organs bubbling from his mouth. He glared at Gu Chen with boundless venom and unwillingness, then his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Gu Chen pressed a hand against the wound on his left arm, hastily swallowed a hemostatic pill, and wrapped it with a clean strip of cloth. The cut was deep, but had missed any vital point. With his constitution and the aid of medicine, recovery would not be overly slow. Only after confirming the scar-faced man was truly dead did Gu Chen exhale a foul, blood-tinged breath. To have felled two opponents whose cultivation exceeded his own, though achieved by cunning and surprise, had nevertheless exacted a great toll. He swiftly scoured the battlefield, took the scar-faced man's na ring, and inspected the short dagger. It was merely tempered steel, ordinary and unremarkable. Watching the corpse on the ground grow cold, Gu Chen's gaze remained impassive. He did not leave at once. Instead, he set the body ablaze until only ash remained. After dealing with the scar-faced man, Gu Chen hurried back to the place where he had ambushed the lanky man. He burned that body to ash as well, and only then allowed himself a long, weary breath. Erasing traces was not wanton cruelty, but a necessary means of self-preservation. Behind those men stood Gu Yunlong, and even Gu Yunfei. If obvious evidence were left behind, the Gu family's rules would not be trifled with. In these desolate hills, letting the flames consume every sign was the cleanest choice. When all was finished, Gu Chen rubbed his brow, fatigued, and turned his attention to the two spoils, a pair of na rings. He probed their contents with his spiritual sense. His expression shifted into something odd, and he could not help but mutter under his breath, miserly fools. The na rings held pitifully little. Together they contained no more than 20 or 30 spirit crystals. The pills were only a few bottles of the most common healing salves. No decent auxiliary opening meridian pills to be found. Apart from their weapons, there was little of value: a pile of spare clothes, poor liquor, and a handful of crude popular novels. Late opening meridian, disciples living like this. Gu Chen shook his head in disappointment. It seemed these two serving under Gu Yunlong were by no means core figures, most likely ordinary kin from peripheral branches of the Gu family. Once he had removed all traces at the scene, Gu Chen did not linger. He feared that the two men's prolonged absence might alert other followers of Gu Yunlong and bring fresh pursuers. He oriented himself, deployed his footwork, and dashed toward the main clan within the Qingtsang mountain range. This mission had been a stark reminder. From now on, he resolved to take missions that required teams. Only by traveling in numbers would Gu Yunlong's followers dare not attack openly. Gu Yunfei, it seemed, desired his life merely because Gu Chen had interfered with Gu Mingyuan's schemes. Perhaps in his eyes a scion of a branch lineage was worthless. A grudge gathered in Gu Chen's chest. Someday, he would make Gu Yunfei pay. He returned to the Gu clan's core region in the Qingtsang range and submitted the mission at the task hall. He could have hunted more wolves on that task, but the interference of those two had left him with only a single cleared pack. The rewards were modest. Upon submission, he received a base contribution of 170 points plus 50 more for wolf claws and monster cores, 220 contribution points in total. From this assignment, it was plain the Gu family indeed cultivated core disciples by sending them out to gain experience. The tasks were not difficult, yet the rewards were generous. 220 contribution points could be exchanged for 4 Gyuan Dan solidifying pills. Practicing while completing clan missions was the fast road for core disciples to grow stronger. After handing in the task, Gu Chen did not accept another. With his arm injured and having been noticed, he planned to stay in for the next few days. Back at his lodgings, he sat cross-legged. The wound on his left arm had crusted over thanks to medicine and his own recovery. For now, increasing his strength was the foundation for facing any crisis. Over the following days, Gu Chen trained with unshakable discipline. The two missing men had been from the core disciples' quarters, and he could not tell what consequences their disappearance might bring. Between practices, he kept watch on the movements within the core disciples' domain. 10 days passed swiftly. The area remained calm, as if nothing had occurred at all. The lack of disturbance eased Gu Chen. They had been right, mishaps happened on missions, and the family would not necessarily pursue every case. To be safe, Gu Chen trained several more days at home. One afternoon, while practicing the Qinshan heavy sword technique in the courtyard, a polite knock came at the gate. He sheathed his sword and signaled a servant to open. Outside stood 3 people. Their leader was a young man with a hard, cold face and an arrogant gaze, clearly late, opening meridian in cultivation. 2 followers trailed him, both mid-opening meridian, their expressions hostile. "You are Gu Chen?" The cold young man asked, his eyes scanning Gu Chen like blades. "Indeed, may I ask your business?" Gu Chen replied calmly, though his guard was already raised. "I am Gu Feng," the youth said, his tone turning colder. "I have come to make an inquiry. About half a month ago, 2 fellow core disciples, Gu Yong and Gu Li, took an external mission and have not returned. Investigations show their last appearance was in the Grey Wolf Plain, the very region where you took the wolf clearing task. Moreover, someone claims to have seen them tailing you. What do you have to say?" So it had come to this. Gu Chen sneered inwardly, though his face showed only measured surprise. "Gu Yong, Gu Li, I'm afraid I do not know them," he said. "As for being followed, I went alone to the Grey Wolf Plain after taking the task and noticed no one on my trail." Gu Feng's visit, was it to accuse him of murdering 2 seniors? The accusation stung. Indignation flared quietly in Gu Chen's tone. "Whether you were involved, you know in your heart," one of Gu Feng's followers barked. "There were witnesses, don't think to deny it." "Oh," Gu Chen asked sharply. "Who saw this with their own eyes? Let them come forward and confront me." His gaze cut to the follower who had spoken. Gu Feng's face darkened. He had no firm proof. Gu Yong and Gu Li had never been careful in their dealings, and given their secretive ambushes, there would be no obvious evidence for a passersby to witness. The supposed eyewitnesses were likely a pretext to apply pressure. Gu Feng had not anticipated Gu Chen's slippery composure. "Humph," sharp-tongued Gu Feng snorted. "Whether you are implicated will be judged. I came only for routine inquiry. Since you deny it, I will let this matter rest for now." He shifted his tone, and like a blade revealed at the end of a scroll, his true intent showed a thinly veiled provocation. He continued with a slight smile, "I have heard that Brother Gu Chen is exceptionally gifted, able to fight above his rank in the Dragon Concealment Hall. I, Gu Feng, have been stalled in cultivation lately and seek a match to test myself. Would you honor me with a spar?" The question's pretense was clear. The interrogation was false, the spar an excuse to humble him. Gu Chen felt the oppressive pressure radiating from Gu Feng, but his composure did not waver. After a moment's thought, he cupped his hands in a polite bow. "Gu Feng, you jest. You are late opening meridian with deep foundation, while I have only just entered the opening meridian with a shallow base. How could I presume to spar with a senior and invite humiliation? If Brother Gu seeks an opponent to validate his techniques, the core quarter is full of suitable late opening meridian practitioners. Why trouble one newly advanced?" He refused cleanly, and with sound reasoning. The disparity in cultivation made such a match unfair, and he need not accept it. A flash of annoyance crossed Gu Feng's eyes. He had intended to coerce Gu Chen, but Gu Chen's answer was reasonable, and curious onlookers, passers-by, and nearby disciples had already gathered their attention, drawn by the commotion. If Gu Feng forcibly used his cultivation to bully someone, word would spread and damage both his and Gu Yunlong's reputations. It seems brother prefers to live like a shrinking turtle." Gu Feng mocked tone, laced with derision. "Fine. Since you lack courage, I will not press you. But I hope in the future within the core quarter you remain as timid as you are today." With that, he gave Gu Chen a long, hard look, the chill and warning in his eyes unmistakable, then swept off with his 2 followers. The courtyard gate creaked shut once more. Gu Chen stood still, his brow slightly furrowed. The arrival of Gu Feng and his companions made it clear that Gu Yunlong's followers had already pinned the blame for those 2 deaths squarely on him. This was far from good news. It meant he was now firmly in the crosshairs of Gu Yunlong's adherents. This time Gu Feng had come under the guise of a sparring match, seeking to teach him a lesson, only to be rebuffed by Gu Chen, citing the disparity in their cultivation levels. But what about next time? Strength. I need even greater strength. Gu Chen clenched his fist. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he keep these lurking malevolent forces from daring to strike. For the next 7 days, Gu Chen cultivated in seclusion within his dwelling. The 4 solidifying origin pills he had exchanged were now completely refined and absorbed. On this particular day, Gu Chen's aura suddenly trembled violently. A sound like a surging river roared within his body as the 5th main meridian burst open. The primordial unity chi surged and circulated through a more complex network formed by the 5 main meridians. The total quantity, purity, and recovery speed of his yuan qi had all ascended to a significantly higher plane. Mid-meridian opening stage. Feeling the surge of power within and his keener perception, Gu Chen slowly exhaled, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. With his enhanced strength, he felt a newfound confidence. Just 3 days after his breakthrough, before he had even fully stabilized his new realm, the courtyard gate was knocked upon once more. This time there was only one visitor. The visitor was about the same age as Gu Chen, roughly 18 or 19, with handsome features, but an undisguised arrogance etched between his brows. He wore a costly moon-white cloud flow robe, and his aura was unmistakably at the mid-meridian opening stage. However, his yuan qi fluctuations carried a faint searing heat, distinguishing him from ordinary cultivators. Greetings, cousin Gu Chen. I am Gu Yuan. The young man in white stood outside the gate, his voice clear, yet laced with condescension. I apologize for the unannounced visit. Gu Chen's heart sank. Gu Yuan. The name rang a bell. He seemed to recall hearing it while in the Hidden Dragon Disciples area. He was one of the prominent figures who had advanced to the core area 3 months before Gu Chen, a match Gu Chen had even watched. This person possessed considerable talent, and more importantly, rumor had it he bore a special constitution, making him an outstanding combatant among his peers. So it is elder cousin Gu Yuan. I have long admired your reputation. May I ask what brings you here today to offer your esteemed guidance? Gu Yuan's gaze swept over Gu Chen, seemingly assessing his recently broken through and not yet fully stabilized aura. A cryptic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have heard that cousin Gu Chen possesses exceptional talent and martial prowess, truly admirable. I, Gu Yuan, though unaccomplished, have recently made some progress in my cultivation. I was seeking a peer to spar with to test and verify my insights in pursuit of a breakthrough. After much deliberation, I deemed cousin Gu Chen the most suitable candidate. Hence I came specifically to invite you, hoping you might not begrudge me your instruction. Another sparring request. Gu Chen frowned. This time, however, their cultivation was the same. Mid-meridian opening. The excuse also sounded more legitimate, same-level sparring to verify martial arts. Intuition told Gu Chen this was no simple invitation to a friendly match. There was a good chance this Gu Yuan was also a follower of Gu Yunlong. Just as Gu Chen was about to refuse before he could speak, Gu Yuan seemed to have anticipated his reaction. He chuckled softly and produced a palm-sized token from his sleeve engraved with complex battle runes and the character for challenge. He flashed it before Gu Chen's eyes. All right. To prevent my cousin from making excuses, I have already applied for a core disciple area challenge token from the martial arts hall. Gu Yuan's tone remained light, but his eyes sharpened. According to the rules, the holder of this token may issue a formal arena challenge to a core disciple of the same or lower cultivation level. The challenge party, unless they have a legitimate reason such as severe injury or an ongoing mission, cannot refuse. Should they forcibly decline, they must pay 300 primal crystals to the challenger as compensation for cowardice. I trust my younger cousin you are not severely injured or currently on a mission, are you? Gu Chen's expression turned utterly grim. A challenge token. 300 primal crystals. His opponent had clearly come prepared, using the rules to corner him. 300 primal crystals was something Gu Chen simply could not afford. Refusal was not an option, accepting the battle played right into their hands. This Gu Yuan was obviously sent by Gu Yunfei, or even Gu Yunlong himself, to teach him a lesson, perhaps even to cripple him. With his special constitution, his combat prowess was far beyond an ordinary mid-meridian opening cultivator. Gu Yuan calmly watched Gu Chen's expression shift, then said slowly, of course, if my younger cousin feels he is no match, he could concede, now pay the 300 primal crystals, and this matter could be settled. After all, clan sparring should be conducted with restraint, a touch of courtesy. Gu Chen was silent for a moment. He lifted his head, his gaze now restored to calmness, even carrying a trace of icy sharpness. He knew this battle was unavoidable. The other party had come specifically for him. If he backed down today, even harsher conditions would be imposed tomorrow. In the core area, constant retreat only made one seem weak and easily bullied. He could not afford the 300 primal crystals. Since that was the case, then he would fight. Against a peer, even if that peer possessed a special constitution, he was not necessarily doomed to lose. Since my elder cousin insists on offering guidance and has even gone to the trouble of using a challenge token, it would seem ungrateful of me to refuse any further. Gu Chen's voice was flat, but carried an unshakable resolve. May I ask when and where this sparring match will take place? A triumphant glint flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Straightforward. Tomorrow at the Chen Hour 3rd Coup. At the core area's Wind and Cloud Arena. How does that sound? Agreed. Excellent. Then I shall see you tomorrow at the Wind and Cloud Arena. Gu Yuan put away the challenge token, clasped his hands in a perfunctory farewell, and turned to leave, his steps light, as if victory was already assured. The courtyard gate closed once more. Gu Chen stood alone in the yard, staring into the distance, where Gu Yuan had vanished, his gaze deep and unreadable. The Wind and Cloud Arena. That was the official dueling platform in the core area for settling disputes publicly. It was overseen by supervisors with strict rules, but it also meant being watched by a crowd. Special Constitution. Mid-meridian opening. Gu Chen muttered to himself, they really think they have me figured out. The news that Gu Yuan armed with a challenge token had summoned Gu Chen to a duel was like a boulder dropped into a placid lake, instantly stirring up waves and spreading like wildfire through the core disciple area. The source of the commotion was not Gu Chen. Although Gu Chen's victory in the Hidden Dragon Hall's quarterly competition and his feat of defeating a higher-level opponent had circulated in small circles within the core area. To the vast majority of core disciples who had advanced long ago and possessed a broader perspective, a newcomer just up from the Hidden Dragon Hall, even with some talent, was ultimately just a new face, not yet worthy of widespread attention. Gu Chen's name was still largely unknown in the vast core area. What truly caused this matter to ferment rapidly and become a hot topic was Gu Yuan himself. The name Gu Yuan was quite prominent in the core disciple area, especially among those who had advanced in the past year. He had stepped into the core area 3 months before Gu Chen and had immediately displayed an aggressive and sharp demeanor. Not only did he possess superior talent, but more crucially, he was born with a blaze spirit body. Although not one of the legendary top-tier war bodies or Dao bodies, this constitution was still quite remarkable. Those with a blaze spirit body naturally possessed an extremely high affinity for fire-attributed energy. Cultivating fire-based techniques was twice as effective, and their Yuan Qi carried an innate scorching heat. This not only enhanced power, but could also disrupt and corrode an opponent's Yuan Qi flow, granting a significant advantage in same-level combat. Relying on his blaze spirit body, Gu Yuan had within just a few months in the core area publicly challenged and defeated several veteran core disciples whose cultivation had reached the late meridian opening stage. He had even sparred with someone who had just entered the profound spirit stage, fighting for 100 moves without being defeated. Such achievements had earned Gu Yuan a formidable reputation as being nearly invincible among the meridian opening stage cultivators. For such a proud, arrogant, and ambitious genius who habitually challenged those stronger than himself to take the initiative to formally challenge a newly promoted and unknown peer of the same level, and even go so far as to employ the rather formal and somewhat coercive core disciple area challenge token, this news in itself was incredibly sensational. Have you heard? Gu Yuan is challenging a newcomer named Gu Chen to a duel on the Wind Cloud platform. That Gu Yuan with the flame spirit body. Why would he bother with a fresh face? Who knows? Word has it he personally delivered the challenge order, and the newcomer seems to have no choice but to accept. Gu Chen. That name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. He was the champion of the last quarterly tournament in the Hidden Dragon Hall, renowned for fighting above his level even there. Hidden Dragon Hall champion. That's respectable enough, but compared to Gu Yuan, he's probably not worth a second glance. Gu Yuan can hold his own for over 100 exchanges against opponents at the Xianling stage without losing. Exactly. And I heard Gu Chen only just became a core disciple not long ago. His cultivation is likely at the early meridian opening stage at most. Even if he's recently broken through, he'd be at best midstage. How could he possibly fight someone like Gu Yuan, who's been immersed in the midstage for ages and has a special physique? He must have offended someone. Otherwise, why would someone of Gu Yuan's caliber stoop to challenge a newcomer and even use a challenge order to leave no room for refusal? This is going to be interesting. The Wind Cloud platform hasn't seen such an exciting match in a long time. The murmurs spread like a tide through every corner of the core area. In taverns, tea houses, the scripture pavilion, the alchemy hall, and outside the mission hall, speculations and discussions about this battle could be heard. The name Gu Chen, in a way he never anticipated, spread throughout the entire core disciple district. Along with it, his glorious achievements from the Hidden Dragon district were unearthed. But now, when compared under the dazzling brilliance of Gu Yuan's reputation, those feats seemed somewhat underwhelming. In the Hidden Dragon district, the meridian opening stage cultivators are all recent breakthroughs with unstable realms, and they haven't trained in advanced martial arts. The ones Gu Yuan defeated while fighting above his level were seasoned veterans who had honed their skills in the late meridian opening stage for quite some time. The flame spirit body, that's a special physique. His chi is naturally imbued with flame power, both offensive and defensive, capable of corroding opponents. Within the same realm, he's practically invincible from the start. Even if Gu Chen has considerable combat prowess, how can he withstand that insidious flame force? I heard Gu Chen has gained some favor from young Master Xia, but on the platform it all comes down to real skill. Young Master Xia can't interfere in a fair match between peers, can he? In my view, Gu Chen is in deep trouble. Gu Yuan shows no mercy. All his defeated foes end up bedridden for half a month. This time targeting a newcomer, he'll likely be even less lenient. The sentiment was overwhelmingly pessimistic. No one believed Gu Chen had a chance. The gap in everyone's eyes was glaring and immense. One was a rising star in the core district, already renowned with a dazzling record and a special physique. The other was a newcomer who had just emerged with potential but shallow foundations. To the vast majority, this seemingly equal match looked more like a one-sided lesson. Even those who were initially curious about Gu Chen or had taken some notice due to young Master Xia's connection now shook their heads inwardly, believing Gu Chen would suffer a great loss and perhaps see his hard-earned reputation tarnished. These whispers naturally reached Gu Chen's ears. Fragments of conversations overheard by servants and maids, as well as the unabashed discussions outside his courtyard gate, clearly revealed the public's verdict on this battle. Yet Gu Chen remained remarkably calm. He shut himself in his room, oblivious to the chaos outside. He sat cross-legged, not frantically cultivating at the last minute, but quietly regulating his breath, steadily stabilizing his newly broken through mid-meridian opening stage. At the same time, his mind was focused, repeatedly simulating the upcoming battle. Flame force is scorching and corrosive. I need to neutralize it with the steadiness of the primordial unity chi, or break through with extreme speed, avoiding prolonged entanglement. Special physiques must have a burst technique, so I must guard cautiously. Perhaps I can. His eyes were half closed, his fingers occasionally tracing invisible sword paths and footwork in the air. The next day, when Gu Chen pushed open the door of his meditation chamber and stepped out, his aura was fully concealed. His gaze was clear and serene, as if he were about to engage in nothing more than a routine training session. He changed into a clean black martial outfit. "Young master." The maid hesitated, worry in her voice. "It's fine." Gu Chen waved his hand, his tone calm. "Take care of the courtyard." With that, he pushed open the gate and strode out. In the chill of the winter morning, the biting wind howled, but the path leading to the wind cloud platform in the central core area was several times livelier than usual. Many core disciples who had heard the news, along with some idle stewards and servants, converged toward the wind cloud platform, eager to witness this intriguingly mismatched duel. When Gu Chen's figure appeared on that path, it immediately drew countless gazes. Curiosity, scrutiny, pity, schadenfreude, and even a flicker of anticipation. All these emotions mingled in those eyes. "Look, that's Gu Chen. His aura is steady, but he's probably just at mid-stage meridian opening. To stay so calm at a time like this, either he has a hidden advantage or he's putting on a brave face." An advantage. Against Gu Yuan's flame spirit body, no advantage is worth mentioning. "Let's go grab a good spot." Gu Chen seemed oblivious to the stares and whispers around him. His steps were steady, neither fast nor slow, as he headed for the wind cloud platform. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, his mind as clear as a mirror. The wind cloud platform stood in the center of a vast open square in the core district. The arena was hewn from a single massive block of cyan firmament stone, circular in shape, over 50 zhang in diameter. Its surface was etched with intricate reinforcement and protective arrays sufficient to withstand the shockwaves of battles between meridian opening and even Xianling stage cultivators. Surrounding the arena were towering circular spectator stands, already 7 or 8 inches full, buzzing with noise. As Gu Chen stepped into the square and approached the arena, the clamor in the stands suddenly fell silent. Countless eyes focused on him, as if trying to see through him completely. Gu Chen bore these gazes calmly. He walked onto the wind cloud platform and looked up to see a handsome figure in a moon-white cloud-patterned robe standing on the opposite side, hands clasped behind his back. It was Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was also looking at him, a faint knowing smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Yet his eyes held a sharpness like that of a predator sizing up its prey, along with a barely concealed disdain. "Cousin Gu Chen, you are true to your word," Gu Yuan said, his voice not loud, but carrying clearly across the now quiet square with an air of ease and arrogance. "I was worried you might back out or keep me waiting." The words sounded polite, but carried a veiled sarcasm. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He clasped his hands and replied calmly, "Since cousin Gu Yuan extended the invitation, and with the challenge order in place, how could I dare to be remiss? However, my cousin's cultivation is profound. To have the opportunity to spar with you today is truly my honor. I hope my cousin will show some mercy." This response was neither servile nor arrogant. It pointed out that the other party had initiated the challenge and used the challenge order, while also humbly elevating Gu Yuan, putting himself in a lower position. It was courteous and deflected the verbal edge. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Gu Chen to remain so composed and articulate under the circumstances. He chuckled lightly. "Well said. But on the platform, fists and blades have no eyes. You must be careful yourself." As the two spoke, a family steward serving as referee leaped onto the arena. This man, around 40, had a profound aura and a stern expression. "Do you both know the rules of the wind cloud platform?" The steward boomed, silencing the renewed murmurs from the stands. "We do," Gu Chen and Gu Yuan replied in unison. "This is a clan sparring match. Stop at the point of contact. No intentional killing or crippling of cultivation. Violators will be severely punished." "Understood." "Understood. Then begin." With the steward's command, it was like igniting the fuse of a powder keg. On the wind cloud platform, two figures moved almost simultaneously. Gu Yuan struck first, seeking to secure victory with thunderous momentum. He surged forward, and without any apparent movement his right palm thrust out flatly. The palm strike seemed unremarkable, yet a crimson radiance blazed in his palm. A scorching violent aura erupted and a surge of formidable primal energy shot forth, coalescing into a millstone-sized palm of blazing red light that slammed down toward Gu Chen. Before the palm even arrived, the wave of heat rushed forth as if standing at the mouth of a furnace. Every breath carried a searing pain, and the temperature of the arena floor rose sharply. Gu Yuan is a follower of Gu Yunlong, and this is well understood by Lu Su. Gu Yunlong ranked 5th in the sequence. With his position and talent within the main lineage, Gu Yunlong was one of the strongest contenders for the title of Holy Son of the Gu family before Gu Ling's rise. His influence in the core area is deeply rooted, and today's battle, regardless of the outcome, means that Gu Chen has completely positioned himself in opposition to Gu Yunlong's faction. Given the vindictive nature of the Gu Yunlong and Gu Yunfei brothers, as well as the vast power they control, any future attacks and suppression against Gu Chen will not merely remain at the level of sparring. And what about young Master Xia? Would he confront Gu Yunlong, ranked 5th in the sequence, over an investment target that has not fully matured and may even bring trouble? Lu Su felt uncertain. Although young Master Xia had a talent for nurturing, he was more focused on weighing the pros and cons. I intended to recruit allies for the young master, but now it may attract powerful enemies coveting him, putting him in a dilemma. Lu Su gazed at the dark figure on the stage, fiercely contending against the fiery palm of Yan Guang, her expression complicated as the situation had begun to drift away from her expectations and control. On the stage, the fierce battle was underway. Gu Yuan, who had long been unable to gain the upper hand, had lost the calm smile he once wore, replaced instead by a grave expression tinged with barely concealed anger. He did not expect that despite using the flame spirit body and showcasing his best skills, he was unable to swiftly defeat this obscure newcomer. The tenacity of his opponent far exceeded his expectations. Gu Yunfei's request was about to fall apart, and Gu Yuan was filled with rage. If this continued, not only would he fail to teach Gu Chen a harsh lesson on the stage, but there were doubts about whether he could even defeat him. Not bad, but this ends here. A flash of red light flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes as he let out a low growl, and his aura suddenly surged violently. The crimson flame light that had originally enveloped his body abruptly retracted inward, as if all were coalescing within him, causing his skin to faintly emanate a dark red hue, his aura becoming even more terrifying. Flame spirit body blood ignition state, an onlooker exclaimed in surprise. This is a burst technique of the flame spirit body, briefly igniting part of his vitality to greatly enhance the activity and power of his energy, but the duration is limited, and it will be followed by a period of weakness. Gu Yuan clearly did not wish to delay any longer. He intended to use his trump card to decisively crush Gu Chen. His palms, as red as blood jade, suddenly pressed forward and then slowly pulled apart. As his palms separated, a flame blade condensed to perfection, measuring only about a foot in length and exhibiting a dark red near black color, slowly took shape between his palms. Though the blade was small, the terrifying heat it emitted caused those far below to feel a searing pain on their skin, and the protective barriers surrounding the stage began to tremble violently. The secret of the burning mountain palm. Lava-shattering slash. Gu Yuan's face turned slightly pale, clearly indicating the immense energy required to perform this technique, yet his gaze was fierce as he pushed his palms forward. The dark red near-black flame blade silently sliced through the air, and wherever it passed, even the light seemed to be devoured and distorted, carrying the aura of annihilation as it aimed directly at Gu Chen. Though the speed seemed not fast, it carried an overwhelmingly heavy intent to lock on, as if no matter how Gu Chen dodged, he would be drawn by its energy, making complete evasion impossible. Facing this terrifying strike, Gu Chen's gaze finally became exceptionally sharp. He felt no fear, but instead a strong fighting spirit surged within him. He understood very clearly that in the Gu family, where strength is esteemed, especially in this core area teeming with talents and factions, mere patience and retreat would only invite contempt, leading others to believe they could easily trample him. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength and value could he intimidate the small fry, earn respect, and more importantly attract the attention of the family's higher-ups. Only by being truly valued by the family and included in key training could he gain more resources and protection and truly possess the confidence not to be easily bullied. This battle is not merely to counter Gu Yuan's challenge, but also his declaration of existence to the entire core area and the higher echelons of the Gu family. Facing that dark red blade capable of melting metal and stone, Gu Chen took a deep breath, and the mixed primordial energy within him surged with unprecedented speed. He no longer held back, pushing the flowing cloud phantom body to its limits, instantly creating 7 or 8 indistinguishable afterimages that scattered in different directions, attempting to disrupt the blade's energy lock. However, the locking power of the lava-shattering slash was exceptionally stubborn. The blade momentarily paused and automatically split off several thinner streams of flame, shooting towards the most solid afterimages, while the main blade remained steadfastly aimed at Gu Chen's strongest aura. Gu Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that ordinary movement techniques would be insufficient to completely avoid the attack. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. His footwork shifted again, no longer seeking the ultimate illusion, but instead combining the fastest cloud dragon flash from the flowing cloud phantom body with the charging method of the Thousand Mountains heavy sword technique. He merged completely with the autumn water sword in his hand, transforming into a heavy yet swift stream of light, not rushing toward the most concentrated point of the blade, but rather aiming at a particularly clever angle, slanting toward a three-point area behind the blade. Breaking Army Sword Intent Falling Star. At the tip of the autumn water sword, the mixed primordial energy was highly condensed and compressed, faintly emanating a brilliance akin to stars, embodying the ultimate penetration of the Starfall Dawn's intent. Boom! The sword tip collided violently with the side of the dark red blade. Instead of the expected explosion, it emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache, akin to scorching metal being forcefully torn and twisted, producing a piercing shriek. The terrifying wave of flames clashed fiercely with the sharp sword energy, annihilating and exploding with the scorching airflow and icy sword wind, forming a chaotic vortex that engulfed the entire stage, causing the protective barrier to shake violently, flickering uncertainly, as if it might shatter at any moment. The crowd below was struck with horror. Everyone activated their energy to resist the residual waves, yet their eyes remained fixed on the center of the collision. They saw Gu Chen's figure being blown backward by the explosive shockwave, his clothes scorched and torn in multiple places, his sword-wielding arm trembling slightly, and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from significant shock and burns. Yet his gaze remained sharp. He twisted his body midair to dissipate the force, staggering as he landed, propping himself up with his sword refusing to fall. Across from him, Gu Yuan's face had grown even paler, his form swaying slightly, and the dark red blade had already dissipated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had activated the blood ignition state and unleashed his ultimate secret technique, yet it had been forcefully broken through at its weakest point by the opponent in such a terrifyingly precise manner. Though Gu Chen appeared to be heavily injured, he too had suffered a setback. Moreover, the opponent's sword-merging heaviness, penetration, and speed similarly caused his heart to race. On the stage, the smoke and turbulent airflow gradually calmed. The two exchanged glances across the space, both panting, their breaths slightly weak, yet their fighting spirit grew ever more intense. Below the stage, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this thrilling, near mutually destructive clash. Lu Su covered her mouth, her eyes filled with even greater worry, yet deep down a hint of admiration flashed through. Gu Chen possesses the talent of a prodigy. On the wind and cloud platform, Gu Chen planted his sword into the ground forcibly, suppressing his surging blood and the lingering burning pain within his meridians, his gaze as sharp as ever. Across from him, Gu Yuan's face was pale, his aura visibly depleted from executing the molten earth splitter and maintaining his blood-burning state, but the pride of a genius and the fury of being pushed to his limits burned even more fiercely in his eyes. Good. Truly good, Gu Chen. Gu Yuan's voice carried a hint of panting, yet it was even more ruthless. To force me to this point, you can be proud of yourself. A flash of red light beneath his feet, and his figure shot forward like a flaming meteor, charging straight at Gu Chen. A flickering, unstable blaze of firelight pulsed on both his palms, solid as iron. Gu Chen took a deep breath, letting the primordial unity chi circulate rapidly within him, nourishing his injured meridians. He knew that any hesitation at this moment could lead to defeat. Activating his flowing cloud phantom body again, his form became elusive, avoiding a direct clash, while his autumn water sword traced out blossoming sword flowers, precisely intercepting the weak points in Gu Yuan's palm strikes. The two clashed once more, their figures weaving at high speed across the broad arena. The dull thuds of fists and palms colliding with the sword's edge, along with the ringing of metal, filled the air. The scorching heat of the flame spirit and the steady heaviness of the primordial unity constantly clashed, leaving behind scorch marks and sword scars of varying depths on the arena floor. Gu Chen's swordsmanship was exquisite, his footwork nimble. He often evaded fatal palm strikes in the nick of time and countered with tricky sword paths. Gu Yuan's flame spirit chi was more threatening in close quarters. Its pervasive, searing heat continuously eroded Gu Chen's protective aura. His palm techniques were fierce, yet carried a hidden soft afterforce, nearly breaching Gu Chen's sword net several times. Under the prolonged battle, Gu Chen's sword-wielding arm grew increasingly heavy, and a barely perceptible sluggishness crept into his sword techniques, the result of massive energy depletion and the continuous erosion of the flame force. This slight hesitation was keenly caught by Gu Yuan. Now, a crimson light burst in Gu Yuan's eyes. He had been waiting for the moment his opponent was exhausted and gasping for breath. Abandoning all feints, he compressed the remaining majority of his flame spirit chi into his right palm, which turned blood red, forming an extremely condensed, dark, almost black fire star. With an unstoppable momentum, he struck not at Gu Chen himself, but fiercely at the autumn water sword. This strike was perfect in timing, angle, and force, a desperate gamble. His goal was not to wound, but to destroy Gu Chen's sword. Clang, crack, a piercingly harsh explosion rang out. The dark fire star, condensed with most of Gu Yuan's remaining power, slammed solidly onto the blade of the autumn water sword. The violent flame force and sharp penetrating power erupted instantly. The autumn water sword let out a mournful, overburdened whine, its blade trembling violently. Then within Gu Chen's suddenly constricted pupils, several fine cracks spread outward from the point of impact across the watery, autumn-like surface of the sword. Immediately after, an irresistible, immense force transmitted. Gu Chen's tiger's mouth split open. He could no longer hold the longsword. It flew from his hand, arcing through the air before clattering onto the edge of the arena. The sword's light was utterly dimmed, its spirit was clearly damaged, rendering it useless. The sword fell. Gu Chen's sword was knocked away. It's over. A sword cultivator losing his sword halves his combat power. Gu Yuan is going to win. A wave of exclamations erupted from below the stage. To the onlookers, losing his signature weapon was like a tiger having its fangs pulled. For a martial artist clearly skilled in swordsmanship like Gu Chen, the outcome was decided. Many who had held some hope, due to Gu Chen's outstanding performance, now shook their heads and sighed. A triumphant sneer finally appeared on Gu Yuan's face. Though his aura had weakened further from this desperate strike, his eyes gleamed with the light of certain victory. Gu Chen, what tricks do you have left now? Kneel and admit defeat, and I might go easy on you. He pressed forward step by step, his palms once again wreathed in crimson flames, though far weaker than before. But against an opponent who had lost his weapon and whose aura was flagging, he deemed it sufficient. In the center of the arena, Gu Chen shook his hand and slowly straightened up. He glanced at the fallen sword in the distance, a flicker of pain in his eyes, but then his gaze turned icy cold. A sword, eh? Gu Chen spoke slowly, his voice somewhat hoarse from exertion, but carrying a peculiar penetrating power. Who told you I only use a sword? As his words fell, he moved. There was no flash of a sword, no ornate starting stance. He simply took a single step forward, his form blurring into an afterimage. It was no longer the ethereal agility of before, but rather a ferocious momentum, like a tiger bursting from its den, charging straight at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Instinctively, he swung his palm to meet the attack, a gust of fiery palm wind howling forth. Gu Chen neither dodged nor avoided. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand into a fist, compressing the primordial unity, chi, to its extreme at the knuckles, which faintly shimmered with a thick, earthy yellow luster. His left arm snaked out like a spirit serpent, fingers slightly curled, a hint of starlight hidden at the fingertips. Bang! Fist met palm. Gu Chen's fist smashed solidly into Gu Yuan's fiery palm. This time it was a pure collision of chi and strength without any embellishment. Gu Yuan felt a force as heavy as a mountain, as solid as iron, surge from the opponent's fist, scattering his remaining flame spirit chi. His entire arm went numb, and he staggered backward. Terror struck his heart. How could his fist be even more powerful without the sword? Before he could steady himself, Gu Chen followed like a shadow, closing in instantly. As the momentum of his right fist lingered, the starlight at his left fingertips suddenly burst forth. At this extreme grappling distance, it struck like the sharpest dagger, aimed directly at Gu Yuan's exposed ribs, left open from blocking the punch. Gu Yuan was terrified out of his wits. He twisted his body desperately, while hastily slapping his left palm towards Gu Chen's face, attempting to divert the attack. Gu Chen had anticipated this. He slightly deflected the finger strike aimed at the ribs, hitting instead the belt meridian on Gu Yuan's waist. The condensed penetrating force still numbed half of Gu Yuan's body. Simultaneously, he tilted his head narrowly, avoiding the palm aimed at his face. The palm wind grazed his ear, bringing a searing pain. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several moves. Gu Yuan was completely on the defensive. His expertise, the flame spirit palm technique, required a certain distance and chi support to reach its full power. In this close-quarters brawl, with both their chi reserves nearly exhausted, his scorching flame force had a greatly diminished effect on Gu Chen's resilient primordial unity physique and his masterful close combat deflection skills. Conversely, Gu Chen's fighting style, relying purely on physical strength, battle instinct, and exquisite force application, proved far more threatening in this situation. How is this possible? How is his close-quarters combat so strong? The more Gu Yuan fought, the more shocked and flustered he became. His proud physique and palm techniques were gradually being suppressed under the opponent's seemingly chaotic combination of fists and fingers. Both were at their last gasp. Every collision consumed their remaining strength and will. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from their foreheads. The sound of heavy, ragged breathing was clear on the arena. After exchanging several moves, Gu Chen keenly sensed that the enhanced power from Gu Yuan's blood-burning technique was rapidly fading, meaning he would soon lose his superior combat strength. Not waiting for Gu Yuan to utter any concluding remarks to end the duel, Gu Chen's right fist, which he had been charging for a long time, condensed the very last trace of primordial unity chi within him, and without reservation slammed it into the exact center of Gu Yuan's chest, which was wide open from his palm strike. Thud! A dull sound like the beating of a giant drum exploded. Gu Yuan's eyes bulged, his face a mask of unwillingness and shock. His protective chi completely collapsed. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting a gory mist of blood into the air. Finally, he landed heavily on the edge of the arena, over 10 zhang away, rolling several times before barely stopping. His face was as pale as gold leaf. He struggled twice, but couldn't get up, then his head lolled to the side as he fell into a deep, unconscious state. After throwing the decisive punch, Gu Chen, as if all his strength had been sapped, staggered back 7 or 8 steps before steadying himself. Gazing at the unconscious Gu Yuan, Gu Chen's face was cold. Flame's spirit body. Is that all? The arena was a mess covered in scorch marks and sword scars. One lay unconscious on the ground, the other stood on the stage. The outcome was decided. A brief silence. Then from the observation area for core disciples, an earth-shattering roar of exclamation and uproar erupted. Gu Yuan lost. Gu Chen won. He lost his sword and still won with his fists. My God, that last punch. It was like a savage dragon charge. What kind of monster is this Gu Chen? Masterful swordsmanship and terrifying in close combat. Don't you know? In the hidden dragon disciple area, Gu Chen first made his name fighting above his rank with his fists. The flame spirit body Gu Yuan was actually defeated by Gu Chen. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Exclamations, doubts, praise, and murmurs of disbelief arose from all sides. Lu Su stood still watching Gu Chen on the stage. Her jade hand gently covered her slightly parted lips in shock. She had anticipated that Gu Chen might not be able to resist, but she never expected such an outcome. Was there joy? Perhaps. But Gu Chen's performance far exceeded expectations, bringing more worry and a trace of confusion. The greater the potential and resilience Gu Chen displayed, the more suppression and risks he might face in the future. And the thread binding him to young Master Xiao, whether it was a blessing or a curse at this point, was now unpredictable. The steward referee on the stage was also stunned for a moment before quickly stepping forward to check Gu Yuan's condition. Confirming he was only severely injured and unconscious, not in mortal danger, he cast a complex look at Gu Chen, gathered his chi, and announced loudly, "The victor of this match, Gu Chen." Gu Chen strained to support his nearly collapsing body. Step by step, under the gaze of countless complex eyes, he walked down the arena. He then headed straight towards the direction of Tsui residence. His battle with Gu Yuan, especially the final clash of the lava splitter and the close-quarters combat, had shaken his internal organs, scorching many of his meridians with fiery energy. The wound on his left shoulder was charred and blackened. Had it not been for the resilience of the vital energy cultivated through the Hunyuan Qi technique, which had a healing effect coupled with his iron, well, he would have likely collapsed long ago. Returning to the 7th courtyard, the courtyard gate closed, and the formation activated, isolating the inside from the outside. Gu Chen could no longer hold on, stumbling into the room, sitting cross-legged, taking out all the remaining healing pills on him, swallowing them all at once, and quickly gripping 2 spirit stones, fully operating the Hunyuan Qi technique, entering a deep state of meditation. The power of the pills dissipated, combined with the pure vital energy from the spirit stones like sweet rain nourishing the parched and cracked earth, began to slowly and continuously repair his injured body. The Hunyuan Qi flowed laboriously yet tenaciously through the meridians, gradually dispelling the residual scorching fiery energy, mending minute cracks, and nourishing his injured internal organs. The charred wound on his left shoulder began to ooze dark blood under the effects of the medicinal power and vital energy, bringing a prickling sensation of itchiness. He remained undistracted, forgetting both himself and the world, pouring all his mental energy into healing and recovery. The winds and rains of the outside world were of no concern to him at this moment. Only by swiftly recovering could he face whatever might happen next. Time passed quietly during his healing. After merely half a day, organized knocking sounds from outside interrupted Gu Chen's meditation. Gu Chen frowned slightly, slowly withdrawing his energy. Although it had only been half a day, with the efficacy of the pills and techniques, his injuries had stabilized, his vital energy had recovered by 80%, and he could move without major issues, though his complexion remained pale and his breath was shallow. He stood up, tidied his tattered clothes, and pushed open the door of the quiet room. In the courtyard stood a middle-aged man in dark blue administrative attire, his expression serious, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Gu Chen emerge, the man's gaze swept over him, especially lingering on his pale complexion and the blood-stained wound on his left shoulder, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. Gu Chen, I am Gu Chen, an attendant of the core area of the Qianlong Hall. The middle-aged man spoke in a flat tone, yet with an air of official authority. I have been sent by Elder Gu Zhengyan to summon you. Please follow me to the Qianlong Hall immediately. The summons from the elder made Gu Chen's heart shiver. He had heard of Gu Zhengyan, one of the powerful elders of the Qianlong Hall, holding a high position and overseeing the resource allocation for core descendants, rewards and punishments, as well as some promotion assessments, truly a figure of real power within the family. For such a person to summon him merely half a day after the battle at the Fengyun platform, the implications were clear. Thank you, Attendant Gu. Gu Chen suppressed his thoughts and cupped his hands. Gu Chen nodded, not saying much, and turned to leave, Gu Chen closely following behind. The two walked through the core area, heading directly into the depths of the Qianlong Hall, an even quieter and more securely guarded cluster of buildings. Eventually, they stopped in front of a grand and ancient hall. The hall's doors bore a high-hanging plaque inscribed with the 4 gilded characters, Qianlong Zhengdian, the strokes powerful and vigorous, with an aura of dragon-like energy swirling faintly. The hall doors were unguarded, yet an invisible pressure permeated the air. Gu Chen stopped before the doors, bowed, and said, Elder, I bring Gu Chen. Enter. A calm voice that seemed to resonate deep within the soul emerged, indiscernible in age, yet carrying a sense of detachment and authority from long-held power. Gu Chen gestured for Gu Chen to enter while he remained outside. Gu Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the hall. The interior of the hall was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a high dome under which celestial imagery faintly emerged. The light was not bright, yet it exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The hall's furnishings were simple, with only a few rows of ancient chairs and a high platform at the far end. On the high platform sat an old man dressed in a plain white robe, his hair and beard all white, and his face gaunt, eyes closed in meditation. The old man's presence was entirely absent, as if he blended into the surrounding environment, yet he gave a feeling of being as lofty as a mountain, unfathomable. He was the elder Gu Zhengyan of the Qianlong Hall. Gu Chen stepped forward, stopping 3 zhang away from the high platform, respectfully bowing. Gu Chen pays respects to the elder. Gu Zhengyan slowly opened his eyes, which seemed murky, yet occasionally sparkled with insight into worldly affairs. His gaze fell upon Gu Chen. There was no pressure of scrutiny, yet it felt as if he could see through all falsehoods. Gu Chen, Gu Zhengyan spoke, his voice calm. I am already aware of your battle with Gu Yuan. Gu Chen's heart trembled slightly, and he bowed his head, saying, My cousin Gu Yuan invited me to spar first, and I was fortunate to win. Fortunate? Gu Zhengyan's lips seemed to curl slightly. To first engage with swordsmanship against the fiery spirit body of Gu Yuan, and then to narrowly win in close combat, after losing your sword, this cannot simply be summarized as luck. With a solid foundation, skilled and fluid martial arts application, decisive adaptability in battle, unwavering will, and more importantly, a calm disposition, not boastful in victory. Yes, indeed, quite commendable. A series of praises delivered in an even tone eased Gu Chen's heart. It seemed that the elder's summon was not a bad thing after all. The establishment of the Qianlong Hall aims to select and cultivate true future pillars for the family. Gu Zhengyan shifted the topic, entering into the main subject. Your performance in the Qianlong Hall has proven your potential. After discussions within the hall, effective today, your status and treatment will be elevated from core descendant to talented descendant. Talented descendant. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with light. This was quicker than he had anticipated. He had thought he would have to wait until he advanced to the Xianling stage and completed the trials in the Qingcang Tower before having a chance. He did not expect to be promoted directly after his battle with Gu Yuan. As a talented descendant, you shall enjoy the treatment befitting such a status, Gu Zhengyan said, lightly sweeping his sleeve. Instantly, several streams of light flew out from his sleeve, hovering before Gu Chen. The first was a token that was neither gold nor jade, entirely purple gold in color, with the character challenge engraved on the front and a Qianlong emblem on the back, exuding an aura of sharp defiance. This is a challenge token, Gu Zhengyan explained. With this token, you may issue challenges to your peers within the clan. If the realm difference is not too great, the other party cannot refuse. Those who violate this must compensate you with 300 spirit stones. This token aims to encourage talented descendants to strive vigorously, avoiding complacency, and can also be used to resolve certain necessary disputes. He cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chen. Next was a more ancient blue jade tablet engraved with the words Classics Repository. With this jade tablet, you may freely enter the first 3 levels of the family's Classics Repository, where you can browse and study all techniques, martial arts, and secret texts without any conditions. This includes the part of the ultimate martial arts and secret teachings left by our Gu family's past sages that are not publicly passed down. You will also have the qualification to access them. You can choose from any of the first 3 levels of the Classics repository. The true heritage collection of the Gu family. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Gu Chen, who yearned for higher-level techniques and martial arts, especially the ultimate martial arts on the 3rd level. Even if they were merely fragments, their worth was immeasurable. Next, Gu Zhengyan began reciting additional benefits. Your monthly supply of yuan crystals will increase from 10 to 500. Your monthly alchemical provisions include 3 bottles of solidifying yuan pills, 3 bottles of cultivating yuan pills, 3 bottles of gathering yuan pills, 1 bottle of mystical spirit pills, and 3 bottles of mystical yuan pills. You are granted a 3rd-rank spirit weapon of your choice. Visit the Divine Armory at your convenience to select and customize it. And you are also awarded a protective jade talisman reserved for the Gu clan's prodigies. A warm, translucent jade pendant drifted before Gu Chen, its interior shimmering with the faint, sinuous silhouette of a dragon. This talisman activates automatically, capable of absorbing a single full-force strike from a Celestial Vanguard rank cultivator. Attacks below that realm are nearly ineffective. Guard it well. It is a life-preserving artifact. The Celestial Vanguard realm is the final stage of the Transcendent Triad, following the True Spirit and Spirit Sea realms, and precedes the Immortal Triad: Celestial, Mortal, Profound Connection, and Immortality. Within the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty, a Celestial Vanguard rank expert may govern an entire commandery. The value of this talisman is thus self-evident. Lastly, Gu Zhengyan gazed steadily at Gu Chen and spoke slowly. From this day forth, you are authorized to represent the Gu clan at youth assemblies held across commanderies, and even prefectures, of the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty. Should you uphold our clan's prestige in such gatherings, the clan will reward you handsomely. One by one, benefit upon benefit poured from Gu Zhengyan's lips, each so lavish as to leave one breathless. With every announcement, Gu Chen's pulse quickened. 500 yuan crystals, rare precious pills, full access to the scripture repository, a 3rd-rank spirit weapon, a life-saving talisman, representation at elite assemblies. It was worth it. The duel with Gu Yuan was utterly worth it. This was far more than a sudden surge of resources. It was a profound affirmation of status and recognition, proof that the clan now regarded him as worthy of substantial investment and focused cultivation. Once the bestowals concluded, Gu Zhengyan observed Gu Chen, his expression fervent yet carefully restrained, and his tone hardened into solemnity. Gu Chen, remember well, these gifts are bestowed not as indulgence, but in hope that you shall mature into greatness, into someone who one day bears the heavens above our clan. Within the hidden Dragon Hall, and throughout the clan, disciples naturally form bonds of closeness or distance. Occasional rivalry and conflict are inevitable. So long as such matters remain within the bounds of ancestral law, we shall not intervene excessively. Appropriate pressure and rigorous trials sometimes foster growth more effectively than ease. His words were unambiguous, effectively informing Gu Chen that the clan would take no action against Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunlong's suppression of him. He was expected to resolve such matters through his own strength, a tacit endorsement, even encouragement of competition. Henceforth, your sole and paramount duty is unwavering cultivation. Do not betray the title of prodigy, nor disappoint the clan's expectations. Gu Zhengyan's voice deepened, his gaze piercing as he added, when your cultivation breaks through to the mystical spirit realm, you may challenge the Tsangqing Pagoda, the most hallowed ancestral trial ground of the Gu clan. The Tsangqing Pagoda has 9 levels, each ascent doubles in difficulty, and in reward. Should you clear the 7th level, you shall be granted automatic status as a heavenly prodigy. At that point, your privileges, authority, and access to resources and esoteric knowledge will dwarf anything available to you today. That threshold marks true entry into the innermost circle of the Gu clan's core inheritance. Disciple Gu Chen humbly accepts this instruction and vows never to disappoint the clan's profound trust. I shall cultivate diligently and ascend to ever higher realms without delay. Suppressing the tempest within his heart, he bowed deeply once more, his voice resounding with ironclad resolve. Gu Zhengyan gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with Gu Chen's demeanor. Go now. First select your spirit weapon at the Divine Armory, then recover thoroughly from your injuries. The path of cultivation is long, there is no need to rush. Above all, a solid foundation is paramount. Yes, many thanks, Elder. Gu Chen bowed again, reverently gathered the floating challenge edict, the scripture repository jade token, and the protective talisman, then withdrew from the main hall of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Outside the hall, sunlight bathed the land in golden clarity. Standing alone before the towering edifice, Gu Chen felt the tangible weight of the artifacts nestled in his robes, and sensed the lingering ache of his wounds pulsing now with vibrant, resilient vitality. He exhaled slowly, releasing a long, heavy breath. The cultivation support granted by the clan was exceptionally generous. With these resources, Gu Chen would require no further assignments during the Meridian opening phase. He could devote himself entirely to breaking through to the mystical spirit realm. His heart surged with exhilaration as he strode purposefully toward the Divine Armory. Having earned the right to choose a third-rank spirit weapon, and with his previous blade, the Qiushui sword shattered by Gu Yuan, he intended first to select a new sword suited precisely to his nature. Upon arriving at the Divine Armory, Gu Chen presented his newly issued prodigy, Disciple Jade token. Instantly, the gatekeeper attendant's demeanor softened into deferential warmth. Prodigy disciples enjoyed privileges far surpassing those of ordinary core disciples: direct access to the third floor for selecting third-rank spirit weapons, and even the right to request custom forging. Inside the Divine Armory, vast spatial dimensions spiraled upward in concentric tiers, displaying thousands of weapons, armor sets, and esoteric artifacts, each radiating a unique shimmering aura of spiritual energy. Gu Chen bypassed the first two floors entirely and ascended directly to the third. Here displays grew markedly refined. Each spirit weapon rested upon its own carved jade plinth or beneath a crystal dome accompanied by a jade slip, detailing its material composition, innate properties, master smith, and a concise description. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, poleaxes, hooks, tridents. Countless forms filled the chamber, their auras swirling like mist. Gu Chen's focus remained unwavering. Only swords drew his attention. He walked slowly down row after row of display platforms, his gaze gliding over blade after blade, each uniquely shaped, each whispering a different resonance. Some were light as wind, crystalline and ethereal, others dense as mountains, their edges deliberately blunt, some wreathed in searing flame, others sheathed in biting frost, until finally his steps halted before a modest, ancient-looking black, iron sword stand. Laid across the stand lay a long sword still sheathed. Its scabbard gleamed with a subdued dark gold luster, its surface etched with scale-like patterns. Beside it the jade slip, read Jinhua, third-rank supreme spirit weapon. Forged primarily from Starfall Xuanaron, refined with essence of gung metal and subterranean vein marrow, and tempered for 100 days in geothermal fire. Properties: unparalleled weight, peerless sharpness, extraordinary resilience, grants enhanced efficacy to earth and metal affinity arts, as well as heavy strike or razor-edge martial techniques. Its core houses a nascent sliver of a Zhensha spirit soul, requiring sustained tempering with bloodki and battle will. Forged by Master Gu Teniu of the Gu Clan's Divine Armory. Jinhua, a fine name, Gu Chen murmured, eyes bright with approval. This one it is. Without hesitation, he retrieved his jade token and swiped it across the activation array beside the stand. A streak of luminous energy flared, bonding complete. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the Jinhua sword. Vum! Not deep, resonant hum rose. Not the crystalline chime of the Qiushui sword, but the muffled thunder of tectonic depths. The weight was immense, but as Gu Chen subtly channeled his Hunyuan Qi, the blade seemed to lighten, melding seamlessly with his arm, as if born of his very flesh. Drawing it free, the blade revealed no silvery gleam, only a profound dark gold hue, its spine traced with intricate mountain-like ridges. With a casual sweep, no target, no intent, the air groaned under sudden pressure, emitting a heavy, mournful wail. An exceptional blade, Gu Chen exclaimed, sheathing Jinhua and securing it at his side. Leaving the Divine Armory, he proceeded straight to the scripture repository. As a prodigy disciple, he held unrestricted access to all martial techniques. And for Gu Chen, whose life book granted instantaneous mastery, learning required neither prolonged practice nor gradual refinement. The more techniques he mastered, the greater his combat potential would become. Previously constrained by limitations, he had selected only those techniques offering swift, decisive combat enhancement. Now, with unfettered access, he resolved to comprehensively strengthen his weaknesses. Holding the Azure Scripture Jade token bestowed by Elder Gu Jingyan, Gu Chen entered the third floor of the Scripture Pavilion unimpeded. Here there were no longer rows of bookshelves, but individual jade platforms or stone niches protected by soft light barriers. Within each light barrier lay an ancient jade slip of varying hues or a scroll of unknown beast hide, a metal-bound tome, and so forth. The number of texts here was far fewer than on the 2 floors below, yet each one was at least a top-tier cultivation technique or martial skill. This place housed the unique secret arts and insights left behind by generations of Gu family ancestors, and even some fragmented inheritances from ancient ruins. Gu Chen did not act hastily. Instead, he first surveyed the entire collection. He had long since planned his path. His main cultivation art, the mixed origin unity art, was balanced and profound, with deep potential sufficient to support him at least until the profound spirit stage, requiring no replacement. His current shortcomings and future needs lay in greater instantaneous burst power, a more resilient body and soul, a more profound sword inheritance, and close combat techniques. to handle various battle situations. Based on this, he began his careful selection. First, his gaze was drawn to a thick jade slip purple-gold in color with lightning patterns flickering across its surface. The inscription beside it read, Heavenly Mountain Limit-Breaking Art, Fragment, First 5 Layers. A remnant of an ancient body cultivation secret technique not to be practiced lightly by those who have not achieved great mastery in body refinement. Upon mastering each layer, one could for a short time, through a special method of circulating blood energy and true chi, unleash a burst of power double the limit of one's current realm. The duration and side effects varied with the layer's advancement. Note this art places immense strain on the body, requiring a corresponding body tempering technique as a foundation and cannot be used consecutively. A momentary doubling of strength, Gu Chen's pupils contracted. This was precisely the trump card he needed most. When facing a formidable foe or a desperate situation, this double burst of power could be the key to reversing life and death. Although it was only a fragment and came with many restrictions, its value was immeasurable. This is the one. Gu Chen did not hesitate. Using the jade token, he unlocked the light barrier and took the purple-gold jade slip. Next, he needed to address his weakness in the soul aspect. Soon a jade slip warm and smooth as water emitting a tranquil blue light caught his eye. Mystic Mirror Soul Concentration Method, a fragment of an ancient visualization technique focused on refining and consolidating the power of the soul. Cultivated to a high level, it allowed one to condense divine sense, perceive with minute clarity, anticipate an enemy's moves, and even unleash mental strikes, manifesting the soul in tangible forms to injure others without physical contact. Note, soul cultivation is perilous. It must be pursued step by step, avoiding haste and greed for quick results. Enhancing spiritual power and even the future ability to harm others with mental force was crucial for combat support, danger perception, and even exploring ancient ruins. Gu Chen took this jade slip. Physical strength was the foundation. He found a scroll of unknown dark gold beast hide, cold and heavy to the touch, dragon elephant vajra art, a fragment of a guardian divine technique passed down from the ancient monks of the Western Desert. It was not a simple technique for brute force, but rather a method that combined special breathing visualization and true chi circulation to comprehensively refine skin, flesh, sinews, bones, marrow, and internal organs from the inside out, ultimately achieving the strength of a dragon elephant and an indestructible diamond-like physique. Cultivation was arduous and time-consuming, but the foundation it built was exceptionally solid. Cultivating both internally and externally, strengthening the physique in all aspects. This was precisely the perfect foundation Gu Chen sought. He put away the beast hide scroll. In terms of the sword path, he needed a more systematic and encompassing inheritance. After some searching, an ancient metal tome stored in a cyan jade case caught his attention, the 5 Elements Sword Canon. Suspected to be a scattered fragment of the core inheritance from an ancient sword sect, it expounded the fundamental principles of the 5 Elements sword path, encompassing all aspects. It contained the basic sword intent of the 5 elements and some foundational sword forms based on their generation and overcoming cycles. Note, this canon emphasizes intent over form, making comprehension extremely difficult. However, once one enters its gate, the future of one's sword path is boundless. The 5 elements encompass all things. This could not only greatly enrich his sword techniques, but also resonate wonderfully with the balanced nature of the mixed origin unity art. Gu Chen reverently picked up the jade case. Finally, he needed to supplement his close combat capabilities. He selected a gray, unremarkable square stone slab covered in tadpole-like ancient seal script, formless prajna art, fragment of unknown origin, suspected to be from the same source as the dragon elephant vajra art, but a different branch. This art did not cultivate fixed techniques. Instead, it aimed to hone the practitioner's ultimate control over every ounce of their strength, blood energy, true chi, and physical power, achieving a state of formlessness where power arises from the mind. When a practitioner engaged in close-quarters combat, their fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees, and legs could all become weapons. The angles and variations of force were unpredictable and difficult to defend against. It required a powerful physique and fine control over true chi as a foundation. Formlessness defeating form, ultimate control over power. This perfectly complemented the close combat fighting style he had displayed when deprived of his sword, maximizing his physical advantages. Gu Chen put away the stone slab. These 5 martial secret arts, covering burst power, soul, physique, sword path, and close combat control, combined with his own mixed origin unity art and flowing cloud phantom step, formed a nearly perfect cultivation system. It cultivated both internal and external aspects, was effective at both range and close quarters, and had no weaknesses. Gu Chen was extremely satisfied with his choices. He would first cultivate these arts, and then based on his progress supplement them with others as needed. After going downstairs to inscribe these techniques into jade slips, Gu Chen returned to the know. 7 Courtyard of Qvi Residence. The moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, a familiar, gentle, yet slightly urgent female voice came from within. Gu Chen, you're finally back. Gu Chen looked up and saw Lu Su dressed in light purple robes, standing by the spirit bamboo in the courtyard. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed and her gaze was complex as she looked at him. She seemed to have been waiting for him for some time. Somewhat surprised, Gu Chen clasped his hands and said, Sister Lu, what important matter brings you here in person? He noticed that Lu Zu's demeanor was different from usual. She had lost some of her composure and gained a hint of gravity. Lu Su sighed softly, stepped forward and lowered her voice. Gu Chen, your battle with Gu Yuan has shaken the core area. The young master has already learned of it. Young master Gu Yunxia. Gu Chen understood. His transformation had indeed immediately attracted the close attention of this investor. The young master is quite appreciative of the potential and character you have displayed, Lu Su said, looking at him, her tone softening. He said that he was indeed not mistaken about you back then. However, she paused as if choosing her words carefully. The situation is delicate now. Your conflict with Gu Yunlong and Gu Yunfei has already been set. Moreover, as your status rises, their reaction will likely become more intense. The young master hopes to speak with you in person. A face-to-face talk. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that his sharply increased standing had made young Master Xia unable to remain behind the scenes any longer. He needed a personal meeting to reassess their relationship, clarify positions, or perhaps renegotiate terms. To be fair, Gu Chen felt grateful to Gu Yunxia and Lu Su. In his most difficult days after first entering the main clan, it was young Master Xia who through Lu Su provided him with crucial resource support. And it was Lu Su who personally arranged for his mother and younger sister to be brought from Qingyang and settled, relieving his greatest worry. He remembered this kindness. But gratitude was one thing. Gu Chen was well aware that there were no favors without reason in this world. Young Master Xia's investment was based on his belief in Gu Chen's potential, hoping he would become a force under his command in the future. Now that he had been promoted to a gifted disciple and had gained direct attention from the clan, his status and autonomy were different. His relationship with young Master Xia's faction needed to be re-examined and redefined. A complete break would be an act of ingratitude. But becoming a mere enforcer or dependent, completely subservient, was far from what Gu Chen desired. He sought powerful autonomy, not a life under another's roof. After a moment's thought, Gu Chen nodded, his tone calm. Young Master Xia and senior sister have helped me. Since he summons me, I will naturally pay my respects. When would be convenient for him? Seeing Gu Chen agree readily, Lu Zu's brows relaxed slightly, but the worry in her eyes did not completely disappear. She could see that the Gu Chen before her was no longer the youth who had just entered the core area and needed the shelter of the rain listening pavilion. His calm and composed demeanor was even more pronounced than before. The young master is already waiting in the quiet chamber at the rain listening pavilion. If you are free, we can go now, Lu Su said. Good ill trouble, senior sister, to lead the way. Gu Chen did not decline. Returning to the listening rain pavilion, Gu Chen's state of mind was vastly different from his first visit. The trepidation and curiosity had diminished, replaced by a heightened sense of prudence and deliberation. He was no longer merely a sponsored individual, but a potential collaborator with considerable leverage, capable of engaging in equal dialogue with his investors. The bamboo shadows swayed gently, and the clear spring murmured softly. The door to the quiet chamber of the listening rain pavilion was left ajar. Lu Su paused outside and gestured for Gu Chen to enter, whispering, "The young master awaits you inside." Gu Chen took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside the serene chamber, the furnishings remained as elegant as ever. Gu Yunxia, clad in a plain white robe, stood with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window at the rustling bamboo grove. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. This young master, ranked among the Gu family's elite, possessed a handsome and refined countenance, a gentle demeanor, and deep, placid eyes that betrayed no hint of his inner thoughts. Gu Chen said calmly, "Gu Chen pays respects to young Master Xia." Gu Yunxia offered a faint smile, one that seemed capable of thawing the spring breeze. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Cousin Gu Chen, no need for formalities. Please take a seat." The two sat down facing each other. "First, allow me to congratulate you on your elevation to the rank of gifted disciple." Gu Yunxia cut straight to the point, his tone sincere. "Your victory over Gu Yuan at the Wind and Cloud platform battle speaks volumes about your extraordinary potential. The techniques you cultivate would take ordinary clan members years to master as skillfully as you have. You are truly remarkable. Young master flatters me. My achievements today would not have been possible without your and Sister Lu Zu's generous assistance in the early days. I hold this kindness in my heart." Gu Chen responded with neither arrogance nor humility. A flicker of appreciation passed through Gu Yunxia's eyes, his smile unwavering. "Those resources were merely a touch of icing on the cake. The true foundation and sharpness are entirely your own doing. I invited you here today for two reasons. First, to offer my congratulations. Second, he paused, his gaze turning more serious. I also wish to speak with you candidly. Gu Chen straightened his posture. Please speak your mind, young master. I am all ears. Gu Yongxia's voice remained gentle, but carried a rare note of frankness. When Lu Su recruited you on my behalf, she mentioned that I would need your assistance when I vie for the position of Holy Son. That was a strategic statement, a common tactic used to recruit young talents whose hearts are not yet set. Its purpose is to offer a shared vision of a great enterprise to ease one's defenses and make it easier to accept unearned benefits. He confessed this openly, his tone devoid of any pretense. Gu Chen's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he listened quietly. In the current generation of the Gu family, there is Gu Ling. With his mystic spirit war body, he has already reached the late stage of true Yuan at the age of 22. His actual combat prowess. He paused, withdrawing his gaze to look at Gu Chen, and spoke slowly. I once witnessed him at the early stage of true Yuan crossing an entire major realm to defeat a guest elder who had just entered the late stage of Heavenly Gang in a family trial. The Heavenly Gang realm. Spiritual Sea True Yuan Heavenly Gang. These were the transcendent realms beyond mystic spirit that Gu Chen knew of. Gu Ling had managed to cross this seemingly insurmountable chasm between major realms and defeat his opponent. Gu Chen's mind was in turmoil. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying caliber of the legendary 7th-ranked elite. What a monstrous being he was. The gap between each realm, Spiritual Sea True Yuan and Heavenly Gang, far exceeds that between Meridian Opening and Mystic Spirit. Gu Yongxia's tone carried a subtle hint of emotion, as well as a clear-eyed awareness. Gu Ling's achievement is not solely due to his mystic spirit war body. His talent, temperament, and opportunities are all of the highest order. Were it not for his youth and the family's desire to temper and observe him further, the position of Holy Son would likely have been decided long ago with no contest. He looked at Gu Chen and admitted openly, I, Gu Yunxia, may have some talent, a place among the ranks, and a modest reputation. But I know well that the gap between myself and Gu Ling is as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. Among the top 10 elites, the others, including Gu Yunlong ranked 5th, each possess unique physiques. Yet if they were in the same realm as Gu Ling, they would still struggle to defeat him. I have set aside any thoughts of the Holy Son position. This statement made Gu Yongxia's stance clear. He had withdrawn from the highest stage of competition, accepting reality. Then what is it that you seek, young master? Gu Chen asked at the opportune moment, knowing the crucial point was approaching. Gu Yunxia smiled faintly, the smile losing some of its ethereal quality and gaining a touch of melancholy. Although the Holy Son position is beyond my reach, I still wish to establish myself within the Gu family to have my own voice and strength. The Gu family's territory is vast with numerous branches and countless industries. Various interests need someone to maintain and fight for. I am willing to contend for the position of a family elder. His gaze sharpened and became clear. What I need is not a peerless blade blessed with heaven-defying talent and luck to vie for the Holy Son title, but a group of talents who can become the backbone of the Gu family in the future, capable of holding up a corner in all aspects, handling affairs for me, and being mutual pillars of support. He looked at Gu Chen, his eyes full of affirmation. And you, Gu Chen, with the potential temperament and growth rate you have displayed, are very likely to become a prodigy of our Gu family in the future. What I value is this potential of yours, as well as your background from Qingyang, which is relatively simple, combined with your resolute will and clear-minded ability to weigh choices. Gu Yunxia did not conceal his intentions. His goal was clear: to invest in future power brokers and core strengths, building his own network and influence to lay the groundwork for occupying significant positions in the Elder Council or family affairs in the future. Gu Chen was the promising stock he had set his sights on. Therefore, Gu Yunxia leaned forward slightly, his tone solemn. From today onward, we can interact on a different footing. The support you deserve, such as monthly elixirs, certain intelligence, and even appropriate covert assistance in family missions or resource competitions, will not cease. In fact, if the opportunity arises, I will help you vie for benefits crucial to you. His tone shifted, candid, yet carrying an unmistakable distance. However, I and my forces will not directly intervene in the rift and grievances between you and Gu Yunfei, or even the faction behind him, Gu Yunlong. That is your trial, and you must face and resolve it yourself. As long as internal family competition does not cross the bottom line, the higher-ups are happy to see it. If I intervene rashly, it would be detrimental and bring unnecessary trouble upon myself. I hope you can understand this. This was a line drawn in the sand, a form of self-preservation. Gu Yunxia was willing to provide nourishment, but would not act as a bodyguard. The risks and battles were for Gu Chen to bear alone. Finally, Gu Yunxia presented his true proposal, the one he believed would best bind someone of Gu Chen's temperament. I do not require you to consider yourself a follower. That master-servant dynamic is no longer suitable for either of us. Instead, I hope that from today on we can interact as friends, looking out for each other, exchanging what we have, and in the long journey of the Tao and family matters become allies, advancing hand in hand. Friends. Allies. In an instant, Gu Chen's mind was crystal clear. Gu Yongxia's words were exceedingly shrewd. By explicitly renouncing the Holy Sun contest and defining his own position and needs, he made it clear to Gu Chen that his investment was a pragmatic long-term strategy, not a short-term gamble. Furthermore, by clearly stating he would not involve himself in Gu Chen's direct conflict with Gu Yunlong, he avoided a direct confrontation with the 5th-ranked elite, while pushing Gu Chen to the front line, securing his own position. Regardless of how the struggle between Gu Chen and Gu Yunlong's faction played out, Gu Yunxia would have the flexibility to advance or retreat. He discarded the label of subordinate, granting Gu Chen immense respect and autonomy, satisfying Gu Chen's fundamental need for independence and strength. But debts of gratitude between friends can sometimes be more binding and flexible than a written contract. If Gu Chen were to rise in the future, this debt of gratitude would be invaluable. If Gu Chen were to fall midway, then Gu Yunxia would merely have suffered a failed investment, losing some initial resources without being embroiled in a core conflict, a negligible loss. It was a win-win situation. Either way, controlled risk, immense potential gain, and presented in a way that felt comfortable and hard to refuse. Gu Chen looked at the young master before him with his gentle demeanor and eyes as deep as the ocean and sighed inwardly. This man was extraordinary, with a mind as deep as the abyss and calculations as intricate as a web, yet he could express them in the most candid and agreeable manner, making it difficult to feel aversion. Instead, one found him pragmatic and clear-headed. Dealing with such a person, one could only be a friend, never an enemy. Otherwise, it would be an exceedingly terrifying affair. He would be like the most patient hunter weaving a gentle and invisible web, and before you knew it, you might have already fallen into an inescapable trap. Quickly assessing the pros and cons, Gu Chen raised his head, his gaze clear and calm, meeting Gu Yongxia's waiting eyes, and cupped his hands in salute. Young master's candid words move me deeply. I will always remember the kindness you showed me in the past. The path of friends and allies you propose seems excellent to me. What I seek is nothing more than a smooth path and a steadfast heart for strength. If I achieve anything in the future, I will not forget your kindness today. As for Gu Yunfei and Gu Yunlong, that is my own karma, and I shall bear it myself without troubling you. The smile in Gu Yongxia's eyes deepened, as if everything was proceeding as expected. He raised his cup in a toast. Excellent. Let us use tea in place of wine, toasting to the future. To the future. Gu Chen also raised his teacup. They exchanged a glance and drank in one gulp. Leaving the rain-listening pavilion, Gu Chen walked back towards Emerald Residence, his mind now at peace. The meeting with Gu Yunxia had yielded a favorable outcome. Although the rift between Gu Chen and Gu Yunfei stemmed from Gu Chen accepting Gu Yongxia's recruitment, and Gu Yongxia's refusal to intervene in their conflict seemed heartless now that they had agreed to interact as friends, the shackles binding Gu Chen had been removed. Mountains may crumble, and people may flee. In the end, only oneself can be relied upon. Gu Chen was content with this result. There was no deep-seated enmity between him and Gu Yunfei's faction. After he defeated Gu Yuan and was promoted to a prodigy disciple, their attitude towards him would inevitably change. It was no longer possible to use petty tricks to cripple Gu Chen. He speculated that Gu Yunfei would lie low for a while, and if he were wise, he might even take the initiative to mend their relationship. Whether Gu Chen would accept this was known only to him. In the Wolf Plains, if those two hadn't been careless and allowed him to counterkill, he would never have escaped. This grudge was etched deep in Gu Chen's heart. Without strength, he could endure and even feign cooperation, but once he possessed power, he would not rest until he avenged this wrong. Returning to his dwelling, Gu Chen spent a full day recovering from his injuries. He did not immediately plunge into frenzied cultivation of his newly acquired techniques. He changed into clean plain clothes and left the core disciple area, heading towards Qingyi Courtyard on the clan's periphery. No matter how busy with cultivation or perilous the path ahead, some attachments remained the softest corner of his heart. The environment of Qingyi Courtyard was still serene and elegant, safe under the protection of its formation. When Gu Chen pushed open the door, his motherly Wanxiu was carefully tending to a few newly transplanted spirit vegetables in the courtyard, while his younger sister Gu Wei was focused on calligraphy practice at the stone table. Hearing the sound, both looked up simultaneously. "Chinner." Li Wangxia's face instantly bloomed with a joyful smile. She put down her small trowel, hurried over, and took Gu Chen's hands, looking him over. "You're back. I heard the day before yesterday that you were in some kind of competition on a stage and got hurt. Are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with deep concern and worry. Though she was outside the core area, some sensational news inevitably reached her through servants or other channels. Gu Wei also dropped her brush and rushed over like a happy little bird, hugging Gu Chen's arm. "Brother, you haven't visited us in so long. Wire missed you." Feeling the familiar roughness and warmth of his mother's palm, and seeing his little sister's adorable, dependent smile, Gu Chen was filled with a profound sense of tenderness. He smiled, gently patted his mother's hand, and ruffled his sister's hair. "Mother, why are I'm fine. It was just a minor injury, and it's long since healed. I'm sorry for worrying you." He led his mother and sister to sit at the stone table in the courtyard, personally poured tea, and the warm sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves. "I came to tell you about some things that have happened to me recently." Gu Chen's tone was gentle as he chose his words carefully, not wanting to cause unnecessary worry, but also wanting to share his progress and joy. He briefly mentioned that he had established himself in the core area, made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and achieved good results in an important competition, earning the appreciation of the clan elders and being promoted to a prodigy disciple with significantly improved treatment and authority. He omitted the life-and-death danger of his battle with Gu Yuan and the sharp conflicts with Gu Yunlong's faction, describing it merely as normal sparring and competition among fellow disciples. A prodigy disciple. Though Li Wanxiu didn't fully understand the specifics, hearing her son's casual, yet confident tone and his mention of the elder's recognition and improved treatment, she knew he had accomplished something remarkable. Her eyes reddened slightly with tears of pride and relief. Good. My son has made something of himself. Your mother doesn't ask for wealth or status, only that you live in peace, earn respect in the clan, and no longer suffer as you did in Qingyang. That's enough. She recalled the days of oppression and fear under Gu Tong, in Qingyang, still shuddering at the memory. Big brother is the best, Gu Wei said with adoration, her big eyes sparkling. One day Wire will be as strong as you and protect mother. Gu Chen smiled and pinched his sister's cheek. Wire, cultivate diligently, and you'll be even stronger than your brother one day. He then asked about his mother and sister's life here, and upon learning that everything was fine, the servants were attentive, and no one caused them trouble, he felt somewhat reassured. Gu Yunxia and Lu Su had indeed made proper arrangements in this regard. Chen Li Wanxiu said, holding his hand with a serious tone, your mother knows it's not easy for you in the main clan, 100,000 times harder than in Qingyang. You have your own path to walk, your own mountains to climb. Your mother can't help you much, only pray for you here, and not cause you trouble. Just focus on your own affairs, don't worry too much about us. As long as I know you're doing well, my heart is sweeter than honey. Gu Chen's heart ached. He nodded firmly. Mother, rest assured. I know what to do. I will grow stronger and stronger until no one can bully us, until I can give you and Wire a truly peaceful and honorable life. It's safe here. Stay at ease. When your son progresses further, perhaps we can move to an even better place. He chatted with his mother and sister for a while longer, shared a simple yet warm lunch, and then took his leave under their reluctant gazes. Walking back to the core area, Gu Chen's state of mind had changed. His family's well-being and hopes were his strongest pillar of support. Returning to Courtyard 7 of Emerald Residence, Gu Chen began his cultivation. He sat cross-legged, and before him lay the 5 newly acquired martial arts secret manuals. According to their descriptions, these techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. He wondered how his progress would be after using the Destiny script to deduce them. Gu Chen reviewed each one: the Supreme Mountain Heavenly Gang limit-breaking art, the Mystic Mirror Spirit Convergence method, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, the 5 elements sword cannon, and the Formless Prajna art. He then began to deduce them using the Destiny script. After a moment, a thoughtful look appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Of the 5 techniques, only the 5 elements sword cannon and the Formless Prajna art could be applied immediately upon comprehension. The remaining 3 techniques required diligent cultivation through corresponding methods to strengthen his body. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art focused on the physical foundation, enhancing blood vitality and endurance. The Mystic Mirror Spirit Convergence method tempered the soul. The Supreme Mountain Heavenly Gang limit-breaking art demanded rigorous requirements for the body meridian's energy and soul. It could only be attempted after mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna art and the Mystic Mirror Spirit Convergence method to a minor level. While cultivating in his residence, Gu Chen often sent his servants to gather information outside. After Gu Yuan's failed challenge, Gu Chen was uncertain whether Gu Yunlong and the others had other tricks up their sleeves. Now that Gu Chen lacked no resources, he had no intention of leaving for the time being. Common tactics would not be used against him, so he only needed to pay slight attention to external developments. The cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Vajra art began with the most fundamental rough ox breathing technique and the Dragon Elephant Prison visualization method. The breath had to coordinate with specific qi and blood circulation, deep and heavy each inhale and exhale, like pulling a bellows, resonating with the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The visualization required constructing the phantom of a dragon and elephant in the mind, using its divine essence to stimulate the Bodhi's potential. Even with the perfect insights derived from the Fate book, Yin Zhang, the actual cultivation remained excruciatingly painful. Every breath felt as though a 1,000-pound weight pressed upon the chest. A slight misstep in visualization would cause qi and blood to deviate, resulting in sharp pain throughout the body. In the initial stage, one could persist for at most 2 hours before needing to stop and regulate breathing with muscles sore as if crushed. Yet the effects were also remarkable. He could feel his dermis becoming denser and tougher with each surge of qi and blood, his sinews and bones emitting faint hums, his strength growing slowly but steadily. The initiation of the profound mirror concentration method was even more perilous and subtle. This technique required concentrating mental will to an extreme degree, condensing it like a mirror to reflect oneself, then gradually expanding perception outward. A slight mistake in the early stage could lead to mental exhaustion, dizziness, and blurred vision. Gu Chen possessed perfect insights into this method, knowing the most effective routes for concentrating and circulating mental intent, thus avoiding erroneous paths. Yet the process of manipulating, compressing, and refining the ethereal spiritual power, as if it were tangible, required immense patience, determination, and talent. After sitting in meditation for several hours, Gu Chen often felt his mind empty, utterly fatigued, with progress as slow as an ant crawling. However, with persistence, he gradually became able to more clearly perceive the subtle flow of primordial energy within himself, and his sensitivity to external stirrings sharpened slightly. This was a sign of his soul power strengthening imperceptibly. 3 months passed without any external disturbances. The impact of the battle between Gu Chen and Gu Yuan had faded. Within the core disciple area, tranquility gradually set in as others drew everyone's attention. During these 3 months, Gu Chen had initially mastered the first layer of the dragon elephant Vajra art, skin and flesh like leather. His physical strength and defense had significantly improved, and his qi and blood were as vigorous as a blazing furnace. The profound mirror concentration method had barely entered its threshold, condensing a blurry heart mirror. His spiritual power was more refined, and his thinking speed and memory had improved. During this period, Gu Chen finally experienced the anguish of others who sought martial techniques but could not attain them. Previously, with perfect insights, Gu Chen could directly apply any martial technique. These 3 techniques, however, required genuine, slow, and painstaking refinement. While cultivating these 2 arts, Gu Chen did not neglect his main practice. After 3 months of arduous training, the primordial unity art had opened 8 main meridians in his body, elevating his cultivation to the peak of the meridian opening midstage, only 1 step away from advancing to the late stage. Time slipped away quietly amidst monotonous, painful, yet rewarding cultivation. Another 3 months passed in a flash. Outside, no one mentioned Gu Chen's name anymore. Various other topics circulated daily within the core disciple area. In these 3 months, Gu Chen had cultivated the dragon elephant Vajra art to the peak of the 2nd layer, sinew and bone like thunder. His physical strength rivaled that of Bada cultivators of the same rank, and dragon elephant power faintly manifested in his every move. The profound mirror concentration method achieved minor success. The heart mirror was clear, and his divine sense could leave his body for several zhang, perceiving the smallest details. Although it could not yet directly harm others, it could interfere with an opponent's qi lock, greatly enhancing his ability to anticipate enemy moves. With his foundation extremely solid and his state at its peak, Gu Chen began cultivating the heaven-crushing astral limit-breaking art. Even though his physique and soul power had greatly improved the first time he circulated the initial layer of the heaven-crushing astral limit-breaking art, Gu Chen experienced what it meant to wish for death. The technique required compressing, igniting, and explosively releasing the qi and blood and primordial energy, usually dispersed throughout the limbs and hundreds of bones, in an extremely violent manner. This process was like detonating a volcano within the meridians. Excruciating, tearing pain came from all over his body. His meridians felt as if they would burst. Qi and blood surged backward, and darkness clouded his vision. Without the robust physical foundation laid by the dragon elephant Vajra art, and the resilient meridians cultivated by the primordial unity art, he would have been severely injured at the first attempt. He gritted his teeth and persisted, forcibly guiding that violent power through a minor cycle. At the end, he spat out a small mouthful of stagnant blood, his body limp, his face pale as paper. It took a full 3 days of breath regulation to recover. But his eyes were bright. He had succeeded. Although it was only the most preliminary stage, lasting an extremely short time, and followed by noticeable weakness, the feeling of instantaneous power multiplication was undeniably real. With the first experience, subsequent cultivation, though still painful, became a matter of gradual adaptation. Within these 3 months, Gu Chen opened the 10th main meridian in his body, advancing to the meridian opening late stage. Next, Gu Chen planned to focus on his own cultivation. Opening all 12 main meridians would also aid his practice of the dragon elephant Vajra art and the heaven-crushing astral limit-breaking art. Another 3 months later, in his room, Gu Chen's aura suddenly became extremely unstable, sometimes bursting outward violently, like a storm, other times sinking inward silent as an ancient well. Inside his body, the primordial unity, qi, surged like a dragon, now filled to the limit. All 12 main meridians were opened, and all power was surging toward a higher level. Boom! The barrier was completely shattered. The Dantian Qi Sea expanded abruptly, and the primordial unity, Qi underwent a qualitative change, becoming more condensed and agile. The resonance with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became exceptionally clear and intimate. With a slight circulation, it could draw ambient spiritual energy to converge and nourish itself. His divine sense also surged dramatically, the illumination range of the heart mirror expanding to over 10 zhang, revealing the finest details. The initial stage of profound spirit was achieved. It came naturally without any obstruction, 9 months of arduous cultivation accumulating and finally bursting through the mysterious gate. After breaking through in personal strength, the pain from cultivating the dragon elephant Vajra art and the heaven-crushing astral limit-breaking art lessened considerably. Gu Chen seized the momentum, dedicating himself entirely to the cultivation of the 3 techniques. Another 3 months passed. Relying on his perfect insights into the 3 arts and his own enhanced strength, Gu Chen made significant gains in all 3. The first layer of the heaven-crushing astral limit-breaking art was stabilized, capable of unleashing approximately a 1-fold amplification with the side effect of entering a weakened state, like Gu Yuan's blood-burning technique. With the profound mirror concentration method, his divine sense now possessed power. With just the force of spiritual condensation into a sword, ordinary meridian opening martial artists were like lambs before Gu Chen. The dragon elephant Vajra art reached the 2nd layer's completion, greatly increasing physical strength and defense. It's time to test the results of this past year. Gu Chen stood up, stretching his limbs, which emitted crisp popping sounds. Having advanced to the profound spirit stage, he was eligible to challenge the Qingcong Tower. Clearing the 7th floor would grant him the status of a heavenly pride disciple with a leap in treatment and privileges. Gu Chen was eager to know what kind of strength he possessed at the profound spirit stage after cultivating several extremely difficult techniques. Deep within the Qianlong Hall, the pavilions grew sparse along the way. Gu Chen ascended a stone staircase smoothed by the footsteps of generations of disciples, and finally came to a stop before a spacious mountain terrace surrounded by ethereal spiritual mist. In the center of the mountain terrace stood a towering giant tower of a dark azure hue piercing the clouds. The material of the tower was unknown, neither metal nor stone, its surface densely covered with ancient and profound runes that flickered intermittently, as if breathing. The tower had 9 levels, and the higher it rose, the more ethereal it appeared, as if merging with the clouds and mist of the sky, emanating an ancient pressure that inspired awe. This was the ancestral ground of the Gu family, the Qingcong Tower. In front of the tower's base stood a weathered ancient stele inscribed with the words Qingcong written with iron brush and silver hook, faintly revealing a sword intent that dazzled the eyes. Beside the ancient stele sat an old man with white hair and beard, his face gaunt, dressed in a gray robe. His aura was obscure, as if he had merged with the surrounding rocks and ancient trees. One could hardly sense his presence without the naked eye. He was the Gu family's tower guardian. Gu Chen collected his thoughts and took a few steps forward, respectfully bowing to the gray-robed elder. Gu Chen has reached the initial stage of Xianling and has come to request to challenge the Qingcong Tower to temper myself and validate my knowledge. The gray-robed elder slightly raised his eyelids, revealing eyes that seemed murky, yet could seemingly see through time. He swept his gaze over Gu Chen and sensed his cultivation at the initial stage of Xianling. Initial stage of Xianling. The elder's voice was hoarse and dry, like 2 stones rubbing together. You do have some courage, or are you aware of the rules? I am aware. Gu Chen replied solemnly. The Qingcong Tower has 9 levels, each guarded by the recorded shadows of martial geniuses from the family, with increasing strength. Challengers must fight these shadows using their own abilities. The elder nodded slightly, asking no further questions. With a bony finger, he pointed into the air, and a beam of blue light shot from his fingertip, merging into Gu Chen's identity jade token. The tower's interior has its own rules. With this mark you may enter. Remember, act within your limits, and do not overexert yourself to damage your foundation. Go now. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Gu Chen bowed once more, then turned and walked towards the ancient tower door that exuded a timeless aura. The heavy door opened silently, revealing a profound darkness within. As Gu Chen stepped inside, the door closed quietly behind him. What lay before him was not the expected interior of the tower, but an endless expanse of pure white space devoid of anything, with only the purest spiritual energy pervading the atmosphere. Qingcong Tower, first level. A voice devoid of emotion, as if it were the very embodiment of rules, echoed throughout the space. Before Gu Chen, at a distance of 10 zhang, white light coalesced, rapidly outlining a humanoid silhouette dressed in the simple garb of a Gu family disciple, its features indistinct. The aura of the silhouette rose, revealing it to be at the initial stage of Xuanling equivalent to Gu Chen's level, but its energy was steady and calm, clearly a standard template for an ordinary opponent at the initial stage of Xuanling. Without any unnecessary words, the silhouette lunged forward, throwing a punch that howled through the air, the condensed energy, showcasing the basic boxing technique of the Gu family, powerful, yet not to be underestimated. Gu Chen's gaze remained calm as he shifted his footwork with the flowing cloud phantom technique, easily dodging the punch. He did not immediately draw his sword, nor employ his newly acquired powerful martial skills, instead matching the opponent with the same basic techniques. He wanted to first observe how well his solidified foundation held up against a standard opponent of the same rank over the past year. Bang! Bang! In the pure white space, two figures swiftly crossed paths, fists, palms, and legs flying. Gu Chen integrated the techniques of the Wuxiang Prajna skill into his basic martial arts. Although he did not employ any killing moves, each strike was simple and effective with precise force and seamless transitions between offense and defense. In just over 20 exchanges, Gu Chen unleashed a straight punch imbued with the heavy force of the primordial qi, arriving ahead of the opponent and striking solidly against its chest. The silhouette trembled violently and then shattered like a bubble, transforming into specks of white light that dissipated. First level cleared. Entering the second level. The voice of the rules echoed once more. The surrounding white light swirled as the space transformed. The opponent's silhouette at the second level had its aura elevated to the mid-stage of Xuanling, its techniques becoming sharper and its energy more profound. Gu Chen continued to respond with basic martial arts, relying on more refined control and greater explosive power. After 30 exchanges, he defeated the opponent. Third-level opponent at the late stage of Xuanling. This time, both the intensity of the opponent's energy and the power of its techniques underwent a qualitative leap, presenting a formidable sense of pressure. Gu Chen finally felt some pressure. He fully unleashed the formidable physical strength from the Dragon Elephant Wave technique, combining it with the extreme evasion of the Flowing Cloud Phantom technique to withstand the opponent's torrential assault. After a short while, he seized upon the opponent's frustration from not being able to break through, delivering a palm strike infused with the essence of the breaking army, sword's intent, striking the vital point of its neck and achieving victory. In the first 3 levels, Gu Chen easily cleared them, relying on the solid foundation he had built previously and the comprehensive enhancements from his new techniques without using his true trump card. This left him quite satisfied with his current foundation. Entering the 4th level. Space transformed once more. This time, the opposing silhouette was no longer blurred. It vaguely resembled a stern-looking young man. Its aura remained at the late stage of Xuanling, but the refinement, sharpness, and subtly oppressive momentum far exceeded that of previous ordinary opponents, clearly a recorded genius shadow possessing peak battle power at the late stage of Xuanling. Now this is getting interesting. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened as he slowly gripped the hilt of the Jinyu sword. The silhouette at the 4th level launched the first attack, its body moving like lightning. With fingers pointed like a sword, a highly refined sword energy tore through the air, piercing toward Gu Chen's brow with a sharp whistling sound, its speed and power incomparable to the first 3 levels. Clang! The Jinyu sword was drawn, and the dark golden blade emitted a deep and resonant sword cry. Gu Chen did not dodge. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the gold sword intent from the 5 elements sword cannon. On the sword edge, the primordial qi transformed into the ultimate sharpness of metal, directly slashing toward the opponent's sword energy. Sizzle! The 2 sword energies collided midair, producing a piercing friction sound. Gu Chen's sword energy, imbued with an even more concentrated and pure sharpness, forcefully cleaved through the opponent's sword energy, maintaining its momentum as it pressed toward the silhouette itself. The silhouette seemed taken aback, retreating swiftly, while simultaneously waving its hands, weaving several denser sword energies into a net that descended upon Gu Chen. Gu Chen's footwork transformed, with the Flowing Cloud Phantom technique moving like a butterfly through the gaps in the sword net. With the Jinyu sword, he both stabbed and slashed, the sharpness of metal unmatched, using the blade to block and disperse the incoming sword energies. After 10 exchanges, Gu Chen seized a moment when the opponent shifted its sword momentum, suddenly unleashing a fierce attack. The Jinyu sword transformed into a dazzling golden meteor, unstoppable, instantly piercing through the opponent's defenses and striking its chest. 4th level cleared. Entering the 5th level, the opponent was still at the late stage of Xuanling, but its aura was deeper and more restrained, standing there, as if merging with the surrounding space, giving an impression of being flawless. According to prior information, this was a recorded genius shadow with the limit of Xuanling Realm's battle power. In this battle, Gu Chen felt genuine pressure. Not only was the opponent's energy immensely robust, but its martial skills were also exceptionally refined and seasoned, integrating offense and defense with almost no flaws. Gu Chen utilized the two sword intents from the 5-element sword cannon to their utmost, engaging in an intense battle with the opponent for over 100 exchanges, yet still struggled to gain absolute dominance. The opponent delivered a powerful strike-a-palm technique imbued with the might to shatter mountains and split rocks, and Gu Chen had no way to evade. He let out a low shout, fully activating the dragon elephant wave technique, his bones and muscles resonating, meeting the attack heat with the broad body of the Jinyue sword. Clang! A tremendous sound shook the space. Gu Chen's arm went slightly numb as he stepped back half a pace, his blood surging, though the opponent was also forced back by the recoil. I can't drag this out, Gu Chen thought, rapidly realizing that conventional methods would not lead to a quick victory. He suddenly changed tactics, no longer pursuing complex variations. The ultimate weight of the Qianshan heavy sword technique, combined with the Allen intent of the breaking army sword, the Jinyue sword, seemed to become a true mountain, bearing the will to suppress everything, executing a series of straightforward and direct slashes. No matter how many techniques you have, I can overpower them with sheer strength. This immensely heavy series of strikes, each sword strike's force, angle, and connection, were masterfully executed, forming an impenetrable heavy force field. The silhouette was intimidated by this sudden and unreasonable fighting style, struggling to execute its intricate techniques and forced to take the hits. After 7 consecutive strikes, a slight crack appeared in its defense. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he channeled all his strength into the 8th strike, crashing down with the force to split mountains and shatter earth. Boom! The silhouette was sent flying by this strike, its form becoming mostly illusory. Although it did not immediately dissipate, it could no longer continue the fight. 5th level, a hard-fought victory. Gu Chen's breathing was slightly rapid, and he had consumed considerable energy. After passing through the 5th level of the Qingcang Tower, according to the rules, he would now possess the identity of a talented disciple of the Gu family. From this moment on, Gu Chen's identity as a talented disciple was well-deserved. Entering the 6th layer, the apparition that materialized exuded an aura as profound as the ocean depths. Though its cultivation remained at the late Xianling stage, the pressure it exerted on Gu Chen surged to an entirely different level, a qualitative shift. It felt as if he faced a volcano on the verge of eruption or an unfathomably icy abyss. This opponent, while still a late Xianling cultivator, was said to possess combat power equivalent to the mid-Linghai stage. Without any probing, the projection struck with overwhelming force from the very first move. A palm strike descended before the wind of the attack even reached him, a tangible oppressive pressure as heavy as quicksilver enveloped Gu Chen, restricting his movements. The palm force carried a sinister power that corroded and dismantled the defensive chi of its target. Gu Chen instantly realized that without unleashing his trump card's, victory was impossible. Qingyue Tiangang Pasianju, 1st layer, activate. With a silent roar, he unhesitatingly triggered this explosive secret technique. Within his body, his blood chi and Xianling Yuan chi compressed and ignited along an arcane path. A surge of power far beyond his usual limits and nearly berserk flooded his limbs and bones. His meridians ached with swelling pain, but it remained with intolerance. His aura exploded upward. The Jinyue sword hummed with excitement. Gu Chen moved with the blade, his Luyun phantom step becoming ghostly fast in this burst state. He narrowly evaded the highly locking palm strike while pushing his gold earth dual sword intent to its peak. His sword light was as heavy as a mountain, yet incomparably sharp as he counterattacked. Boom, boom, boom. Within the pure white space, explosions rang out continuously. 2 figures clashed at blinding speed, each collision stirring violent ripples of Yuan Qi. Gu Chen fused the power of his burst state with all his martial insights, pushing his combat prowess to an unprecedented peak. Yet his opponent was a prodigy projection with mid-Linghai combat power. His techniques were exquisite, his strength vast, and his transitions between offense and defense flawless. This placed immense pressure on Gu Chen, and soon several wounds appeared on his body. With an iron will and the keen perception granted by his minor mastery of the Xianjian Ningshun Fa, Gu Chen always dodged lethal strikes, at the last moment retaliating with vicious, precise counterattacks. With limited burst time, he had to end the fight quickly. In the final instant before the Qingyue Tiangang Pasianju's effect faded, Gu Chen poured all his strength into his ultimate strike. A fusion of the extreme sharpness of gold sword intent and the unyielding will of the Pejuan sword momentum, golden rainbow, piercing the sun. The sword light like a golden lightning bolt tearing through the night struck at a speed nearly surpassing thought. It precisely pierced an infinitesimal weak point in the projection's power node, exposed by its relentless assault. The apparition froze, then exploded into countless specks of light. The 6th layer was cleared. Gu Chen knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The side effects of the Qingyue Tiangang Pasianju began to manifest. His body felt hollow, his meridians burned with pain, and his left shoulder and ribs throbbed with a searing ache from the residual palm wind he had endured. The toll was immense, and his injuries were severe. White light swirled, and the space shifted. The seventh layer arrived. Before him, a more solid apparition with a deeper and more terrifying aura slowly coalesced. Its cultivation still appeared to be at the late Xianling stage, but the Tao rhythm flowing around it, and the naturally emanating chill and sharpness, as if capable of freezing the soul instantly, put Gu Chen on high alert. Just standing across from it, the invisible pressure made Gu Chen's breath hitch slightly. His body, still recovering from the previous battle, sent out warning signals. He had come to this layer merely to gauge the opponent's strength. After activating the Qingyue Tian Gang, Pei Xianju on the 6th layer, Gu Chen had entered a weakened state. Defeating this opponent on the 7th layer was virtually impossible. After witnessing the terrifying aura of the figure, Gu Chen cupped his hands in a salute and declared clearly, "I concede." As his words fell, the voice of the Qingtsang Tower's rules resounded. Qingtsang Tower challenge concluded. Final layer 6th. Evaluation excellent. You may challenge again at any time. White light enveloped Gu Chen, and the next moment he reappeared outside the tower on the mountain plateau. The afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of the forest. Before the tower, the gray-robed elder remained seated in meditation. Now he opened his eyes, gazing at Gu Chen, who looked somewhat battered but had bright eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed his weathered face as he spoke slowly. Early Xuanling reaching the 6th layer. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting youngster. Come again next time you have a chance to contend for the title of prodigy. Thank you, steward. Gu Chen bowed, then turned without lingering and descended the mountain. Back at his residence, he took a pill and began to heal and regulate his breathing. In his mind, every detail of the battle within the tower replayed continuously. Gu Chen pondered, with my current strength, leveraging my martial insights and numerous trump cards, I can easily crush any ordinary Xianling cultivator at any level. I can overcome a prodigy projection with mid-Linghai combat power. If I can elevate the Dragon Elephant Prajna art, the Xianjian Ningxin Fa, and the Qingyue Tian Gang Pasianju to higher realms, I could even battle ordinary late Linghai cultivators. He clearly recognized that his greatest advantage was not his cultivation realm, nor even the few supreme inheritances themselves, but the perfect martial insights and application abilities brought by Yinzhong, far surpassing those of his peers. The same martial technique in his hands could unleash greater, more exquisite, and more fitting power. This insight was his core trump card for fighting above his level. The Qingyue Tian Gang Pasianju was still only at the 1st layer, the Xianjian Ningxin Fa was merely at minor mastery, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art was at the 2nd layer completion, and his cultivation was just early Xianling. If I can further enhance these and advance my cultivation by 1 or 2 steps, clearing the 7th layer and earning the prodigy title. A resolute light shone in Gu Chen's eyes. It will be no difficult task. This tower challenge had given him a thorough understanding of his strength and clarified his future cultivation direction. With ample resources, clear goals, and a smooth path ahead. The Gu family's prodigy title, Gu Chen was determined to claim it. He adjusted his breath, immersed himself in cultivation, and began to digest the gains from this battle. While Gu Chen returned to his training, elder Gu Jingyan, who had extended a helping hand to him, had already learned of his visit to the Qingtsang Tower. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This lad, I haven't misjudged him. Entering the Xianling stage and clearing the 6th layer of the Qingtsang Tower, his combat talent is truly remarkable. Let him cultivate for a while longer, then he'll give him a push. Our Gu family will gain another prodigy. Elder Gu Zhengyan had also originated from a branch line of the Gu family. After becoming a powerful elder of the Qianlong Hall, he often devoted efforts to nurturing clan members from these branches. After Gu Chen defeated Gu Yuan, elder Gu Zhengyan had overridden objections to directly promote him to the rank of genius disciple. Now, with Gu Chen's impressive clearance of the 6th layer, it proved that he had not misjudged the young man, putting elder Gu Zhengyan in excellent spirits. Time flew like a white colt passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had swiftly passed. During this period, Gu Chen had made significant progress. In terms of his own cultivation realm, aided by abundant resources, he had successfully cultivated to the mid-Xianling stage over 5 months after breaking through to the Xianling realm. The Xianjian Ningxin Fa had advanced to the Great Mastery stage. His divine sense could now extend 50 zhang, allowing him not only to clearly perceive the swaying of grass and the crawling of insects, but also to detect the subtle flow of others' spiritual power, a capability akin to seeing through an opponent's moves in combat. The Dragon Elephant Prajna art had reached the 3rd layer completion. His blood chi was as heavy as mercury, and his bones shimmered with a jade-like luster, dramatically boosting his foundational strength. The Qingyue Tian Gang Pasianju had been cultivated to the 2nd layer. When fully unleashed, his strength could instantly double. Given Gu Chen's current base attributes, this was an incredibly terrifying amplification. Gu Chen sat cross-legged on a jade couch, his gaze inwardly focused, his aura as steady as a mountain. Just as he prepared to continue training, a servant's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Young master, a senior has come to inform me that Elder Jingyan summons you." Hearing this, Gu Chen ceased his cultivation and rose. He was uncertain why Gu Jingyan was calling for him at this time. Stepping forward, he made his way toward the main hall of Qianlong Hall. In the main hall of the Hidden Dragon Hall, Gu Jingyan sat in the seat of honor. As Gu Chen stepped in, his gaze swept over like lightning, and he gave a slight nod. Mid-Xuanling stage with a solid foundation. "Excellent. Thank you, Elder." Gu Chen bowed in salute. "I summoned you today for a mission." Gu Jingyan tapped lightly on the rosewood table. "The Hanzhan Prefecture is recently hosting the Hanzhan Genius Gathering. This is the Crimson Cloud Sect's scheme orchestrated through Prefect Mo Kanglin to invite young talents from neighboring prefectures for a contest. Their aim is to establish dominance before the smaller clans and expand their influence." Gu Chen listened in silence. The Crimson Cloud Sect and our Gu family have clashed repeatedly over the past century. Though they are 2 notches weaker than us in strength, they have backers within the Great Qin dynasty. Our family cannot annihilate them directly, but we can certainly humble their arrogance. Gu Jingyan tossed a jade slip over. "The family has already dispatched 2 talents from the Hidden Dragon Hall. You will accompany them. Your main task is to gain experience. They will handle any combat." Gu Chen understands. Remember, a Gu family member abroad does not seek trouble, but neither does he fear it. Gu Xinjian's gaze deepened. "When it's time to strike, strike hard." "Yes." Days later, 3 li outside Hanzhan Prefecture City. Gu Chen and 2 other Gu family youths disembarked from the spirit boat and stood on a hill gazing into the distance. The prefectural city was built along the main peak of the Red Dragon mountain range. Its walls, constructed from russet volcanic rock, soared over 10 zhang high, winding like a colossal crimson serpent coiled among the mountains. Atop the city walls, the black golden dragon banner of the Great Qin dynasty and the crimson flame-patterned flag flew side by side, signifying that this land was both under imperial rule and the core territory of the Crimson Cloud sect. The youth on the left was named Gu Yunfeng, 22 years old, at the late Qianling stage. His posture was as straight as an unsheathed sword. Clad in a dark azure outfit, his brow carried the innate nobility of the main lineage. With hands clasped behind his back, he remarked casually, "Hanzhan Prefecture is not half bad." The young woman on the right was named Gu Qingyao, also at the late Qianling stage. Her black hair was tied in a celestial topknot, her countenance cold as snow. On the sleeves of her moon-white flowing dress were embroidered the Gu family's cloud peak patterns. She toyed with a crystal jade pendant, her gaze sweeping over the city as she pressed her lips together. The sect's grandiosity is all surface. The prefect of Hanzhan was a man of the Crimson Cloud sect, and the city had effectively become their stronghold. Gu Chen stood half a step behind the other 2, his dark robes rustling gently in the mountain breeze, his aura calm and composed. Gu Qingyao turned her head, her voice crisp and cool. "Gu Chen, cousin, who has just reached the mid-Xuanling stage, watch and learn. If you need to spar, we too will give you the chance." Her words were calm, yet carried an inherent condescension. Gu Chen clasped his hands. "I shall heed the teachings of my elder siblings." Gu Yunfeng chuckled lightly and patted his shoulder. "Relax. We brought you out to see the world. Those so-called geniuses from the prefectural cities are nothing but clowns in our eyes." The 3 entered the city. The streets of the prefectural city were wide, paved with blue stone slabs, and lined with shops selling fire tribute herbs, ores, and weapons. A faint fiery aura hung in the air. The Red Dragon mountain range was rich in volcanic heat and fire tribute resources, which formed the foundation of Hanzhan Prefecture's prosperity. In the central square, a 10-hang-wide arena had been constructed from crimson-patterned dark iron. Its surface bore natural flame textures and could withstand full-force attacks below the true spirit realm. Around the arena, viewing seats were arranged, already filled with representatives from various wealthy martial arts families. The main seat remained empty, reserved for the prefect and the high-ranking members of the Crimson Cloud sect. A banner emblazoned with the 5 fiery characters, Hanzhan Genius Gathering, fluttered noisily in the wind. Just as the 3 settled into the seats reserved for the Gu family, a hearty laugh rang out from the arena. "Zhao Yuanhao, inner disciple of the Crimson Cloud sect, invites all young talents to offer their guidance." A young man in a red robe leaped onto the arena. In his early 20s, he radiated the aura of the late Qianling stage, without restraint, with faint crimson flame shadows swirling around him like a fiery cloak. He cupped his hands in a salute, his gaze pausing briefly on the Gu family seats, and a provocative smirk curved his lips. The crimson flame, true art of the Crimson Cloud sect, cultivates a domineering and fierce spiritual energy. Gu Yunfeng leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. "This Zhao Yuanhao is probably upper middle among the inner disciples. His skill is passable, but nothing special." As his words fell, a youth from the Lu family of Qinglong Prefecture leaped onto the arena. Lu Mingxian of Kingland's Lu family mid-Xuanling stage. I seek guidance from senior brother Zhao. The battle began with the sound of a gong. Lu Mingxian wielded a bronze-long spear, his technique exquisite, like a green python emerging from its lair with cold sparks aimed at vital points. Zhao Yuanhao countered only with his crimson palms. Wherever his palm wind passed, waves of heat surged. After 10 moves, the bronze spear was scorched red-hot. Lu Mingxian's tiger's mouth split open, blood streaming down. Crimson flame palm. Zhao Yuanhao shouted, striking the spear shaft with his palm. Crack! The spear bent, and Lu Mingxian spat blood as he was sent flying off the arena. I concede. Zhao Yuanhao stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor arrogant. Cheers rose from the audience, and several elders on the Crimson Cloud sect seat smiled and stroked their beards. Over the next half hour, 3 more geniuses from surrounding prefectural cities took the stage, all defeated within 20 moves. Zhao Yuanhao, having fought 4 consecutive battles, grew even more imposing. His crimson flame spiritual energy formed a faint fire domain on the arena, distorting the air with searing heat. It seems today the Crimson Cloud sect will claim the top honor. On the main seat, an elder in a red robe smiled while stroking his beard. He was Elder Fire Cloud of the Crimson Cloud sect's outer sect. Prefect Mo Kanglan, a middle-aged man with a scholarly air in a green official robe, clasped his hands and smiled. The Crimson Cloud sect produces so many talents. Truly a blessing for our Hanzhan prefecture. At the Gu family seats, Gu Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows. Fighting 4 battles in a row, yet his spiritual energy has only diminished by 30%. This Zhao Yuanhao has a decent foundation. Gu Yunfeng said lazily, he's only bullying these minor family disciples. He suddenly turned to Gu Chen. Cousin, what do you think of him? Gu Chen had already activated the Xianjian concentration technique, his spiritual sense enveloping the arena. In his spiritual perception, the flow of spiritual energy around Zhao Yuanhao was as clear as a painting. Though the crimson flame energy was domineering, there were 3 nodes where its circulation was slightly sluggish: at the right shoulders, Tianzong Point; the left ribs, Zhangmin Point; and the lower abdomen's Guanyuan Point. This stagnation appeared for about 2 breaths after each full power strike. Though the crimson flame energy is fierce, its circulation has flaws. Gu Chen said in a low voice. The Tianzong, Zhangmin, and Guanyuan points each shows a brief stagnation every 2 breaths. If you attack those nodes, you can break his momentum. Gu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. Good eyes. Those 3 points are exactly the weak spots in the 3rd level of the Crimson Flame True Art's fire elemental circulation, which hasn't reached perfection. Even most late Xianling cultivators would miss them. Gu Qingyao also looked at Gu Chen, her gaze shifting, as if re-evaluating this cousin from a branch family. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhao announced loudly from the arena. Are there any other young talents willing to spar? If not, I shall humbly accept the title of Hanzhan's top rising star today. A brief silence fell over the audience. On the Crimson Cloud sect seats, several young disciples already wore smug expressions and chatted in low voices. Gu Yunfeng suddenly chuckled and said to Gu Chen, Cousin, these small fry aren't worth Qingyao and me stepping in. Go and have a go. Gu Chen was taken aback. Gu Qingyao nodded slightly. This is a good chance to verify what you just said. Remember, a Gu family disciple either doesn't act or acts with absolute grace. It was a test, and also a way to push Gu Chen into the spotlight. The main lineage talents, proud by nature, were reluctant to spar with lesser opponents. Yet they needed to suppress the Crimson Cloud sect's arrogance. Gu Chen, a rising talent from a branch family, served as the perfect stepping stone. Gu Chen paused for a breath, then rose. His dark robe stirred without wind as he leaped onto the arena, landing silently, like a black feather drifting down. Gu Chen of the Qingtsong Gu family come to learn. The crowd below erupted in murmurs. Who is this? His aura seems to be mid-Xuanling stage. Can he manage? Zhao Yuanhao sized up, Gu Chen, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. A Gu family member. At the mid-Xuanling stage, and you dare to step up. Gu Chen remained calm. Victory or defeat does not lie in one's realm. Arrogant. Zhao Yuanhao sneered. Then he'll defeat you in 10 moves. Crimson flames surged anew, the arena's temperature skyrocketing. Within Gu Chen, the primordial chaos unity art hummed silently, his spiritual energy surging like a mighty river, yet contained and unspent. Under the enhancement of the profound mirror concentration art, the trajectory of Zhao Yuanhao's spiritual energy flow was laid bare in exquisite detail, 3 points of stagnation shining like beacons in the dark. First strike. Zhao Yuanhao charged forward, his crimson palm striking downward, a wave of heat surging forth. The very same crimson flame palm that had defeated Lu Mingxian. Gu Chen did not dodge. He formed a sword gesture with his right hand, a faint golden aura shimmering at his fingertips, and thrust directly at Zhao Yuanhao's right shoulder's Tianzong acupoint. His strike arrived after his opponent's attack, yet struck first as precise as if measured. Zhao Yuanhao's expression flickered. He swiftly turned his palm to block. Finger met palm with a dull thud. Gu Chen's form swayed slightly, but Zhao Yuanhao staggered back 3 steps, the crimson flame on his right shoulder dimming for an instant. Gasps erupted from the audience. He repelled Zhao Yuanhao with one move. That finger technique. How fierce. In the Crimson Sun sect's section, Elder Firecloud smile faded, a sharp gleam in his eyes. Zhao Yuanhao's face darkened. Interesting. Crimson flame scorches the heavens. He pressed his palms together, his crimson flames erupting outward, forming a 3-zhang ring of fire that swept across the arena. A wide area attack technique, clearly intending to overwhelm Gu Chen with superior spiritual power. Gu Chen activated his flowing cloud illusory form, his body moving like smoke and mist weaving through the gaps in the ring of fire. The flames licked past him, singeing the edges of his dark black robes, but his expression remained unchanged, his gaze locked on Zhao Yuanhao's left ribs, Zhangmen acupoint. Third move, Gu Chen counted silently. The moment the fire ring dissipated, Zhao Yuanhao's old power had just faded, and his new power had yet to arise, a 2-breath interval. Gu Chen moved. The second form of the star breaks the dawn finger, dawn shatters the dawn. At his fingertip, a brilliant star gleam coalesced like the first light of dawn, tearing through the residual fiery energy and thrusting straight at the Zhangmen acupoint. Fast, precise, ruthless. Zhao Yuanhao dodged in alarm, but the finger wind still grazed his ribs. His protective crimson flame trembled violently, nearly dispersing. Shocked and enraged, he held nothing back. Crimson flames surged from his Danshan's Guanyuan acupoint, coalescing behind him into a blurry lion shadow. The crimson flame manifestation, a sign of mastery in the crimson flame true art. Though not yet solid, its presence was awe-inspiring, the heat so intense that the front row audience felt their hair and beards curl. Crimson flame lion's roar. The lion shadow opened its maw, unleashing a blast of sound and flame. The arena's crimson-patterned mystic iron floor began to glow red and soften. Gu Chen took a deep breath, activating the dragon elephant Vajra art to its fullest. Within him, the roars of dragons and elephants echoed. He no longer dodged. Pushing both palms forward, he formed a barrier of faint golden defensive chi 3 inches thick and as hard as refined steel. Boom. The flaming sound wave crashed against the chi barrier, erupting in a blinding light. The shockwave rolled outward, forcing many in the audience to shield their faces and step back. Gu Chen's feet plowed 2 3-inch-deep furrows into the mystic iron floor as he was pushed back 7 steps. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but the chi barrier remained unbroken. He blocked it. A Xianling midstage cultivator withstood a strike from the crimson flame manifestation. Shouts of astonishment rose from the crowd. In the Crimson Sun sect's section, Elder Firecloud's fingers tightened slightly, a grave look in his eyes. Zhao Yuanhao's face paled. Continuously using the manifestation had drained him greatly. As he gasped for breath, the stagnation point in his Danshan's Guanyuan acupoint, where spiritual energy converted, appeared right on schedule. Gu Chen had been waiting for this moment. He shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. His right index and middle fingers pressed together, fusing faint golden chi with Star's spiritual energy into a highly condensed sword finger. A 3-inch aura pulsed at his fingertip, making the air shriek. The 5 elements, sword, cannon, metal element, sword, intent. Point breaks, 1,000 June. This finger held no flourish, only supreme speed and sharpness, like a meteor streaking across the sky, thrusting straight at the Guanyuan acupoint. Zhao Yuanhao hastily raised his palm to block, but was half a beat too slow. Chi. The sword finger pierced through the crimson flame, striking the Guanyuan acupoint with pinpoint accuracy. The crimson flame around Zhao Yuanhao, as if doused with ice water, extinguished by more than half. He grunted, staggering back 5 steps as blood gushed from his mouth. His aura plummeted by 30%, his face as pale as paper. Gu Chen withdrew his finger and stood upright. His dark black robes rustled in the scorching air current. His expression was as calm as ever. Your concession? The arena fell silent. 3 flaws, 3 precise strikes. From start to finish, Gu Chen had used no flashy techniques. He had relied solely on his perception, footwork, and absolute control of timing to defeat an elite inner disciple of the Crimson Sun sect at the Xianling late stage, crossing cultivation levels. The audience was silent for a few breaths, then erupted in thunderous uproar. He won 3 moves. He broke the crimson flame manifestation in just 3 moves. This Gu family scion. What terrifying combat instincts. In the Crimson Sun sect section, several elders had grim faces. Prefect Mo Kanglin gripped the armrest tightly, forcing a smile. The Gu family's prodigy. Lives up to his reputation indeed. Below the arena, Gu Yunfeng sat up straight, a glint of approval in his eyes. This kid. Interesting. Gu Qingjiu's lips curled slightly. It seems Elder Zhenjian's decision to send him wasn't entirely without reason. On the arena, Gu Chen looked toward the main seat and cupped his hands. Gu Chen of the Gu family requests instruction from the next senior brother of the Crimson Sun sect. His voice was not loud, yet it fell like a stone into a lake, sending ripples spreading outward. In the Crimson Sun sect section, a red-robed youth whose aura was several times more profound than Zhao Yuanho's slowly rose. He was about 27 or 28 with a stern countenance and eyes like blazing torches. The crimson flame's spiritual energy around him was concealed, yet made the surrounding air distort slightly. He walked onto the arena step by step, each footfall steady, each step seeming to land on the hearts of the crowd. Chu Kuang, true disciple of the Crimson Sun sect. He looked at Gu Chen, his voice low. You have some skill to defeat junior brother Zhao. But this is where it ends. On the arena, the air solidified like iron. Chu Kuang strode forward, crimson flames flickering in his eyes. With each step, a charred footprint was branded into the stone floor. The pressure of a spiritual ocean midstage cultivator spread like a tangible force. Since the Gu family had come to cause trouble, the Crimson Sun sect naturally wouldn't let them have their way. Chu Kuang's direct intervention made the expressions of everyone present shift. The spiritual ocean realm was on an entirely different level from the Xianling realm. This move by the Crimson Sun sect was clearly an act of bullying the weak. Gu Chen, you've done well. Leave this to me. Gu Yunfeng stood up, his expression grave. He hadn't anticipated that the Crimson Sun sect would directly send a spiritual ocean realm true disciple to the arena. Only the three of them were present in Hanshan Prefecture City. Gu Chen was only at the Xianling midstage and had not been a promoted genius for long. In his view, defeating Chu Kuang was impossible. Gu Yunfeng had already challenged the 6th floor of the Qingsang Tower and fought against spiritual ocean midstage cultivators. Though he couldn't claim to completely suppress them, he could at least hold his ground without being defeated. Gu Chen shook his head at Gu Yunfeng. Cousin, no need to worry. Let me have a go at him. Brother Chu here is 7 or 8 years older and at the spiritual ocean midstage. Even if I lose, it's no disgrace. Gu Yunfeng sat back down upon hearing this. That's true. If Gu Chen can fight him for a good, while it won't shame the Gu family. On the arena, Chu Kuang heard Gu Chen's remark about losing without disgrace, and anger flared within him. Had it not been for the Crimson Sun sect elder's instruction, he too would have been unwilling to bully the weak by using his spiritual ocean realm strength against a Xianling midstage Gu family member. With a full major realm separating them, victory was expected. Failing to finish the fight quickly would actually be somewhat embarrassing. Chu Kuang gripped a long blade in his right hand, entirely crimson and wreathed in blazing flames. Upon taking the stage, his form moved abruptly, darting forth like a streak of scarlet lightning. The crimson flame blade swept through the air, dragging a searing trail of fire as it slashed straight toward Gu Chen's face. This strike appeared simple and direct, yet it sealed off all of Gu Chen's avenues of evasion. The spiritual energy of the Spirit Sea realm contained within the blade's momentum surged like an avalanche or a tidal wave far beyond what Zhao Yuanhao had displayed earlier. Gu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He pushed the mystic mirror mind concentration art to its pinnacle, his soul force fully unleashed. His divine sense spread like a clear mirror, illuminating the space, Tianzhong around him. In that instant, the trajectory of the blade's momentum, the flow of spiritual energy, and the distribution of power were all reflected within the lake of his heart. He could not meet it heating yet, he had to receive the first strike to gauge its depth. His right hand reversed his grip on the mountain-suppressing sword, swinging it downward to form a black mountainous shadow that rose to meet the crimson flame blade. Thousand Mountain Heavy Sword, Art Mountain Range Barrier. Clang. The blade and sword collided, erupting with a deafening clash of metal. Crimson flames and black radiance burst forth, and waves of qi rolled outward. Gu Chen let out a muffled grunt. His feet carved 2 deep furrows into the arena stone as he staggered back 7 steps. The tiger's mouth of his sword hand ached with searing pain, and the mountain-suppressing sword's body trembled incessantly, emitting a low hum. Chu Kuang's form swayed slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes. Such a heavy sword, such formidable arm strength. Though he had only used 70% of his strength in that strike, 70% from a mid-stage Spirit Sea cultivator was enough to send an ordinary late-stage Mystic Spirit cultivator flying with severe injuries. Yet this brat at mid-stage Mystic Spirit had only retreated 7 steps. Interesting. A cold arc curled at the corner of Chu Kuang's mouth. Let's see how many strikes you can withstand. His blade momentum suddenly turned ferocious. The crimson flame blade transformed into a rain of fire across the sky, each strike carrying a scorching blade intent capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. The temperature on the arena rose sharply. The surface of the bluestone began to crack and char black. Gu Chen's expression was grave to the extreme. He operated the mystic mirror mind concentration art at its peak, his divine sense spreading like a spider's web to capture the trajectory of every strike. His form moved like smoke or mist, weaving through the rain of blade light and fire. The heavy mountain-suppressing sword in his hands, sometimes blocked like a mountain range, sometimes darted like a nimble serpent, perfectly combining the weight of the 1,000-mountain-heavy sword art with the swiftness of the light-splitting shadow sword technique. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out densely like rain beating on banana leaves. With each collision, Gu Chen retreated a step. His tiger's mouth split further, and the sleeves of both arms were shredded by the blade, chi revealing sinewy, muscular arms covered in blood-stained wounds. Yet his gaze remained clear throughout, every block and dodge precise, to a hair's breadth. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves. The crowd below fell into dead silence, everyone holding their breath as they watched this disparity in strength, yet breathtakingly thrilling duel. Among the Gu family seats, Gu Yunfeng had already risen to his feet, his eyes fixed on the arena. He can completely see through Chu Kuang's blade momentum. Gu Qinjiu's fingers stopped spinning, the ice crystal jade pendant ripples stirring in her cool, clear eyes. It's more than that. His body movement incorporates the essence of at least 3 techniques. Every step lands on a weak point of the blade momentum. Such combat awareness. She paused, then softly uttered 4 words. It doesn't seem mystic spirit. On the arena, Chu Kuang, unable to secure a victory after a prolonged assault, grew increasingly grim. Was he a dignified mid-stage spirit C inner disciple unable to defeat a mid-stage mystic spirit cultivator after dozens of full-power strikes? If this got out, where would his pride be? Kid, you've successfully angered me. Chu Kuang abruptly withdrew his blade and retreated, frenziedly channeling the crimson flame spiritual energy around him into the crimson flame blade. The blade's body glowed red like a branding iron, flames soaring 3 zhang high. Behind him, a blurred phantom of a crimson flame giant began to coalesce. Though not fully formed, it already exuded a suffocating pressure. Crimson flame Dharma aspect, embryonic phantom form. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Senior brother Chu has been forced to use this technique. That Gu kid is finished. Once this is unleashed, even latest-stage Spirit C cultivators must keep their distance. Chu Kuang's eyes turned crimson. He gripped the blade with both hands and raised it high above his head. The phantom of the crimson flame giant mimicked the same motion, condensing a 10-hanglong phantom of a giant flaming blade above its head. Crimson flame heaven-slashing blade city incineration. 1/ descended. The Tenjong flame blade fell like a heavenly punishment, distorting the air and causing explosive booms wherever it passed. The protective formation of the arena trembled violently, its light screen flickering as if on the verge of shattering. This strike was infinitely close to a full-power blow from a latest-stage Spirit C cultivator. Gu Chen felt the shadow of death envelop his entire body. Every inch of his skin screamed with stinging warnings. He could not retreat, nor was there any room to do so. The killing intent of this strike had completely locked onto him. He abruptly closed both eyes, pushing the mystic mirror mind concentration art to an unprecedented extreme. His divine sense, like a sharp needle, pierced into the interior of the crimson flame giant's phantom, frantically analyzing and calculating. Embryonic Dharma aspect. The spiritual energy core is in the Danshan's crimson flame spiritual. See, the pivot nodes are at the Shanzhong acupoint, both shoulders Tianzong acupoints, and both feet Yongquan acupoints. The Shanzhong node has a momentary stagnation every 3 breaths, lasting 0.3 breaths. It was this 0.3 breaths. Gu Chen opened his eyes, a fierce determination flashing within them. The 3rd level of the dragon elephant prajna art, now perfected, erupted with full force. The blood and chi within his body surged like flowing mercury, and his sinews and bones hummed like thunder. He gripped the mountain-suppressing heavy sword tightly with both hands. The dark sword body suddenly shimmered with a pale golden protective chi. The sky-supporting supreme limit-breaking art, 2nd layered double combat power activate. Boom! Gu Chen's aura instantly skyrocketed. With a single step, the blue stone beneath him exploded. His form shot up like a cannonball, charging straight upward to meet the Tenjong flame blade. 5 elements, sword, cannon, mountain-suppressing army breaker. The mountain-suppressing heavy sword transformed into a chaotic-colored sword aura in Gu Chen's hands. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycled and merged within the blade, ultimately coalescing into the pure sword intent of suppression. The sword aura and the flame blade collided with a thunderous impact. There was no loud noise, only a blinding white light that exploded, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The light screen of the protective formation flickered violently before finally shattering with a crack. The chi wave swept out like a tsunami, sending the front rows of the audience flying, cries of shock and pain rising from all sides. The white light lasted for 3 breaths before slowly dissipating. On the arena, 2 figures stood 5 zhang apart, facing each other. Chu Kuang was on one knee, his crimson flame blade driven into the bluestone to support his body. A sword wound ran from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone, with blood gushing forth. The phantom of the crimson flame giant behind him had completely collapsed. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief. Across from him, Gu Chen supported himself with his sword planted in the ground. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his exposed skin was covered in charred burn marks. Both arms were a bloody mess with glimpses of white bone showing through. He gasped heavily, each breath bringing up traces of bloody froth, yet his spine remained straight as a spear. The mountain-suppressing sword stood embedded in the bluestone before him, its blade dimmed, but still upright. You? Chu Kuang opened his mouth, but blood surged out instead. He stared fixedly at Gu Chen. That last sword. What was it? Gu Chen slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. The Gu family's mountain-suppressing sword. Chu Kuang let out a bitter laugh, then fell backward unconscious. The arena fell into dead silence. After a few breaths, the crowd below erupted. He won. A mid-stage mystic spirit defeated a mid-stage spirit C, crossing an entire major realm to defeat an enemy. How is this possible? The Gu family. So this is the heritage of an immortal clan. Among the seats of the Crimson Cloud sect, Elder Firecloud shot to his feet, his face ashen. The aura around him churned violently, clearly indicating his fury. Several elders behind him also wore expressions of extreme displeasure. Prefect Mo Kanglan crushed the teacup in his hand with a crack. Tea mixed with blood trickled through his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious, his gaze locked solely on the figure standing with sword in hand on the arena. Chu Kuang was no ordinary Spirit C mid-stage cultivator. As a true disciple of the Scarlet Cloud sect, he could even contend with ordinary Spirit C latest-stage opponents. Gu Chen's ability to defeat him at the profound Spirit mid-stage meant he might have the qualifications to challenge the 7th floor of the Qingsong Tower. In the Gu family's seating area, Gu Yunfeng drew a deep breath and murmured, "This kid has been hiding his strength well." Gu Qingyao gazed at Gu Chen for a long moment, then said softly, "Monstrous." On the arena, Gu Chen struggled to lift the Jinyue sword, his gaze sweeping toward the Scarlet Cloud sect's seats. Gu Chen of the Gu family, he declared, his voice not loud, but clearly audible throughout the venue. "I request guidance from the next senior brother of the Scarlet Cloud sect." No one answered. On the Scarlet Cloud sect's seats, the remaining disciples' expressions shifted, but none rose to their feet. The strongest among them, Chu Kuang, had already been defeated, and that defeat was across cultivation levels. Sending anyone else up now, win or lose, would only deepen the sect's disgrace today. A true disciple at the Spirit C midstage losing to a profound Spirit midstage would make the Scarlet Cloud sect a laughingstock across Hanzhan Commandery and beyond. Below the stage, the representatives of the small and medium-sized families, originally invited by the Scarlet Cloud sect to send their youths for training, exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes revealing a newfound wariness. A mere profound Spirit midstage youth from the Gu family can defeat a true disciple of the Scarlet Cloud sect across realms. The foundation of this immortal clan is truly terrifying. If my son enters the Scarlet Cloud sect and encounters a Gu family disciple in the future, it seems we need to wait and see. Whispers spread like a tide. Elder Huyun's face turned from green to black, finally settling into a livid gray. He stared at Gu Chen with murderous intent, almost tangible, yet he dared not make a move. "Fine. A fine Gu family." Elder Huyun ground out through clenched teeth, sweeping his sleeve as he rose. "The Scarlet Cloud sect will remember this day's lesson. We leave." The Scarlet Cloud sect disciples carried the unconscious Chu Kuang away, retreating in disgrace amid a sea of complex gazes. Commandery Governor Mo Kanglan forced a smile and stood to announce, "Today's sparring ends with the Gu family's prodigy proving superior. The Hanzhan Genius Gathering concludes here." With that, he departed hastily. On the arena, Gu Chen watched the retreating figures, then turned his gaze to Gu Yunfeng and Gu Qingyao. "I have not failed the family's trust." Gu Yunfeng grinned, the pride of the main lineage melting away. "Well done. When we get back, I'll treat you to a drink." After successfully sabotaging the Scarlet Cloud sect's schemes in Hanzhan Commandery, the trio boarded the flying vessel and returned directly to the Qingsong Gu family. In the Qianlong main hall, dawn light filtered in. Gu Jingyan sat in the seat of honor, listening to the reports from Gu Yunfeng, and Gu Qingyao, a rare smile gracing his aged face. His gaze fell upon Gu Chen, who stood respectfully in the hall. Slowly he spoke, "Profound Spirit midstage defeating a true disciple at Spirit C midstage across realms. Gu Chen, you have brought me great joy. Your actions in Hanzhan Commandery thwarted the Scarlet Cloud sect's plan to recruit nearby families. This news has reached the main lineage, and many elders now see you in a new light. The family's rewards will not be meager. Continue to cultivate diligently and strive for the position of a prodigy." Gu Chen's heart stirred. He replied, "Rest assured, Elder. I will redouble my efforts in cultivation." "Very good." Leaving the Zhengfa Hall, Gu Chen returned to his residence. The journey to Hanzhan Commandery and the arena battle had given him a clear understanding of his own strength. Now he was confident he could conquer the 7th floor of the Qingtsang Tower and claim the title of Gu family prodigy. Only by climbing higher could he secure better treatment, gain more resources, and smooth the path of his cultivation. At his residence, Gu Chen spent a day adjusting his state to its peak, then prepared to head to the Qingtsang Tower to seize the position of Gu family prodigy. Morning mist still lingered as the 9-story ancient tower stood majestically in the core area of the main lineage, its mottled surface etched with the marks of time. Before the tower, many Gu family disciples had gathered, some observing others' attempts, others preparing for their own challenges. It's cousin Gu Chen. I heard he defeated a true disciple at Spirit Sea Midstage from the Scarlet Cloud sect in Hansan Commandery. Really? Profound Spirit Midstage beats Spirit Sea Midstage. Absolutely true. My cousin was there and saw it with his own eyes. Whispers arose as countless gazes converged on Gu Chen, curious, awed, and skeptical all at once. Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he walked straight to the tower keeper. Gu Chen here to challenge the tower. The keeper took his jade token and gave him a deep look. You voluntarily conceded on the 7th floor last time. According to the rules, you may resume your challenge from that floor, but the strength of the projection within remains unchanged. Are you certain? I am certain. The keeper said, no more pressing the jade token onto the array plate beside the tower door. Runes lit up and the door slowly opened, revealing a deep shadowy passage within. Good luck. Gu Chen nodded and stepped inside. The tower door closed, sealing off the outside clamor. The scene before him shifted, and the familiar 7th floor of the Qingtsang Tower materialized. A blurry figure slowly coalesced, shifting from void to solidity, eventually revealing a young man in dark azure attire with a long sword at his waist. The man's features were indistinct, but his aura was vast as an abyss. A profound spirit latestage cultivator, exuding a pressure comparable to the spirit sea latestage. Without preamble or wasted words, the projection thrust its sword directly at Gu Chen. The strike was swift as lightning. Even before the blade arrived, the keen sword intent had already locked onto Gu Chen's vital points. What was more terrifying was the quality of the spiritual energy within the sword's momentum. Though only at the profound spirit latestage, it was condensed to the level of the spirit sea realm, every strand of chi razor-sharp, capable of severing metal and jade. Gu Chen instantly activated his profound mirror mind concentration art, spreading his divine sense like a net. In his perception, the trajectory of this strike was clear, but its speed was blinding. Too fast to react. Can't dodge. I have to meet it, Hedon. His right hand gripped the Jinyue sword behind his back, the pitch-black heavy blade sang, as it left its sheath, transforming into a mountain-like phantom shield before him. The first form of the 1,000 Mountains heavy sword, Art Mountain Barrier. Clang. The sword tip struck the body of the Jinyue sword, unleashing a piercing shriek. Gu Chen felt a colossal force surge through him. His arms shuddered violently as he stumbled back 3 steps each foot, leaving shallow marks on the bronze floor. The projection, undeterred by the missed strike, unfolded a continuous stream of swordplay. His blade scattered like starry rain, each thrust aimed precisely at Gu Chen's vitals, moving so fast, it left trails of afterimages in the air. Gu Chen weaved and dodged across the hall, the heavy Jinyue sword acting as a mountain shield. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal rang out like a torrential downpour, sparks flying in all directions. Gu Chen fought while retreating, his profound mirror mind concentration art fully activated. Every trajectory of the projection's sword, every flow of spiritual energy, every fluctuation of strength was mirrored in the lake of his mind. The projection thrust its sword and the light split into 7 points like 7 stars descending, a convergence of moon and stars. Gu Chen did not retreat, but advanced instead. The Jinyue sword swept horizontally. The third form of the 1,000 Mountains heavy sword, Art Mountains upon Mountains, erupted with ferocity. The sword momentum was like overlapping peaks, wave after wave crashing against the 7-star sword light. Boom! The shockwave exploded. Gu Chen grunted and stumbled back, while the projection also faltered, its sword momentum momentarily halted. Though formidable, this projection was still a notch below Chu Kuang. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He unleashed the full power of the 3rd level of the Dragon Elephant Vajra art, channeling immense force into the blade. The Jinyue sword became a black lightning bolt, thrusting straight at the projection's chest. 5 elements: sword, cannon, metal element, sword, intent, breaking edge. This strike was devoid of any flourish, only speed and sharpness. Where the sword tip pointed, the air screamed. The projection hurriedly raised its sword to block. Clang! The heavy sword slammed into it. The projection's blade shuddered violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. The projection recoiled its feet, gouging 2 deep furrows into the bronze floor. Gu Chen pressed the advantage without mercy. He took a step forward, pushing his movement technique to the limit, closing in like a phantom. The Jinyue sword rose again, this time glowing with a 5-colored radiance. The power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycling and merging. 5 elements, sword cannon 5 elements returning to 1. The 5-colored sword aura descended, the projection raised its sword to meet it. Boom! The explosion shook the hall, the bronze floor's runes flickering intensely to dissipate the impact. In the swirling dust, the projection's sword shattered into pieces. Its form flew backward, slammed into the wall, and slowly dissipated. 7th floor cleared. A mechanical voice announced, and a luminous gate appeared at the far end of the hall. The 8th layer, the scene shifted. Yellow sand filled the sky, a fierce wind howled, and in the distance the setting sun was as red as blood. In the center of the gobi, a burly man clad in beast hide with a giant axe resting on his shoulders stood with his back turned. He was 9 feet tall, his muscles knotted like forged iron, his exposed skin covered in ferocious scars, his aura wild as a ferocious beast. The 8th layer's guardian, a projection of the Gu family's prodigy from 400 years ago, Gu Quanzhan. A mechanical voice echoed through the wind and sand. All who appeared here were the true prodigies of the Gu family from bygone eras. The burly man slowly turned, his eyes red as blood. He raised the giant axe on his shoulder. The blade gleamed with a dark red luster under the setting sun, as if it had drunk the blood of thousands. Without a word, the giant axe cleaved down. This strike was simple and brutal, yet swift as thunder. Before the blade even arrived, the violent energy had already stirred up the yellow sand, transforming it into a sandstorm tornado that blasted toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. The power of this axe strike far exceeded the 7th layer. Although the spiritual energy quality was still at the late Xianling stage, its strength, speed, and momentum had all reached the late Linghai stage peak, even vaguely touching the threshold of the Linghai stage limit. He dared not meet it hidden. He pushed the flowing cloud illusory body art to its extreme, his form splitting into 9 afterimages that scattered in all directions. The giant axe fell, blasting a Tenjong chasm into the ground, sending yellow sand soaring into the sky. A violent wave of air swept through, instantly shattering 8 of Gu Chen's 9 afterimages, forcing his true body to stagger into view. Such immense power. Gu Chen was horrified. This projection of Gu Quanzhan walked the path of pure strength, overwhelming 100 techniques with sheer force. Before that giant axe, any exquisite swordsmanship seemed pale and insignificant. The giant axe rose again, descending like a violent storm. Each strike was heavy and powerful, stirring up a sky-filling sandstorm that sealed off all room for evasion. Gu Chen was forced to meet it hidden. Clang, clang, clang. The mountain-suppressing heavy sword collided with the giant axe, each impact numbing Gu Chen's arms. He fought and retreated, each step blasting a deep pit into the yellow sand beneath his feet. He activated the profound mirror concentration method at full power, his divine sense locked firmly onto the trajectory of the giant axe. Gu Quanzhan's axe technique had no tricks. It was merely the simplest chops, slashes, sweeps, and lifts, but it was astonishingly powerful and lightning fast. After 30 moves, Gu Chen had retreated to the edge of the gobi. He must have a special constitution amplifying his strength. Otherwise, how could a late Xianling stage cultivator unleash such power? Gu Chen gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. The 2nd layer of the sky-supporting divine firmament limit-breaking art. Double amplification activate. The giant axe came crashing down again. This axe strike was faster, fiercer, and heavier than any before. The blade tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, its dark red light illuminating the entire gobi. Gu Chen let out a furious roar, swinging the mountain-suppressing heavy sword upward with all his might. The 4th form of the 1,000 Mountains heavy sword, art 10,000 peaks reaching heaven. Clang. The sound was like the heavens splitting and the earth cracking apart. In this collision of pure power, both figures were forced back several steps. The gobi wind howled, dust and smoke billowed. The projection of Gu Quanzhan once again swung his giant axe, his violent energy whipping up a sky full of yellow sand. Gu Chen roared, sweeping the mountain, suppressing heavy sword diagonally upward from below. The light gold divine firmament energy within the blade merged with his 5-element spiritual energy, coalescing into a chaotic-colored sword aura. The ultimate form of the 1,000 Mountains heavy sword, art, sky-supporting mountain suppression. Clang. The giant axe and the heavy sword clashed again, this time producing a sound far greater than before. A wave of energy like a tsunami swept across the entire gobi, scouring away 3 feet of yellow sand to reveal the hard black rock layer beneath. Gu Chen's feet were embedded half a foot deep into the rock, but his stance was as steady as a boulder. A flicker of simulated surprise passed through the blood-red eyes of Gu Quanzhan's projection. The giant axe was knocked upward, and he staggered back 2 steps. Again, Gu Chen pressed his advantage, not giving his opponent any respite. He took a step forward, and the mountain-suppressing heavy sword transformed into a sky full of black mountain shadows. The 8 forms of the 1,000 Mountains heavy sword art merged seamlessly in that moment, every strike was as heavy as a mountain, yet as fast as lightning. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal striking metal was as dense as drumbeat sparks flying in all directions. Under the double amplification state, Gu Chen's strength was now completely on par with this projection famed for its power, even slightly surpassing it. More terrifyingly, his speed reactions and the finesse of his swordsmanship held a comprehensive advantage. 30 moves. The projection of Gu Quanzhan began to retreat, each step leaving a deep footprint in the rock layer. The giant axe in his hand still swung with savage fury, but it was now clearly being suppressed. 50 moves. Gu Chen struck the axe handle with his sword. The dark red giant axe trembled violently, and a gap appeared on the blade. The tiger's mouth of the projection split, and red blood dripped down. Though it was a projection condensed from spiritual energy, the tower's rules granted it simulated injuries. 70 moves. Break. Gu Chen bellowed, raising the mountain-suppressing heavy sword high above his head. The light, gold divine firmament energy and five-element spiritual energy frantically poured into the blade, which hummed and trembled, the phantom images of mountains and rivers appearing on its surface. The ultimate fusion of the five elements: sword, cannon, mountain suppression, skybreaker. The sword fell. The sword aura transformed into a 100-zhang mountain phantom, crashing down with the force of suppressing heaven and earth. The projection of Gu Quanzhan raised his axe to meet it. Rumble. The mountain phantom collided with the giant axe, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The entire Gobi space trembled violently, and fine cracks began to appear at its edges. The giant axe shattered into pieces. The projection's form was blasted backward, crashing into the invisible barrier at the Gobi's edge before slowly dissipating. 8th layer passed. Gu Chen knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The moment the double amplification state was lifted, an intense wave of weakness surged over him like a tide. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, and his meridians burned with pain as if on fire. He gritted his teeth, swallowed 3 foundation stabilizing pills, and barely managed to regulate his breathing for a moment. A new luminous door appeared before him, the 9th layer. Gu Chen looked at the luminous door. In his current state, the weakness period after activating the double amplification would take at least half an hour to recover from, and the guardian of the 9th layer possessed strength at the late Linghai stage limit. It was a certain defeat. Gu Chen slowly rose, dragging his nearly broken body, and stepped into the luminous door. The 9th layer's guardian, a projection of the Gu family's greatest prodigy from 1,000 years ago, Gu Xing'e. A figure in white slowly turned, revealing a face so handsome it was nearly perfect. He looked no more than 20 years old, and his aura was merely at the late Xianling stage, but standing there, he seemed to merge with the entire starry sky. Unfathomably deep. Gu Chen's heart tightened. This projection felt 10 times more terrifying than Gu Quanzhan of the 8th layer. It was not a pressure of power, but a crushing force of realm and artistic conception. I concede. After witnessing the opponent's state, Gu Chen decisively surrendered. Outside the Qingcang Tower, many members of the Gu family had their mouths wide open in shock. From the moment Gu Chen stepped into the 7th layer, the corresponding level on the tower began to glow. When the light of the 7th layer went out and the 8th layer lit up, a wave of exclamations erupted across the square. He passed the 7th layer. How long did that take? That was only half an hour. And when the light of the 8th layer remained bright for a full quarter, the square erupted into chaos. He's still fighting. He lasted a quarter hour on the 8th layer. Could it be that he... Before the words could finish, the light of the 8th layer suddenly blazed intensely, then slowly went out. Immediately after the 9th layer lit up, a dead silence fell. Hundreds of Gu family disciples in the square, whether they were onlookers, those waiting to challenge the tower, or passers-by, all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the light on the 9th floor. The 9th floor. That was the ultimate combat power of the late Spirit Sea stage. In the entire younger generation of the Gu family, how many could break through the 9th floor? They were all candidates to become Gu family heirs. Those individuals were undoubtedly the pinnacle among the Gu family prodigies, with the lowest cultivation already at the late Xianling stage. Gu Chen at the mid-Xianling stage could actually set foot on the 9th floor. Even just setting foot was enough to shock everyone. Time passed by bit by bit. The light on the 9th floor lasted for 3 breaths. Then it slowly extinguished. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, yet still felt immensely shaken. How long had Gu Chen been in the core area that he could rely on his own strength to break through the 8th floor? Previously, his opponent Gu Yuan, who possessed a special constitution, had only just managed to break through the 5th floor. The gap between the two had widened. The tower gate opened. Gu Chen's blood-soaked figure staggered out. His face was pale, the robe on his chest torn, revealing hideous wounds beneath. The tower steward quickly stepped forward, handed over a pill, his eyes full of astonishment. Quickly take this recovery pill. Gu Chen swallowed the pill. Thank you. The steward took a deep breath and announced in a loud voice, Gu family disciple Gu Chen Qingcang Tower challenge result. The 8th floor. According to clan rules, promoted to prodigy. The last two words exploded like thunder. The square was dead silent for a few seconds, then erupted. Prodigy. He actually became a prodigy. Mid-Xianling stage. Broke through the 8th floor. He's not even 20, right? How many in Gu family history became prodigies before 20? In the last 20 years, only 7 have done it, and those 7 are now all heirs. Countless gazes focused on Gu Chen. Shock, awe, envy, jealousy, disbelief. Among the crowd, a young disciple who had just left the Qianlong Hall murmured, "I remember him. When he first came to Qianlong Hall, he was just an ordinary disciple from the Qingyang branch, barely winning the Qianlong Hall tournament by fighting tooth and nail. Monster." His companion swallowed hard. Further away, several core disciples with profound auras silently watched this scene. One of them whispered, "Report back to Yunfei. Gu Chen has become a force to be reckoned with. The words he spoke earlier, I'm afraid we cannot carry them out." Another nodded, "A prodigy under 20, the family's resources will be heavily tilted toward him. This man can no longer be taken lightly." Gu Chen seemed oblivious to the surrounding discussions and walked straight toward his residence. No matter what changes becoming a prodigy would bring, he had to recover first. After Gu Chen left, the discussions continued for an entire day. The news of a prodigy under 20 swept through the entire Gu family main line, like a storm, even startling some old monsters who were in seclusion year-round. From then on, the name Gu Chen truly entered the sight of the Gu family's upper echelons. After returning to his residence, while recovering, Gu Chen earnestly pondered what he had seen and experienced during the day's challenge of the Qingtsang Tower. The shadow projections in the Qingtsang Tower were all at the Xianling stage, yet the gaps between them were vast. To possess superior combat power among peers, besides formidable martial techniques, a cultivation method that could burst forth one's true strength was indispensable. If he could cultivate the Qingyue Tiangang Paisian Ju 2 more layers, allowing himself to unleash even greater power, facing the shadow projections in the Qingtsang Tower would be much easier. After breaking through the 7th floor of the Qingtsang Tower, Gu Chen would earn the status of a Gu family prodigy. The Gu family prodigies were the foundation of the family's strength and prosperity, enjoying extremely high treatment. Filled with anticipation, Gu Chen hastened his recovery. Early the next morning, a servant reported that a steward outside the courtyard was requesting Gu Chen to go to the Qianlong main hall. Gu Chen changed into a new dark black robe and strode toward the Qianlong hall. "Cousin Gu Chen." "Greetings, cousin." "Congratulations, cousin, on your promotion to prodigy." Greetings rose and fell, whether sincere or not, at least outwardly respectful. Gu Chen's expression remained calm, nodding in return to each greeting without stopping. Gu Chen stepped through the gate of the Qianlong main hall. At that moment, there were 3 people inside. In the center was Gu Jingyan, with an elder on each side. On the left was an old man with a gaunt face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's, clad in a gray robe, his aura as piercing as a sword. On the right was a middle-aged woman with a gentle jade-like demeanor, her black hair coiled in a bun, wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. The gazes of the 3 elders simultaneously fell upon Gu Chen. In an instant, Gu Chen felt 3 vast abyssal divine senses sweep over his body, as if all his secrets were laid bare. His heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged as he bowed. Gu Chen pays respects to the 3 elders. "Rise." Gu Zhenjian's aged voice rang out with a rare hint of warmth. "Gu Chen, do you know why we summoned you today?" "Disciple does not know. Please enlighten me, elder." The middle-aged woman on the right smiled gently, her voice warm. "I am Gu Qingyi, in charge of internal affairs of the Qianlong Hall. This is Elder Gu Jianfeng, in charge of punishment and law." She gestured to the gray-robed, old man on the left. Gu Jianfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Gu Chen like a sword. "Not bad. Solid foundation, vigorous gangqi. Truly worthy of the potential of a prodigy." Gu Jingyan took over. "According to Gu family rules, a disciple promoted to prodigy shall enjoy the rights and bear the responsibilities of a prodigy. Today we summon you to formally bestow upon you the authority of a prodigy." He paused and slowly said, "First a fief." Gu Chen's heart stirred. "You are from the Qingyang branch. From today onward, the Yanghua Commandery is under your name." Gu Zhenjian's voice was steady. "Yanghua Commandery governs 3 cities and 12 towns with 3,000 hectares of spirit fields, 1 small yuan crystal vein, and 27 resource points of various kinds. 70% of the annual tax revenue and output of the commandery is for your allocation. 30% goes to the main line. Yanghua Commandery is mine." Even with Gu Chen's steady temperament, his breath quickened at this moment. A single commandery, though a borderland, was a real fief. It meant that from today onward, Gu Chen had a foundation within the Gu family. You may recruit your own people to manage Yanghua Commandery or maintain the status quo and simply collect resources. Gu Qingyi added, "The family will not interfere, but let me remind you, manage it well, and it is your achievement; mismanage it, and you lose your own resources." Gu Chen took a deep breath. "Disciple understands." Second, a mainline fief. Gu Jingyan continued, You may choose one peak among the 72 secondary peaks of the main line as your cultivation cave and power base on the main line. All formations and buildings on the peak will be provided by the family according to standard. From now on, you may continue to cultivate in the Qianlong Hall or seclude yourself on your own peak. A mainline peak. Each of the 72 secondary peaks of the Gu family main line was a treasure land. Now that he had just been promoted to prodigy, he could receive such an honor. The treatment of a prodigy was indeed extraordinary. Third, resources. Gu Jianfeng spoke, his voice cold but direct. Upon promotion to prodigy, the family's resource vault is fully open to you. Techniques, martial skills, pills, weapons, heavenly treasures. Whenever you need, you may apply. Monthly fixed quota: 300 top-grade yuan crystals, 30 bottles of various pills, and 5,000 contribution points. He paused and added meaningfully, these benefits are given to you. In future family tasks and external campaigns, your performance must live up to your name as a prodigy. Otherwise, the family will take them back. Gu Chen's mind was shaken. 300 top-grade yuan crystals per month. That was worth 30,000 low-grade yuan crystals, plus 5,000 contribution points, enough to exchange for daily pills. Fourth, the right to organize. Gu Qingyi said warmly. You may recruit followers on the main line, form a guard, and appoint stewards. By regulation, a prodigy may appoint 3 internal stewards, 1 guard commander, a guard of up to 100, and an unlimited number of followers. The salaries of all personnel are shared by the family and you. This was permission to build his own power base. Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Chen's mind in an instant. Atop solitary cloud peak, a sea of clouds churned. Gu Chen, clad in a resplendent black gold heavenly pride robe, stood at the cliff's edge as the fierce wind billowed his sleeves and robes. The mist surged like a tide beneath his feet, and the 72 peaks appeared and vanished within the cloud sea, scattered like stars across a chessboard. A distinct aura of pure solitude reigned here, with the essence of wind and thunder faintly flowing within the clouds, a perfect match for his current state of mind. This was the territory he had obtained from the main branch of the Gu family, his future residence within the clan's solitary cloud peak. Congratulations, Brother Gu, on your ascension to heavenly pride. A clear feminine voice came from behind. Gu Chen turned to see Lu Su approaching gracefully, accompanied by a young maiden of about 16. The maiden had hair as dark as a waterfall, styled into an exquisite cloud-binding bun. She wore a water-green Ruchuan dress draped in a moon-white gauze robe. Her features were pure and lovely, bearing a slight resemblance to Lu Su around the eyes and brows, yet her temperament was more serene and reserved. Sister Lu, Gu Chen addressed the newcomer. Lu Su smiled radiantly and introduced her companion. This is my clan sister, Lu Jin. Jiner, greet your clan brother Gu. The maiden offered a graceful bow, her voice like pearls falling on a jade plate. Lu Jin greets clan brother Gu. I have long heard of your peerless talent, brother. To meet you today is truly my fortune. Gu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Lu Jin. Though only 18, her aura was steady and her eyes were clear and bright. Her cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the meridian coagulation stage, just a hair's breadth away from the meridian opening stage. What was even rarer was the faint scholarly aura that surrounded her, a temperament cultivated from years of studying ancient texts and managing affairs. Sister Lu, what brings you here today? Gu Chen looked at Lu Su. Lu's expression turned serious. I heard that clan brother Gu has been promoted to heavenly pride, gaining the authority of a fief and the power to establish your own organization. I thought that you, junior brother, having just taken power, would need capable people by your side to assist you. Jiner has grown up in our Lu family. She is well-versed in history and classics, skilled in calculations, and quite knowledgeable about managing territories, discovering talents, and building forces. If clan brother Gu does not disdain her, you might let her stay on solitary cloud peak to help you handle all the various affairs. Lu Jin spoke up at the opportune moment, her voice gentle, yet clear and logical. Although Jiner's cultivation is shallow, I am quite familiar with mundane affairs. If clan brother Gu focuses on the path of martial arts, I would be happy to take on those trivial chores such as recruiting servants, managing the fief, allocating resources, and selecting talents to share your burden. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He truly needed someone like this. The authority of a heavenly pride was weighty, but it came with a huge pile of affairs. Solitary Cloud Peak needed to be managed and arranged. The Yonghua Commandery fief needed supervision. The authority to establish a force required recruiting people. If he handled all these personally, it would inevitably distract him from martial cultivation. The Lu family was a collateral branch of the Gu clan. Their ancestors indeed had Gu family blood, and generations had intermarried with the main branch, creating a complex web of relationships. Lu Su had been kind to him before, and now she had taken the initiative to send someone to assist him. Although there was an element of seeking benefits for the Lu family, Gu Chen did not mind. As for Lu Jin, from observing her words and actions, she was indeed a clever and perceptive person who knew her limits. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chen said slowly, I gratefully accept Sister Liu's kind offer. Clan Sister Lu Jin, if you do not find Solitary Cloud Peak too humble, you may stay. Joy flashed in Lu Zu's eyes while Lu Jin bowed gracefully once more. Jiner will surely do her utmost. The three chatted for a while longer before Lu Su took her leave, leaving Lu Jin on Solitary Cloud Peak. Gu Chen handed a temporary token to Lu Jin. The peak's formation has been initially activated. With this token you can pass through most areas. Matters of lodging, servant recruitment, and daily expenses are all under your full authority. If you need resources you may collect them from the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiner understands. Lu Jin accepted the token with both hands, her expression solemn. In the days that followed, Solitary Cloud Peak blossomed with life at an astonishing speed. Lu Jin was indeed remarkably capable. Within 3 days, she recruited 12 nimble servants from the External Affairs Hall, all of clean backgrounds and young at the 3rd or 4th layer of the body tempering stage. She also invited formation masters to lay down basic arrays for gathering spiritual energy protection and soundproofing in the main hall, on the peak, the cultivation meditation rooms, and the herb garden. On the 5th day, she presented a detailed 3-year development plan for Solitary Cloud Peak. From the selection of spiritual plants for the herb garden and the system for training servants to the future direction of force expansion, it was meticulously analyzed and logically rigorous. After perusing it, Gu Chen couldn't help but look at Lu Jin with a new light. Clan Sister Lu is exceptionally talented. Lu Jin bowed her head modestly. Jiner is merely an armchair strategist. The specific implementation requires Clan Brother Gu's final decision. On the 7th day, Gu Chen brought his mother Li Wanxiu and his younger sister Gu Wei to Solitary Cloud Peak. Li Wanxiu looked at the immortal-like scene of swirling clouds, her eyes rimmed with red. Gu Wei, excited, tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, is this our home from now on? Yes, Gu Chen smiled. From now on, Mother and Wei Wei will cultivate and live here. No one will dare to disturb you. Lu Jin had already prepared 2 quiet and elegant courtyards fully equipped with all daily necessities. When Li Wanxiu and her daughter arrived, she personally arranged for servants to unpack their luggage and carefully inquired about their dietary preferences and living habits, showing thoughtful and meticulous care. After settling, his mother and sister, Gu Chen summoned Lu Jin to his study. What are your thoughts on the matters of Yanghua Commandery? He asked directly. Lu Jin was prepared. She took out a roll of jade slips and presented it. This is the intelligence on Yanghua Commandery that Jiner has gathered over the past few days. The commandery has 3 cities and 12 towns. Qingyang Town, where the Qingyang branch resides, is just one of them. Currently, the commandery's affairs are managed by the commandery governor's office. The city lords and town wardens are all appointed by the main branch. The system is complete and runs smoothly. She paused before continuing. Jiner suggests that for now Clan Brother Gu need not interfere in the specific affairs of the commandery. First, we lack personnel, and hasty intervention might cause chaos. Second, maintaining the status quo and collecting the standard 70% of resources at the end of the year is both convenient and effortless. Later, after you have trained a sufficient team, brother, we can plan gradually. Gu Chen nodded. This aligned with his own thoughts. But there was one matter he did not wish to delay. Gu Tong and his son in Qingyang Town. Gu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his voice calm, but carrying a hint of coldness. Lu Jin understood his meaning and lowered her voice. Gu Tong and his son have managed Qingyang Town for many years. It is inevitable that they have oppressed clan members, embezzled resources, and abused their power for personal gain. If we investigate carefully, we will surely find evidence of their crimes. Gu Chen glanced at her. Handle this matter. It must be swift and precise. Jiner understands. 3 days later, the Yanghua Commandery governor personally led a guard force on a surprise raid of Qingyang Town. Gu Tong was still in his residence, drinking and enjoying himself. When he heard of the commandery governor's arrival, he hurried out to greet him. Thinking it was a routine inspection, his face was full of smiles. Lord Governor, your visit honors me. I failed to welcome you from afar. Before he could finish, the governor coldly announced the order. Gu Tong, you and your son are suspected of 17 major crimes, including embezzling clan property, oppressing clan members, operating an illegal tribunal, and conspiring to kill collateral descendants. By order, a thorough investigation is to be conducted. Seize him. Gu Tong was thunderstruck, his face turning deathly pale. Lord Governor, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The governor waved his hand. The guard brought out over a dozen iron chests filled with account books, contracts, and letters. These are all evidence of your crimes. The proof is ironclad. Do you still dare to quibble? Gu Tong collapsed to the ground. His son Gu Feng arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing his father being arrested, he tried to draw his blade to resist, but was cut down on the spot by the guard force. A tripartite trial was held, and the evidence was conclusive. 7 days later, in the square before the Qingyang Town Ancestral Hall, the entire Gu clan gathered. The commandery governor publicly read out the list of crimes committed by Gu Tong and his son. embezzling over 37,000 spiritual essences from the clan's assets, privately occupying 400 hectares of spiritual fields, oppressing 3 collateral disciples to their deaths, secretly colluding with forces from other commanderies to funnel resources. Each and every charge was shocking to the eye and heart. According to the Gu clan's rules, the crime warrants death. Gu Tong was forced to kneel before the ancestral hall, his face ashen. He looked up towards the main branch and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Gu Chen. A fine Gu Chen indeed. The blade fell. The head rolled to the ground, blood soaking the blue stone. A deathly silence fell over the entire gathering. The members of the Qingyang branch had complex expressions. Some felt satisfaction, others fear, but more than anything a deep sense of awe arose in them for the young heavenly pride far away in the main branch. The commandery governor looked around at the crowd and announced in a clear voice, Gu Tong and his son have been executed according to the law. Let this be a reminder to all of you to strictly abide by the clan rules and conduct yourselves properly lest you follow in their footsteps. When the news reached Solitary Cloud Peak, Gu Chen was instructing his younger sister Gu Wei in the basic cultivation techniques. Lu Jin quietly reported the matter and then stood respectfully to the side. Gu Chen was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, I understand. He turned to look out the window at the sea of clouds, his gaze distant. With the execution of Gu Tong and his son, the old grievances of the Qingyang branch were finally settled. Lu Jin had done this matter to Gu Chen's satisfaction. Gu Chen spoke. From today onwards, you will be the general manager of internal affairs at Goyan Peak. You will have full authority over personnel resources and external affairs, and report to me once a month. Lu Jin's heart shook. This was immense trust and authority. She solemnly bowed. I will not disappoint the trust placed in me. Gu Chen nodded and added, there is another matter. Pay attention to the younger members of the clan who may not have high backgrounds, but possess potential and decent character. Whether they are from side branches or external affiliations, as long as they have real talent, they can be recruited. I understand. I have already started on this matter, Lu Jin replied. Very well. Gu Chen was pleased with Lu Jin's capabilities, as she was indeed recommended by Lu Su. With such a person by his side, he could save himself a lot of trouble. After becoming the pride of the Gu family, he received favorable treatment from the family. With past grievances settled, he planned to focus on his cultivation and solidify his foundation. Previously, he had been tirelessly cultivating, consuming pills at any cost. While rapidly increasing his strength, he also brought about several hidden dangers. Although the cultivation method could provide insights through the life book, the foundation of his body needed to be honed gradually. Some talented members of the Gu family were not unable to rapidly enhance their strength. Rather, they chose to consolidate their foundations. Otherwise, some prodigies could quickly become outstanding if they pursued immediate growth, but this would inevitably have repercussions in the future. What Gu Chen currently lacked was precisely this consolidation and foundation honing. After making this decision in his heart, Gu Chen briefed Lu Jin on a few matters. After becoming one of the pride of the Gu family, those within the family who wished to compete for the position of Holy Son would inevitably try to win him over. Although on the surface he appeared close to Gu Yunxia, everyone in the family was aware of Gu Yunxia's character. Others who needed to win him over would definitely not give up. Gu Chen did not wish to get involved in these matters now. He preferred to have Lu Jin help fend them off so he could focus on his closed-door training. At the peak of Goyan, the sea of clouds surged. Gu Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, his primordial force ebbing and flowing like the tides. He did not consume any pills, relying solely on the mixed Yuan Qi art to slowly absorb the world's Qi, honing his foundation in the most fundamental way. A month later, 80% of the pill poison had been eliminated. Gu Chen introspected, observing the dark impurities accumulated in his meridians from years of excessive pill consumption. Under the meticulous control of the mystic vision concentration technique and the cleansing of the dragon elephant wave method, they had mostly dissipated. The spiritual sea, previously appearing somewhat ethereal due to rapid breakthroughs, was now as solid as mercury. The first step in consolidating his foundation progressed smoothly. In the early morning, Gu Chen stood bare-chested beneath the waterfall at the back cliff of Goyan Peak. The 1,000-foot waterfall crashed down with a force strong enough to shatter stubborn rocks. Gu Chen did not use his primordial force. He relied solely on his physical body to withstand the impact. His skin turned red under the pressure, bleeding, but rapidly healed due to the operation of the dragon elephant wave method. Through this repetition, his physique became tougher at a visibly fast rate. Gu Chen recalled the unmatched physical prowess of Gu Quanzhan from the 8th level of the Qingtsong Tower, thinking, compared to true body cultivation geniuses, my physique is still a weak point. The waterfall's impact is external training, while internal training requires a special breathing method and blood circulation. Gu Chen meticulously controlled the trajectory of each strand of blood and qi with the mystic vision concentration technique, refining and compressing the blood power that had loosened due to rapid breakthroughs. After 3 months, Gu Chen stood beneath the waterfall, and the water striking his skin produced a sound like metal clashing, with a faint golden glow shimmering on his skin. Dragon Elephant 4th level break. Not relying on brute force, but rather achieving it effortlessly after refining his blood and chi to the extreme. His single-arm strength broke through 8,000 pounds, with bone density significantly increased, allowing his skin to withstand ordinary iron blades without injury. With the improvement of the Dragon Elephant Wave method, practicing the Qingyue Tiangang breaking limit technique became much easier. After the first month of closed-door training, the Qingyue Tiangang breaking limit technique broke through to the 3rd level. Gu Chen continued to close himself off and refine himself. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Gu Chen arrived at Guoyan Peak and began his closed-door training. Gu Chen pushed open the stone door of the training room, sunlight pouring down around him. His aura was restrained, no longer displaying the sharpness that had been vaguely exposed due to rapid breakthroughs a year ago, instead resembling calm and deep water, stable and inscrutable. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Xianling realm with an exceptionally solid foundation. The Qingyue Tiangang breaking limit technique had been cultivated to the 4th level, capable of unleashing 4 times his combat power. The Dragon Elephant Wave method had been perfected at the 7th level, enhancing his base strength several times. Now Gu Chen was incomparable to who he had been a year ago. After coming out of seclusion, Gu Chen summoned Lu Jin. "Young master, you have emerged from seclusion." Lu Jin respectfully bowed. "In this past year, have there been any important matters within the peak?" "Everything is well. As for Yonghua County, I have not intervened as per your instructions. The county governor has sent over this year's harvest that you are entitled to. Moreover, half a year ago, young master Long, young master Zhan, and young master Ling all sent people to invite you for a meeting. I declined on the grounds that you were in seclusion." Gu Chen nodded. Lu Jin had handled these matters well. Those referred to as young masters by Lu Jin could only be the members of the Gu family's hierarchy. Young master Long undoubtedly referred to Gu Yunlong. Young master Zhan was Gu Zhan, the second-ranked member of the Gu family, who was exceptionally strong and a formidable contender for the position of Holy Son. As for the last one, young master Ling was undoubtedly Gu Ling, the genius of the Gu family, whom Gu Chen had learned about after arriving in the main family. Gu Chen did not expect that Gu Ling would also take an interest in him. For now, Gu Chen did not plan to engage with these members of the hierarchy. The competition for the position of Holy Son was notoriously brutal. If one chose the wrong side, everything they had could be lost. Moreover, Gu Chen harbored a certain ambition in his heart. Now that he was already one of the pride of the Gu family, as long as he overcame the 9th level of the Qingsong Tower, he would also qualify to challenge the members of the hierarchy. As long as he could pass the 9th level of the Qingsong Tower and defeat any of the current top 10 members of the Gu family's hierarchy, he could also become one of them and have the chance to compete for the position of Holy Son. With the life book in hand, what Gu Chen needed was to accumulate his foundation. As long as his cultivation techniques were sufficiently abundant and his hidden cards were substantial, a special physique was not insurmountable. After all, Gu Yuan also possessed a special physique, and he had not been defeated by Gu Chen. This ambition Gu Chen would not reveal to anyone. His foundation within the Gu family was too weak. If he carelessly exposed his ambitions, even Gu Yunxia might immediately sever ties with him, resulting in a loss. "You have done well with these matters. Go and fetch 5 pills for breaking into the spiritual sea realm. Once I finish challenging the Qingsong Tower, I want to continue my closed-door training." Lu Jin nodded. "Young master, the resources you need have already been prepared. I will go and fetch them now." After a year in seclusion, Gu Chen's foundation had been thoroughly solidified. This time he emerged from seclusion to obtain some pills to break into the spiritual sea realm. The spiritual sea realm and the Xianling realm are a dividing line. The Xianling realm is one of the 3 postnatal realms, while the spiritual sea realm is one of the 3 extraordinary realms. Gu Chen always remembered the hint from the life book that after achieving extraordinary strength, it would unlock further functions, which he looked forward to eagerly. As for challenging the Qingsong Tower before breaking into the spiritual sea realm, it was also to prepare for the future competition against the members of the hierarchy. Only disciples of the Xianling realm could attempt the Qingsong Tower. Missing this opportunity would mean losing all chances of becoming one of the Gu family's hierarchy. At dawn, Gu Chen opened his eyes, a restrained gleam of sharpness within his gaze. He did not disturb anyone, descended the mountain alone, and headed straight for the Qingsong Tower. At the square before the tower, disciples were already queuing to challenge it. When Gu Chen's figure appeared, the previously clamorous square fell into an abrupt silence. Countless gazes turned towards him, filled with reverence, curiosity, and battle intent. "It's senior brother Gu Chen. He just became a prodigy a year ago and already reached the 9th floor before conceding. Now he's back. I heard he went into secluded cultivation at Guyan Peak for an entire year. I wonder how much he has improved." Amidst the whispers, Gu Chen's expression remained calm as he presented his prodigy token to the elder guarding the tower. The steward recognized him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You wish to challenge the 9th floor? I am now confident, Gu Chen said casually. The steward nodded, chanted a spell, and the entrance to the 9th floor of Qingsong Tower blazed with light. Gu Chen stepped inside. Light and shadow shifted. Gu Chen appeared in the familiar starry sword domain. Beneath his feet lay an endless sea of stars, while above him stretched a resplendent galaxy. Ahead, a phantom projection of Gu Xinghe clad in a blue robe slowly materialized. He held a simple iron sword, and the faint ethereal Tao intent of his sword was even clearer than it had been a year ago. Gu Chen performed a sword salute. Ancestor, please instruct me. Without a word, Gu Xinghe thrust his sword forward. The trajectory of the sword tip trembled with a mysterious rhythm, each tremor drawing upon the power of the surrounding stars. The sword intent was sharp yet all-encompassing, as if this single strike contained the grand principles of the heavens and earth, the flow of galaxies, and the cycle of sun and moon. So this is the embryonic form of Tao. Gu Chen understood in his heart. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the attack with his Jinhua sword. He did not use the Qinghua Heavenly Gang limit-breaking art, nor any combined killing moves. He merely responded with the basic sword techniques of the 5 elements sword cannon. The 5 styles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycled, each strike precisely targeting the trembling nodes of Gu Xing's sword momentum. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal striking metal was like rain beating on banana leaves. Gu Chen's sword grew faster and faster, the cycling of the 5 styles gradually blurring, and the 5 elements sword intent began to merge. After 10 exchanges, his sword momentum changed. The 5 element cycle had initially taken form. A ring of 5-colored sword energy swirled, subtly contending against Gu Xing's Tao-infused sword intent. Though he was still at a disadvantage, he could now hold his ground. A hint of approval seemed to flicker in the eyes of Gu Xing's phantom. Your comprehension is not bad, but the path of the sword is not merely about imitation. As the words fell, his sword momentum shifted dramatically. The seemingly ordinary thrust suddenly transformed into countless rays of starlight, each ray a sword aura descending like a cataclysm. It was Gu Xing's famous sword technique, Galactic Sword Rain. Gu Chen took a deep breath, activating the profound mirror concentration art to its peak. His 100-zhang divine sense spread out like a net, capturing and analyzing the trajectory of every sword ray in the downpour. His flowing cloud mirage body was agile and graceful, weaving through the gaps in the sword rain as if strolling in a leisurely courtyard. But evasion alone was not enough. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened as he raised the Jinhua, sword high. His sword momentum suddenly became heavy as a mountain. 1,000 Peaks breaks formation. This strike was no longer a simple cleave. It was a complete fusion of the profound heaviness of the 1,000 Peaks heavy sword art with the fierce dominance of the formation-breaking sword momentum. Wherever the sword edge passed, the starlight sword aura shattered. What was even more exquisite was that Gu Chen had infused this strike with the principle of the 5-element cycle. The residual energy from the shattered sword aura was absorbed and transformed by the 5-colored sword ring, feeding back into himself. Endlessly generating, he grew stronger with each battle. Gu Xing's phantom retreated half a step for the first time, his iron sword trembling lightly, a fine fight to grow stronger. The battle entered its white-hot stage. Gu Chen held nothing back, unleashing all he had gained from his year of seclusion, Starlight Dawn Finger, to break the nodes of the sword momentum, light-splitting shadow sword art, to confuse his opponent's sight, and Jinhua breaks formation for a direct, powerful assault. He was like a sponge, frantically absorbing and digesting the Tao rhythm contained within Gu Xing's phantom swordplay during their exchange. A 5-colored radiance swirled on his sword edge. It was no longer a simple 5-element cycle, but was gradually merging into a grayish, chaotic sword aura that held infinite potential, yet was undifferentiated. My sword path shall be Gu Su, the return to nothingness. All things return to one, all laws return to the source. The 5-element cycle is the process, but Gu Su is the end. As the words fell, Gu Chen thrust his sword. The strike was extremely slow, yet it seemed to draw upon the power of the entire starry sword domain. The 5-colored radiance merged completely into a single grayish sword aura. Where it passed, starlight dimmed, and sword aura dissolved. When Gu Xing's phantom iron sword touched the grayish sword aura, there was no loud noise, no explosion. The starlight on the iron sword faded like melting snow and ice, reverting it to a piece of ordinary iron. The phantom looked down at the sword in its hand, its figure slowly dispersing. The starry sword domain began to collapse, and a luminous gateway leading out of the tower materialized. Gu Chen sheathed his sword, his aura steady. In this battle, he had not used the Qinghua Heavenly Gang limit-breaking art. He had passed the 9th floor, relying solely on his standard strength and sword Tao comprehension. It was not a victory by overwhelming force, but a true confrontation with Gu Xing's phantom on the level of Tao, where he had found his own path. 5 elements returned to nothingness. This is no longer just an embryonic form. Gu Chen looked at the residual grayish sword aura on his sword edge, understanding dawning in his heart. He stepped out of the luminous gateway. Outside the Qingsong Tower, an uproar erupted. On the light screen of the 9th floor behind Gu Chen's name, a golden past seal slowly materialized. He passed. He really passed. From conceding to passing in 1 year. This rate of progress is terrifying. With senior brother Gu Chen's current strength, he might be able to contend for a sequence position right. Amidst the clamor, Gu Chen walked out of the Qingsong Tower with a calm expression. The steward gave him a deep look and handed him a communication jade slip. Elder Gu Zhengyan has ordered that you proceed to the Hidden Dragon Hall immediately upon exiting the tower. Thank you. Gu Chen took the jade slip and headed towards the Hidden Dragon Hall. Senior brother Gu, please follow me. The elder is already waiting in the side hall. Passing through numerous corridors and verandas, Gu Chen was led to a quiet side hall. The interior was sparsely furnished with just one table, 2 chairs, and a burning incense burner. Elder Gu Zhengyan was seated in the main seat brewing tea. Seeing Gu Chen enter, he gestured for him to sit. Elder, Gu Chen performed a junior salute. No need for formalities. Gu Zhengyan appraised him, his eyes full of approval. You passed the 9th floor of the Qingsong Tower with ease. Gu Chen, the results of this year's seclusion have far exceeded my expectations. Elder, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Luck? Gu Zhengyan chuckled. I challenged the phantom of ancestor Gu Xinghe 3 times in my youth and was defeated each time. His sword path has already touched the threshold of the Dao realm and cannot be broken by brute force. That you could pass shows that your comprehension of the sword path has already surpassed many old-timers. Gu Chen remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Gu Zhengyan poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one over. 20 years old, late Xianling stage, sword path, touching the true meaning of Gui, Su combat power comparable to the late Linghai stage. Gu Chen, do you know that among those who have passed the 9th floor of the Qingsong Tower at your age, there have been fewer than 20 in the Gu family over the past century? Gu Chen's heart trembled slightly. This assessment was higher than he had anticipated. You are now a true prodigy of our Gu family. He looked at Gu Chen, his expression turning serious. A tall tree catches the wind. The more outstanding you are, the more people will watch you. You must be more cautious from now on. I understand, Junior. Gu Chen nodded. Good. Gu Zhengyan changed the subject. I called you here today not only to praise you, but also to inform you of a certain opportunity. Gu Chen looked up, waiting for him to continue. In half a year, a Grand Qian Grand Assembly will be held in the capital of the Grand Qian dynasty. Gu Zhengyan spoke slowly. This Grand Assembly is held once every decade, aiming to gather the prodigies of immortal clans and top sects within the dynasty's territory to exchange ideas, spar, and expand their networks. Gu Chen listened attentively. But this year's assembly is different from previous ones. A sharp glint flashed in Gu Zhengyan's eyes. The current Grand Qian Emperor's most beloved 5th princess will be choosing her consort at this assembly. Choosing a husband. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. His mind was entirely on cultivation, and he had no interest in matters between men and women. Gu Zhengyan, discerning his thoughts, smiled and said, don't be so quick to refuse. First, the selection is not mandatory. You can simply attend the gathering without participating in the selection purely to broaden your horizons. The Grand Qian Gathering brings together the most outstanding young talents of the imperial dynasty. Exchanging ideas and sparring with them will greatly benefit your vision and state of mind. Second, the 5th princess fiefdom. Gu Zhengyan lowered his voice. The imperial lord dotes on this princess dearly. Her dowry includes 3 commanderies which are not only rich in resources, but also each contain an ancient cultivation secret realm from a bygone era. If you can form a marriage alliance with the princess, it would be equivalent to gaining the resources of 3 commanderies and access to the secret realms, a tremendous boost to both yourself and the family. Gu Chen's heart stirred. Resources. He would always need them most. Third, Gu Zhengyan said solemnly, this is the family's wish. Although the Gu family is an immortal clan, it is not among the top powers within the Grand Qian imperial dynasty. If we can draw closer to the imperial family through this gathering, it would be extremely important for the family's future development. The family hopes you will represent the younger generation of the Gu family at the gathering. Even if you do not participate in the selection, you must display the Gu family's brilliance and forge connections. With the matter laid out so clearly, Gu Chen understood it was a mission. When exactly is the gathering, and what are the requirements? Gu Chen asked. 6 months from now, on the 8th day of the 8th month at the Heavenly Awakening Plaza in the capital. Gu Zhengyan produced a jade slip. This contains the basic information and records of previous gatherings. Take it and study it carefully. Participants must meet 3 conditions: be no older than 30, have a cultivation level no lower than the profound spirit realm, and possess a recommendation from an immortal clan or a top-tier sect. Gu Chen took the jade slip and swept his divine sense over it. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind. The Grand Qian Gathering was indeed grand in scale. According to the Jade Slips records, the previous gathering had over 3,000 participants from 17 immortal clans, 23 top-tier sects, and nearly 100 secondary powers within the Imperial Dynasty's territory. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Gu Chen felt a chill. The Grand Qian Imperial Dynasty's territory was vast, and his own Gu family was merely one member among many. The world outside was far larger than he had imagined. "So are you interested?" Gu Jingyan asked. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, then looked up. "I am willing to go." "Excellent." Gu Jingyan clapped his hands. "Spend these 6 months preparing well. The family will provide all the resources you need. When the time comes, you will travel together with several other prodigies of the Gu family." "I understand." Also, Gu Jingyan paused regarding the 5th princess husband selection. "Although it is not mandatory, I suggest you at least go through the motions. Even if nothing comes of it, leaving an impression on the Imperial Lord would be beneficial." Gu Chen nodded. Though he disliked such political maneuvering, he had to consider it. The conversation continued for nearly half an hour. Gu Jingyan detailed the gathering's precautions, the power distribution in the capital, and notable opponents to watch out for. Gu Chen committed everything to memory. Gu Chen flew back to solitary Cloud Peak on his sword, his mind swirling with thoughts. Passing the 9th level of the Azure Sky Tower was a validation of his year of cultivation. Now he could peacefully focus on breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. 6 months. Gu Chen gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance. That should be enough. Time flew like a fleeting white colt. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months passed. Inside the cultivation chamber on solitary Cloud Peak, spiritual energy surged like tides. Gu Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the spirit gathering array, his 9 main meridians gleaming brightly. The spiritual energy in his spirit sea had reached a saturation point. For 2.5 months, he had devoted all his energy to breaking through to the next realm. Break. In a low whisper, Gu Chen guided the optimal breakthrough path deduced by that object. Vast primal power surged into his spirit sea like 9 flood dragons. The liquid spiritual energy, as dense as mercury, began to spin and compress. At the center, a faint, dazzling golden light gradually emerged. That was the core of the spirit sea, the spirit source. As the spirit source took shape, Gu Chen's aura soared abruptly. All the furnishings in the chamber trembled without wind. The spirit stones of the array crumbled to dust before his eyes. His 100 zhang divine sense expanded to a range of 150 zhang, becoming sharper and more refined. Spirit Sea initial stage achieved. Gu Chen opened his eyes, a phantom of a starry river flashing through them. He sensed the surging power within him. The greatest difference between the Spirit Sea realm and the profound spirit realm lay in the qualitative transformation of spiritual energy and the leap in control. Now even a casual strike from him rivaled the full force of his profound spirit peak days. After the breakthrough, Gu Chen's gaze immediately turned to the Book of Fate within his sea of consciousness, Yanzhang. Book of Fate, Yanzhang. Holder Gu Chen. Physique mortal body. Strength spirit, sea initial stage. Yanzhang status deduce cultivation insights, further enhance the upper limit of techniques. Ascend to the immortal level to further strengthen Yanzhang's deduction ability. It changed. Gu Chen recalled that previously Yanzhang could only deduce existing cultivation insights. Now it could enhance the upper limit of techniques. Does that mean the incomplete techniques I've practiced might become complete? Gu Chen immediately began deducing with the Book of Fate. After a long while, a gleam of light shone in Gu Chen's eyes. The complete version of the technique is truly extraordinary. With these cultivation insights, my strength has increased significantly. He pushed open the door, intending to go to the Hidden Dragon Hall scripture library to study more incomplete techniques, and also choose a primary cultivation method. Through deduction, with the Book of Fate, the mixed Yuan unity art he had been cultivating had reached its limit. It was adequate for the profound spirit realm, but once entering the transcendent 3 realms, this technique proved insufficient. After careful selection in the scripture library, Gu Chen ultimately chose 3 martial skills: Sky Rending, Wind Shadow Step, and Vajra Seal, along with his future primary cultivation method, the Myriad Transformations Yuan Sea Art. All 3 martial skills were incomplete. Upon returning, Gu Chen immediately optimized them. After a long while with the deduction and optimization of Yanzhang, he grasped the complete cultivation insights for all 3 skills. Sky Rending Slash was suited for the sword path, featuring 3 ultimate moves: Sky Rend, Void Sever, and Space Break. Wind Shadow Step was an incomplete movement technique. After optimization and completion, its speed far surpassed the flowing cloud phantom body. It was agile, could conceal one's trail by borrowing the wind, and was ideal for surprise attacks and evasion. Vajra Seal was a palm technique combining defense and offense. Once mastered, the palms would become as hard as diamond, capable of blocking weapons, and the palm force was fierce, unleashing explosive power in close combat. Yanzhang not only completed the missing parts of these 3 techniques, but also optimized them according to Gu Chen's own technique traits, allowing him to master them more quickly. After mastering the 3 martial skills, Gu Chen began cultivating the myriad transformations Yuan Si art. 2.5 months later. Operating the myriad transformations Yuan Si art, Gu Chen formed intricate hand seals. The deep cyan primal power within his spirit, Si, instantly boiled, surging madly along the special meridian pathways of the myriad transformations Yuan Si art. The spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber was drawn in by a powerful force pouring into his body like a whale swallowing water. His already stable spirit, Si, expanded violently. In just 1 hour, its capacity was forcibly widened by nearly double, and the primal power concentration skyrocketed. The deep cyan power gradually took on a faint golden hue, flowing several times faster than before. Truly worthy of being an optimized transcendent grade technique. Gu Chen was very satisfied with the result. One day Gu Chen was practicing his martial skills on the training ground of Solitary Cloud Peak. The suppressing peaked sword moved freely in his hands, deep cyan primal power flowing endlessly. The 3 moves of sky-rending slash were executed in a smooth sequence, sword, chi tearing through space, creating piercing sounds. At times he activated Wind Shadow Step, his figure darting across the training ground like a phantom, evading the residual sword chi he had unleashed. At other times he struck out with a palm, unleashing the power of Vajraseal. The palm wind clashed with the sword chi, producing a dull roar. Young master's cultivation and martial skills have made great progress again. Lu Jin stood at the edge of the training ground, admiration in her eyes. Gu Chen sheathed his sword, the primal power around him slowly receding. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned to Lu Jin and said, "Prepare the supplies I need for my journey to the capital. I will set out for the Grand Qian Imperial Dynasty's capital in a few days." Lu Jin immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, young master. This subordinate will make the arrangements at once." Above the Qingtsang mountain range, amidst surging clouds and mist, a colossal vessel hung imposingly in the sky. It was the Gu family's exclusive flying ship, the Qingtsang, forged entirely from dark iron and meteorite steel. Gu Chen, clad in a cyan martial outfit, stood on the square below the flying ship. The aura of his early spiritual ocean realm was restrained and steady. His gaze swept over the 4 prodigies of the Gu family beside him. His expression remained calm, but his mind swiftly reviewed the information regarding each one. Among the 4, the tall, arrogant young man on the left was Gu Yunfei. At 25, he was at the true origin initial stage, a seasoned prodigy of the Gu family who had previously sent subordinates to trouble Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Yunfei was eyeing Gu Chen askance, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his lips, as if regarding an overreaching ant. His attempt to have Gu Yunlong's follower teach Gu Chen a lesson had failed, turning him into a laughingstock. He had originally dismissed Gu Chen as insignificant, but now Gu Chen held the same status as him, which greatly displeased Gu Yunfei. "I never expected to travel to the capital with someone who has just broken through to the spiritual ocean realm. How degrading." Gu Yunfei's voice carried just enough to be heard by those nearby, his contempt undisguised. The 2 prodigies beside him promptly joined in with sycophantic laughter. Gu Yunfei wielded considerable influence within the main branch of the Gu family. These 2 knew which side to take. Since Gu Yunfei disliked Gu Chen, they naturally aligned with him. The 2 were Gu Yuntao and Gu Yunxue, both 24 years old and at the late spiritual ocean realm. They had been prodigies for several years. Only the young man on the far right remained indifferent, refraining from the mockery. His name was Gu Yunzhou, 25, at the true origin initial stage. Steady in character, he had always been at odds with Gu Yunfei and was one of the few prodigies in the Gu family who did not form cliques. Gu Chen raised his eyes to Gu Yunfei, his gaze utterly calm. He spoke evenly. "Cultivation level does not define a hero, nor is it a reason to belittle others. Time will tell." His voice was steady and forceful, neither servile nor overbearing, instantly silencing their laughter. Gu Yunfei's face darkened. A faint fluctuation of true origin energy leaked from him, and a formidable pressure enveloped Gu Chen. "Arrogant. It seems becoming a prodigy has emboldened you considerably. How about a sparring match right now? Let me show you that the gap between the spiritual ocean and true origin realms is a chasm you can never cross." Yunfei, show some respect. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. An elder in a gray Taoist robe with hair and beard as white as snow walked over slowly. His aura was unfathomable. His mere presence made the surrounding air feel stagnant. He was Gu Kanglin, the Tongxian realm elder, leading the Gu family on this journey. Gu Yunfei's heart tightened. He immediately retracted his aura and bowed deeply to Gu Kanglin. "Greetings, Elder Kanglin." Gu Kanglin was a Tongxian realm powerhouse of the Gu family of high seniority and formidable strength, holding a distinguished position within the clan. Gu Kanglin's eyes swept over them. "This journey to the capital represents the face of the Gu family. You must be united and avoid internal strife. Understood?" "Understood." The five bowed in unison. Though Gu Yunfei was reluctant, he dared not argue. Gu Clan nodded in satisfaction, turned, and stepped onto the flying ship. Very well. Board the ship with me. We depart immediately for the great Qian capital. The five boarded the flying ship one by one. The interior was spacious, divided into 3 levels, each with private cabins, cultivation rooms, and meeting halls. Gu Clan led them to the cabin area on the middle level and said, "The journey will take 7 days. Rest and prepare yourselves." With that he turned and left. Gu Chen was assigned a cabin by the window. The room was simply furnished with a table, chairs, and a bed. In the corner was a spirit gathering array plate radiating dense spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation during the trip. After some time a knock came at the door. Gu Chen opened his eyes, ceased his cultivation technique, and said, "Enter." The door opened, and Gu Yunzhou walked in holding a pot of tea, a warm smile on his face. "Brother Gu Chen, I had some free time and thought I'd come chat with you." Gu Chen nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit. "Thank you for coming, Brother Yunzhou." Gu Yunzhou placed the tea on the table, poured a cup for each of them, and said, "Gu Yunfei has always been arrogant and conceited. Don't take him to heart." Gu Chen picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yunzhou. I know how to handle myself." He could sense that Gu Yunzhou bore no ill will, but rather goodwill, and he felt a growing fondness for this fellow prodigy. The grand gathering in the capital is teeming with hidden talents. Not only are there prodigies from major immortal families and top sects, but the imperial family has also secretly nurtured geniuses of formidable strength. Gu Yun's smile gradually faded, his tone turning serious. "We must proceed with caution." Gu Chen's heart tightened. He nodded slowly. "You are right, Brother Yunzhou. For this gathering, I only aim to advance steadily and gain experience. I don't expect to achieve anything dazzling." He was well aware that although his combat prowess rivaled that of the True Origin middle stage, there was still a significant gap when facing True Origin late-stage experts. He had to remain cautious. They talked for a while longer, mostly about matters related to the capital gathering and information on the prodigies of various powers. Gu Yunzhou shared everything he knew with Gu Chen, giving him a clearer understanding of the event. Then Gu Yunzhou took his leave, leaving Gu Chen alone in the cabin to cultivate. In the following days, Gu Chen devoted himself to cultivation in his cabin every day. On the morning of the 7th day, the flying ship suddenly shuddered violently before gradually slowing down. Gu Chen opened his eyes, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the cabin. Elder Gu Clan was standing at the bow, gazing into the distance. The other 4 prodigies also emerged from their cabins and looked toward the bow. On the distant horizon, a majestic and magnificent city appeared before them, towering into the clouds. They had arrived at the great Qian capital. "That is the great Qian capital," Elder Gu Clan's voice rang out, tinged with emotion. "The great Qian dynasty has been passed down for thousands of years with profound heritage. For this gathering, remember this: once in the capital, you must be prudent in speech and conduct. Do not cause trouble, and uphold the reputation of the Gu family." The 5 bowed simultaneously. "We shall heed the elders' teachings." The flying vessel gradually drifted toward the capital, drawing nearer, and the full panorama of the capital slowly came into focus. Within the city, towering buildings stood in clusters, palaces formed a grand ensemble, and the streets bustled with traffic and clamorous voices, presenting a scene of thriving prosperity. The air was thick with dense spiritual energy, far surpassing the region of the Gu family. The flying vessel gently descended in a square outside the capital, where many other vessels from various major powers were already parked. Imperial guards stood watch around the area, maintaining orderly discipline. Elder Gu Clan led the 5 individuals down from the vessel. A middle-aged man in yellow official robes immediately stepped forward, a respectful smile on his face. "I am Wang Kuan, Vice Minister of Rights. By His Majesty's order, I have come to welcome the Gu family's prodigies and elder. His Majesty has prepared lodgings for you at the Tranquil Heart Villa outside the city. Please follow me." Gu Clan gave a slight nod. "I appreciate your trouble, Vice Minister Wang." Then, leading the 5, he followed Wang Kuan toward the Tranquil Heart Villa. The Tranquil Heart Villa was located at the foot of West Mountain outside the capital, nestled against the hills and bordering a stream, with a serene and secluded environment. Inside the villa, pavilions and towers were arranged in picturesque disorder, and the spiritual energy was abundant. It was the imperial residence prepared for the prodigies of various factions attending the grand assembly. Upon arriving at the Tranquil Heart Villa, Wang Kuan led them to their respective courtyards and said, "Esteemed prodigies, these will be your lodgings for the coming days. There are attendants in the villa responsible for your daily needs. There are still 16 days until the Grand Assembly of Dakian on the 8th day of the 8th month. You may arrange your time as you see fit, but if you wish to leave the villa, please inform the steward so that we may register your departure." Having said this, he bowed and took his leave. The courtyard assigned to Gu Chen was called the Clear Tranquility Court. Though not large, it was exquisitely arranged with several ancient pines and magnolias planted within. In a corner, there was a small spiritual spring exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. He stepped into the courtyard and thought to himself, this place is tranquil and secluded, perfect for focused cultivation and preparing for the grand assembly. At that moment, Gu Yuntao, Gu Yunxue, and Gu Yunfei had already packed their belongings and were ready to go out and visit friends. Gu Yunfei paused at the entrance of the clear tranquility court, deliberately calling out toward the courtyard. Gu Chen, we're going to visit some friends. Do you want to come along? It would be a good chance for you to get to know the prodigies of the capital so you don't embarrass yourself at the grand assembly. His tone still carried a hint of mockery. Gu Chen stood inside the courtyard and replied calmly, thank you for your kindness, brother Yunfei. I have no friends in the capital, so I won't join you. He'll stay here and cultivate. Gu Yunfei sneered, what a dull fellow. I suppose he's afraid to show his face outside. With that, he turned and left with Gu Yuntao and Gu Yunxue, while Gu Yunzhou remained in his own courtyard to cultivate, not going out. Gu Chen paid them no mind. He closed the courtyard gate, entered his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and once again began to circulate the myriad transformations, oceanic art, immersing himself in cultivation. With only a dozen days left until the Grand Assembly of Dakian, he had to seize every moment to enhance his strength so that he could stand firm at the assembly. In the clear tranquility court, Gu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut. A faint golden energy flowed slowly around him as the myriad transformations, oceanic art, operated at full power. The chi within his spiritual sea surged like a raging river, continuously scouring his meridians, and the walls of his spiritual sea steadily elevating his cultivation. Over the past few days, aside from meals and brief rest, Gu Chen had devoted all his time to cultivation. One afternoon, he finished his training and slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his gaze as the energy around him instantly receded. He stood up and stretched his joints, cracking with a series of sharp pops. He felt deeply satisfied with his current level of strength. There are still 10 days until the Grand Assembly. At this rate, my combat power will increase by another notch before the event, Gu Chen murmured to himself. He walked to the table, poured a cup of tea, and took a gentle sip. Just then a streak of white suddenly darted in through the window. It was small and nimble, swift as lightning, and in an instant it scurried into a corner of the room. Gu Chen extended his divine sense, locking onto the white figure. It was a small white mouse, even smaller than an ordinary mouse, with pure white fur as smooth as silk. Its tiny black eyes sparkled with intelligence as it cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Its speed was extraordinary, and there was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from it, as if it were just an ordinary mouse. Yet Gu Chen could sense that this little mouse was no ordinary creature. What is this thing? It managed to sneak into my room without my notice. Puzzled, Gu Chen slowly approached the mouse. The mouse seemed to sense his intent. Its black eyes darted, and with a sudden burst of speed it dashed toward the door. Its speed was astonishing. Before Gu Chen could react, the mouse had already reached the threshold. Trying to escape, Gu Chen barked, activating the wind shadow step. His figure blurred like a phantom as he gave chase. At the same time, he raised a hand and waved, condensing pale golden energy into a palm that reached for the mouse. Confident in his speed and power, he believed catching such a small creature would be effortless. But the next moment left Gu Chen stunned. The mouse sidestepped with incredible agility, evading the energy palm, then leaped onto the doorframe, dashed to the courtyard wall, and scurried toward the outside of the villa. Gu Chen pursued relentlessly, bursting out of the clear tranquility court and chasing after the mouse. The mouse's speed increased, weaving nimbly among the pavilions and towers within the villa. Even at full sprint, Gu Chen could not close the gap between them. Other prodigies in the villa stopped to watch the spectacle with curiosity. Someone recognized Gu Chen and couldn't help but tease. Isn't that the Gu family's newly risen prodigy, Gu Chen? Haha, chasing a little mouse and looking so pathetic. Seems like this new prodigy isn't much after all. Can't even catch a mouse. Gu Chen paid them no heed, his mind fixed on one thought: to catch that mouse. He could sense that the creature held a secret, and he could not let it escape. The mouse darted away with ease, soon vanishing from Gu Chen's perception. He stopped spreading his divine sense, but found no trace of the mouse. Frowning, he wondered, what kind of creature is this? So fast, and able to evade my spiritual sense. Puzzled, Gu Chen returned to his room. On a hillside outside the tranquil Heart Villa, a young girl in a purple dress stood, a snowy white mouse crawling on her hand. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. Beside her stood an old man in black robes, his aura concealed. Princess, the chi-seeking mouse has located 3 individuals with great fortune. Shall we investigate their backgrounds thoroughly? Investigate especially the last one. The mouse was most intrigued by him, even daring to appear before him. Dig deep into his origins. As you command. In the following days, Gu Chen remained in the Qingyi courtyard, immersed in cultivation, never once stepping outside. As time flowed by, the 8th day of the 8th month arrived, the day of the Grand Qian Assembly. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. At the Tianqi Square in the capital of Grand Qian, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. Situated at the heart of the capital, the vast square could accommodate tens of thousands. At the center of the square stood 9 towering arenas constructed from unyielding diamond stone. Their surfaces were etched with intricate spirit-gathering and defensive arrays. Surrounding the square were hundreds of viewing stands, each belonging to the Immortal family's top-tier sects and secondary powers. The stands were already packed with spectators, their gazes fixed on the 9 arenas below. At dawn, prodigies from the 5 Immortal families, 4 top-tier sects, and nearly 100 secondary powers within the empire began to arrive at Tianqi Square. Most wore the attire of their respective factions, exuding formidable auras. Their eyes brimmed with confidence, eager to showcase their skills and vie for glory at this grand assembly. Gu Chen arrived at Tianqi Square alongside Elder Gu Clan and 4 prodigies, including Gu Yunfei. Elder Gu Clan led them to the Gu family's exclusive viewing stand before engaging in pleasantries with elders from other factions. Standing at the edge of the stand, Gu Chen and the others scanned the crowd below, their hearts filled with awe. The prodigies in the square possessed varying levels of strength, ranging from the early Spirit C stage to the late True Essence stage. They gathered in small groups, chatting and debating, while an air of tension and excitement permeated the atmosphere. Prodigies from various factions secretly observed their rivals, seeking potential threats. "This assembly truly hides dragons and crouching tigers," Gu Yunzhou remarked. "Look over there," he continued, pointing at a youth. "That young man in the white robe is Li Haoran, a genius disciple of the Li family. He's at the mid-True Essence stage and rumored to possess extraordinary combat prowess." One of the seated competitors. Gu Chen followed his gaze. The white-robed youth had handsome features and radiated an intense battle intent. Even standing still, he exuded a formidable pressure. Gu Chen silently noted that Li Haoran was indeed exceptional. Gu Yunfei, standing nearby, listened to Gu Yun's introduction with a disdainful sneer. "Aren't they just clowns? Why boost their morale?" "Brother Yunfei is right. They're nothing but chicken and dogs," the other 2 chimed in. With his early True Essence cultivation and numerous hidden cards, Gu Yunfei's arrogance was understandable to Gu Chen before any real battle. Gu Chen made no comment, calmly observing the prodigies in the square and silently noting the formidable opponents. At this Grand Qian assembly, his age was a disadvantage. With 2 more years of cultivation, the outcome would be entirely different. The Gu family had sent him merely to broaden his horizons. He would simply focus on doing what he needed to do. At the Qin hour of the morning, a resonant bell tolled, officially commencing the Grand Qian assembly. On the high platform at the square's center, a dignified middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe slowly took his seat. He was Li Qianyuan, the sovereign of the Grand Qian dynasty. An unfathomable aura surrounded him. His mere presence silenced the entire square. "Distinguished guests and prodigies, welcome to the capital of Grand Qian. For this assembly," he began. An official of the Grand Qian dynasty spoke, his voice amplified by a sound-enhancing array that reached every corner of Tianqi Square. "This assembly aims to gather the empire's young talents for exchange and mutual progress. All under 30 years of age may step onto the arena to challenge. Victors will receive generous rewards. Those ranked in the top 100 will earn honor medals and resource prizes from the royal family. The top 10 will gain access to the royal treasury's rare techniques, skills, and celestial treasures." As his words fell, the prodigies in the square erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Those gathered here lacked not resources, but sought renown. The official continued, "The rules are simple. Arena duels are not to be lethal. Violators will be disqualified. Now I declare the Grand Qian assembly officially begun." With his declaration, the bell tolled again. The defensive and spirit-gathering arrays on the 9 arenas activated simultaneously, emitting a soft glow. The prodigies rubbed their hands together, eager to step onto the arenas and display their prowess. Soon several took the initiative, challenging others in the square. In an instant, fierce battles erupted across all 9 arenas. Yuan energy clashed, sword chi swept through, and palm winds howled, creating a dazzling spectacle. The spectators in the surrounding stands cheered and shouted, rallying behind their favored prodigies. From the Gu families, stand Gu Chen calmly observed the arena battles. He noticed that even the early Spirit C cultivators displayed impressive combat skills and seamless coordination, wielding their techniques with finesse. The prodigies from Immortal families and top-tier sects in particular demonstrated strength and heritage far surpassing those from ordinary factions. "Gu Chen, are you ready to step up and show your mettle?" Gu Yunzhou asked. Gu Chen smiled faintly. "No rush. I'll observe first to gauge their abilities and tactics before taking the stage." Having come this far, it was impossible not to fight at least once or twice. Gu Chen knew his cultivation level put him at a disadvantage here, so he had to choose his moment wisely. "Take care of yourself. I'm off to challenge," Gu Yunzhou said, nodding as he strode toward an arena. Gu Yunfei and the others also left the viewing area eager to join the fray. Gu Chen's gaze followed Gu Yunfei. He wanted to see what made him so arrogantly confident. Gu Yunfei stepped onto an arena, unleashing his early true essence aura without restraint. He bellowed at the crowd. "I, Gu Yunfei of the Gu family, challenge any who dare face me." His voice boomed, carrying a formidable pressure that instantly drew everyone's attention. The prodigies in the square eyed Gu Yunfei warily. At the early true essence stage, he ranked among the elite, while most present were at the mid to late spirit sea level. A youth in black battle robes leaped onto the arena, radiating late spirit sea aura. "I am Wang Hao of the Blackstone sect. I accept your challenge, Prodigy Gu." Gu Yunfei scoffed, his eyes full of contempt. "A late spirit sea cultivator dares challenge me. How utterly reckless." With that, he vanished and reappeared before Wang Hao, raising his hand to condense thick true essence into a massive fist that hurtled toward him. Startled, Wang Hao quickly channeled his yuan energy to defend. But Gu Yunfei's power far surpassed his. The fist shattered Wang Hao's defensive barrier instantly. A dull thud echoed as Wang Hao staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His defense crumbled under the overwhelming force. Seizing the moment, Gu Yunfei closed in and struck at Wang Hao's chest with an open palm. With no escape, Wang Hao met it with a full-powered palm strike. Wang Hao was sent flying. Unlike ordinary early true essence cultivators he had faced before, Gu Yunfei possessed the strength to challenge those above his level. Wang Hao could defeat typical early true essence opponents, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Gu Yunfei. "Stop. I concede," he admitted, realizing the gap. "Gu Yunfei wins," the presiding elder announced. Cheers erupted from the surrounding stands. Standing on the arena, Gu Yunfei flashed a smug smile, tilting his chin at the crowd with arrogance blazing in his eyes. Gu Chen stood on the viewing platform, calmly observing everything. He could sense that Gu Yunfei was indeed formidable, with a stable cultivation base at the initial true essence stage and exquisite martial skills, yet his combat style was too rigid and lacked flexibility, revealing significant flaws. In the following moments, Gu Yuntao and Gu Yunxue also took the stage one after another, relying on their late spiritual sea cultivation and refined martial techniques to defeat several opponents and secure their footing. Gu Yunzhou even achieved a streak of 3 consecutive victories. As time passed, more and more prodigies ascended the arenas, and the battles grew increasingly fierce. Many powerful prodigies stood out, displaying astonishing combat prowess and earning cheers from the audience. The atmosphere in the square grew more and more fervent. Having observed for a long time, Gu Chen gained a general understanding of the abilities and combat styles of other prodigies. He knew it was time to take the stage. Otherwise, once all the spiritual sea cultivators were defeated, he would have no sure chance of victory against the true essence prodigies. Drawing a deep breath, he walked toward one of the arenas. On the arena stood a young man in green attire with an ordinary face and an aura of the mid-spiritual sea stage. He was Zhou, a prodigy from a secondary faction. After stepping onto the stage, Gu Chen clasped his fists and said, "Gu Chen of the Gu family seeks your instruction." Zhou looked at him with a sneer. "An initial spiritual sea cultivator dares to ascend." Gu Chen spoke calmly, "Make your move." Zhou chuckled coldly, wasting no more words, and lunged toward Gu Chen with a flicker of his form. He raised his hand, and the long sword in his grip thrust toward Gu Chen's chest. The strike was swift and precise, imbued with dense mid-spiritual sea yuan power. Gu Chen remained composed, showing no sign of panic in the face of the fierce attack. His figure sidestepped like a phantom, effortlessly evading Zhou Yang's assault, while raising his hand to condense pale golden yuan power into a palm imprint that struck toward Zhou Yang's back. Zhou Yang was startled, never expecting Gu Chen to be so swift. Without a second thought, he turned and raised his arms to defend. But Gu Chen's palm imprint moved with incredible speed, instantly slamming into his defensive yuan power. Boom! A dull, heavy impact rang out, and Zhou Yang felt a surge of overwhelming force, stumbling forward a few steps involuntarily as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The sneer on his face froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. He couldn't fathom that a cultivator at the initial spiritual sea stage possessed such formidable power. How can your strength be this immense? Zhou Yang's eyes widened, staring at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen did not reply. Instead, he flickered and charged at Zhou Yang again, his palm as hard as diamond, aiming for his chest. Terrified, Zhou Yang swung his long sword in an attempt to block. But their strengths were on entirely different levels. Gu Chen's diamond-like palm shattered Zhou Yang's sword shadows with irresistible force, then struck his chest without fail. Zhou Yang landed on the square, staggering a few steps before barely steadying himself, blood flowing from his lips. He looked at Gu Chen on the arena, his eyes filled with shame and reluctance, but he was powerless. "I concede. Gu Chen wins," the referee elder announced loudly. The spectators in the stands around the square looked at Gu Chen with newfound respect. All present were prodigies, and defeating an opponent at a higher cultivation level was no easy feat. Gu Chen had proven his capability. On the arena, Gu Chen remained calm, awaiting the next challenger. With his first victory, many powerful prodigies grew eager. Soon a young man in a purple robe leaped onto the arena. The young man, handsome and exuding an aura of the late spiritual sea stage, was Lin Chen, a prodigy from a top-tier sect. He looked at Gu Chen with wariness. "I didn't expect you to be so strong, defeating a mid-spiritual sea cultivator at the initial stage. But now that you're facing me, your journey ends here." Gu Chen spoke calmly. "Make your move." Lin Chen wasted no words, flickering toward Gu Chen. He raised his hand, condensing pale, purple yuan power into a massive scythe that slashed fiercely at Gu Chen. The strike was heavy and powerful, infused with dense late spiritual sea yuan power, the air shrieking as the blade wind stirred its might, astonishing. Gu Chen's expression sharpened. He dared not be careless. The pale golden yuan power within him surged, and his figure sidestepped like a phantom, evading Lin Chen's scythe. Boom! The scythe slammed into the arena, carving a deep gash several inches long into the diamond-hard stone, sending fragments flying. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected Gu Chen to be so swift, dodging his attack with ease. Gu Chen flickered before Lin Chen, drawing the Jinyue sword. With a twist of his wrist, pale, golden yuan power flowed rapidly along the blade, which shimmered with a radiant glow. Sky-rending slash. Gu Chen murmured, swinging the Jinyue sword. A condensed golden sword aura burst forth, tearing through the air with a sharp screech aimed at Lin Chen's waist. Startled, Lin Chen quickly raised his yuan power scythe horizontally, channeling all his yuan power into it, forming a pale purple barrier. Clang! The golden sword aura struck the barrier with a piercing metallic clash, sparks flying. Lin Chen felt his arm go numb, stumbling back 2 steps involuntarily, his face turning serious. He could sense the immense power within that sword aura, far beyond what an ordinary spiritual sea martial artist could unleash. Impressive. It seems I need to take this seriously. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the pale purple yuan power around him growing denser, his scythe becoming more solid. Meteor scythe dance. Lin Chen attacked again, spinning his body, the yuan power scythe transforming into a purple whirlwind that swept toward Gu Chen. The air twisted wherever the whirlwind passed, its power even greater than before. Gu Chen pushed his wind shadow step to its limits, weaving through the purple whirlwind like a phantom, evading every lethal strike. Simultaneously, he swung the Jinyue sword repeatedly, unleashing streams of golden sword auras that steadily weakened the whirlwind's force. The spectators in the square held their breath, their eyes fixed on the battle, their hearts filled with awe. They never imagined that an initial spiritual sea cultivator could trade blows so evenly with Lin Chen, a late spiritual sea prodigy. After a dozen exchanges, a sharp light flared in Gu Chen's eyes. He suddenly sheathed his sword, spun around, and stepped in an arcane trajectory, charging straight toward the core of Lin Chen's purple whirlwind. Courting death. Sensing Gu Chen's movement, Lin Chen's face lit up with glee. He poured more yuan power into the whirlwind, its power soaring, the purple yuan power at the side's edge solidifying as if to tear space itself. Just as Gu Chen's figure was about to be swallowed by the whirlwind, he suddenly crouched low. The pale golden yuan power around him contracted abruptly, then erupted like a volcano, all converging into his right palm. The diamond seal activated at full force, his palm glowing with a thick golden light, phantom diamond runes swirling within his palm lines. Break! Gu Chen murmured, his voice piercing the whirlwind's roar and reaching everyone's ears clearly. His right palm struck precisely at the flaw in Lin Chen's waist. The golden light and purple yuan power collided violently, producing not a thunderous boom, but a dull thud. The overwhelming force of the perfected diamond seal pierced through the yuan power barrier and landed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a numbness in his waist, his yuan power instantly disordered, his spinning form abruptly halting as the purple whirlwind collapsed. He looked down at his waist in disbelief, then raised his head to meet Gu Chen's gaze, his eyes filled with shock. Before he could utter another word, Gu Chen withdrew his palm, retreating swiftly while flicking his left finger, sending a condensed yuan power point to his shoulder, pushing him off the arena. Lin Chen landed heavily on the square ground, stumbling back several steps before steadying himself. His face lost all color and his aura became feeble. He looked at Gu Chen, who stood on the arena with hands behind his back, still calm and composed. Lin Chen's lips moved, but ultimately he let out a bitter laugh and turned to leave in dejection. A swordsman who suddenly defeated his opponent with a palm strike in the midst of combat. He hadn't been prepared for it, nor had he anticipated that Gu Chen's palm technique would be so formidable. Gu Chen wins. The referee elder's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of barely concealed surprise. To defeat a late spiritual sea prodigy at the initial spiritual sea stage, this Gu Chen was destined to make a name for himself in the great Qin Empire. The spectators in the stands now regarded Gu Chen with seriousness. They could see that he was still young, already capable of defeating prodigies at higher levels. His future was immeasurable. This Gu Chen has something special. A true prodigy is one who can defeat opponents at higher levels here. Gu Chen is not only fast, but also possesses such formidable palm techniques and swordsmanship. His foundation is deep, he is worth anticipating. On the viewing platform of the Gu family, elder Gu Clan stroked his beard and smiled. Although Gu Chen lacks a special constitution, his combat skills are not to be underestimated. He is adaptable and talented, and it is not disgraceful for him to come to Qian's capital to see the world as he represents the proud disciples of the Gu family. On the arena, Gu Chen's expression was calm, as if defeating a latest genius of the spirit sea was merely a trivial matter. He scanned the eager young talents in the square and slowly spoke, "Next." His voice was not loud, yet it carried a tone of condescension that instantly quieted the noisy square. After a brief silence, a figure leaped onto the arena with a steady landing. The person was dressed in a red outfit with a proud demeanor and exuding a strong aura of mid-stage spirit sea. Having defeated 2 latest-stage spirit sea opponents, if he could overcome Gu Chen, he could use him as a stepping stone. The person's thoughts were not unfounded, but it all depended on whether he had the capability. Gu Chen raised his gaze towards the individual and said, "Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the person flickered and transformed into a red blur charging towards Gu Chen. With a crimson flame sword sweeping out, a scorching red sword energy tore through the air, warping the atmosphere in its wake. He possesses some strength, no wonder he dares to appear at this moment. Gu Chen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He swiftly retreated to the side while raising his town mountain sword. A soft golden aura flowed along the blade as he swung it, releasing a condensed golden sword energy that clashed with the incoming red sword energy. Clang! The golden and crimson sword energies collided violently, producing a piercing metallic sound. After the strike, the man's face showed a look of astonishment, feeling as if his sword had struck a great mountain, the immense recoil causing his entire body to tremble. Town mountain breaker. Gu Chen disregarded his surprise and swung his sword once more. Boom! The man attempted to block, but was directly sent flying off the arena by the immense power of the strike. After only 2 exchanges upon taking the stage, he was knocked off the arena. Embarrassed, he vanished from the spot, without a word, leaving in dejection. Gu Chen wins. The referee's voice echoed again, and the square erupted with even more fervent applause than before. After 3 battles, Gu Chen had gained fame and recognition from many. Standing on the arena, Gu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, calmly surveying the square as he continued to guard the arena. At that moment, a young man in a white robe leaped onto the arena. The young man had a handsome face and a refined demeanor, exuding a mid-stage spirit sea aura. His intentions were similar to the previous challenger. If he could defeat Gu Chen now, Gu Chen's achievements would serve as his stepping stone. Qiu family, Qiu Haoran challenging brother Gu. Qiu Haoran stood on the arena looking at Gu Chen with a calm expression and a subtle smile. "Your strength is indeed impressive, worthy of respect, but I'd like to give it a try." His voice was calm, yet it carried a powerful confidence. Gu Chen looked at Qiu Haoran, who was at mid-stage spirit sea. No matter how confident he was, Gu Chen was not intimidated. "Make your move," Gu Chen said slowly. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." As soon as the words fell, Qiu Haoran's figure moved slightly. There were no earth-shattering roars or violent bursts of energy. He simply raised his hand, slowly gathering a gentle white light into his palm. The moment the light formed, the spiritual energy in the entire arena surged violently, as if being drawn by this light towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's figure transformed into a faint azure blur, swiftly darting to Qiu Haoran's left side. At the same time, he infused all his energy into the town mountain sword, unleashing a light golden sword shadow enveloped with the power of the 5 elements, aimed at Qiu Haoran's arm, attempting to interrupt his gathering energy and seize the initiative. Qiu Haoran's lips curled up slightly, his expression still calm. Facing the rushing sword shadow, he neither dodged nor avoided, but raised his hand to push out the mixed yuan energy in his palm. The white energy ball seemed slow, yet it crossed several zhang in an instant, crashing into the golden sword shadow. Buzz! A dull humming sound erupted. As the golden sword shadow collided with the white energy ball, it rapidly melted away, like snow meeting the blazing sun, the violent 5 elements energy being easily devoured and assimilated by the energy ball. Following that, an invisible shockwave spread out, and Gu Chen felt as though he had been struck heavily, retreating 3 steps. This Qiu Haoran dared to challenge him at this moment, indicating he indeed had considerable confidence. With just this move, the previous opponents were no match for him. A spark of battle intent appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. The stronger Qiu Haoran was the better, as it would be sufficient for him to hone his skills. Town mountain breaker. The golden sword light erupted, the illusory image of a mountain growing clearer. Gu Chen's figure flashed, and the sword shadow, carrying the momentum to suppress the heavens, pierced fiercely towards Qiu Haoran. Xiao Haoran quickly formed seals with both hands, his surrounding white energy flowing rapidly, instantly condensing 3 mixed yuan energy balls in a triangular formation to block the golden sword shadow. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive loud bangs resounded as the golden sword shadow collided with the 3 mixed yuan energy balls. This time the sword shadow did not dissipate instantly, but instead broke through the obstruction of 2 energy balls before finally shattering under the impact of the third. The violent spiritual energy surged outward, and the defensive array on the surface of the arena glowed brightly, barely managing to block this force, while rubble rolled off the edges of the arena. On the arena, Gu Chen took a deep breath, finding Xiao Haoran's martial skill beyond his expectations. A gleam of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he suddenly dashed towards Xiao Haoran. This time he did not attack directly, but instead relied on the agility of the wind shadow steps to swiftly traverse the arena, continuously disrupting Xiao Haoran's line of sight. At the same time, he swung the Town Mountain sword repeatedly, sending scattered golden sword energies slashing towards Xiao Haoran, appearing chaotic, yet actually forcing Xiao Haoran to continuously gather energy balls for defense. Xiao Haoran frowned slightly. Though unaware of Gu Chen's intentions, he still responded calmly. He continuously formed seals with both hands, each energy ball easily neutralizing Gu Chen's sword energies. After frequently depleting Xiao Haoran's energy balls, a spark of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he pushed his speed to the limit, instantly appearing in front of Xiao Haoran. He suddenly crouched down, avoiding the energy ball that Xiao Haoran was about to complete. At the same time, the Town Mountain sword skimmed the ground, unleashing a perfectly condensed golden sword energy aimed at Xiao Haoran's dantian. Not good. Xiao Haoran's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Gu Chen's speed to be so fast enough to leave him flustered. He could only hurriedly sidestep, while forcibly channeling his energy to try and block this lethal strike. Sizzle. The golden sword energy grazed past Xiao Haoran's dantian. Though it did not strike the critical point, it still severed the meridians at his waist, causing his white true energy to go into disarray. Xiao Haoran let out a muffled groan, stumbling back several steps, his face filled with shock. Gu Chen seized the opportunity, his figure flickering as he appeared before Xiao Haoran, the Town Mountain sword poised at his throat, the cold aura from the blade causing Xiao Haoran to freeze. Gu Chen's voice was steady. You lost. Xiao Haoran's face turned ugly. Brother Gu, you are formidable. I admire you. With that, he walked off the arena dejectedly, having failed to use Gu Chen as a stepping stone and instead becoming a laughingstock. Gu Chen wins, announced the elder referee. Having won 4 consecutive matches without significant exertion, Gu Chen stood on the arena and continued. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Gu Chen was well aware that with his current strength, he had no sure victory against prodigies above the true essence realm. Standing on the arena as a mere spiritual C initial stage cultivator, those at the true essence realm would not easily lower themselves to challenge him. Winning would be expected, while losing would be a tremendous disgrace. The longer he held the arena, the more perfectly he would complete his mission in the Grand Qian capital. After consecutively defeating 4 prodigies of the spiritual C realm, Gu Chen's strength had won recognition from the majority. After a brief silence below the arena, no one stepped up to challenge him. With Gu Chen's morale at its peak, anyone who dared to challenge him now would risk the same fate as Xiao Haoran, becoming a laughingstock for overestimating themselves. For battles, for victories. In the spectator stands around the arena, many had begun to murmur about this young prodigy from the Gu family. An initial spiritual C stage defeating 4 mid to late spiritual C cultivators. This kid's combat prowess is extraordinary. The Gu family has indeed produced an interesting little one this time. But this is as far as he goes. At the Grand Qian Grand Assembly, the true protagonists are those prodigies at the true essence realm. Now that only this arena is held by a spiritual C prodigy, someone will likely come to clean him up soon. As if to confirm those words, a figure clad in crimson stepped onto the arena. The performance of you weaklings at the spiritual C realm is over. The young man spoke, his voice clanging like metal. This arena should now be in the hands of a true essence prodigy. He looked at Gu Chen with an arrogant gaze. Young master of the Gu family, will you descend on your own, or shall I send you down? The crowd below erupted into uproar. It's Yang Haoxiong of the Yang family. Early true essence stage, possessing the ultimate Yang spiritual physique. It said he once fought against a late true essence prodigy as an early true essence cultivator and remained undefeated. Gu Chen is finished now. The gap between the spiritual C and true essence realms is an insurmountable chasm, especially with Yang Haoxiong's special physique. Since Yang Haoxiong is personally coming to clean up, Gu Chen might as well step down now. Oh, it wouldn't be a loss of face. Everyone believed Gu Chen would concede and leave the arena. But on the platform, Gu Chen slowly raised the mountain-suppressing sword. Please, he said, uttering only a single word. Golden flames blazed in Yang Haoxiong's eyes. Interesting. They'll play with you then. After 3 moves, if you can still stand on this arena, I'll write my name backward. As his words fell, he moved. There was no flashy footwork. He merely took a single step and the entire arena trembled violently. He clenched his right fist, and crimson gold flames blazed fiercely around his knuckles as he punched out. Ultimate Yang sky-rending fist. The punch descended like a falling sun, scorching the air until it warped and twisted. The terrifying heat caused even the protective formation at the arena's edge to ripple. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. His form split into 9 elusive afterimages as he rapidly retreated. Dodging. Yang Haoxiong sneered, not altering his fist trajectory, but the crimson gold flames suddenly surged, transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed the entire arena. 8 of the 9 afterimages were instantly devoured by the sea of fire. Gu Chen's true body was revealed, having retreated to the edge of the arena. He formed a sword seal with his fingers and muttered Vajra seal. He pressed down with his right hand, and a golden palm print materialized in the air. Sanskrit characters swirled within the palm, carrying an immovable mountain-like weight as it crashed into the crimson gold sea of fire. With a sharp hiss, the sea of fire was forcibly torn open by the palm print. However, the Vajra seal rapidly dimmed under the searing heat. After 2 breaths, the palm print shattered, and the residual sea of fire continued its relentless advance toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen retreated further, now at the arena's edge where the light barrier shimmered. First move, Yang Haoxiong said, withdrawing his fist with an arrogant air. To withstand a punch of merely 30% of my power, you're slightly better than those useless fools. A dead silence fell over the crowd. A punch at only 30% of his strength had forced Gu Chen to use his movement technique and martial skills just to barely endure. Was this the gap between the true essence and spiritual sea realms? Gu Chen steadied his breath, yet there was no fear in his eyes. Second move. Yang Haoxiong held nothing back. He formed hand seals, and the crimson gold flames around him coalesced into 9 miniature suns that orbited his body. 9 suns incinerate the heavens. The 9 suns howled forth, sealing off all of Gu Chen's escape routes from different angles. Each miniature sun contained enough heat to melt metal and stone. Gu Chen took a deep breath, pushing the myriad transformations oceanic art to its limit. The transformative spiritual energy within his spiritual sea surged violently, pouring into the mountain-suppressing sword. 5 elements returned to void, shield. The mountain-suppressing sword traced a circular hazy gray sword ring. Within the ring, the 5 elements cycled, and the aura of returning to nothingness permeated the air. The 9 suns crashed into the sword ring, but did not explode. Instead, they were continuously devoured, transformed, and dissolved by the gray sword energy. Yang Haoxiong's spiritual energy was simply too powerful. Gu Chen's face rapidly paled. The tiger's mouth of his sword hand split open, and blood stained the hilt. He had only managed to dissolve 5 of the 9 suns before the sword ring began to waver precariously. Break for me. Yang Haoxiong roared coldly. The remaining 4 suns abruptly merged into a single colossal crimson gold sun, which slammed violently into the center of the sword ring. With a thunderous boom, the sword ring shattered. Gu Chen was sent flying backward, but upon landing he used his sword as a crutch to barely steady himself. Truly worthy of a true essence prodigy. Remarkable indeed. After stabilizing himself, Gu Chen sighed inwardly in admiration. A flicker of surprise finally crossed Yang Haoxiong's eyes. To withstand my 9 suns, incinerate the heavens at 60% power, and remain standing. Gu Chen, I admit, I underestimated you. But this is where it ends. He slowly rose into the air, the crimson gold flames around him forming an ancient suit of battle armor, and a spear of flame coalesced in his hand. The full pressure of his true essence realm aura was released without reserve, causing the temperature of the entire arena area to skyrocket. Third move. I will use my full strength. Yang Haoxiong pointed his spear at Gu Chen. Ultimate Yang World Incinerating Strike. The spear thrust forward, a single point of golden radiance appearing first at its tip, which then erupted into a prairie fire of flames. This time the flames were no longer crimson gold, but a nearly pure platinum white. The heat was so intense that even space began to warp slightly. Wind Shadow Step 9 Illusions. Gu Chen's form split into 9, each executing a different martial technique. Skyrending, Vajra Seal, Star Breaks, Dawn Finger, Thousand Mountains Formation Breaker. 9 attacks converged from different angles to meet the world incinerating spear. Mere parlor tricks. Yang Haoxiong snorted coldly, sweeping his spear horizontally. The 9 figures and their attacks shattered like bubbles. But in that instant, Gu Chen's true body appeared above Yang Haoxiong's head. Passive defense was not in his nature. Gu Chen had feinted Yang Haoxiong, and now he directly activated the 4-fold amplification power of the heaven-supporting limit-breaking art. Myriad transformations returned to void slash. This was not a single martial skill, but a fusion of all the insights Gu Chen had cultivated over half a year. the true sword of intent embodying the principle of the five elements returning to their origin, the return of all things to nothingness. As the sword descended, the gray sword energy parted the platinum-white sea of fire like a tide, as if the flames themselves were actively yielding. The sword energy ignored all defenses, striking directly at Yang Haoxiang's glabella. Yang Haoxiang's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His ultimate Yang spiritual physique instinctively unleashed its full might, solidifying the flame battle armor to its utmost density as he raised his spear to block. A crisp sound rang out, not the clang of metal but the shattering of something brittle. The flame spear snapped in two and the flame battle armor disintegrated inch by inch. Yang Haoxiang was sent flying dozens of zhang by the force of the slash, slamming heavily into the light barrier at the arena's edge. The barrier buckled violently, nearly shattering. He struggled to rise, a sword wound from shoulder to abdomen visible down to the bone. Gray sword energy lingered around the wound, relentlessly corroding his ultimate Yang spiritual energy. Yang Haoxiang spat out a mouthful of crimson gold blood, dropping to one knee. He looked up in disbelief. You? How is this possible? Gu Chen landed without a moment's hesitation. His form turned into a blur, and the mountain-suppressing sword swept to a halt before Yang Haoxiang's neck. 3 moves have passed. The one defeated is you. A dead silence fell. In the Heavenly Enlightenment Square, everyone watching this arena battle was utterly speechless. Yang Haoxiang had boasted he would send Gu Chen off in 3 moves. Who could have imagined that after 3 moves it was he who was defeated? 3 breaths later, a tidal wave of exclamations erupted. He won. Gu Chen defeated Yang Haoxiang. A spiritual sea cultivator defeating a true essence cultivator, and one with a special physique at that. How is this possible? That sword. What martial skill was that? I couldn't understand it at all. The Gu family has produced a monster. In the Gu family's viewing area, Elder Gu Kanglin's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze midair as a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Good lad. What a good lad. From the seats of other immortal clans and top-tier sects, countless gazes, scrutinizing, wary and curious, fixed upon the arena. From this moment onward, the name Gu Chen had officially entered the sight of the paramount powers of the great Qin dynasty. Yang Haoyu was no ordinary cultivator at the early true origin stage. He was a supreme prodigy, blessed with a special constitution. Though his defeat at Gu Chen's hands stemmed from carelessness, a loss was still a loss. That single sword strike of Gu Chen's, unleashed with full force, had managed to pierce his defenses and wound him, a victory not entirely unearned. The referee, elder, stunned for a long moment, finally announced in a loud voice, Gu Chen wins. Yang Haoyu's face darkened. Before leaving, he cast a deep, lingering glance at Gu Chen, one brimming with unyielding resentment. He had been careless, otherwise the outcome would certainly have been different. Gu Chen swallowed a medicinal pill. The backlash from activating the Qing Tsung limit-breaking art for just an instant was not severe, and he could still continue defending his position. At that moment, on the other arenas, geniuses of the true origin realm were locked in battle, while here he alone, a mere spiritual ocean cultivator, stood his ground. Gu Chen understood clearly that his victory over Yang Haoyu was due to his opponent's underestimation. Had Yang Haoyu been on guard, defeating him would not have been so simple. By vanquishing a true origin prodigy here, Gu Chen had already fulfilled his mission for the Great Qian Gathering, and the Gu family could not possibly be dissatisfied. But this was not enough. The more renowned a young prodigy became in the outside world, the more resources he could obtain within his clan. If not now, then when? A true origin cultivator is not invincible, Gu Chen declared. I came to the Great Qian Gathering to spar with those of my own realm, not to vie for the gathering's championship, but to claim the title of the strongest in the spiritual ocean realm. If anyone else wishes to fight, I, Gu Chen, am ready to oblige. At these words, the square fell silent once more. Then a tide of battle intent surged forth. Among those present, there were plenty of spiritual ocean prodigies, all eager to defeat a true origin cultivator and transcend their realm. On other arenas, many such talents were already competing. Gu Chen's claim to be the foremost spiritual ocean cultivator might have been dismissed by those at the true origin stage, but it sparked discontent among his peers in the spiritual ocean realm. If he were allowed to steal the spotlight like this, who could ever rein him in? Once an indomitable heart was forged, such a person would only grow stronger. The strongest in the spiritual ocean realm. What arrogance! He did just defeat Yang Haoyu, so he has some right to speak. But after consecutive battles, his strength is depleted. Isn't this courting death? Amid the murmurs, a figure leaped onto the arena. He was dressed in a green robe, about 26 or 27 years old, with a cultivation base at the late spiritual ocean stage and a presence as steady as a mountain. Without immediately striking, he cupped his hands and said, Lu Yuan of the Northern Domain's Lu family. Brother Gu, you have expended much in your recent battle. I am unwilling to take advantage of you. Please take a pill to recover, and when you are at your peak, we shall fight. Someone in the audience recognized him. It's Lu Yuan, the immovable as a mountain of the Lu family. They say his adamantine rock true chi has reached great mastery, so strong in defense that even early true origin cultivators struggle to break through. Lu Yuan is honorable. He's giving Gu Chen an out. Everyone turned to look at Gu Chen. His aura was still unsteady. If he were wise, he would take the opportunity to recover before fighting. Gu Chen simply shook his head. No need. He raised his sword and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Lu, please. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Brother Gu, in a martial contest, fairness should come first. Your current state. Since I dare to defend my position, I have my reasons, Gu Chen interrupted calmly. If Brother Lu does not attack, please step down and let another take your place. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable edge. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and then he clasped his fists. In that case, forgive my offense. He took a step forward, shaking the ground. A yellowish-brown light radiated from his body. The adamantine rock, true chi, condensed into armor-like solidity. He seemed to transform into a moving mountain, throwing a punch that carried the weight of a collapsing earth. Gu Chen did not meet it heated. Activating the wind shadow step, his figure split into 9 afterimages, drifting and weaving across the arena. Though Lu Yuan's fists were heavy, they struck only illusions. Instead, Gu Chen repeatedly targeted the weak points in his true chi with the star-breaking dawn finger. Clang, clang, clang. The finger strikes against the yellowish-brown aura rang out like metal clashing. Lu Yuan's defense was indeed formidable. Gu Chen's finger strikes left only faint white marks, failing to breach it. Brother Gu, your footwork is exquisite and your finger techniques fierce, but you cannot break my adamantine rock true chi, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. In a prolonged battle, your spiritual energy will wane, and you will surely lose. His words were true. Gu Chen had expended considerable energy in his fight against Yang Haoyu, leaving him with only about 60% of his strength. A drawn-out battle would be highly disadvantageous. The spectators below shook their heads. Gu Chen overreached. At full strength, he might have found a way to break Lu Yuan's defense, but now, the strongest in the spiritual ocean realm, it might become a joke. On the arena, Gu Chen suddenly halted. The 9 afterimages merged into one as he stood 3 zhang from Lu Yuan, slowly raising his sword. Brother Lu's defense is indeed remarkable, Gu Chen said. But there is no shield in this world that cannot be broken, as long as the attack is fast enough, precise enough, and strong enough. With that, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qing Yu limit breaking, 4-fold amplification, right arm for an instant. No earth-shattering aura erupted. Only the muscles in his right arm swelled slightly, and the grayish sword aura on the town peak sword suddenly condensed by 30%. Then Gu Chen thrust his sword, the sky-rending strike. This strike was so fast it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Lu Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes as the tip of the town peak sword landed squarely on the center of his chest, the very core of one of the 7 major nodes of the adamantine rock true chi. With a tearing sound, the grayish sword aura pierced through like a drill through an egg, and the yellowish-brown true chi shattered on contact. Lu Yuan let out a muffled grunt, flying back 3 zhang. The fabric on his chest was torn, revealing a shimmering soft armor beneath. Had it not been for this treasure, the strike would have gravely wounded him. He landed steadily, looked down at the deep sword mark on his chest armor, and after 3 breaths of silence clasped his hands. I concede. His surrender was clean and decisive. The crowd erupted in uproar again. One move. Lu Yuan's adamantine rock true chi was broken in one move. That sword strike, just now. So fast. So precise. Wasn't Gu Chen low on spiritual energy? How could he still unleash such power? After optimization, the Qing Yu heavenly limit breaking art could now achieve a localized 4-fold amplification in an extremely short time with almost no backlash. Gu Chen had merely concentrated the 4-fold amplification on his right arm for an instant, combined with the space-daring property of the sky-rending strike to precisely shatter the node, consuming very little spiritual energy. Gu Chen wins, the referee announced loudly. Gu Chen sheathed his sword and looked at the crowd below. Next, after a brief silence, a second figure leaped onto the arena. Niefeng of the Western Domains Blade Alliance requesting a duel. The newcomer bore a long blade on his back, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Brother Gu, your swordsmanship is divine. I, Niefeng, have come to test it. The Blade Master, Niefeng, followed a path of speed, ruthlessness, and finality. From the start, he unleashed his signature technique, the 13 Blades of Soul Pursuit, with blade light, cascading like a waterfall, each strike aimed at vital points. Gu Chen countered with the 5 elements sword cannon, rotating 5-colored sword auras to block every blade strike. After 30 exchanges, Niefeng suddenly changed his move, his long blade transforming into an illusory shadow that slashed straight at Gu Chen's brow. A soul-severing blade infused with spiritual attack. A cold light flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. The profound mirror mind-concentrating art shielded his soul, while his right hand formed the Vajra seal. A golden palm print collided with the blade shadow, sending Niafeng staggering back 5 steps, his blade momentum slightly disrupted. Seizing that instant of opening, Gu Chen activated the Qing Yu fourfold amplification again. Under the boost, he unleashed the star-breaking dawn finger, the dawn piercing the sky, striking out. The finger force shot like a meteor piercing through Niafeng's protective aura and striking his shoulder acupoint. Niafeng's long blade flew from his hand as he stumbled backward. The next moment, Gu Chen's town peak sword was already at his throat. "You yield," Gu Chen said calmly. "Gu Chen wins," the referee announced somewhat numbly. The third challenger was a woman at the peak of the spiritual ocean realm, skilled with a long whip. Her whip techniques were unpredictable, coiling like venomous snakes. Gu Chen used the wind shadow step to maneuver for 50 exchanges before finding a momentary gap in the whip's return. With a fourfold amplification, he forced through the whip net, with the Thousand Mountains formation breaking strike, stopping his sword tip just 3 inches from her throat. The fourth was a late spiritual ocean body cultivator with a formidable physique, his fists capable of shattering mountains. Gu Chen exchanged 3 blows with the Vajra seal to probe the rhythm of his fist energy, then under fourfold amplification, used the sky-rending strike to cut through his protective blood chi and secured a narrow victory. The fifth was a late spiritual ocean formation master who set up 3 layers of trapping arrays upon taking the stage. Gu Chen analyzed the array nodes with the profound mirror mind-concentrating art, broke the formation with a single sword strike under fourfold amplification, and then defeated him in close combat. The 6th, 7th, 8th. Within an hour, Gu Chen fought 9 consecutive battles, 9 victories. Each of these defeated opponents was a standout in their own faction, yet all had fallen to the same person. The Great Qian Gathering was originally a stage for true origin prodigies to shine, where spiritual ocean talents came merely to broaden their horizons. No one had expected that the spotlight of this year's gathering would be entirely stolen by a mere early spiritual ocean cultivator. On the other arenas, although those at the true Yuan realm were exceptionally formidable, none could match Gu Chen's feat of fighting over a dozen bouts without a single defeat. Among them was even a prodigy at the initial true Yuan stage. Back in the Gu family viewing area, Gu Yunzhou, Gu Yunfei, and the others had already retreated. Though the strength of the initial true Yuan stage was not weak, they were still outmatched when facing prodigies at the mid and late true Yuan stages. Now all eyes were fixed on Gu Chen. Gu Yunfei could not believe that Gu Chen, with his initial spiritual sea cultivation, had managed to defeat someone at the true Yuan stage. Even Yang Haoqiong was not someone he was certain to overcome. Did this mean that Gu Chen had already surpassed him? Gu Yunfei was incredulous. The other 3 looked at Gu Chen with mixed expressions. Having consecutively vanquished many opponents, Gu Chen's internal energy was less than 30%, yet he still stood at the center of the arena. His face was slightly flushed, a sign of overburdened meridians from the frequent bursts of energy. "Anyone else?" Gu Chen's voice was hoarse, yet steady. Silence fell upon the audience below. The remaining spiritual sea realm martial artists exchanged glances, but none dared to step onto the stage. What Gu Chen displayed was not only formidable combat power, but also a nearly terrifying battle intelligence. He could always find his opponent's weakness in the shortest time and strike with the most economical force, while the instantaneous quadruple amplification left everyone in awe. Doesn't his explosive technique have any limits? It must. But no one can last until his breaking point. He fought 9 in a row, including 3 at the peak of spiritual sea. Is this guy a monster? In the spectator stands the elders of various families and sects wore varied expressions. In the Gu family section, Elder Gu Kanglin stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes full of gratification. This Gu Chen had truly given him a pleasant surprise. If this child does not meet an untimely end, he will surely become a pillar of the Gu family in the future. That instantaneous explosive technique. It must be the Gu family's Qingtsong heavenly limit-breaking art. I never expected him to cultivate it to such a degree. This child will only grow more terrifying. He wants to claim the title of the strongest in the spiritual sea realm. Now it seems that may not be an empty boast. Just then another challenger stepped onto the arena. The man clad in black robes with a sinister face was at the peak of the spiritual sea realm, yet his aura exuded an eerie chill. He did not announce his name upon stepping up, but simply said in a cold tone, "Gu Chen, you've won many bouts in a row. Impressive indeed. But how much of your energy is left?" Gu Chen remained silent. The black-robed man sneered. "I can see you're already at the end of your rope. If you withdraw now, you can preserve your undefeated record. Otherwise today I'll teach you that there's always someone stronger." 9 Nether eroding bone palm. Before he finished speaking, his palms shot out the wind carrying eerie gray-black mist. Where it passed, the arena floor emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Not only was this palm technique devastating in power, but it also contained potent poison. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was the most troublesome opponent he had faced today, vicious in mind, and in technique clearly intent on striking him down while he was weakened. I can't drag this out, Gu Chen thought swiftly. He pushed the wind shadow step to its limit, weaving and dodging through the gray-black palm shadows. The black-robed man's palm technique was dense as a net, and with his energy waning, Gu Chen's movements gradually became sluggish. On the 17th move, a palm shadow grazed his left shoulder, and the gray-black mist invaded his body. With a hiss, the sleeve of his left arm instantly corroded his skin, burning with pain, and the ink-cold poison force surged along his meridians toward his heart. Gu Chen grunted, rapidly cycling the myriad transformations, oceanic art, his transformative energy enveloping the invading poison force to forcibly suppress it. Gu Chen, it's over. The black-robed man snarled, both palms striking out 9 gray-black palm shadows, sealing off all escape routes. At this critical moment, a flash of resolve gleamed in Gu Chen's eyes. Quadruple amplification, arms, legs, in an instant. This time he did not amplify only one part, but applied the quadruple boost to all 4 limbs simultaneously. His meridians screamed with tearing pain, but in exchange came explosive speed and power. He pushed the wind shadow step to its extreme, his form becoming a blur that shot through the gaps between the 9 palm shadows. The black-robed man's pupils contracted, and before he could react, Gu Chen appeared behind him. 5 elements returned to void, sever the void. The Jinyue sword sliced silently across his back. The force under quadruple amplification struck the black-robed man like a thunderbolt, sending blood spraying from his mouth as he pitched forward. Gu Chen pressed his advantage, sweeping out a sword aura that carved a wound deep enough to reveal bone on the staggering black-robed man's back. The black-robed man coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had never imagined Gu Chen could still unleash such a devastating attack. Where was his limit? The referee drew a deep breath and announced loudly, "Gu Chen wins again." As his voice fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Then someone began to clap. Sparse at first, the applause swelled like a tide. It spread from the area around the 9th arena and eventually swept across the entire Tianqi Square. Countless gazes converged on the figure in white. The remaining spiritual Sea Realm prodigies who had yet to compete stared grimly at Gu Chen on the stage. No one knew if this was truly his limit, and not a single person dared to step up and find out. Leaning on his sword, Gu Chen slowly swept his gaze across the audience. Though his voice was soft, it reached every ear clearly. "Is there anyone else who wishes to fight?" No one answered. The silence stretched on for a moment. "Gu Chen, that's enough. Come back." Gu Clan could see that Gu Chen had truly reached his limit. Continuing to fight would likely result in injury. At this Grand Xian gathering, Gu Chen's performance was sufficient to prove that the Gu family had worthy successors and to deter any malicious intent. He was already satisfied and did not want Gu Chen to press on. Hearing Gu Clan's words, Gu Chen nodded. "Since no one dares to fight, I shall take my leave and rest." He slowly sheathed his sword, turned, and descended from the arena. From the spectator stands elder Gu Clan rose to his feet. With a sweep of his sleeve, a gentle stream of spiritual energy supported Gu Chen, guiding him back to the Gu family area. "Well done." He spoke only 3 words, yet they carried immense weight. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, swallowed a pill, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. On a distant high platform in the royal section, a veiled silhouette quietly gazed toward the Gu family, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. "Gu Chen," she murmured to herself, "truly a man of great fortune." The old eunuch beside her bowed. "Princess, shall I?" "No need," she raised a hand. "Well, speak after the gathering concludes." After Gu Chen stepped down from the arena, the Grand Dakian event continued, but on the platform where the geniuses of the true Yuan realm fought, there was no longer anyone who could continuously battle against the top talents. As the final match of the Dakian event came to a close, the 9 platforms at the center of Tianqi Square slowly sank underground. The top 10 geniuses ascended the stage in order to receive their awards, each granted with the methods of cultivation pills, divine weapons, and a golden order symbolizing glory. None of the top 10 were from the Undying families. For the Undying families, showcasing too much strength was not a good thing, especially in front of the royal family. The second-tier sects and clans were the ones truly needing this event to gain fame and resources. Gu Chen had already finished his meditation while seated in the Gu family section. On the high platform, the Emperor of Dakian slowly rose. The ruler of the vast territories, clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, and wearing the imperial crown, did not intentionally release any pressure, yet his mere presence made the thousands of spectators in Tianqi Square hold their breath in awe. The emperor's voice was calm, but resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "I am greatly pleased with this Dakian event. The emergence of talented individuals within the imperial domain is a blessing for the state." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the top 100 geniuses in the audience. "Though the event has concluded, opportunities have not ended. I declare 2 matters today." The venue fell into silence. First, 1 year from now, the Burial Heaven Cemetery in the northern wilderness will reopen. The emperor continued, "This cemetery is a relic of an ancient battlefield containing countless inheritances and divine items, but also immense dangers. The royal family will summon 100 geniuses to compete for opportunities and to expand the imperial territory." The mention of the burial heaven cemetery caused many in the crowd to change their expressions. Gu Chen had also seen relevant records in the family's ancient texts. This was the burial ground of a great battle from ancient times said to have been the site of a fallen sage. It reopens every 30 years, bringing forth bloodshed each time. However, correspondingly, those who manage to emerge alive from the cemetery often gain astonishing fortunes. Due to the unstable spatial structure of the burial heaven cemetery, it can only accommodate those at the true Yuan realm exerting their full power. Hence, it is no wonder that many powerful factions have limited the participation of geniuses in the Dacian event to those at the true Yuan realm. Second, the emperor went on, "To assist our Dacian geniuses in having a greater chance of survival in the burial heaven cemetery, I hereby decree that the top 100 from this event, as well as those who perform outstandingly, may remain in the capital and enter the Imperial Extreme Pavilion for a year of secluded cultivation. During this time, the royal family will open part of the scriptures, the Pill Hall, and the training secret realms, with powerful individuals providing regular teachings." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in uproar. The Imperial Extreme Pavilion is the highest institution for cultivating the core disciples of the Dacian royal family. The scriptures, pills, and secret realm resources housed within are coveted even by the undying families, offering this to outsiders. This hasn't happened in hundreds of years. Of course, the emperor's tone shifted, carrying deeper meaning. Those who remain must undergo royal assessment. 1 year later, if their temperament and strength meet the standards, they may accompany the team to the burial heaven cemetery. He cast his gaze over the crowd once more. Additionally, among those remaining in the capital, if there are individuals of outstanding character, talent, and strength, I will consider selecting them as a consort for the 5th princess. The last 3 words were spoken blandly, yet they struck like a boulder tossed into a lake, creating waves of excitement. The 5th princess consort. A royal marriage. Countless gazes instantly ignited with fervor. To become the husband of the 5th princess not only means obtaining territories from 3 counties and access to ancient secret realms, but it also signifies being bound to the royal family, standing behind the entire Dacian dynasty. Such an opportunity is a boon for the undying families and an immense fortune for second-tier factions. Gu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He had no interest in marriage, but the allure of a year's worth of cultivation resources in the Imperial Extreme Pavilion was immensely tempting to him. Especially after his recent battle with Yang Haokong, he deeply felt that while the 10,000 transformation Yuan Si technique was good, it was merely a transitional method. If he could obtain a more superior inheritance in the Imperial Extreme Pavilion. Gu Clan looked at Gu Chen and the others. Does anyone here wish to stay? As an undying family, the Gu family would certainly be welcomed by the royal family if they wished to remain. Gu Yunzhou observed the excited crowd, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I wish to stay. His foundation within the Gu family was not particularly deep, so remaining in the capital for a year would be better than returning to the Gu family. Gu Yunfei and the others were aware of the matters concerning the burial heaven cemetery. Those who went there would not only be the people present. They had bright futures ahead, unwilling to take risks. Staying behind would mean they would definitely have to go to the burial heaven cemetery in the future. The 3 kept their heads down without speaking. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, I also wish to stay. For him, having the opportunity to access the royal family's cultivation methods would be extremely beneficial. The Gu family had publicly displayed powerful martial arts techniques that he had already witnessed. Aside from some secret-level techniques, Gu Chen would not acquire anything useful by returning to the Gu family immediately. Staying in the capital might even provide opportunities to enhance his strength. A wise choice. Gu Clan stroked his beard. It is said that the Imperial Extreme Pavilion houses part of the foundational scripture of the royal family, the Imperial Extreme Town World Classic. This technique, being extremely powerful though incomplete, would greatly benefit your cultivation if you could comprehend even a fraction of it. He paused and lowered his voice. Regarding the matter of the 5th princess, you should weigh your own capabilities. Royal marriages involve many complications and may not necessarily be a blessing. Make your own decisions. We understand. Gu Chen and Gu Yunzhou nodded simultaneously. 3 days later, the 117 geniuses from various factions willing to remain in the capital officially moved into the Imperial Extreme Pavilion. The Imperial Extreme Pavilion is located in the northwest corner of the inner city of the capital, covering an area of 1,000 acres with continuous halls and divided into 4 zones: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven Zone is where the royal family's core disciples practice, while the Earth Zone is for the geniuses remaining in the capital, and the Profound and Yellow Zones contain facilities like the Scripture Pavilion, Pill Hall, and secret realm entrances. Gu Chen was assigned to the Earth Zone Jiasen courtyard, which was secluded and elegantly arranged, featuring a small gathering spirit formation in the courtyard. His neighbor was none other than Gu Yunzhou. After settling in, Gu Chen's purpose was simple: to pursue the royal family's cultivation methods. Top-tier techniques are notoriously difficult to learn, thus major powers tend to publicly disclose some top-level techniques to showcase their depth. These techniques, even if circulated, would be impossible for others to learn. The Dacian royal family similarly held this purpose, showcasing many heavenly-level techniques to the geniuses remaining in the capital. Most of these techniques were fragments, and learning them would be practically impossible. Anything learnable had long been secreted away by the Dacian royal family. Once settled, Gu Chen and Gu Yunzhou immediately went to the scripture pavilion of the Imperial Extreme Pavilion. The pavilion had 9 floors, and Gu Chen briefly browsed the first floor before heading straight to the third floor. The collection here included peak-level Earth-tier techniques, as well as some heavenly-level fragments. These techniques share a common trait: they are difficult to learn and comprehend. If one possesses a corresponding special physique, it may be somewhat easier, but without such a physique, learning these techniques is nearly impossible. However, none of this posed a problem for Gu Chen. Gu Chen and Gu Yunzhou arrived together at the third floor of the Imperial Archives Scripture Depository. Are you truly going to delve into those fragmented texts? Gu Yunzhou, walking alongside him, showed a worried expression. Although the imperial family's opening of the depository is a grace, those ancient, incomplete scrolls are profoundly arcane. In a millennium, fewer than 10 have managed to glean a complete inheritance from them. Do not squander this precious opportunity for enlightenment. Gu Chen did not pause his steps. Brother Yunzhou, I have my own plans. With that, he strode directly toward the section housing the solitary heaven-tier martial techniques. There were no bookshelves here, only 8 floating jade platforms. Each bore a scroll enveloped in a soft halo of light, the 8 heaven-tier fragments prepared by the great Qian imperial family. The central scroll, a purple-gold jade slip, shone the brightest, its surface faintly traced with the shadow of a coiled dragon. It was the imperial supremacy scripture. As Gu Chen approached the jade platform, and his divine sense touched it, the vast and majestic true intent of the sovereign Tao surged toward him like a tidal wave. After a preliminary reading of the jade slip's contents, Gu Chen sensed that this was not a complete cultivation method. Without further ado, he immediately began to deduce using the Book of Fate. Moments later, a sharp light gleamed in Gu Chen's eyes. The first path was as radiant as the sun, illuminating all things, the path of the sovereign's light. The second was as weighty as a mountain, suppressing the 8 desolates, the path of the sovereign's suppression. The third path was as encompassing as the sea, absorbing all methods, the path of the sovereign's inclusiveness. These 3 in one constituted the imperial supremacy scripture. The complete method far surpassed the heaven tier. It was a quasi-imperial level technique. With this, Gu Chen had struck a tremendous fortune. He suppressed his excitement, silently committing the deduced insights to memory, then turned his gaze to the remaining 8 jade platforms. Indra's grasp, a fragment of an ancient Buddhist grappling technique retaining only the traces of 3 claw strikes, yet imbued with the overbearing artistic conception of controlling the heavens. Bone-melting profound palm, a remnant scroll of a sinister palm technique, its forms completely lost, leaving only a wisp of eerie true intent that could corrode essence and dissolve energy. Stellar shift, sword, a fragmentary sword manual lacking the general outline of the mental method, but the sword strokes hinted at the profound mystery of reversing heaven and earth and redirecting force. Yin-yang chaotic sword, the sword path was reversed and disordered seemingly without any method, yet it secretly aligned with the supreme sword principle of yin and yang, interchanging and opposites giving rise to each other. Jade Shatter's Kunlun sword, only a single sword intent remained, carrying the desperate and decisive killing will of jade and stone perishing together and mountains crumbling. Form Soul Primordial Embryo Method, a remnant body tempering technique that described the concept of refining both the physical body and the soul into an immortal primordial embryo, yet lacked any specific cultivation method. 6 Harmonies Hard Intent Swords, 6 basic sword stances survived, each corresponding to a grand force of heaven and earth, but all connections between them were severed. 7 Fragments, 7 Broken Paths. Gu Chen's gaze was as clear as a mirror. He silently memorized all 7 fragmented techniques, then rapidly deduced them. Moments later, his expression was calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He greatly appreciated the great Qian imperial family's way of showcasing their heritage. Indra's grasp was completed into 36 forms and elevated to the all heavens capturing hand, a grappling technique containing the threefold transformations of sealing, suppressing, and refining. The bone-melting profound palm was deduced into 7 layers of corrosive true force capable of eroding an opponent's energy, damaging their foundation, and being insidiously difficult to guard against. The Stellar Shift sword was perfected into the Qiankuan sword domain. Within the domain's range, the sword force could deflect, rebound, and nullify an opponent's attacks. The yin-yang chaotic sword was restructured into the chaotic sword realm. When the sword was drawn, yin and yang were reversed, the 5 elements thrown into disorder, disrupting all of the opponent's perception and spiritual energy circulation. The Jade Shatter's Kunlun sword was completed with a mental method, becoming a self-sacrificing strike that condensed the entirety of one's energy, spirit, and essence into a single point. Its power was earth-shattering, but the backlash was equally severe. The Form-Soul Primordial Embryo method was deduced into 3 layers of the Embryo Foundation spirit condensing art, allowing for the simultaneous refinement of the physical body and soul, laying an unparalleled foundation. The 6 Harmonies Heart Intent sword was completed into 6 forms with the derivative 6 Anon 6 Harmonies slash, which drew upon the empowerment of heaven and earth's grand forces, its might growing with the cultivator's realm. Under the deduction of the Book of Fate, all 7 fragmented techniques were completely reborn. Gu Chen casually committed all this knowledge to memory, then went to join Gu Yunzhou, who was still selecting techniques. Gu Yunzhou, assuming Gu Chen had given up after examining the Heaven-tier fragments, said, "See, even with Heaven-tier techniques right before you can't cultivate them. It's a bit challenging, but I intend to give it a try. Well, do as you see fit. They'll just pick 2 Earth-tier martial skills. In a year I have a chance to at least begin mastering them." After both selected their techniques, they departed together. Within his formation, Gu Chen entered a state of deep seclusion. The imperial supremacy scripture could directly replace the myriad transformations oceanic source art. The transformed myriad transformations spiritual energy began to metamorphose. The originally all-encompassing yet diffuse energy under the tempering of the 3 true intents of the imperial scripture, light suppression and inclusiveness, gradually condensed and sublimated into a sovereign energy, as radiant as the sun, as weighty as a mountain, yet as all-absorbing as the sea. The pain from the qualitative change in energy was no less than being flayed alive. Every meridian felt as if it were being melted and reforged, his spiritual sea churning like a boiling cauldron. Gu Chen's face was deathly pale, but he steadfastly guarded his mind, enduring this first trial of rebirth. Half a month later, the spiritual energy transformation was complete. The sovereign energy surged through his body, leaving a faint golden luster on the meridians it passed through, increasing their toughness by more than 5-fold. His spiritual sea capacity had greatly expanded, and the quality of the energy within him was now incomparable to before. If I were to fight Yang Haogyang now, without even activating the soaring firmament limit-breaking art, I could defeat him within 3 moves based on my own strength alone. Gu Chen said, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze calm and steady. In the Imperial Archive, others occasionally sparred during their leisure time, but Gu Chen was a unique presence. Those at the spiritual sea realm dared not provoke him. And those at the true essence realm with Yang Haogyang's precedent were also reluctant to easily challenge Gu Chen, who was only at the spiritual sea realm. Here Gu Chen could cultivate in peace. Mastering the remaining 7 martial techniques solely through enlightenment would be a fool's dream. From then on, every day at the Yin hour, Gu Chen cultivated the Form-Soul Primordial Embryo method, drawing the purple energy of the dawn to temper his form and spirit. From the Qin hour to the Wu hour, he practiced the 4 sword techniques, setting up the 6 harmonies sword formation in the courtyard, wielding 4 swords simultaneously to simulate group combat. From the Wei hour to the Yu hour, he trained in the claw and palm techniques, testing his moves on specially made mysterious iron training dummies. After the Su hour, he sat in meditation, using the imperial supremacy scripture to nurture his energy and consolidate his gains. He continued this rigorous cultivation for 100 days without interruption. During these 100 days, Gu Chen did not participate in the archive's monthly internal competitions. Gu Yunzhou once visited to remind him that participating in the monthly competition regardless of ranking would yield additional elixirs within the archive. Gu Chen paid this no mind. The basic elixirs provided by the great Qian imperial family were sufficient to support his daily cultivation, and he had no desire to waste time. He had already cultivated all 8 techniques obtained from the depository to the great completion stage. His most important task now was to focus entirely on advancing his cultivation realm. On the 105th day of residing in the Imperial Archive, Gu Chen's cultivation naturally broke through to the mid-spiritual sea realm. His sovereign energy was far more profound than that of an ordinary mid-spiritual sea cultivator, which was why it had taken him so long to break through. With the Form-Soul Primordial Embryo method reaching great completion, his soul was condensed, and his divine sense range expanded to 1,000 zhang. In terms of spiritual perception, he also far surpassed his peers. After his breakthrough, Gu Chen's life here remained unchanged as he continued his seclusion. Time passed swiftly, and half a year had gone by since his arrival at the Imperial Archive. On this day, a maidservant arrived at Gu Chen's courtyard gate. "Gu Chen, the 5th princess requests your presence." In the side hall of Huangji Pavilion, moonlight filtered through the carved window lattices, casting dappled shadows on the celadon floor tiles. Gu Chen stood silently in the hall. Is young Master Gu finding his cultivation at Huangji Pavilion to his liking? A voice as clear and cold as a spring of ice water came from outside the hall. Gu Chen turned and saw the fifth princess Li Ruoxi approaching, bathed in moonlight. She wore a simple white palace gown draped with a pale green gauze, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall loosely tied with a single ice jade hairpin. Her beauty was ethereal, her skin fairer than snow, yet a hint of elusive melancholy lingered between her brows. Greetings, Your Highness, Gu Chen said, bowing respectfully, his expression calm. Everything is well here. Li Ruoxi gave a slight nod, walked to the jade table in the hall, and sat down, motioning for Gu Chen to sit as well. A palace maid silently served spirit tea, and then withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the hall. Young Master Gu, please do not stand on ceremony. Li Ruoxi lifted her teacup, her fingertips like jade. Your performance at the Grand Qian gathering, defeating numerous prodigies of the Spirit Sea realm in succession, revealed extraordinary potential. I have long wished to meet you, but never had the opportunity. Today I finally have some leisure. Your Highness flatters me. It was merely a stroke of luck, Gu Chen replied, taking a sip of tea. The tea was clear and fragrant, warming him as it flowed down. Li Ruoxi fixed her gaze on Gu Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Young Master Gu, do you know why the Grand Qian gathering was convened under the guise of selecting a consort summoning talents from across the realm? Gu Chen's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. I am eager to hear the details. A brief silence fell over the hall. Li Ruoxi set down her teacup and sighed softly, a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. The Grand Qian dynasty appears prosperous and thriving, but in truth, it has reached a critical juncture of decline. She rose and walked to the window, gazing at the bright moon outside. Her silhouette seemed fragile and solitary. Our royal Li clan has ruled for 8,000 years since our founding ancestor established the dynasty. Each successive ancestor was wise and valiant, diligently governing to create our present territories. Yet in the last century, the royal family has seen a dearth of talent. Though my father is ambitious, among my imperial brothers none possess great ability. Li Ruoxi turned a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Within our borders, the immortal aristocratic families vie in secret. The various sects are divided in allegiance, and foreign tribes watch us with predatory intent. Beyond the northern frontier, the barbarian tribes stir restlessly. From the eastern sea, the sea demons frequently raid. The Grand Qian dynasty may seem majestic, but its foundations are already shaken. Gu Chen listened quietly, his mind churning with these unfamiliar revelations. In 6 months, the burial heaven cemetery will open. Li Ruoxi's voice trembled slightly. That ancient battlefield ruin contains countless opportunities and inheritances, but also boundless dangers. When it opens, not only the forces of Grand Qian will enter, but also prodigies from the northern desert baron state, the extreme star state, the frontier state, and even the central emperor state will come to contend. She stepped closer, a faint fragrance wafting, her beautiful eyes meeting his directly. The royal family needs someone who can win honor for Grand Qian in the cemetery, at the very least. Not to be utterly humiliated. But the younger generation of the royal family is truly incapable of bearing this burden. As a last resort, my father devised this plan, using my marriage as a pretext to gather the realm's prodigies in the capital, selecting true talents to represent Grand Qian in the burial heaven cemetery. Under the moonlight, Li Ruoxi's eyes were rimmed with red. The vulnerability and determination interwoven on her exquisite face created a heartbreaking beauty. She bit her lower lip, her voice a low murmur. Young Master Gu, my father used me as bait to lure you all here. As a princess of the realm, having enjoyed the dynasty's sustenance, it is my duty to share its burdens, even if it means sacrificing my lifelong happiness. As she finished speaking, a single tear slid down her pale cheek, glistening like a pearl in the moonlight. Gu Chen looked at the woman before him, and a fierce impulse surged within him. A desire to protect her, to shield her from all harm, to help her through her trials, even if it meant braving any danger. The impulse was inexplicable, sudden, and violent, almost overwhelming his reason. He nearly blurted out a promise, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost." At that critical moment, deep within his sea of consciousness, the form soul primordial embryo art activated on its own, sending a surge of cool energy straight to his spiritual platform, jolting Gu Chen awake. Something was wrong. This emotion was too abrupt, too intense. Every word, every expression, even every tear from Li Ruoxi was perfect, flawlessly timed. She was indeed stating facts. The Grand Qian dynasty's situation might indeed be dire, but her performance, her emotions, her display of vulnerability and strength. Was it some kind of charm technique? Or was it a natural talent? Or pure acting? Cold sweat broke out on Gu Chen's back. If not for his form soul primordial embryo art reaching the third stage, the realm of the clear mirror and still water, he would have fallen for it and made a reckless promise. The depths of the royal family were indeed unfathomable, though a storm raged within Gu Chen's face betrayed nothing. He maintained a measured expression of sympathy and gravity, speaking softly. Your Highness' devotion to the nation and willingness to sacrifice are admirable. Regarding the expedition to the Burial Heaven Cemetery, since I represent the Gu family, I will naturally do my utmost. No promise, no guarantee. Only a vague do my utmost. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through Li Ruox's eyes before it was veiled again by sorrow. With young Master Gu's words, I am somewhat reassured. But, she hesitated, then let out a soft sigh. Never mind, I dare not disturb your cultivation further. Li Ruoxi gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Only after her figure had completely vanished did Gu Chen slowly exhale a breath of turbid air. He picked up the now-cooled spirit tea and drained it in one gulp. The tea's fragrance lingered, but he tasted 3 parts bitterness and 7 parts vigilance. Returning to his assigned lodging in Huangji Pavilion, Gu Chen did not immediately begin cultivation. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused, meticulously reviewing the entire meeting from beginning to end. The information Li Ruoxi had disclosed was likely true. The Grand Qian dynasty was in a difficult position, the royal family lacked capable heirs, and the Burial Heaven Cemetery expedition was crucial for the dynasty. These were verifiable facts, she had no reason to lie about them. But her performance, her emotional manipulation, her innate ability to evoke a protective instinct, that was the most dangerous part. The Ice Phoenix spirit body. Gu Chen recalled the intelligence on the 5th princess. Rumors say this spirit body not only accelerates cultivation, but also possesses a natural ability to influence others' emotions. If combined with charm techniques, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. He recalled every detail of Li Ruoxi, the perfectly timed tears, the faintly trembling fingertips, the hesitant expressions. Every move was meticulously calculated, yet appeared utterly natural. What a formidable woman. Gu Chen opened his eyes, now clear and lucid. He would not be deceived by appearances, nor would he dismiss everything out of suspicion. Li Ruox's words contained truth and performance, royal predicament, and personal calculation. This was the real world. Everyone striving for their own goals, differing only in their methods. The Burial Heaven Cemetery saving face. If the Grand Qian dynasty is truly in decline, what use is there for saving face? The Burial Heaven Cemetery was a great opportunity for him. It was said to contain countless broken divine weapons. Currently, what Gu Chen lacked was a divine weapon. Entry into the Burial Heaven Cemetery was restricted to the true essence realm, which posed no great danger for him. After cultivating all 8 celestial grade techniques, his strength had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. All he needed was to rapidly advance his own cultivation level. As his technique circulated, absorbing the surging heaven and earth energies, Gu Chen's mind gradually sank into deep cultivation, forgetting the distractions of the outside world, focusing solely on enhancing his power. Elsewhere, deep within the palace on the star observation platform, Li Ruoxi had changed out of her palace attire into a simple white robe. She stood at the edge of the high platform, overlooking the slumbering imperial city. The night wind stirred her long hair. On her exquisite face, there was now no expression, only a calm like an icy lake. How did it go? An aged voice came from behind. An old woman in a gray robe with a gaunt face appeared silently. Gu Chen is even more exceptional than anticipated. Li Ruoxi did not turn around, her voice cold. My Ice Phoenix heart-charming art has reached the 5th layer. Even ordinary astral realm cultivators find it hard to resist, yet he remained clear-headed. The charm failed. A flicker of surprise passed through the old woman's eyes. The chi-seeking rat showed the most interest in him. If you could have brought him under your command, it would have been a tremendous help in your future bid for the throne. Such a pity. There is still a chance, Li Ruoxi said slowly. In the Burial Heaven Cemetery, space is distorted, causing great mental turmoil. There I will have another opportunity. The old woman was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. The other 2 bearers of fortune are already under your control. If you are cautious during the Burial Heaven Cemetery expedition, you may still have a chance. Besides Gu Chen, if you can control other prodigies from different states, you might yet contend for the throne of Grand Qian. Li Ruoxi did not reply. She simply gazed into the distant night sky. I will succeed. Gu Chen continued his low-profile seclusion and cultivation within the Imperial Pavilion. Time flew like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, half a year had slipped by. With only 10 days left until the opening of the Burial Heaven Tomb, Gu Chen's 1-year term at the Imperial Pavilion came to an end. Over this year, with the resources provided by the great Qian royal family to aid his cultivation, Gu Chen's progress was remarkable. At the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, and wielding 8 celestial grade techniques, he now possessed the strength to contend with the prodigies of the true origin stage. On the square before the main hall of the Imperial Pavilion, 3 colossal flying vessels, each 100 zhang in length, and forged entirely from dark iron and floating wood, hovered midair. Gu Chen, clad in a blue robe, stood shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yunzhou at the edge of the second vessel's deck. His cultivation at the peak of the spiritual sea realm caused his aura to be as restrained and deep as an abyss. 687 people. Gu Yunzhou swept his gaze across the dense throng, murmuring, 200 direct prodigies of the royal family, over 300 from the immortal clans and sects, and the rest are elites selected from secondary forces. Such a lineup is truly formidable. Gu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the crowd. The figures on the highest platform of the first vessel were particularly conspicuous. Second Prince Li Yuanyi at the late True Origin stage wielded the royal family's secret 9 Dragons Emperor art and was said to have condensed 3 dragon auras. Fourth Princess Li Mingfeng at the mid-True Origin stage cultivated the 9 Heavens Phoenix Cry art and had mastered the art of sound attacks to perfection. Fifth Princess Li Ruoxi. Gu Chen's gaze brushed past the veiled silhouette, his heart stirring slightly. This woman, like him, was only at the peak of the spiritual sea realm, yet she too was going. This expedition to the tomb is far more perilous than imagined. Gu Yunzhi's expression was grave. From the clan's secret intelligence last night, I learned that the desolate shrine of the Northern Desert Baron Province, the Big Dipper Sword sect of the Extreme Star Province, and the 10,000 Gu sect of the Saijiang Province have all dispatched sequence-level prodigies. The ancient aristocratic families of the Central Emperor Province might even have sequence-level figures appearing. Among the Gu family sequence, there are no true origin stage cultivators. The others are unwilling to wade into this murky water. It falls to you and me alone. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Once we enter the burial heaven tomb, we must act with caution. Gu Yunzhou nodded. Seize opportunities when possible, but if they are beyond reach, let them go. Set sail. A deep horn blast interrupted their conversation. The 3 vessels trembled simultaneously as the massive spirit-gathering arrays activated at full power. The hulls radiated dazzling light and slowly ascended into the air. Below the Imperial Pavilion, the capital, and even the entire Great Qian Imperial City rapidly shrank, eventually becoming a speck of ink on the horizon. The vessels pierced the clouds, speeding eastward. The Burial Heaven Tomb was located deep within the Burial Heaven mountain range at the junction of 3 provinces, the Barren North Extreme Star and Saijiang. Setting out from the Great Qian Imperial City required traversing the entire eastern domain, a journey of no less than 200,000 li. Even with the vessels traveling 30,000 li a day, it would take 7 or 8 days to arrive. 7 days later, the vessels reached their destination. The Burial Heaven mountain range lived up to its name, its pitch-black peaks stretching hundreds of thousands of li, as if scorched by heavenly fire for millennia, barren of any life. At the heart of the range, a terrifying rift valley, 1,000 li long, cut through the earth, its depths shrouded in darkness. Here lay the entrance to the Burial Heaven tomb. At that moment, thousands of figures had already gathered on the desolate plain outside the Rift Valley. The barbarian warbands of the Northern Desert Baron Province, the sword cultivator formations of the Extreme Star Province, the Gu master groups of the Saijiang Province, the ornate carriages of the ancient aristocratic families from the Central Emperor Province. Each faction stood distinct, their auras clashing, creating a suffocating pressure. The arrival of the Great Qian vessels drew countless gazes. As Gu Chen and the others disembarked, they distinctly felt several hostile stares. The Great Qian dynasty's relations with the neighboring provinces were far from amicable. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, the tomb's restrictions will be at their weakest. Then all of you shall enter the Burial Heaven tomb. Do not tarnish the Great Qian's reputation. Hanlin King Li Xianhan of the Great Qian dynasty swept his gaze over the crowd. When the tomb opens, spatial turbulence will randomly teleport everyone to different areas. Remember, aside from contending for opportunities, those of the Great Qian must unite. The Great Qian royal family had bestowed considerable benefits upon the prodigies of the realm's major powers for this expedition. Now was the time for them to contribute, and none dared to be remiss. As you command. With the Great Qian dynasty's contingent arriving, last several thousand people had gathered outside the tomb. Apart from the leading powerhouses, all others were prodigies vying for the tomb's opportunities. The majority of those present were at the true origin stage, with only a few at the spiritual sea realm. Amidst the calm wait, the Burial Heaven tomb opened. Several figures dashed toward the tomb. Let's go. Gu Yunzhou called out to Gu Chen, and the two set out together, following the others from the Great Qian dynasty toward the entrance. Upon entering the tomb's entrance, Gu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Though he and Gu Yunzhou had stepped into the tomb simultaneously, they were separated. Frowning, Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a patch of black soil tinged with an eerie dark red hue, as if soaked through with ancient bloodstains, emitting a faint rank odor and a bone-piercing chill. Several faint wisps of gray-black, baleful chi, like subterranean serpents, slithered and twisted slowly through the cracks in the earth. Ahead seemed to be a ground. Gu Chen stepped forward. At the center of the ground barren of vegetation, only a small area of soil was slightly raised. His gaze sharpened, and his caution only deepened. Evil specters thrive in and filthy places, often instinctively guarding things beneficial or fearsome to them. Beneath this mound there were likely no benign forces. He did not recklessly dig, but carefully surveyed the perimeter of the ground again. Blade and spear, baleful chi. After close observation, Gu Chen's heart stirred. His luck was good. Upon arriving here, he had discovered a site of martial baleful chi. The martial baleful chi was not the tainted power of evil specters, but the sharp aura naturally emitted by a powerful weapon long steeped in a battlefield of slaughter. Beneath this ground likely lay a fallen powerhouse, and his personal weapon. After a moment's deliberation, Gu Chen formed his fingers into a sword and shot out a beam of condensed energy, carefully brushing away the surface of the raised black soil. The soil was unusually heavy and cold. As the clod slid away, a stronger odor of decay, mixed with rust, wafted up. Beneath the soil, a massive fragmented skeleton nearly fused with the earth was revealed. The bones were a dark gold, still conveying their former resilience despite the eons. However, the chest and limb bones were fractured in multiple places, twisted grotesquely. Especially at the brow of the skull, there was a clear, penetrating hole with jagged edges. One of the skeleton's right hands tightly gripped the exposed end of an object protruding from the soil. The artifact was entirely dark, covered in deep red rust resembling either a sword hilt or a knife handle, with an ancient and crude style, most of it still buried beneath the bones. Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the tightly clenched finger bones, imagining the owner's obsession with grasping the weapon before death. He attempted to draw it with his spiritual power, but the artifact remained unmoving, as if it had fused with the bones in this desolate land. Just as he contemplated whether to touch the bones to retrieve the item directly, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. A point of eerie green flame suddenly ignited within the hole of the skull's brow, and then the entire skeleton, especially the hand that tightly gripped the weapon, erupted with a dazzling light of dark gold interwoven with a ghastly green. A far more pure and ferocious malicious will than the previous, dispersing evil spirits surged forth like a slumbering beast awakened, violently counterattacking along the spiritual power Gu Chen had sent out. Cold, violent, unwilling, furious. Various negative emotions accompanied by a powerful mental shock lunged towards Gu Chen's sea of consciousness. Before his eyes, illusions seemed to bloom. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the cries of heavenly demons, a towering dark gold figure wielding a black weapon, slashing down countless demonic shadows, only to be pierced through the brow by a black light that annihilated everything. Gu Chen let out a muffled grunt, his face slightly pale, but his gaze quickly cleared. His soul had undergone rigorous tempering, making it exceptionally resilient. Although the residual malicious will of the skeleton's owner was strong, it was ultimately like water without a source. Rest in peace, Senior. Gu Chen whispered firmly, his spiritual power surging as a strand of imposing sword intent radiated from within him, slashing towards the incoming malicious will. The sword intent was dignified and upright, naturally countering the evil aura, instantly shattering the rebounding will. At the same time, he made a decisive move, stepping boldly towards the skeleton, his right hand darting out like lightning, not to grasp the hilt of the artifact, but to press against the vacant left arm bone of the skeleton. There, wedged between the gaps of the bones, lay an unremarkable ring, ordinary in style, yet radiating a barely perceptible warm glow amidst the malicious light. As his fingers touched the ring, a chill ran through him, but there was no backlash from the malicious energy. At the moment Gu Chen's fingertip made contact with the ring, a hum resonated. The right arm skeleton gripping the black hilt swelled with malevolence, causing the entire skeleton to violently tremble, seemingly trying to break free from the earth's constraints. As the dark hilt shed its rust and flakes, revealing a blade as deep as night, a terrifying aura that threatened to extinguish life and slay all beings, began to awaken. Demonic weapon. This place is not safe for long. The owner of this skeleton was undoubtedly terrifying in life, and the fusion of its residual will with the weapon is undergoing unpredictable changes. Gu Chen, not coveting the obviously extraordinary black weapon, gathered his spiritual power and swiftly removed the warm ring, tucking it into the innermost part of his robe without a second glance. He then propelled himself off the ground, moving like an arrow released from a bow, retreating rapidly. At the moment he retreated, the dark gold skeleton fully came to life, green flames bursting forth from its eye sockets and nostrils. The right arm bone that held the sword raised high, revealing part of the terrifying black-red long knife, its blade adorned with spiral patterns. Though not fully revealed, the chilling intent of the blade stirred the surrounding evil energy, forming a gray-black vortex. Owl! A silent roar exploded at the mental level as the skeleton turned its hollow gaze towards Gu Chen's direction of retreat, the green flames flickering in its empty eye sockets. In the next moment it charged forward with the terrifying black-red long knife, transforming into a stream of entwined dark gold and green flames bursting forth from the earth in pursuit of Gu Chen. Wherever it passed, the ground froze, the air hissed, its might was terrifying. Gu Chen's heart sank. He hadn't expected the skeleton's obsession to be so profound. Perhaps the act of taking the ring had completely enraged it. He unleashed all his speed, moving like a fleeting shadow amidst the desolate graveyard, dodging swiftly. Behind him, the skeleton's demonic knife relentlessly pursued, its blade aura sweeping through, effortlessly shattering the remnants of walls and ancient dead trees, carving a deep trench in the ground. During the chase, Gu Chen noticed that although the skeleton's demonic knife radiated fierce flames, its movements were slightly sluggish, lacking agility in turns. It was clearly constrained by the remnants of its will and the state of the corpse, unable to sustain for long or stray too far from this desolate ground. His mind raced, scanning the surroundings. Ahead appeared a denser, ancient stone forest with bizarre rocks and a narrow, complex pathway. That's it. Gu Chen adjusted his direction and charged boldly into the stone forest. The skeleton's demonic knife followed closely, its frenzied blade energy slashing against the iron-hard, ancient stone, sparks flying, stone chips scattering, yet it struggled to catch up to Gu Chen, who swiftly maneuvered through the complex terrain. After winding through, Gu Chen sensed that the malicious aura behind him was being weakened by the stone forest's terrain. Seizing the opportunity, he abruptly suppressed his aura and employed a concealment secret technique, merging into the shadows of a large mottled stone pillar, remaining motionless. The skeleton's demonic knife rampaged through the stone forest for a moment, losing its clear target, and the frenzied will began to grow chaotic and anxious. It circled in place several times, emitting a silent roar of fury, and finally seemed to be drawn by the essence of the desolate ground, reluctantly changing direction, swirling with rolling malevolence, slowly retreating towards the path it came from, leaving behind chaos. Only when the chilling malevolence completely vanished from his perception did Gu Chen slowly exhale a breath of turbid air, his back already cold with sweat. That moment had truly been perilous. Had he shown even a hint of greed, he would have been slain by that demonic entity. He did not immediately emerge from his hiding place, but held his breath and focused, waiting for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, confirming safety before cautiously revealing himself. At this moment, he finally had the leisure to examine the spoils he had risked to obtain. He retrieved the ring from his robe. The ring was neither gold nor jade, feeling warm to the touch with a subdued dark gray color, its surface adorned with extremely subtle, almost imperceptible cloud patterns, appearing plain and even somewhat unremarkable. Gu Chen sent a thread of his divine sense, cautiously probing towards the ring, and it merged seamlessly within. In the next moment, Gu Chen's consciousness seemed to enter a small, stable space. This was a ring of holding with an interior space more than 10 times larger than the one he currently used, spanning 100 zhang in all directions. Truly invaluable. The space was not entirely empty. In a corner lay neatly stacked fragments of clothing that had lost their spiritual radiance, along with several dim remnants that appeared to be identity tokens, their inscriptions blurred and illegible. The power of time was unfathomably strange. Even within the ring, the contents had decayed under the accumulation of ages. On the other side, a few scattered items lay about, few in number, yet their survival through the long years marked them as extraordinary. A dozen crystals, fist-sized and shimmering with spiritual energy, far purer than the high-grade spirit stones Gu Chen had seen. Could these be supreme-grade spirit stones? 3 ancient jade bottles, their seals intact, bore faded labels with archaic characters like Nourish Spirit and Nirvana, suggesting remnants of pills still within. 2 scrolls crafted from unknown beast hide. One perfectly sealed, the other apparently opened in haste and hurriedly closed again. Lastly, a sheathed long sword hovered silently at the center of the space. The scabbard was a deep azure engraved with constellations of stars, faint streams of light flowing across its surface. The hilt was elegantly simple, cool to the touch, and even from its exterior one could sense the spirit and extraordinary nature within. With a thought from Gu Chen, the sheathed sword appeared in his hand. A crisp, resonant ring like a dragon's roar echoed softly through the silent stone forest. The longsword, light in hand, felt not heavy, but rather gave a harmonious sensation as if connected by blood. He did not draw the blade immediately. Simply holding the hilt, he could sense the vast, yet gentle power within, utterly unlike the fierce, baleful black-red long blade he had encountered earlier. This is the true weapon meant for me. Gu Chen's heart stirred. This sword was at least a treasure-grade artifact, perhaps even a pinnacle treasure-grade item, infinitely close to the legendary holy artifact. Suppressing the urge to draw and inspect the blade at once, he redirected his spiritual sense into the ring, focusing on the 2 beast-hide scrolls. He retrieved the one that had been opened. Carefully unrolling it, the heading revealed 4 ancient characters: Stellar River Sword Cannon. Below, smaller annotations read, "Draw the starlight of the 9 heavens, forge an indomitable sword soul, contain the stellar river, within a span sever shackles upon a mote of dust." This was a profoundly advanced sword legacy far beyond the reach of ordinary sects. Gu Chen's heartbeat quickened as he continued reading. The scroll recorded the complete cultivation method of the stellar river sword canon from foundation to profound realms, along with several immensely powerful supporting sword techniques. Arcane, profound, and every word a gem. Yet the final sections concerning the condensation of the sword soul and the stellar river domain were somewhat incomplete. Could the owner of those skeletal remains have been a cultivator of this sword canon? Gu Chen pondered, but the residual will from the bones and the baleful black-red demon blade were steeped in ferocity, utterly out of harmony with the righteous and vast nature of the stellar river sword canon. He set aside the stellar river sword canon and retrieved the other perfectly sealed scroll. Untying the cord, he slowly unfurled it. "I am the last sword elder of the Xinghe sword sect Ling Shuzi. The heavenly demons tore the realm apart, and the 9 provinces collapsed. After a blood-soaked battle lasting 300 years, the sect was annihilated and disciples perished. I carry the remnants of the sect's secret classic, the Xinghe Sword Classic, and the treasured sword Zhan Lu, hoping to find a glimmer of hope to leave the battlefield and revive the Dao lineage. Alas, I have been corroded by the residual soul of Sha Shui and the ancient malevolent aura poisoned by demonic energy, and I know my days are numbered. Therefore I have sealed the untainted inheritance and the sword within this ring, using my body as bait, holding the cursed sword Lu Hun, which is tainted by demonic energy, to be suppressed in the land of shadows, trapping myself and the residual soul of Sha Shui in order to prevent calamity for future generations. To those in the future who may chance upon this ring, know that within the Yuan Ting sword lies my life sword spirit, which can assist you in initially refining this sword and comprehending the Xinghe Sword Classic. I can only wish for you to hold steadfast and not betray the brilliance of the Xinghe." The final words end here. Gu Chen held the scroll, remaining silent for a long time, a sense of respect rising within his heart. It turned out that the terrifying skeleton was an elder of an ancient sword sect who willingly imprisoned himself in the land of shadows to suppress the heavenly demon's residual soul and resist the corrosion of demonic energy, enduring countless years of solitude and torment, all to leave behind a spark of pure inheritance. That warm ring, that azure long sword Yuan Ting, and this Xinghe Sword Classic are the final legacy that Elder Ling Shuzi guarded at the cost of his life. As for the terrifying black-red demonic blade Lu Hun, it originally belonged to the Xinghe Sword sect as a vicious blade, but it was completely tainted by demonic energy, merging with the Elder's corrupted remains, the heavenly demon's residual soul, and the ancient malevolent aura, transforming into that horrifying form. Senior's noble intentions. Gu Chen is deeply moved. Gu Chen solemnly bowed in the direction of the shadows, for those who fell at the burial sky cemetery were all heroes of the human race. After paying his respects, he turned his gaze back to the Yuan Ting sword in his hand. According to Elder Ling Shuzi, the sword contained a sword spirit. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, placing the sword across his knees, focusing his mind, and a stream of pure spiritual power, mixed with his initial understanding of sword intent, gradually flowed into the sheath of the Yuan Ting sword. The azure sword sheath trembled slightly, and the star patterns upon it lit up one by one as gentle yet vast starlight flowed out, enveloping Gu Chen. A warm, grand, and boundless sword intent filled with the essence of the endless starry sky emanated from the sword hilt, merging silently with his own spiritual power and sword intent. There was no rejection, no barriers. It was as if this sword had been waiting for him for a long time. Time passed, and the starlight gradually faded. Gu Chen opened his eyes, and in his gaze a fleeting shadow of the starry river flashed. He gently caressed the sword body, a feeling of deep connection surged within. As time passed, the sword spirit within the sword no longer existed, yet the treasured sword remained extraordinary. Clang! A light sound. Gu Chen drew the sword from its sheath. The sword body resembled a pool of autumn water, azure and clear, with the blade shimmering with a faint starry brilliance, exuding a chilling aura yet embodying a sense of balance and peace. Near the guard, 2 ancient seal characters Yuan Ting flickered faintly. "What a fine sword!" Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Although this sword is a replica, its quality absolutely exceeds that of ordinary treasures containing a hint of true, holy Dao essence. Perhaps it could be called a quasi-holy artifact. He sheathed Yuan Ting and felt a sense of reassurance in his heart. The goal of coming to the burial sky cemetery was to find a good weapon, and unexpectedly, just upon entering, he achieved this goal. This journey had already exceeded expectations, not only obtaining a top-notch weapon that suited him, but also acquiring a powerful sword Dao inheritance along with some high-grade spirit stones, ancient pills, and other resources. Gu Chen immediately began to derive the Xinghe Sword Classic using his life script. This type of sword Dao martial technique, as long as he had some comprehension, he would be able to fully master it and convert it into his own strength. Deep within the stone forest on a relatively open patch of rocky ground, as Gu Chen's sword swept through the air, a faint ripple barely visible to the naked eye spread across the atmosphere, like starlight scattering upon the water's surface. The next moment, that ancient rock, harder than refined iron, silently split into two halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, so clear that it could reflect Gu Chen's visage with perfect clarity. Upon the severed surface, a layer of fine starlight slowly extinguished as if it had never existed. As the radiance faded, the lingering resonance of the sword's aura emitted a faint hiss in the air before dissipating. Gu Chen stood with his sword in hand, the Yuanying sword already sheathed, its azure scabbard gleaming with a tranquil luster under the somber light of the cemetery. He took a slow breath, steadying the slightly tumultuous spiritual energy within his body. The sword practice, just now though only employing a few basic techniques from the Stellar River sword scripture, had drawn the power of the stars to the blade's edge. The overwhelming might and boundless sword intent far surpassed any technique he had cultivated before. Yet this sword scripture demanded immense spiritual energy consumption and soul manipulation. With his current cultivation at the peak of the spiritual sea, he could not sustain it for long. Just as he was savoring the sword's intent and preparing to rest before seeking a path onward, a sound of air being rent accompanied by an unabashed fluctuation of spiritual energy rapidly approached from a cluster of stone pillars 100 zhang to his right. With a swish, a figure landed. It was a middle-aged man in dark yellow attire, his face bearing an expression of arrogance and greed. His form was robust, his aura heavy and condensed, and the spiritual energy surging around him marked him as a mid-stage true origin cultivator. His gaze, sharp as lightning, immediately fixed upon the Yuanying sword in Gu Chen's hand, a scorching heat flashing in his eyes. Only then did he glance at Gu Chen himself, and upon sensing his mere peak spiritual sea cultivation, a contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "A brat at the spiritual sea realm," the middle-aged man said in a hoarse voice dripping with condescension. "That sword intent fluctuation just now came from this blade, didn't it? A fine treasure indeed." As he spoke, he brazenly swept his divine sense over Gu Chen, pausing for a moment on the ring at his waist, his greed intensifying. "Your attire is plain not like a disciple of a major sect. Such a treasure is not meant for you. If your wise hand over the sword, and your ring obediently. If your lord here is in a good mood, I might spare your life and only cripple your cultivation before letting you scram out of the cemetery." As he spoke, he unleashed his mid-stage true origin pressure without restraint, like a heavy mountain bearing down on Gu Chen, attempting to shatter the young man's spirit and make him surrender without a fight. In his mind, the suppression of an entire major realm was enough to crush any will to resist. Yet under his pressure, Gu Chen's form only paused slightly before his spine straightened like a rod, his gaze calm and unruffled, not a trace of the fear or panic the middle-aged man had anticipated. Seeing Gu Chen unmoved, the middle-aged man's face darkened, killing intent surging in his eyes. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A mere spiritual sea realm brat dares to play calm before me. Since you seek death, ill granted. After I kill you, your belongings will be mine anyway." Before his words had faded, his form erupted into motion. True yuan surged into his right fist, the knuckles glowing with a yellow light as a phantom of a mountain coalesced. With a heavy sound of wind being torn, he drove his fist straight at Gu Chen's face. This punch, called the mountain subduing fist, was his signature technique, immensely powerful and capable of shattering rocks and splitting stones. Against a spiritual sea cultivator, he was confident that a single blow would shatter his bones. The fist wind buffeted his face, the pressure intensifying. Gu Chen's gaze instantly sharpened like a sword. "You seek death." Without a moment's hesitation, he didn't even attempt to evade the seemingly ferocious blow. The instant his opponent moved, his right hand had already grasped the hilt of the Yuanying sword. With a clear, resonant clang, the sword's cry rang out once more across the rocky ground, carrying a resolute sharpness. He drew the sword and thrust forward. The motion was simple to the extreme, swift as lightning. There were no complex variations in technique, only the essence, energy, and spirit condensed into a single point, along with the principle of the starlight thread, a foundational sword move from the Stellar River sword scripture. The yuan force within his body coursed rapidly along the special pathways of the Stellar River sword scripture, connecting with the Yuanying sword in his hand. As the sword emerged at its tip, a single point of supremely brilliant condensed starlight blazed to life. The light was not blinding, yet it seemed to contain a power that could pierce through all illusions and obstacles. The surrounding air, the light itself, and even the heavy fist momentum of the middle-aged man all seemed to momentarily freeze and recoil before this thread of starlight. The smirk on the middle-aged man's face froze. He only felt a blur before his eyes as an azure star thread, as if ignoring the distance of space, touched upon the knuckles of his fist. The sword intent within that starlight was cold, vast, and irresistibly sharp, causing even his mid-stage true origin mountain-subduing fist, intent, to tremble instinctively. "What?" he exclaimed in shock, but it was too late to change his move. With a soft sound, the condensed starlight sword tip, like a hot knife, through butter effortlessly pierced through the yellow fist light, striking precisely at the center of the middle-aged man's fist bone. A crisp crack of bone was heard. Then an indescribably sharp sword aura surged wildly in through the wound on his fist bone, instantly tearing apart his protective true yuan and ravaging upward along the meridians of his arm. Ayakak! The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire right arm was instantly filled with azure starlight, sword aura, the light darting wildly beneath the skin. Then with a muffled bang, the entire arm exploded from the inside out, sending flesh and blood flying. This was not the end. Gu Chen's sword momentum was not exhausted. With a slight flick of his wrist, the single thread of starlight suddenly expanded into a hazy phantom of a stellar river, which, seeming slow, yet moving swiftly, swept across the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock, terror, and disbelief. He opened his mouth to cry out, but only spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with viscera fragments. He lowered his head and saw an extremely fine sword mark crossing his chest, piercing through from front to back. Points of starlight flickered at the wound, rapidly extinguishing the last vestiges of his life force. What sword technique is this?" He forced out a few words, swayed, and crashed to the ground, his breath ceasing. Even in death, he could not understand how a spiritual sea realm brat could unleash such terrifying power. Gu Chen lowered his sword arm slightly. With his current strength, killing an ordinary mid-stage true origin cultivator was as easy as slaughtering a dog. His gaze was calm, with no trace of excitement or discomfort after the kill. From the moment he decided to strike, the outcome was already sealed. In this perilous burial heaven cemetery, mercy toward an enemy was cruelty toward oneself. Without delay, Gu Chen quickly approached the middle-aged man's corpse. He took the ring and swept it with his divine sense. The space inside was small, filled with a motley collection of items: spirit stones, pills, some materials, and a few jade slips of cultivation techniques, all of average quality. But every bit counted, so Gu Chen pocketed it. No wonder he was so weak. Gu Chen released a burst of fire, reducing the corpse to ashes. Having done this, he did not linger, but swiftly headed deeper into the cemetery. With his current strength, he was qualified to contend for the great opportunities within the burial heaven cemetery. Gu Chen did not deliberately conceal his movements. He simply advanced in the direction where the interweaving of primal energy and baleful aura grew denser, and the terrain appeared more ancient and shattered. The burial heaven cemetery was vast and boundless, with bizarre landscapes: cliffs, rift valleys, stone forests, and wastelands interwoven. Occasionally one could see bones as massive as mountains, half buried in the earth, or fragments of ancient weapons, battered, yet still bearing patterns that stirred the soul. As he passed a sloping mountainside, the fierce clash of energy and shouts from ahead made him pause slightly. On a relatively flat stretch of rocky ground on the mountainside, 7 figures were locked in a chaotic battle. Yuan force and brutal blood energy clashed, stirring up clouds of dust and rubble. The situation was clear. At the center, besieged, were 2 young men in standard cyan martial robes with pale gold dragon patterns embroidered on the cuffs, the unmistakable attire of the great Qian dynasty. Back to back, they wielded their long swords in dense flowing arcs, struggling to defend. But both were wounded, bloodstained, and their breathing was erratic, clearly at a disadvantage. Their attackers numbered 5, all noticeably more robust than the great Qian men. They wore crude garments stitched from animal hides and coarse linen, with dark red strange totems painted on their exposed skin. Their faces were rugged, their eyes fierce, and their blood energy blazed like furnaces, exuding a wild, desolate aura. Barbarians from the northern desert wasteland. Gu Chen thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. The northern desert wasteland was harsh, its tribes fierce and untamed. Their cultivation system emphasized tempering the physical body and blood energy, differing from the dominant practice of cultivating yuan force in other provinces. Yet barbarian warriors often held the advantage in same-realm battles. At this moment, among the 5 barbarians, 2 possessed blood energy, far surpassing their companions. Their every movement stirred the wind and thunder, revealing their cultivation at the late true yuan stage. The other 3 were at the mid-true yuan stage, also brimming with blood energy and formidable combat power. In contrast, the 2 great Qian youths were only at the mid-true yuan stage, and after prolonged battle were heavily depleted. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. Gu Chen had no impression of these 2 great Qian youths. They were likely ordinary cultivators among the 3,000 who had entered the cemetery, with whom he had no connection. In a brief lull between blocking attacks, the 2 youths, trapped in dire straits, caught sight of Gu Chen watching from the mountain path. Startled, one of them, his face etched with urgency, forcefully parried a strike and shouted, "Run! Go warn our fellow great Qian cultivators. The northern desert barbarians are hunting us down. Flee now." The other added urgently, A spirit sea cultivator is useless here. Don't throw your life away, go. They clearly recognized Gu Chen's great Saint Heir, but only sensed his peak spirit sea cultivation. In such a chaotic melee, a spirit sea cultivator was indeed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even in their own dire peril, they still warned a younger compatriot to flee and raise the alarm. This sense of righteousness, preserved even in desperate straits, stirred something in Gu Chen's heart. The 5 barbarians also noticed Gu Chen. Seeing him alone and sensing his weak aura, one barbarian at the mid-true Yuan stage sneered, "Another damn Qian boy comes to die. A spirit sea, just an ant. Let's finish him off together." Before the words faded, one of the late true Yuan barbarians, seemingly the leader, barked coldly. "Oh, Li, end this quickly. Don't invite trouble." He dismissed Gu Chen as easily dealt with, his focus more on swiftly killing the 2 stubborn Qian cultivators. With the leader's permission, the barbarian called Ao Li, a mid-true Yuan cultivator, let out a grim laugh and broke away from the battle. His blood energy surged, the totems on his skin faintly glowing, and he charged at Gu Chen like a humanoid beast. His massive hand, like a winnowing fan, tore through the air, aiming to grab Gu Chen's head and crush it like a watermelon. "Watch out!" The 2 great Qian youths cried out, their eyes blazing with fury but powerless to help. Facing this ferocious strike, Gu Chen's gaze remained utterly calm. The moment Ao Li moved, he had already acted. Clang! The abyssal steel sword was drawn once more, its clear dragon-like chime ringing out. But this time, as the sword light appeared, it brought with it a hazy radiance of stars, as if a fragment of a miniature galaxy had been cut and wrapped around him. A river of stars encircled his body. The sword light was like a ribbon starlight flowing. Gu Chen's form seemed motionless, yet his footwork was subtle and profound, merging seamlessly with the sword light. When the barbarian Ao Li's confident claw struck the flowing river of star sword light, it was as if it had sunk into quicksand. The overwhelming blood energy was cut apart, dispersed, and nullified by strands of starlight. Then the sword light surged back along his arm. Points of starlight, seemingly gentle, carried an all-pervading, razor-sharp sword aura. Huh, something's wrong. Ao Li's expression shifted. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. Shine, 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 a continuous series of fine-cutting sounds. The beast-hide sleeve on his thick arm instantly shredded into fragments. The dark red totems on his skin dimmed under the erosion of the star sword aura. Thin, deep cuts appeared, exposing bone. The searing pain forced a roar of agony from him. But this was only the beginning. Gu Chen shifted his sword stance from defense to offense. The starlight suddenly contracted and condensed inward, forming a more focused, swift beam of star sword aura thrusting straight at Ao Li's heart. Its speed was like a shooting star tearing across the night sky. Ao Li could only cross his arms before his chest, channeling blood energy for defense. But the star sword aura seemed to partially ignore the blood energy barrier, precisely penetrating the gaps in his defense and striking the totem over his heart. Crack! The sound of a broken sternum rang out. Ao Li's eyes bulged. He stared in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest where the star sword aura was rapidly extinguishing his life force. His massive frame swayed and then crashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a mid-true Yuan barbarian had fallen. This sight stunned everyone in the melee. Whether the other 4 barbarians or the 2 struggling great Qian youths all widened their eyes, almost unable to believe what they had just witnessed. A spirit sea cultivator in one move. No, they had barely seen how he struck, and he had instantly killed a mid-true Yuan barbarian warrior. How was this possible? Ao Li. Bastard. Kill him. After a brief silence, came the enraged roars of the barbarians. The barbarian leader in particular, his eyes blazing with murderous light, no longer cared about the 2 great Qian youths. He bellowed all together. Kill this strange brat first. He realized that this seemingly spirit sea Qian youth was deeply problematic. That sword, that technique, both exuded a strange and formidable power. The remaining 4, including another late true Yuan barbarian and 3 at mid-true Yuan, simultaneously abandoned their original targets. Like 4 enraged primordial beasts, they charged at Gu Chen from different directions, their wild blood energy surging, intent on tearing him apart. The pressure on the 2 great Qian youths vanished abruptly. Shaken, they watched Gu Chen surrounded at the center. They wanted to help, but knew their own condition was too poor. Rash intervention would only be a burden. One of them called out urgently, "Be careful, brother." Gu Chen faced the encirclement of 4 men with an unchanged calm, his gaze only growing sharper. The Yuan Ting sword in his hand emitted a faint hum, and the starlight on its azure blade grew increasingly radiant. Well struck, he murmured to himself, just in time to test the techniques of the Star River sword cannon against a group assault. Instead of retreating, he advanced, actively meeting one of the true Yuan midstage barbarians. His steps were profound, as if treading among the stars. It was the footwork from the Star River sword cannon, the Star Net step. Simultaneously, his sword technique shifted once more, meteor thunderstrike. The sword light suddenly turned violet, no longer dense or condensed as before, but transforming into streaks of shooting starlight. Each streak was swift as lightning, heavy as thunder, carrying a piercing sound as it actively blasted toward the four enemies. This was one of the rare, fierce, and swift group combat sword forms from the Star River sword canon, using offense as defense. For a moment, starlight crisscrossed the mountainside, and sword chi tore through the sky. Gu Chen's figure flickered and darted amidst the starlight and the barbarian's violent blood energy. Though it seemed perilous at every hair's breadth moment, he used exquisite footwork and sword techniques to neutralize the attacks and deliver sharp counterstrikes. Clang! A true Yuan mid-stage barbarian tried to use his heavy bone club to forcibly block a starlight sword chi, but was shaken by the contained vibrational force. His tiger's mouth split, the bone club flew from his hand, and a following sword chi pierced his throat. Beware of his sword intent. Another true Yuan latest-stage barbarian roared, sensing that Gu Chen's sword chi contained an indescribable vastness and penetrating power that greatly suppressed their blood energy defenses. He swung a heavy wolf-tooth club, stirring up a blood-colored whirlwind aimed at Gu Chen's back. Gu Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Executing the star net step, his figure shifted like a ghost a few feet sideways, dodging the heavy blow. In the same motion, he thrust his sword back in a line of starlight, targeting a true Yuan mid-stage barbarian, attempting a sneak attack from the side. The barbarian was greatly startled and hastily dodged, but the residual sword chi still grazed his shoulder, leaving it a bloody mess with shattered bones. The barbarian leader, seeing this, was furious. He realized that Gu Chen's footwork was exquisite and his swordsmanship superb, making a prolonged battle unfavorable. With a furious roar, the totem on his body blazed with blood light, his blood energy surging skyward. His entire form seemed to swell a circle. He threw a punch, the fist wind coalescing into a roaring phantom of a blood-colored bear, locking onto Gu Chen and crushing down. This was his killing move, containing the full force of his true Yuan latest-stage peak. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened, sensing the threat of this punch. He held nothing back, pouring his Yuan power into Yuan Ting. The starlight on the blade instantly swelled. Star River reversal. He gripped the sword with both hands and swept upward with all his might. In an instant, a resplendent torrent of Star River sword light surged upward from him, as if to overturn the very heavens. Within the sword light, countless tiny star motes spun, collided, and exploded, containing terrifying forces of tearing, decomposition, and annihilation. Boom! The blood-colored bear fist phantom and the reverse Star River collided violently. A blinding light erupted and a violent energy shockwave swept outward, lifting and pulverizing rocks on the ground. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Rip! The Star River sword light displayed superior sharpness and artistic conception, forcibly cleaving the blood-colored bear in two. The residual sword light did not diminish heavily, striking the barbarian leader's crossed arms as he tried to block. Crack! The barbarian leader's arm bones shattered completely, and a massive wound was torn across his chest, and abdomen, blood mixed with organ fragments gushing out. His massive body flew backward like a tattered sack, heavily crashing into the rock, face, his aura rapidly weakening. The other true Yuan latest-stage barbarian was terrified. Seeing the leader gravely wounded and companions falling one after another, his courage deserted him, and he turned to flee. Thinking of leaving, Gu Chen shouted coldly, his form dropping like a falling star, instantly closing the distance. He thrust his sword in a line of starlight toward the barbarian's back. The barbarian turned and desperately blocked, but the condensed starlight sword chi pierced through his defenses, stabbed into his heart meridian, and killed him on the spot. The last barbarian, a true Yuan mid-stage with a wounded shoulder, was already terrified out of his wits, collapsing to the ground. Gu Chen dispatched him with a casual sword chi. From the moment Gu Chen made his move to the fall of all 5 barbarians, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. On the mountainside, silence returned, broken only by the lingering scent of blood and the not yet fully dissipated energy ripples. Gu Chen stood with his sword, the tip of Yuan Ting, slanting toward the ground. The azure blade was as pristine as ever, unstained by blood. After killing them, he calmly cleaned up the battlefield. The ring of each man was his spoils of war. The 2 youths from the great Qian dynasty stood dumbfounded, as still as clay statues, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. They had witnessed this unbelievable battle from start to finish, a spiritual sea realm cultivator, cutting down 2 true Yuan latest-stage and 3 true Yuan mid-stage northern desert barbarians like slicing vegetables. This was utterly preposterous. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the 5 barbarian corpses still lying on the ground, they would never have believed it. After a long while, the 2 finally snapped out of their extreme shock. They hurried forward, bowed deeply to Gu Chen with utmost reverence, even tinged with a hint of fear. "Thank you for saving our lives, brother. I am Li Yin Wangzhou, infinitely grateful." Li Yin, the youth who spoke first, still had a trembling voice. Wang Zhuo also quickly said, "Brother, your divine might truly humbles us. We admire you to no end. May we ask your esteemed name?" They no longer dared to address him as a fellow cultivator or young man. The strength Gu Chen displayed had fully earned their awe. Gu Chen sheathed his sword and waved his hand slightly. No need for formalities. We are all from Great Qian. It was only right to help. I am Gu Chen. So it is Brother Gu Chen. Li Yin and Wang Zhuo quickly bowed again, the shock in their eyes even deeper. Gu Chen's feats at the Great Qian Grand Assembly, his successive battles against spiritual sea prodigies, and his ambition to become the #1 in the spiritual sea realm had spread throughout the land over the past year. Now the young prodigies of Great Qian all knew Gu Chen's name. The two never expected that the one who saved them today was this very person, and they felt extremely fortunate. Li Yin looked at the barbarian corpses on the ground and said with lingering fear, "Brother Gu, we owe you everything this time. These northern desert savages, as soon as they saw we were from Great Qian, wanted to kill us without a word. If you hadn't happened to pass by, we would surely be dead today." Wang Zhuo also said indignantly, "Exactly, they must have planned to target us Great Qian people. Brother Gu, your strength is extraordinary, but you must also be careful." Gu Chen nodded, looking at their injuries. "You are both badly hurt. It's not safe here. Let's leave first." Saying this, he took out 2 bottles of healing pills of decent quality which he had found in the barbarians' rings and tossed them to the two. Li Yin and Wang Zhuo accepted the pills, even more grateful, and repeatedly thanked him. After parting ways with Li Yin and Wang Zhuo, Gu Chen continued deeper into the Zongtian cemetery. Before even stepping into the valley, an exceptionally pure and rich aura of spiritual energy rushed toward him, starkly contrasting with the cold, deathly aura that pervaded most parts of the cemetery, like an oasis in a desert. Within this spiritual energy, there was also a faint and peculiar fragrance that invigorated the spirit, causing his internal power to flow more swiftly. There must be a treasure here. Gu Chen thought, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. It is common knowledge that places with heavenly materials and earthly treasures are often guarded by powerful creatures. He concealed his aura and hid behind a large rock, carefully observing the entrance to the valley. The entrance was narrow, with steep rock walls on either side covered in slippery moss and unknown vines. The spiritual energy and strange fragrance were continuously spilling out from within the valley. Just as he was observing, a faint rustling sound came from the shadow of the rock crevice above the valley entrance, as if a massive creature was rubbing its scales against the rock. Then a triangular serpent head as large as a millstone slowly emerged, its cold vertical pupils resembling 2 yellow gems locking onto the direction where Gu Chen was hiding, with its crimson forked tongue flicking menacingly, emitting a threatening hiss. This was an enormous spotted python, its massive body mostly hidden behind the rock crevice. The exposed part was as thick as a water barrel, and its colorful scales reflected a metallic cold light in the dim surroundings, surrounded by a fierce aura belonging to a 5th-tier monster equivalent to a human true essence realm cultivator. Judging by its pressure, it was likely at least at the mid-true essence stage, if not stronger. Evidently, this giant python was the guardian of the valley, harboring extreme hostility toward any creature attempting to approach. Upon being discovered, Gu Chen no longer hid. He stepped out from behind the giant rock. He needed the treasures within the valley, and this battle was unavoidable. The spotted python, seeing Gu Chen not retreating, but instead revealing himself, was instantly enraged. It let out a sharp hiss, and its massive body suddenly lunged out from the rock crevice, creating a gust of foul wind, opening its large maw to reveal its venomous fangs, striking towards Gu Chen like lightning. The speed was astonishing, far beyond that of an average true essence realm cultivator. Gu Chen was well prepared. Utilizing the starry step technique, he shifted his form like a wraith, moving several zhang to evade this swift strike. Meanwhile, the UNG sword was already in his hand, and a brilliant blue sword light flickered as a condensed starlight line pierced toward the python's vital point. However, this giant python was not only fast, but also incredibly tough. The sword light struck its scales, producing a sound like metal clashing, sending sparks flying, leaving only a shallow white mark without breaking its defenses. Such hard scales. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The python, in pain, became even more frenzied. Its stout tail swept through the air like a steel whip, accompanied by a howling wind shattering rocks and snapping trees in its path, displaying terrifying power. Gu Chen dared not confront it directly, constantly evading amidst the python's frenzied attacks. He attempted to strike at the creature's eyes and mouth, its relatively vulnerable points, but the python, not lacking in intelligence, had tight defenses, making it difficult to land a hit. Moreover, the noxious mist it exhaled was pungent and corrosive, forcing Gu Chen to divert his focus to shield himself with his internal power. After a moment of struggle, Gu Chen realized that this giant python had thick skin and strong power, far more challenging to deal with than a typical true essence realm warrior. To quickly defeat this beast, he needed to employ clever tactics. Gu Chen's mind raced as he deliberately exposed a flaw, slowing his movement slightly. The giant python indeed falling for the ruse thought Gu Chen was exhausted, its eyes filled with fierce light as it opened its massive mouth to bite down a foul wind rushing toward him. Just as the giant mouth was about to close, Gu Chen pushed the starry step to its limit, advancing instead of retreating, his internal power surging wildly as he poured it all into the UNG sword. Star River Cascade. He gripped the sword with both hands, moving as one with it, transforming into a dazzling blue river of stars descending from above, with overwhelming force striking fiercely at the lighter-colored area beneath the python's neck. This strike condensed all of his strength, further drawing upon a trace of vast starlight energy contained within the UNG sword. The momentum was majestic, as if a star river was truly cascading down. The python seemed to sense the terror of this strike for the first time, fear evident in its eyes as it attempted to twist its body to evade. However, its massive frame had now become a hindrance. Boom! The sword light violently collided with the python's body. This time it was no longer the sound of metal clashing, but a deep cracking noise. The scales in that lighter-colored area shattered first, followed by an overwhelming surge of sword energy rushing into the giant python's body like a flood. Hissus! The spotted python let out an earth-shattering roar of pain, its massive body thrashing wildly, smashing the rocks at the valley entrance into pieces. However, its neck had already been blown apart, creating a large bloody hole with sword energy rampaging within, destroying its vitality. After struggling for a few moments, the python's movements gradually slowed, and it ultimately collapsed, shaking the ground slightly, its life force extinguished. Gu Chen approached the corpse of the python, collecting its valuable materials: demon core, jade-like snake, gall tough snake skin, and some venom fangs and venom glands. A fifth-tier monster is a treasure trove not to be wasted. After dealing with the giant python, Gu Chen finally turned his gaze toward the valley filled with spiritual energy. With the guardian gone, the danger at the entrance was lifted. He cautiously entered the valley, sword in hand. The scene within was entirely different from the desolation outside the cemetery, as if forming a small world of its own. The valley was not large. At its center, a spiritual spring gushed forth, the water crystal clear and rich in spiritual energy. Beside the spring, several drooping and uniquely shaped orchid plants thrived. Among them, on a small tree about 3 feet high, 3 fist-sized fruits resembling orchids, crystal clear, like white jade, radiated an enticing glow and an unusual fragrance. The surface of the fruits subtly swirled with mist, and within the mist it seemed as if tiny spatial ripples were undulating. Kongxiang Baolon fruit. A hint of joy flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. This fruit, born from absorbing pure spiritual energy and a trace of spatial power, was extremely rare. Consuming it would not only greatly enhance the user's vitality and solidify their foundation, but also bestow a remarkable ability: the power of short-term spatial ability. The so-called spatial ability is a shallow application of spatial power. Cultivators at the true essence and Tiangang realms can only glide briefly or fly with the aid of artifacts. Only breaking through to higher realms can they truly soar. The ability granted by the Kongxiang Baolon fruit allows the user to simulate the effect of a Tiangang realm cultivator flying through the air with their own internal power for a limited time. Though the duration is short and the consumption is massive at critical moments, whether for pursuit, escape, or evasion, it is nothing short of a divine skill. No wonder that spotted python guarded it so fiercely. This fruit is also highly attractive to it as a creature on the verge of metamorphosis into a dragon, perhaps helping it comprehend a trace of the ability to soar ahead of time. Gu Chen understood this well. Without hesitation, recognizing this opportunity as unmissable, he carefully plucked the 3 Kongxiang Baolon fruits and stored them in a jade box to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Afterward, he searched for a clean and concealed large rock beside the spiritual spring and set up a few simple alarms and concealment restrictions. He decided to consume and refine them on the spot to enhance his strength. In this perilous cemetery, every bit of strength gained was crucial. Gu Chen sat cross-legged, took out 1 Kongxiang Baolon fruit, the fruit warm to the touch and fragrant, taking a deep breath before swallowing it. The fruit dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a cool, sweet, yet overwhelmingly potent warm current that surged instantly into his limbs and bones. This power was pure and gentle, swiftly merging into his meridians, dantian, and flesh. Gu Chen hurriedly activated the Imperial Extreme World-Suppressing Sutra to channel this vast medicinal force. Within his dantian's qi, see the mist-like true essence under the infusion of the void phase blue orchid fruits. Power spun, rapidly compressed, solidified, and steadily expanded in scale. His meridians were widened and his flesh, blood, and bones underwent further refinement, emitting faint crackling sounds. Even more miraculous strands of cool, profound, and elusive power carried by the medicinal energy quietly imprinted themselves deep within his body, the seeds of void phase power. Time and cultivation passed imperceptibly, especially during such deep refinement. Gu Chen was utterly immersed, faint starlight and barely perceptible spatial ripples swirling around him. The spiritual energy near the spirit spring was also drawn by him, forming a tiny vortex that continuously poured into his body. Days passed one by one. Outside the valley, the auras of occasional beasts or cultivators brushed by, but perhaps due to the lingering scent of the spotted giant python or the effects of the formations Gu Chen had set within the valley, no one intruded to disturb him. Until the morning of the 7th day. The aura around the seated Gu Chen suddenly surged, then swiftly contracted and stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliant light, as if containing a galaxy, now deeper and more restrained than before. A solid aura befitting a true essence initial stage cultivator naturally emanated from him. Though only at the initial stage, his true essence was so pure and condensed that it far surpassed his peers, faintly carrying the vastness of the starry sky and the subtlety of space. True essence stage achieved. Gu Chen felt the surging power within him several times greater than before, and the nebula-like condensed true essence slowly rotating in his dantian. His heart was calm, as if this was a natural progression. What delighted him more was that with a slight stir of his mind, he could clearly sense the presence of that strand of void phase power within him. He attempted to mobilize his true essence and draw upon that power. The next moment his body shifted slightly, and he slowly floated upward without any support 3 feet off the ground. Though it was merely a simple hover, and he could feel his true essence rapidly depleting, this was indeed the power of flight. Far less flexible and enduring than that of a heavenly firmament cultivator, it could nonetheless alter the tide of battle at a crucial moment. Gu Chen landed lightly, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This harvest had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he broken through to the true essence stage and stabilized his foundation, but he had also gained the trump card of void phase power. Leaving the valley shrouded in spiritual energy, Gu Chen did not linger. His enhanced strength brought greater confidence, but his mind was ever on Gu Yunzhou, a fellow member of the Gu Clan, who had entered the burial heaven cemetery alongside him. Gu Yunzhou was talented and valued loyalty, maintaining a decent relationship with Gu Chen. In this perilous ancient battlefield, if clan members could reunite and look out for each other, their chances of survival and obtaining opportunities would greatly increase. After ascertaining the direction, Gu Chen made a tentative use of his newly acquired void phase power combined with the starry step technique. His form darted and leaped across the complex terrain much faster than before, and he could skim over many obstacles at low altitude, saving time and effort. This gave him greater confidence for the journey deeper into the cemetery. After traveling for about half a day, passing through a hilly region of jagged rocks, a sizable expanse of ruins appeared ahead. The broken walls and collapsed roofs vaguely hinted at the once continuous halls and pavilions, now long crumbled and decayed, covered in thick dust and dark green moss, exuding a heavy aura of the passage of time and decay. Yet amidst this desolation, a strange vitality emerged. In some corners of the ruins, between the cracks of shattered stone slabs, grew clusters of peculiar white mushrooms. These white mushrooms were about the size of a palm, with thick caps, smooth and jade-like surfaces, faintly glowing with a warm luster and exuding an extremely contradictory aura. They possessed both the decay of aged rotting wood and a pure, vibrant newborn energy. These two auras intertwined, forming a unique field. Could these be life-death mystic mushrooms? Gu Chen paused his steps, recalling a description from some obscure miscellany he had once read. This substance only grew where extreme, deathly stillness coexisted with faint life force, absorbing death qi to transform it into life essence, containing a hint of the mystery of life and death cycles. It was highly effective for cultivating certain special techniques, tempering the physical body and soul, and even refining high-grade pills, making it quite rare. At this moment, 2 groups of people were locked in fierce battle over these life-death mystic mushrooms within the ruins. One group, about 5 or 6 in number, were all dressed as sword cultivators, their robes uniform in style, with sleeves embroidered with a pattern of stars encircling a long sword. Their sword chi was sharp, carrying an air of aloof pride, a clear characteristic of cultivators from the extreme star region. The other group, 7 or 8 strong, wore more luxurious and varied attire, their auras either heavy or agile, acting in seamless coordination, clearly from the same faction. Judging by their techniques, they were from the central imperial region. Both sides were roughly matched in strength, led by cultivators at the true essence mid and late stages. The battle was deadlocked, with sword chi palm winds and the radiance of magical artifacts clashing endlessly among the ruins, stirring up sand and stones. The life-death mystic mushrooms swayed slightly in the gusts, but remained miraculously undamaged. Gu Chen swept his gaze over them, confirming that neither group was from the great Qian Empire, nor did he recognize any faces. He had no desire to be drawn into a conflict between unfamiliar factions, and court unnecessary trouble. Thus he intended to bypass these ruins and pass quietly from the side. However, just as he moved to change direction, a true essence midstage cultivator in the Extreme Star Region sword group, a man with an aquiline nose and eyes as sharp as swords seemingly possessing keen senses, suddenly turned his head. His gaze like lightning instantly locked onto Gu Chen, who was attempting to leave at the edge of the ruins. When he clearly saw the clothing on Gu Chen unmistakably from the great Qian Empire, a look of undisguised disgust and killing intent flashed in the aquilina-nosed cultivator's eyes. Ignoring his companions who were still locked in combat with the Central Imperial Region cultivators, he barked an ant from Great Qian. How dare you spy on the affairs of the Extreme Star Region? Junior Brother Wang, Junior Brotherly, come with me. Let's clean up this rat. Before his words had faded, he flicked his long sword, deflecting a strike from an opposing Central Imperial Region cultivator and directly disengaged from the battle. Summoning two nearby Extreme Star Region sword cultivators also at the True Essence initial stage, the three transformed into three streaks of sharp sword light charging straight at Gu Chen. The sword chi was chilling and the killing intent was naked. The Central Imperial Region side, though puzzled, was happy to see the Extreme Star Region divide their forces. With reduced pressure, they pressed their attack even harder, pinning down the remaining Extreme Star Region cultivators. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. He had no acquaintance with this man, let alone any enmity. Yet simply because he was from the Great Qian Empire, the other party attacked without question, treating life like mere grass and acting with extreme arrogance. It seemed that the enmity between the Extreme Star Region and the Great Qian Empire ran deep. I do not trouble others unless they trouble me. Since you seek death, do not blame me, he thought. Gu Chen's gaze turned cold, and his steps, which had been about to depart, firmly halted. Having broken through to the true Yuan realm, he had initially mastered the power of emptiness, bearing the legacy of the Stellar River Sword Cannon and the Imperial Supremacy Sutra, along with 7 Heavier techniques. At this moment, facing cultivators of the same rank, he truly possessed the capital to look down upon them. Even if the three of them attacked together, he remained utterly unafraid. He saw 3 sword lights strike in a triangular formation, sealing off his left, right, and center paths, their coordination seamless, clearly accustomed to such encirclement tactics. The hawk-nosed cultivator took the lead, his sword strike the most vicious, aiming directly for Gu Chen's throat, while the two on either side targeted his ribs and lower body. Gu Chen neither dodged nor evaded, only moving abruptly when the sword light was merely 3 feet away. He did not draw his sword. Instead, his left hand slightly spread its 5 fingers, revealing a dim golden light in the palm. An overwhelming will to suppress mountains and rivers and command the 8 directions suddenly descended. The Imperial Supremacy Sutra, the supremacy capturing dragon hand. His left hand reached out, seemingly slow but faster than lightning, striking after the opponent, yet arriving first, gripping the spine of the hawk-nosed cultivator's most ferocious sword with pinpoint precision. The dim golden light surged like iron pincers. The sharp sword light could not harm it in the slightest, instead being firmly locked by an irresistible force. The hawk-nosed cultivator was greatly alarmed, frantically channeling his true essence to withdraw his sword, but the blade remained utterly motionless. Simultaneously, Gu Chen's right hand formed a sword finger with yin and yang qi flickering at the fingertip, ever-changing. This was the finger sword application of the yin-yang chaotic sword art, the yin-yang chaotic finger. He pointed it at the tip of the sword coming from the right. Ding! The finger and sword tip met, and the yin and yang qi surged in reverse. The disciple from the Extreme Star State felt a bizarre force from his long sword, alternating between hardness and softness, correctness and reversal, causing his internal true essence to immediately become chaotic. His sword technique collapsed, and he stumbled backward with a groan. Almost at the same time, Gu Chen's footwork shifted mysteriously, his figure moving like a ghost, shifting half a foot to perfectly evade the sword aimed at his lower body from the left. Meanwhile, his left leg swept like a whip, the leg wind fierce with a faint hint of stellar rotation, a combination of the shifting star's step and leg techniques, striking heavily on that disciple's wrist. Crack! The sound of a broken wrist bone was clear, and that disciple screamed as his long sword flew from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the trio's combined assault was broken. One had his weapon seized and true essence suppressed, another had his true essence in disarray and was stumbling backward, and the last had his wrist broken and weapon lost. Gu Chen pressed his advantage relentlessly. With a sudden twist of his left hand, a clang rang out as the hawk-nosed cultivator's long sword was snapped in 2 by his bare hands. He hurled the broken blade back, turning it into a streak of light that instantly pierced the throat of the disciple with the chaotic true essence, who was still retreating. At the same time, his right hand transformed from a finger to a palm. The palm force was soft and dense, yet carried a terrifying aura capable of melting metal and dissolving iron, silently imprinting on the chest of the other disciple, whose wrist was broken and who was retreating in terror. The bone-melting profound palm. That disciple shuddered, his eyes quickly glazing over. No obvious wound appeared on his chest, but his internal bones and organs had shattered into pieces under the soft palm force, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Seeing his two companions die instantly, the hawk-nosed cultivator was terrified, his courage shattered. He had no trace of his earlier arrogance, only wishing to abandon his sword and flee. But Gu Chen would not give him the chance. The momentum of his left hand from breaking the sword continued, sweeping forward in a stroke imbued with the tragic and resolute sword intent of the jade-shattering Kunlun sword art. An invisible sword chi passed across his neck. The hawk-nosed cultivator's forward charge abruptly halted. His wide eyes were filled with terror and disbelief as his head slowly tilted, then tumbled to the ground, blood spurting forth. From their attack to their complete demise, it took no more than 3 moves, clean, ruthless, and decisive. The fierce battle in the ruins had unknowingly come to a standstill. Whether it was the remaining 3 or 4 cultivators of the Extreme Star State, or the 7 or 8 cultivators of the Central Imperial State, all stared dumbfounded at the edge of the ruins, at the proud figure in the blue robe, and at the 3 bodies rapidly losing warmth on the ground. Gu Chen slowly withdrew his stance, his gaze sweeping like cold lightning over the remaining Extreme Star State cultivators in the ruins. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority and chill. I have never met you all, nor do I bear any enmity. I wonder, fellow Taoists of the Extreme Star State, why do you seek to kill me without cause? Can you give me an explanation? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The icy killing intent beneath the calm words, combined with the terrifying strength he had just displayed, sent a shiver through everyone present. The remaining Extreme Star State cultivators' expressions were grim, a mix of shock and fury. They had never imagined that a seemingly solitary Great Qian cultivator with only the aura of the early true Yuan stage could be so terrifying. To instantly kill 3 fellow disciples in a moment, such combat prowess could only be achieved by the core disciples of their sect. The Central Imperial State faction, on the other hand, exchanged uneasy glances, looking at Gu Chen with suspicion, and then at the Extreme Star State group, clearly reassessing the situation, each harboring their own calculations. Gu Chen awaited the Extreme Star State's response. If they could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to leave all these Extreme Star State cultivators who bore him inexplicable murderous intent dead on the spot. The Burial Heaven Cemetery was, after all, a place of life and death. Since enmity had been sown, there was no reason to hold back. Gu Chen's question shattered the silence of the ruins. The remaining Extreme Star State cultivators looked at each other, their faces a mix of shock and anger, but deep in their eyes fear was hard to conceal. Among them, a slightly older sword cultivator at the late True Yuan stage, suppressing his inner terror, stepped forward and responded, "Sir, impressive skills. But since you are from Great Qian, you should understand why we Extreme Star State cultivators act this way." A flicker of hatred passed through his eyes. 2 years ago, in the Tianlan State's secret realm, your Great Qian's crown prince, Li Chenghao, schemed to kill the contemporary holy son of our Extreme Star State's holy land, the Heavenly Star Sword sect. This is an irreconcilable blood feud. He paused, his tone filled with gnashing teeth. Although Li Chenghao was later executed, our Heavenly Star Sword sect has long issued a decree: any sect disciple from the Extreme Star State upon encountering Great Qian cultivators in the Burial Heaven Cemetery shall kill, without mercy, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Today we acted against you simply in obedience to orders. Moreover, the barbarian tribes of the northern desert wasteland, the Gu masters of the Saijiang State, and the major families of the Central Imperial State have all accepted benefits from our Heavenly Star Sword sect to jointly target the Great Qian people here. I see. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened. Great Qian's crown prince, Li Chenghao. Although he had never met him, he had heard of his name. After hearing this man recount the grievances, he finally understood why Princess Li Ruoxi had once said the royal family was in decline and the position of crown prince vacant. It turned out that the former crown prince had incurred such a great enmity abroad and perished together with his enemy. A crown prince of a nation scheming to kill the holy son of another state's holy land. Regardless of the reason, this enmity was too deep. As the holy land of the Extreme Star State, the Heavenly Star Sword sect's decree held immense influence over its subordinate sects. Thus, the Extreme Star State cultivators' deliberate targeting and hunting of Great Qian people in the cemetery now had a reasonable explanation. Li Chenghao is Li Chenghao, and Great Qian is Great Qian. Gu Chen sneered inwardly, but his expression remained calm. He would not judge the deceased crown prince's actions, but applying this hatred indiscriminately to all Great Qian cultivators and killing without cause had crossed his bottom line. Since the other side had clearly taken an irreconcilable hostile stance, there was nothing more to say. Gu Chen slowly raised his eyes, scanning the pale-faced Extreme Star State crowd, then glancing at the Central Imperial State cultivators nearby, who wore varied expressions and were clearly observing. He had already made up his mind. I see. Gu Chen's voice betrayed no emotion. Since it is a sect decree in an irreconcilable situation, it is simple enough. He shifted his tone, no longer looking at the group from Jixing province, but instead fixing his gaze on a purple-robed youth who was the leader of the Zhonghuang province contingent. This man's aura was steady, having reached the late stage of true origin, clearly the leader of that group. Friends from Zhonghuang province, Gu Chen spoke, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. This matter has nothing to do with you. The people in this ruin and the life and death mystic mushrooms within now belong to me. Gentlemen, please take your leave. He made a leave gesture. As soon as he spoke, not only did the expressions of the Jixing province group darken further, but the Zhonghuang province side also changed color. The purple-robed youth furrowed his brow slightly, clearly not expecting that after thoroughly offending Jixing province, Gu Chen would still be so domineering, directly clearing the field and even driving them away. A companion of the purple-robed youth, a mid-stage true origin cultivator, couldn't help but shout, "Your arrogance knows no bounds. These life and death mystic mushrooms were discovered by us first. You think you can take them all with just one sentence? That's an utter disregard for the mystic abyss valley of Zhonghuang province." The purple-robed youth raised a hand to stop his companion, his gaze fixed directly on Gu Chen, and said in a deep voice, "Esteemed Taoist from Daqian, your strength is extraordinary, truly admirable. However, these life and death mystic mushrooms are quite important to us as well. If you insist on monopolizing them, you are being unreasonable. How about this? We each take half of the mushrooms here, and we will not interfere with each other. What do you say? As for the friends from Jixing province," he glanced over there, "that has nothing to do with us." He attempted to mediate, offering a seemingly compromised solution. After all, the combat power Gu Chen had displayed was astonishing, and he did not want to make unnecessary enemies. However, Gu Chen shook his head, his tone still calm, but carrying an unyielding authority. "It seems you are in league with them. I will say it once more, this place now belongs to me. You leave immediately, or else." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Zhonghuang province group, finally settling back on the purple-robed youth's face, and slowly uttered a few words. "Gu treats everyone equally, then none of you need leave." "What a arrogant!" The Zhonghuang province group erupted in an uproar, anger coloring their faces. Their mystic abyss valley was no weak force in Zhonghuang province. When had they ever been so disdained? He was but one man, even if he could instantly kill 3 Jixing province sword cultivators. They had 8 people, including 2 at the late true origin stage, 4 at the mid-stage, and 2 at the early stage. If they formed a battle formation, they might not fear him. The purple-robed youth's face also darkened, a flash of anger and cold light in his eyes. "Esteemed Taoist, are you determined to be an enemy of my mystic abyss valley? No, this greed overreaches itself." The remaining few from Jixing province, seeing this, instead showed a glimmer of hope and schadenfreude in their eyes. If the Zhonghuang province group clashed with this killing star, they might have combined be able to slay this man. Gu Chen, however, said no more, only slowly placing his hand on the hilt of his Yuan Ting sword, in action that already made his stance clear. "Fine, fine, fine," the purple-robed youth said 3 fines in a row, laughing in extreme anger. "Since you are so ungrateful, let us see what abilities you have to be so arrogant. Form the formation." At his command, the 8 Zhonghuang province cultivators swiftly moved, instantly forming a profound battle formation. Their auras linked, their true energy surging vaguely, encircling Gu Chen at the center. The purple-robed youth and another late true origin cultivator took the formations, their auras the most formidable. The few from Jixing province, seeing this, quietly tightened their grips on their swords, their eyes flickering, clearly seeking an opportunity. Gu Chen, surrounded, showed no change in expression. Instead, he gently exhaled, his gaze becoming as deep and icy as a millennia-old cold pool. "Since that is the case, then let us fight." The moment the last word fell, he moved. This time he did not hold back or test. His form vanished like a ghost, reappearing instantly before a mid-stage true origin cultivator on the flank. His speed far exceeded expectations, with a brief gliding effect in the air, a preliminary application of the power of Void Phase. Starlight Thunderstrike. The Yuan Ting sword was drawn fiercely, the sword light transforming into wildly flying starlight and thunderbolts, accompanied by a piercing screech, instantly engulfing the mid-stage true origin cultivator. The man raised his sword in horror to block, but how could a hurried defense withstand Gu Chen's long-prepared assault? Clang! Splurt! His protective true energy was torn apart by the starlight sword chi. His long sword flew from his hand, and a condensed thunderous sword light pierced through his chest, killing him on the spot. "Careful! His movement is strange," the purple-robed youth shouted. The battle formation turned, and several fierce attacks from different directions struck at Gu Chen, blocking his retreat. Gu Chen's form flickered again, the star step combined with the power of Void Phase, allowing him to weave through the gaps in the attacks like a fish. At the same time, a flash of dark gold light appeared in his left hand, the majestic power of the Imperial Sovereign's world-suppressing scripture condensed, and he struck out with a palm, dispersing an incoming sharp blade aura. His right hand wielded the Yuan Ting sword, tracing a mysterious trajectory, the yin-yang reversal sword intent, flowing deflecting another side's attack, and turning it back on its wielder. Even under the siege of the battle formation, he could still counterattack. Change formation. Kuan Earth defensive stance. Seeing Gu Chen's slippery movement and sharp attacks, the purple-robed youth immediately changed tactics. The battle formation shifted to a defensive stance, layers of true energy, stacking like a tortoise shell, attempting to wear Gu Chen down. But Gu Chen would not let them have their way. His gaze locked onto a slightly sluggish node in the formation's operation, where two early true origin cultivators connected. Jade shatters Kunlun. He suddenly roared, becoming one with his sword, transforming into a desperate, unyielding, and forward-charging beam of sword light. He no longer dodged, but attacked the defense using a point to break the surface, stabbing straight at that node. Within the sword light, a tragic will of better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile surged, its momentum reaching a peak. Boom! The sword light violently collided with the stacked defensive true energy. The two early true origin cultivators bore the brunt, feeling an irresistible force of sharpness and destruction. Their protective true energy shattered instantly, and before they could even scream, they were shredded by the sword chi. The formation node was broken, and the entire array immediately fell into disorder. Now, a cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. His form whirled like a cyclone into the formation of the Yuan Ting sword, turning into a rain of starlight sword shadows. In an instant, the ruin was filled with crisscrossing sword chi, flying palm shadows, exploding starlight, and a continuous chorus of screams. Gu Chen was like a tiger among sheep, completely scattering the chaotic battle formation. Every move was precise and ruthless, aimed at vital points. Although the Zhonghuang province cultivators and the Jixing province people had the advantage in numbers, having lost the support of the formation and being intimidated by Gu Chen's ghostly movement and terrifying attacks, casualties mounted continuously. The purple-robed youth's eyes were wide with fury, and he, along with the other late true origin companion, desperately attacked Gu Chen, trying to turn the tide. But Gu Chen showed no sign of weakness. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, silence returned to the ruin, even more deathly than before. The 8 Zhonghuang province cultivators and the 4 Jixing province cultivators all lay on the ground, not a single survivor. Blood stained the dust of the ruins and also reddened several clumps of pure white life and death mystic mushrooms. Gu Chen looked around, confirming there was no further threat. Only then did he slowly walk over to the life and death mystic mushrooms, carefully picking them one by one, placing them into jade boxes he had prepared earlier, and storing them properly. Having done all this, Gu Chen sought shelter beneath a relatively intact collapsed wall, consumed a medicinal pill, and sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. He needed to recover his condition as swiftly as possible. The recent battle had stirred considerable commotion, likely drawing the attention of other cultivators or entities nearby. Though the scent of blood in the desolate ruins had not yet fully dissipated, Gu Chen had already gathered his mind and adjusted his state to its peak. His heart was cold and stern. The enmity between the Extreme Star Province and the Great Qian Dynasty stood like an invisible barrier, pushing the Great Qian cultivators in the Burial Heaven Cemetery to the brink of peril. Not all cultivators from other provinces would collude with the Extreme Star Province, Gu Chen mused, but with sufficient profit as incentive or fear of the Heavenly Star Sword sects, might a joint encirclement to annihilate Great Qian is far from impossible. Though I fear no single combat, and can even hold my own against multiple foes, if hundreds were to form a battle array and attack in unison, even ants can kill an elephant, I would struggle to ensure my safety. Passive defense awaiting calamity to descend was never his style. Since the root of the disaster is clear, then uprooted entirely. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, his killing intent palpable. He was not a bloodthirsty man, but neither was he an inflexible fool. In this life and death ancient battlefield, mercy toward the enemy was cruelty toward oneself and one's comrades. Only by employing thunderous means to nip threats in the bud, and by carving out a fearsome reputation that made the scheming tremble and hesitate to unite, could the people of Great Qian gain a chance to breathe. His objective was clear: delve deeper into the cemetery to find Gu Yunzhou and more Great Qian allies, while actively eliminating any Extreme Star Province cultivators he encountered. Any other forces colluding with the Extreme Star Province or showing hostility toward Great Qian were also targets for slaughter. To preserve oneself, one must kill to stop killing. Having finished his recovery, Gu Chen lingered no longer. His form transformed into a streak of light, pressing onward toward the cemetery's depths. Over the next 2 days, he deliberately followed paths where spiritual energy fluctuations were stronger or where signs of ancient ruins hinted at hidden wonders. Along the way, he indeed encountered several groups of Great Qian cultivators, all moving with urgency. These people, mostly bearing worried expressions or even visible injuries, were initially wary of the solitary Gu Chen. But once they confirmed his identity, they all anxiously relayed the same shocking news. Brother Gu, or fellow Taoist, hurry. Rush to the Broken Wall ancient battlefield at once. His Highness the Second Prince, along with over 100 of our comrades, is surrounded by cultivators from the Extreme Star Province, the Northern Desert Barbarians, the Gu Masters of the Zhejiang Province, and some from the Central Emperor Province. They are in imminent danger. They are sending out pleas for help everywhere, but the perimeter is sealed off. We barely managed to break through and deliver this message. Brother Gu, your strength is unmatched. Please go to their rescue immediately. From their fragmented and urgent accounts, Gu Chen learned that the Second Prince Li Yuanyi seemed to have discovered clues to an important ancient relic. He had gathered over 100 Great Qian cultivators to investigate, but news leaked. Led by the Heavenly Star Sword sect of the Extreme Star Province, a coalition of the Northern Desert Wastelands barbarians, the Gussing cultivators of the Zhejiang Province, and some forces from the Central Emperor Province, totaling around 300, had trapped them at a place called the Broken Wall ancient battlefield. The enemy's intent was clear: not only to seize the potential relic opportunity, but also to use this chance to annihilate this elite force of Great Qian in one fell swoop. Is Gu Yunzhou among them? Gu Chen asked urgently. We have not seen young Master Gu Yunzhou. He may be elsewhere, or perhaps. The messenger's tone was heavy, leaving the rest unspoken. Gu Chen's heart sank, but this was no time for worry. After ascertaining the general location of the Broken Wall ancient battlefield, he hesitated no longer. He pushed his movement technique to its limit, combining the star step with the power of the void aspect, his form streaking like wind and lightning toward the destination. After 2 days of relentless travel, he could sense more and more cultivators converging in that direction, the atmosphere tense and murderous. Concealing his aura, Gu Chen finally arrived at the edge of that legendary ancient battlefield. Before him lay an immensely vast, yet shattered wasteland. The ground was a dark crimson, as if soaked in endless blood. Everywhere were enormous, deep fissures, crater-like depressions, and half-buried colossal bones and weapon fragments, all exuding an ancient, heart-shaking, baleful aura and indomitable battle intent. Most striking of all was the center of the wasteland, a stretch of towering, colossal stone wall ruins that stretched for several miles, now more than half collapsed, standing like the spine of an ancient giant, stubbornly defying the passage of time. At this moment, this supposedly dead and silent ancient battlefield was filled with earth-shaking battle cries, the thunderous collision of primal energies, and the piercing clang of weapons. Beneath the broken wall, in a relatively intact area, over 100 cultivators clad in Great Qian attire had formed a massive circular defensive battle array. The array revolved around a youth at its center, clad in a bright yellow war robe and a jade crown. His face was resolute but etched with exhaustion, none other than the Second Prince Li Yuanyi. He wielded a golden dragon-patterned long spear, issuing commands to dispatch forces and fend off attacks from all sides. Within the formation, the cultivators' auras were linked, their true essence complementing one another. Though at a disadvantage, the formation remained stable, a testament to their rigorous training. Yet exhaustion and gravity were etched on every face. Many bore wounds, their garments stained with blood. Surrounding them were a dense crowd of over 300, their attire diverse, hailing from different factions. At the outermost perimeter, dozens of barbarians from the northern desert wasteland prowled, their blood qi surging like restless beasts. They constantly assaulted the outer edges of the Great Qian formation with long-range blood qi attacks or fearless charges. Around the formation, sword cultivators from the Heavenly Star Sword sect of the Extreme Star Province formed the main offensive force. Their sword qi crisscrossed, fierce and unmatched, specifically targeting the weak points in the formation's operation. Among them, several sword cultivators with exceptionally powerful auras were clearly at the peak of true essence, or even half-step to heavenly firmament, placing immense pressure on the Great Qian formation. The Gu Masters of the Zhejiang Province lurked in the shadows or within poisonous miasmas a bit further away, continuously releasing all kinds of bizarre Gu insects. Some disrupted the mind, others corroded true essence, and still others burrowed directly into the formation to wound, insidious and hard to defend against. Some cultivators from the Central Emperor Province coordinated from the flanks, using artifacts and formations to assist the attack. Though not as fierce as those from the Extreme Star Province or the Northern Desert Barbarians, they were like lingering curses, constantly draining the Great Qian formation strength. 300 against 100, and a prepared siege at that. The situation for the Great Qian side was precarious. The formation's radiance flickered intermittently under the relentless assault. Had it not been for the Second Prince Li Yuanyi's adept command, the exquisite formation, and the Great Qian cultivators' unwavering resolve to fight to the death, it would likely have been breached long ago. Concealed behind the eye socket of a gigantic beast skull, Gu Chen calmly observed the battlefield. His gaze swept across the formation. He did not see Gu Yunzhou, which brought him some relief, but it only deepened his urgency to rescue. As a fellow subject of Great Qian, how could he stand by and watch his comrades be surrounded and slaughtered? If all these Great Qian cultivators fell here, the extreme star province's sweeping advance would only grow fiercer. Saving them was saving himself. First, I must disrupt their siege rhythm and tear open an opening, Gu Chen judged in an instant. Though the enemy was numerous, they belonged to different factions, their coordination was far from flawless, and most of their attention was fixed on besieging the formation. This was his opportunity. He did not choose to breach through the relatively heavily guarded front or flank, but instead set his sights on a loosely organized squad at the edge of the battlefield composed of over a dozen Jizhou sword cultivators and several northern desert barbarians. At that moment, Gu Chen's primal power surged into motion. The majestic aura of the imperial supremacy scripture which commands all directions was faintly released, yet the greater part of his strength was intensely condensed, coalescing within the abyssal stillness, sword in his hand. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, only a streak of azure light swift beyond measure burst forth from behind the beast's skull. Empowered by the void aspect, he glided almost at ground level, surpassing the speed limit of ordinary true essence realm cultivators. In an instant, he crossed several hundred zhongs, slipping like a phantom into the resting squad. The sword light erupted, embodying the most ruthless slaughter. The abyssal stillness sword transformed into dozens of streaking stellar thunderbolts, enveloping the over 10 Jizhou sword cultivators. Each bolt of starlight struck with lethal precision at a vital point of a cultivator. Simultaneously, several strands of highly condensed starlight silently pierced toward the unprepared northern desert barbarians. Ambush. The piercing alarm had barely sounded when it was drowned out by the even more grating shriek of sword energy and brief cries of agony. Puff, puff, puff. Where the sword light passed, blood blossoms bloomed. Those over 10 Jizhou sword cultivators, mostly at the early to mid-true essence realm, were rotating for respite. They never imagined anyone would launch such a swift and terrifying assault from the outermost edge of the battlefield, a position they deemed safe in the rear. Hastily raising their swords to block, they were no match for Gu Chen's long-prepared killing move from the stellar river sword cannon. Their protective sword energy was torn apart like paper, and the stellar sword energy pierced through their bodies, sending up sprays of blood mist. The few northern desert barbarians were equally caught off guard. Though thick-skinned and sturdy, their protective blood energy was also pierced by the highly condensed starlight. Their vitals, brows, throats, hearts, were struck instantly, and their massive bodies crashed to the ground. In a single exchange, this squad of nearly 20 was utterly annihilated by Gu Chen alone with his sword, as easily as chopping vegetables. Severed limbs and blood splattered across the dark red earth. This sudden bloody turn of events instantly drew the gaze of everyone in the vicinity. Both the cultivators besieging the Great Qian battle formation and the struggling Great Qian soldiers stared in disbelief at the azure sword light that had descended like the Grim Reaper and the rapidly lifeless bodies it left in its wake. Who goes there? Such audacity. To launch a sneak attack. A Great Qian reinforcement. Only one man. Unbelieving questions exploded among the besiegers. The originally orderly rhythm of the siege, disrupted by this sudden massive loss and chaos on the flank, came to a noticeable halt and stirred with commotion. Gu Chen stood with his sword, the tip of the abyssal stillness sword pointing diagonally at the ground. Its azure blade was pristine save for a trace of crimson slowly dripping from the edge. His expression was icy, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the enemy cultivators who had halted their attacks in shock and turned to look. He said nothing, but his actions declared his stance. In the next moment, his form moved again, transforming into an even more ferocious sword light, actively charging toward another nearby mixed squad of Saijiang Province Gu masters and Zhonghuang Province cultivators. Stop him. Together. Kill him. The nearby Jizhou sword cultivators and northern desert barbarians reacted with alarm and fury, abandoning their attacks on the Great Qian battle formation to converge on Gu Chen. In an instant, sword energy, blood energy, Gu insect poison mists, and the radiance of magical treasures all converged on Gu Chen from multiple directions. Yet Gu Chen's movement technique was too uncanny. The void aspect allowed him to perform nearly instantaneous short-range teleportations within a small area, and his starry steps were exquisitely subtle, weaving through the dense attacks and evading fatal blows by a hair's breadth. Simultaneously, the light of the abyssal stillness sword in his hand blazed. The techniques of the stellar river sword cannon came to him effortlessly, combined with the majestic palm strikes of the imperial supremacy scripture, the fierce grappling of the Indra claw, and the insidious venom of the bone-melting profound palm. He integrated all these arts seamlessly, his moves unpredictable, both offensive and defensive. He did not linger in battle nor clash head-on with his opponents. Instead, leveraging his superior speed and footwork, he moved like a slippery, venomous dragon, rapidly weaving and cutting through the perimeter of the enemy formation. Every strike yielded a kill. Wherever the sword light pointed, an enemy cultivator would cry out and fall. In just a few dozen breaths, over a dozen more enemy cultivators lay dead by Gu Chen's sword, among them several true Essence Realm midstage experts. Wherever he passed, none could withstand a single stroke of his sword. He was like a red-hot blade plunging into butter, forcibly tearing a bloody gash in the seemingly thick enemy encirclement and creating immense chaos. Gu Chen's fierce intervention instantly shifted the local balance of power and morale on the battlefield. Within the Great Qian battle formation, the once despairing soldiers, upon seeing the sword light that dominated and swept through the enemy ranks, erupted into thunderous cheers. "It's Gu Chen. Brother Gu has come to save us. Fight. Coordinate with Brother Gu. Counterattack." Second Prince Li Yuanyi's spirits also soared, his eyes blazing with joyful light. Pointing his spear, he roared, "All troops hear my command. Change formation. Arrowhead formation. Follow me to link up with Gu Chen and break the encirclement." At Li Yuanyi's command, the Great Qian battle formation swiftly shifted from circular to pointed, like a poised arrow surging toward the gap Gu Chen had torn open. With coordination from within and without, the situation reversed in an instant. Gu Chen alone with his sword had forcibly cut into the battlefield, slaying over 20 enemies in the blink of an eye. This not only greatly weakened the enemy's strength, but more importantly completely disrupted their deployment, boosted Great Qian's morale, and opened a sliver of hope for his trapped compatriots. At this moment, he was the most dazzling and fearsome killing star on the battlefield. All eyes were fixed upon him. On the wrecked wall, ancient battlefield, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. Blood energy and killing intent mixed with dense fluctuations of true essence rendered this ancient land like a seething pool of blood. Gu Chen's figure had become the most brilliant and deadly streak of light in this blood pool. He roamed with his sword invincible wherever he went. An elite disciple of the Heavenly Star Sword sect at the late True Essence Realm could hold their own on an ordinary battlefield, but before Gu Chen, they could not last 3 moves. Wherever the sword light passed, a prodigy from the besieging side would fall. Whether it was the sharp sword cultivators of Jizhou, the blood energy-surged warriors of the northern desert, or the insidious Gu masters of Saijiang, all seemed fragile before Gu Chen's attacks, which integrated the essence of numerous high-level techniques, and were both vast and fierce, sharp and uncanny. He was like a red-hot dagger, repeatedly piercing and cutting through the seemingly dense human wall of the enemy. Every advance was accompanied by the screams and falls of enemy cultivators. Every flash of sword light eased the pressure on the Great Qian battle formation. In a short span of time, over 20 cultivators from various factions had fallen to his sword, including several late True Essence Realm experts. This terrifying killing efficiency not only greatly depleted the besiegers' effective strength, but also dealt a heavy psychological blow. Many cultivators who had been aggressive now looked at the azure sword light with fear and hesitation, their attacks involuntarily slowing, afraid of becoming the next soul under his blade. Stop him, at any cost. From within the Jizhou camp, a middle-aged sword cultivator, whose aura had reached half-step Heavenly Dipper, apparently the commander there, roared with rage, his eyes nearly splitting. He personally led several peak True Essence Realm experts away from the main assault on the Great Qian formation and charged at Gu Chen, determined to surround and kill this murderous star who had descended like a god. Gu Chen was exceptionally clear-headed. He knew well that his strengths lay in mobility and burst power, not prolonged combat. To single-handedly clash against hundreds of enemy troops, no matter how formidable his cultivation art or how abundant his true essence, he would eventually exhaust his strength. His fierce assault moments ago was not meant to annihilate the enemy, but to sow chaos, disrupt their rhythm, and create an opportunity for the besieged Li Yuanyi and his men to break out. Now the objective had been achieved. Under his forceful strike, a corner of the enemy's encirclement had been torn apart, revealing a clear gap and disorder. Within the battle formation of Great Qian, the second Prince Li Yuanyi was a decisive man. Seeing Gu Chen wreaking havoc outside and the enemy's formation in disarray, he seized this fleeting, unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Arrowhead formation charge. Li Yuanyi gave the order. His golden dragon-patterned spear erupted with dazzling brilliance. Leading from the front like a peerless spear tip, he guided the arrowhead battle formation, condensing the last vestiges of strength and will to survive from over 100 Great Qian cultivators, and launched a desperate charge straight toward the gap Gu Chen had torn open. Kill. The long-suppressed Great Qian cultivators finally unleashed astonishing combat prowess and ferocity. Following Li Yuanyi, they surged like an unstoppable torrent, crashing violently into the enemy line, weakened and thrown into chaos by Gu Chen's assault. Under the pincer attack from within and without, the gap was instantly widened. Cultivators from Jixing province and the northern desert strained to resist, but could not form an effective encirclement against Gu Chen's relentless harassment and Li Yuanyi's desperate charge. Gu Chen in particular did not merge with Li Yuanyi's formation. Instead, he roamed the flanks targeting enemy experts who tried to reorganize their lines or strike the Great Qian formation from the side. Wherever his sword light pointed, someone fell, greatly delaying the enemy's counterattack. Seeing that the Great Qian formation was about to break through the encirclement and coordinate with Gu Chen to fully escape the trap, Gu Chen knew the moment had come. His mission was complete. After continuous high-intensity bursts of power and slaughter, even though his true essence far surpassed those of the same cultivation level, he now felt waves of exhaustion and fatigue. The rotation speed of the true essence nebula within his dantian had slowed. Slaying those dozens of prodigies from various regions required his full strength in every battle, draining him immensely. Time to leave. A faint warning sign rose in Gu Chen's heart. The half-step Heavenly Dipper sword cultivator from Jixing province had already locked onto his aura. Moreover, several powerful presences were rapidly approaching from other directions on the battlefield. Clearly, the enemy's true experts were thoroughly enraged and would stop at nothing to keep him there. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen feigned a sword strike, forcing back two northern desert barbarians attempting to entangle him, then abruptly retreated. Activating the power of the void phase to its fullest combined with the star net steps, he transformed into a meteor skimming the ground, his speed instantly reaching its peak. He dashed deep into the wilderness, slightly deviating from Li Yuanyu's breakout direction, but more favorable for concealment and escape. Stop! The half-step Heavenly Dipper sword cultivator from Jixing province roared. A terrifying sword chi thick as a pillar slashed through the air, its might astonishing. The ground beneath it was plowed into a deep trench. Gu Chen did not look back. He countered with a reverse sword stroke, the Star River reversing. A brilliant sword light surging upward to clash with the terrifying chi. Though shattered, it successfully neutralized most of the attack's power. Using the recoil force, his speed increased even further. In a few flickering movements, he vanished into a cluster of ruined buildings shrouded in gray-black mist. Pursue. The Jixing province sword cultivator's face turned livid with rage. Just as he was about to lead the chase, he heard even fiercer battle cries behind him. The Great Qian formation, led by Li Yuanyi, had already fully breached the gap and was rapidly distancing itself from the battlefield. Seeing their backbone, the Jixing province expert, about to chase Gu Chen, cultivators from other factions hesitated, failing to seal the breach in time, allowing Li Yuanyi and his men to successfully escape. Damn it! The Jixing province sword cultivator gnashed his teeth, watching the Great Qian troops quickly disappear beyond another ruined wall, then looking toward the mist where Gu Chen had vanished. He knew that today's meticulously planned ambush had been ruined by this mysterious Great Qian sword cultivator who had suddenly appeared. Not only had they failed to annihilate the Great Qian elites, but they had also lost dozens of skilled fighters, including many geniuses from various sects. A complete loss. Investigate. Find out who that brat with the Azure Longsword and Starry Sword techniques is. Spread the order. Any member of Jixing province who encounters this man in the cemetery is to kill him on sight regardless of cost. His furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Deep within a ruin formed by collapsed giant pillars and broken domes, its interior structure complex. Gu Chen leaned against a cold stone pillar, slowly sliding down to sit. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his chest heaved violently. Each breath carried a scorching heat. In this battle, aside from not using the Qingsong Heavenly Dipper limit-breaking art, he had exerted nearly all his strength. The results were remarkable, but the consumption was enormous. He quickly took out several pills and swallowed them, guiding the medicinal power to hasten recovery. After a full half-hour of meditation, his nearly depleted true essence was fully restored. Still too reckless, Gu Chen thought to himself. With his true essence initial stage cultivation to charge through hundreds of enemies, slaying dozens, including many at the true essence late stage, was a feat that would shock the world. But the price paid was equally immense. Had his foundation not been solid, his cultivation art extraordinary, and his void phase power aiding in evasion and escape, he would have likely fallen from exhaustion. Nevertheless, the gains were equally tremendous. Not only had he successfully rescued the second Prince Li Yuanyi, and over 100 Great Qian comrades, dealing a heavy blow to the arrogance of Jixing province and other hostile forces, but through this intense life-and-death struggle, he had also gained a deeper understanding of integrating and applying the various techniques he had mastered. Most importantly, Gu Chen had felt what it meant to have an invincible heart. With me there is no enemy. This conviction outweighed everything. Moreover, the fallen prodigies from various provinces likely carried many valuable items. However, given the urgency, he had only managed to collect the ring-shaped storage artifacts of those nearby. Now in relative safety, he took out those rings and probed them with his spiritual sense. As expected, as elite disciples of various provincial powers, their wealth was considerable. In total, there were nearly 10,000 mid-grade primal stones, several hundred high-grade primal stones, and various healing essence, stirring, and antidote pills of decent quality. There were also some technique, jade slips, alchemy materials, and the weapons and artifacts they had used. Gu Chen gave them a cursory look. Most techniques were of earth rank, offering limited reference value to him, but they could be exchanged for resources. The weapons and artifacts were also distinctive, many of high quality. What interested Gu Chen most was a transmission jade slip from the ring of a Jixing province true essence late stage sword cultivator containing fragments of the profound meaning of the Celestial Star Sword sect's signature sword, art the Celestial Star Sword Guide. Though incomplete, its concept of drawing upon star power to enhance sword intent resonated with the Star River sword canon and was worthy of study. Another ring belonging to a Gu master from Zhejiang province contained a beast-hide book detailing the cultivation and countermeasures of various sinister Gu insects. Though Gu Chen did not practice Gu arts, understanding their principles would help him guard against them in future battles. After this battle, Gu Chen had firmly secured a place on the kill lists of Jixing province and other hostile forces. He would need to be even more cautious while moving through the cemetery. At the same time, he must find Gu Yunzhou as soon as possible and contact more scattered Great Qian cultivators. Only by uniting into a stronger force could they face the likely more brutal hunts and counterhunts ahead. Fighting slaughter with slaughter. This path is destined to be bloody. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue in his gaze had faded, replaced by a more resolute and cold light. He looked at the dim sky beyond the ruins. After resting a while to recover his state, Gu Chen rose and ventured out. The battle at the Broken Wall ancient battlefield swept Gu Chen's name like a storm across the outer and central regions of the Burial Tomb Cemetery. Whether it was the powers of the Extreme Star Prefecture led by the Heavenly Star Sword sect or cultivators from the northern desert wasteland, the Zhejiang Prefecture, and even parts of the Central Imperial Prefecture, all remembered this baleful star, who wielding a sapphire star sword, and at the initial true Yuan stage charged through hundreds of foes, slaying dozens, and forcibly broke the siege to rescue over 100 cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. The outside world buzzed with speculation about Gu Chen's true combat prowess. Even at the Spirit Sea stage, he could transcend ranks and defeat the prodigies of Great Qian. Now that he has broken into the true Yuan stage, he is terrifyingly powerful. He might already possess the strength of half-step heavenly aspect. Half-step heavenly aspect? I think not. It is highly likely he will forge another myth of invincibility at the true Yuan stage. The Extreme Star Prefecture has truly kicked an iron plate, this time losing many skilled hands and suffering a great loss of face. With such a person in Great Qian, this Burial Tomb Cemetery is finally a bit safer. Various discussions arose. Gu Chen had become a formidable prodigy within the cemetery. In a secluded ancient garden ruined, the pavilions and waterside pavilions, though dilapidated, still hinted at their former elegance. Fifth Princess Li Ruoxi, dressed in a simple palace attire, stood by a dried lotus pond listening as a maidservant beside her whispered the latest rumors about Gu Chen. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and her gaze shifted like a pebble thrown into a calm lake rippling with complex emotions. A faint enigmatic smile curved her crimson lips. Gu Chen. He has not disappointed me. She murmured softly, her voice gentle, yet carrying an imperceptible fervor. At the Spirit Sea stage, he could dominate the younger generation of Great Qian. At the true Yuan stage, he can stand against a crowd and rescue second brother from the chaos. Such talent and combat prowess are likely not far behind the saint sons of the Central Province's holy lands. Her gaze swept over the two true Yuan stage youths beside her, who followed with infatuated and vacant eyes. These two were flower guards she had secretly controlled using her special constitution and the Ice Phoenix bewitchment art. They were not weak and were considered prodigies in the outside world, possessing considerable fortune and recognized by licensing rats. But now in Li Ruoxi's eyes, compared to the legendary Gu Chen whose sword tested the world and whose edge was unmatched, they seemed utterly dim, like pebbles beside a radiant pearl. If I could gain his assistance, what great endeavor would be impossible? Even a bolder thought quietly sprouted in her heart, causing a faint, unusual blush to spread across her fair cheeks before she suppressed it. A few days later, at the edge of an ancient forest growing strange glowing moss, Gu Chen advanced cautiously. Ahead, a group turned onto the forest path, meeting him hidden. The leading woman, dressed in simple palace attire, possessed a peerless beauty and a noble, yet naturally alluring temperament. It was Fifth Princess Li Ruoxi. Behind her followed 7 or 8 people, including imperial guards and maidservants, as well as 2 true Yuan stage youths with somewhat gloomy eyes, but undeniable auras. Brother Gu. Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with surprise upon seeing Gu Chen. She hurried forward and bowed gracefully. What a coincidence. I have heard of the battle at the Broken Wall. Your divine might saved second brother and our comrades from peril. Please accept my bow of gratitude for upholding Great Qian's honor and defeating the enemy. Her tone was sincere, her posture extremely humble, entirely devoid of a princess arrogance. Gu Chen returned the bow. Your Highness is too kind. As a subject of Great Qian, it is my duty to aid fellow comrades in distress. Have you seen Gu Yunzhou? Li Ruoxi gently shook her head, her face showing just the right amount of concern. I have not seen Brother Yunzhou. He must be training somewhere. This cemetery grows increasingly perilous. Forces like the Extreme Star Prefecture are relentless in their desire to destroy Great Qian, setting ambushes everywhere. Though you are strong, traveling alone is fraught with great risk. Her tone shifted, her eyes as limpid as water as she gazed at Gu Chen with a sincere invitation. On this journey I have guards and attendants, and I know a little about certain areas of the cemetery. Would you be willing to travel with us? We can look out for each other and make finding Brother Yunzhou easier. Moreover, I have some thoughts on how to handle the current situation that I would like to discuss with you. Gu Chen pondered briefly. As a princess, Li Ruoxi's escort was not weak, and the royal family might have access to broader information. Traveling with her could indeed help him find news of Gu Yunzhou and gain a quicker understanding of the overall situation in the cemetery. Though he was somewhat wary of this princess as fellow subjects of Great Qian facing external enemies, temporary companionship was not unacceptable. Then I shall impose upon your highness. Gu Chen nodded. Li Ruoxi's smile bloomed like spring flowers. Brother Gu is too polite. It is our honor to have you with us. After joining the group, Gu Chen continued exploring the cemetery with the fifth princess and the others. Li Ruoxi treated Gu Chen with extreme warmth and friendliness. Not only did she share safe paths and locations of potential fortune or danger, but she also offered precious spirit tea and snacks. Her words and actions balanced royal elegance with admiration and closeness toward a strong cultivator, making one feel as refreshed as a spring breeze. That night the group set up camp in a sheltered hollow. The campfire crackled, casting flickering light on their faces. Li Ruoxi, using the pretext of discussing strategies to break Great Qian's predicament in the cemetery, invited Gu Chen to a relatively flat green stone at the camp's edge for a chat. The moonlight was hazy, the starlight faint. The cemetery's night always carried an inexplicable oppression. Sitting across from each other, Li Ruoxi first analyzed the grim situation of the Extreme Star Prefecture, allying with other forces to besiege Great Qian, then discussed the need for internal unity and the royal family's subsequent plans. Her voice was soft, her thoughts clear, and some of her suggestions were quite insightful. Gu Chen listened attentively. He noticed that as Li Ruoxi spoke, her eyes, already like autumn waters, seemed to grow deeper and more enchanting under the moonlight and firelight, with a faint icy blue radiance swirling, inviting one to sink into them. Having been wary of her since their last meeting, Gu Chen still felt a hint of strangeness. Li Ruoxi's words continued in his ears, seemingly coherent, but his thoughts involuntarily wandered. Occasionally images of her beauty unrelated to the topic or scenes of her tender care flashed through his mind. A faint, alluring fragrance drifted from somewhere, lingering at the tip of his nose, stirring a slight ripple in his mind. Is this due to her constitution or something else? Gu Chen held his breath, calmed his mind, and sat quietly, observing covertly. Therefore, to break the deadlock, perhaps a leader capable of intimidating all sides is needed to unite all Great Qian cultivators. What do you think, Brother Gu? Li Ruoxi's voice grew even softer, as if carrying a unique rhythm. She leaned slightly forward, and her eyes, swirling with icy blue radiance, met Gu Chen's gaze unflinchingly, as if trying to see into the depths of his heart. Just as Gu Chen was about to follow her line of thought and met her gaze, a sudden change occurred. The icy blue radiance in Li Ruoxi's eyes surged violently, like two freezing blue whirlpools, instantly locking onto Gu Chen's sight and even his mind. An intangible, cold yet seductive force, like countless fine icy threads, silently but swiftly invaded Gu Chen's sea of consciousness through their exchanged gazes. The Ice Phoenix Bewitchment art was activated. Leveraging the unique environment of the heaven-bearing cemetery, Li Ruoxi could no longer contain herself. Gu Chen's growth had been astonishingly rapid, his strength formidable, his potential terrifying. Today's close encounter deepened her perception of his profound abyss-like composure and boundless Starician-like potential. She feared that if she waited any longer, he would ascend to a height forever beyond her reach and beyond her control. That visceral sensation of a peerless genius slipping from her grasp swelled her inner unease and possessiveness to their breaking point. She resolved to act now, before Gu Chen became truly unrivaled among his peers, seizing the fleeting moment when his mind wavered in contemplation. Drawing upon her unique physique, she unleashed the pinnacle of her Ice Phoenix soul enchantment art, a desperate, invasive assault upon his spiritual sea, intending to implant the seed of enchantment and reduce him to another pair of infatuated, obedient acolytes, just like the two young men who followed her. A frigid, seductive force surged forth like a tide, carrying the soul-chilling bite of entropy and the cloying sweetness of irreversible surrender. Gu Chen perceived Li Ruoxi's face with unnatural clarity and beauty, as though all the world's grace had coalesced within her gaze, evoking not the faintest resistance, only the yearning to drown forever in those eyes, obeying every whispered command. Yet at the very instant the enchantment was about to breach the core of his spiritual sea. Slap! Gu Chen struck Li Ruoxi across the face. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? He had long anticipated her treachery. The four-man spirit primordial embryo art had remained continuously active. His feigned trance was but a ruse, to observe precisely what she intended. Now that she sought to invade his divine sense, Gu Chen abandoned all pretense. Humph! The blow sent her delicate frame jolting violently, as if struck by lightning, eliciting a stifled guttural groan. The azure luminescence in her bewitching eyes flickered wildly, then abruptly dimmed. A violent backlash seared deep within her pupils, sending sharp, tear-inducing pain lancing through her vision. Her face paled instantly, her divine soul wounded, her breath faltering for a heartbeat. She stared at Gu Chen in utter disbelief. The Ice Phoenix soul enchantment art had failed utterly to penetrate his spiritual core. Gu Chen's expression turned glacial. Rising slowly, he loomed over Li Ruoxi, her complexion ashen, her aura unsteady. His voice calm, unervingly so, yet charged with the suffocating pressure of an imminent volcanic eruption. Your Highness, is this your notion of discussing a way out, to subjugate me? His voice was low, yet it cracked like ancient ice shattering. Each word a shard of unmistakable killing intent, striking her heart with brutal precision. Her face drained of all color, terror raw and bone-deep flooded her being. Overriding the lingering shock in her eyes, the stinging afterburn of the backlash, and the disorienting reverberations shaking her soul. She parted her lips, to protest, to summon her guards with her final recourse, but it was already too late. Gu Chen's right hand had already risen, fingers drawn taut as a blade. No light gleamed upon his fingertip, yet it held a sword intent absolute in its resolve to sever all illusion, to annihilate falsehood. There was no flourish, no hesitation. His fingers sliced through the air, a trajectory of stark, breathtaking simplicity, blinding in its speed, descending cleanly from crown to chin. Shoo! A whisper-thin sound of cleavage. Li Ruoxi's beautiful eyes, still wide with shock and defiance, instantly lost all luster. A hairline crimson thread appeared around her neck. Then with terrible slowness her head parted from her body. Blood erupted like a geyser from the severed stump, staining her elegant court robes in violent, vivid scarlet. Li Ruoxi, fifth princess of the great Qin dynasty, perished. To her last breath, she may never have believed that her vaunted unique physique and secret art would fall so utterly, and invite such lightning-swift retribution. At the exact moment her head rolled free and her life force extinguished completely. Two streaks of icy blue radiance shot forth, one from the forehead of her headless corpse, the other from the brow of her severed head. Neither was physical, each seemed woven from purest frost energy, and an arcane soul mark no larger than a thumb, yet moving with sentient swiftness, ignoring all physical barriers, until one struck Gu Chen directly. The second streak pierced the mist-shrouded ridge above and vanished into the depths of the heaven-burying cemetery, swallowed by gloom in an instant. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Though he knew not the true nature of these azure streaks, even a fool could deduce their portent was dire. They were likely omens born of her unique physique's dissolution, or some form of emergency transmission. A complication he cursed inwardly, but his hands did not pause. Having drawn blood, he must erase all traces. No witnesses, no survivors. His gaze sharp as lightning swept across the rest of the camp. Li Ruoxi, in preparation for her enchantment, had deliberately dismissed her guards and maids, ordering them to stand watch at a distance. The two enthralled youths had likewise been stationed on the periphery. Now, sensing the anomalous surge of energy, they peered back in confusion, still uncomprehending, still unprepared. Time was scarce. Gu Chen blurred forward like a phantom, accelerating to his peak velocity, striking first at the guards and maids. Their cultivation ranged from true Qi Foundation establishment to true Qi late stage, and they were utterly unguarded, assuming only that the princess conferred privately with Gu Chen. None imagined such thunderous assassination. His fingers flickered, starlight-like sword key erupted silently, piercing each forehead or heart with flawless precision. Not a cry escaped them, only bewildered horror filled their eyes before they crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Without pause, Gu Chen pivoted toward the two young men, now blinking back to lucidity, dazed and disoriented, struggling to recall why they stood beside Li Ruoxi. Chosen for enchantment, both possessed exceptional talent and strength. With their caster dead, the soul enchantment art dissolved, leaving them in a fragile state of memory fragmentation and self-reintegration, their vigilance dangerously diminished. Danger. One sensed the lethal intent and instinctively tried to raise his guard, but reacted a fraction too late. Gu Chen granted them no reprieve. These two had witnessed his private meeting with Li Ruoxi. Regardless of origin or identity, they could not be allowed to live. Stellar radiance, single thread. Fingers poised like a blade, he launched 2 condensed beams of sapphire starlight. Meteoric, blinding, impossibly swift. Uft, uft. Their hastily summoned defensive chi shattered effortlessly. The starbeams pierced their hearts, extinguishing life in an instant. The final image in their eyes was incredulous shock, then swift, absolute darkness. From Li Ruoxi's death to the annihilation of every guard made and youth, barely 10 breaths had passed. Swift, precise, ruthless. No one had time to react. The ravine fell silent once more. Only the crackle of dying embers and the thick, cloying scent of blood remained. Gu Chen stood motionless, chest rising and falling slightly. He steadied himself swiftly and began methodically erasing all evidence. He gathered every corpse into a single pile, sprinkled them with corpse-dissolving powder, then ignited the heap with cultivated qi, consuming flesh, blood-soaked earth, and all traces alike, until only blackened ash remained, which he scattered with a sweeping palm blast, blending it seamlessly into soil and stone. Having done so, he meticulously examined the remnants left by Li Ruoxi and her entourage. He collected all storage rings and valuables, especially several seemingly plain ornaments on Li Ruoxi's person humming with latent spiritual energy, and any tokens of royal identity, which he carefully obliterated. Finally, he stirred the local ambient energies with spiritual force and dusted the area with a rare powder acquired from a Shijiangsu spirit master, designed specifically to disrupt scent-based detection, obscuring every trace of battle and slaughter. Only when he confirmed the sight bore no discernible flaw did Gu Chen allow himself the faintest exhale. He knew the greatest threat lay not in the cleanup, but in those 2 azure streaks that had fled into the cemetery's heart. Gu Chen walked to the spot where Li Ruoxi had fallen, looked up at the deep heavens where the flowing light had vanished, his brows tightly furrowed. What exactly was that? Suspicion churned in Gu Chen's heart. He too was tainted by that azure flowing light. If it was a special tracking mark of the great Qian royal family, then once he left the burial heaven cemetery, he would be instantly discovered before the great Qian prince. This was too rash. A chill ran through Gu Chen's heart. He did not regret killing Li Ruoxi, but rather that he had not found a scapegoat. Li Ruoxi was the great Qian princess. If the great Qian royal family learned that Gu Chen was her killer, not even the Gu family could protect him. There are still 2 members of the great Qian royal family in the burial heaven cemetery. I must find out the origin of that azure flowing light. A strange glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If this thing truly was a tracking item of the great Qian royal family, then it was understandable that members of the great Qian dynasty targeted by other powers had fallen here. Having made his decision, Gu Chen immediately set out. Since that night in the blood-colored mountain hollow, he had become increasingly cautious and secretive in his actions. Li Ruoxi's death was like a thorn in his side, especially the 2 icy blue streams of light that flew deep into the cemetery. They kept him on constant alert. He had to find out what they were and what consequences they might bring. Those most likely to know the truth were naturally the other royal members, the 4th princess, Li Minghuang, and the 2nd prince, Li Yuanyi. But he could not simply go and ask. Dealing with royalty, especially on such a sensitive matter, would lead to utter ruin at the slightest misstep. He needed leverage, he needed methods. In a mountain range shrouded in faint purple toxic miasma, Gu Chen lurked for several days until he finally caught 2 lone Gu masters from Saijiang Prefecture. He struck like thunder, overwhelming them with absolute power, subduing and capturing them. From these 2 true Yuan midstage Gu masters, Gu Chen not only plundered their storage artifacts, but more importantly obtained 2 black jade bottles sealed with special restrictions. The bottles were icy cold to the touch, and a faint pulsation like a heartbeat emanated from within. Heart-eating Gu. Gu Chen forced the name and usage of this Gu from one of the masters. It was an extremely sinister, controlling Gu insect. Once successfully planted into the target's heart meridian, it could subtly influence their mind and will, and at a critical moment be detonated to cause lethal damage or achieve complete control. Of course, the process of planting the Gu required extreme secrecy and high-level soul manipulation. Gu Chen had never studied Gu arts, but he had the fate scripture, the Yanjiang. This was one of his greatest assets, capable of deducing techniques and granting insights. He found an absolutely safe hidden cave, set up layers of restrictions, and began a full-force deduction using the heart-eating Gu and the scattered Gu art knowledge obtained from the masters as a foundation. The fate scripture shimmered with light, and countless streams of information about Gu insect cultivation, control, and planting techniques flowed like a gentle stream, eventually converging into a clear thread imprinted into his divine sense. In just one day, though Gu Chen did not become a grandmaster in Gu arts, he had mastered the characteristics of the heart-eating Gu, the planting techniques, control secrets, and countermeasures. Moreover, by combining his own fine control over spiritual energy and soul power, he deduced an even more covert method of planting the Gu, one more suited to his own true Yuan characteristics. With this thing, I have leverage. Gu Chen's eyes were cold. He was not a bloodthirsty or cruel man, but when it came to matters of his own safety, he could not afford to be soft-hearted. Over the next few days, Gu Chen changed his appearance, donning an unremarkable black outfit, concealing his aura, and moving like a ghost through the areas of the cemetery, where cultivators were relatively numerous. He deliberately avoided the teams of hostile forces like Jixing Prefecture, and specifically sought out lone or small groups of Great Qian cultivators. Through open and covert inquiries, exchanging information, and even rescuing 2 Great Qian squads besieged by demonic beasts and evil spirits to gain trust, he roughly mapped out the current movements of the 2 Great Qian royals in the cemetery. After breaking free from the battle at the Remnant Wall, the second Prince Li Yuanyi did not seem to stray far from that ancient battlefield area. Instead, he set up camp near a relatively safe ruin, gathering scattered and defecting Great Qian cultivators. His team had swelled to nearly 200, heavily guarded and filled with experts. Attacking him would be too difficult and would easily alert the enemy. The 4th Princess Li Minghuang, on the other hand, led an elite team of about 30 people, seemingly pursuing clues to a specific ancient inheritance active in a treacherous region called the Falling Star Marsh east of the cemetery center. The terrain there was complex, with many swamps and toxic miasmas and powerful vengeful spirits and mutated demonic beasts roamed. Ordinary cultivators dared not venture deep. For Gu Chen, this environment was actually conducive to concealment and action. He set his sights on the 4th Princess Li Minghuang. With his target clear, Gu Chen immediately set out for the Falling Star Marsh. He did not approach Li Minghuang's team directly, but followed at a distance, observing for several days to learn their movement patterns, the gaps in guard changes, and the habits of Li Minghuang's personal maids. On a misty morning, Li Minghuang's team set up camp on a relatively dry hillock to rest. A maid tasked with collecting morning dew for the princess strayed slightly from the main path and fell into a natural hidden mud trap. Though quickly rescued by her companions, she was drenched and disheveled. Gu Chen approached like a shadow, and in the brief moment when the maid returning to the camp's edge to change clothes was alone, he struck like lightning, subduing her instantly. He did not kill her, but used a subtle soul restriction to temporarily seal her senses and memory. Then he took out a mind-charming goo which he had slightly warmed with his own true yuan to make it even harder to detect. Using the unique technique deduced from the Fate scripture, he silently planted the mind-charming goo as fine as dust and almost indistinguishable from spiritual energy deep into the maid's heart meridian, leaving behind an extremely faint soul imprint for triggering and sensing. After this, he returned the maid to her original spot and lifted the restriction. The maid felt only a momentary daze, thinking it was fright from the mud pit, and did not think much of it. But upon seeing the person before her, her pupils dilated instantly. At the moment of the maid's greatest shock, Gu Chen immediately activated the mind-charming goo. Before she could scream, the color in her eyes faded. When you serve the 4th princess her meal, add this into it. The mind-charming goo could only control a person for a short time. Gu Chen had to act quickly. The controlled maid now acted entirely according to Gu Chen's will. After changing her clothes, she went to attend to the 4th Princess Li Minghuang's meal. As a member of the Great Qian royal family, even in the Burial Heaven Cemetery, Li Minghuang's meals did not drop in standard. After the meal, Gu Chen learned through the controlled maid that Li Minghuang had consumed the food containing the heart-eating goo, and his heart settled. The goo had been planted, and now he only had to wait. Gu Chen lurked patiently, like the most patient hunter. He knew the heart-eating goo needed time to fuse with the host's heart meridian to achieve maximum effect and avoid detection. He also needed to wait for the right moment. Half a day later, Li Minghuang's team was besieged by a swarm of troublesome marshland miasma ghosts before an ancient forest of stone tablets. These monsters formed from dense miasma, and vengeful souls were numerous. Though individually not powerful, they were extremely tenacious, and their emitted toxic miasma corroded true yuan. Gu Chen appeared still clad in his black garments, yet he made no effort to hide his face. The Yuanting sword slid from its scabbard, unleashing a wash of starlit blade light that rent the mist like brilliant constellations. Wherever it swept, the miasmaspirates dissolved, as if thawing snow, purified and driven away by the keen crystalline sword qi. He struck with surgical cruelty, aiming at the cores of the miasma clusters, and those individuals touched by unusual talent, swiftly easing the pressure on Li Minghuang's formation. The battle ended quickly. Gu Chen sheathed his sword and stood composed, his breath steady, as if he had performed some trifling task. Li Minghuang advanced amid the escorting guards. She wore darker, flexible armor, suited to movement. Her posture was upright, her features bearing a resemblance to Li Ruoxi, yet lacking some softness, and possessing instead an air of vigor and distance, a regal bearing that commanded respect without anger. Her gaze appraised Gu Chen with a trace of surprise. "Thank you for your aid," Li Minghuang said, her voice clear. "Might you be Gu Chen, young Master Gu?" She had plainly recognized him. Gu Chen's name was by now thunderous throughout the Lingyuan. Gu Chen inclined his hand in salute. "Indeed it is I." Passing by, and seeing Her Highness troubled, I merely lent a hand. Young Master Gu is too modest. In the Battle of the Broken Walls your prowess has already spread across the Lingyuan. To see you now is to confirm the rumors are true. Li Minghuang's tone was sincere. I shall remember this kindness. This is not a place to converse. My temporary camp lies not far ahead. If young Master Gu will not refuse, pray join me there for a brief rest. Minghuang will prepare modest wine to express her gratitude. Her invitation was reasonable and impeccably mannered, less effusive than Li Ruox's initial warmth, yet more composed and dignified. Gu Chen did not hesitate and bowed his assent. Then I shall trouble Her Highness. At Li Minghuang's tightly guarded but orderly camp, attendants indeed laid out delicate food and wine. During the meal, she thanked him again and inquired after his recent affairs, praising his heroism in the Battle of the Broken Walls with flattering words that hinted at recruitment, yet she measured herself well and never crossed into distasteful flattery. Li Minghuang's behavior left Gu Chen uncertain whether she knew that he had slain her fifth sister. After several rounds of wine, Li Minghuang waved and instructed the captain of the guards. I have matters concerning the Lingyuan situation and subsequent plans to discuss with young Master Gu alone. Withdraw to 30 zhang and stand on alert. Do not approach unless summoned. The captain hesitated. Your Highness, this. It matters not. Young Master Gu is a meritorious man of Deqian and my second brother's savior. What cause for suspicion is there? Her tone was cool yet final. The captain could only obey. He led the guards and maidservants out of the inner area, leaving Gu Chen and Li Minghuang alone at a simple stone table. The bonfire crackled, night deepened, and mist drifted slowly around the camp. When the last footstep of the maid had faded into the distance, and only the wind and the faint hiss of the fire remained, a gentle smile on Li Minghuang's face receded like the tide. She set down her jade cup and lifted her eyes to Gu Chen. Where once there had been a clear authority, her gaze now was as deep as a cold pool, sharp enough to cut. Gu Chen, you are bold indeed. Her voice was low, yet each word rang with an icy, penetrating force. You actually dared to kill Li Ruoxi. Gu Chen's fingers tightened on his cup for the briefest of instants. A chill crept through his heart. So she truly knows, he thought. The methods of the Deqian imperial house were indeed peculiar. Li Ruoxi was dead, yet Li Minghuang knew of it. He wondered whether Li Yuani also knew. There were too many people around the prince. If Li Yuani had learned of the matter, disposing of him would not be an easy task. There was a sure Gu heart-devouring parasite within Li Minghuang, yet Gu Chen felt no panic. He regarded her calmly and met her eyes. She sought to bewitch and control me. Had I not killed her, countless troubles would have followed. Li Minghuang said nothing. With a wrist flick, she produced a tiny crystal vial roughly the size of a thumb, gleaming like water in her palm. Inside the vial, a hair-thin dark red worm writhed faintly, the very sure exaggeration that Gu Chen had so painstakingly planted through that maid. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. She had uncovered the scheme long ago. That she had known of the maid and the parasite, yet shown no alarm, and even dared to be alone with him, marked her as far from ordinary. A surge of vigilance rose in Gu Chen's chest. Li Minghuang's gaze rested upon his fleeting change of expression, and a faint curve lifted one corner of her mouth. She did not question or mock. With two slender fingers, she lifted the vial, and with a slight motion sent it spinning. The crystal bottle traced an arc and settled on the stone table before Gu Chen with a soft clink. Young Master Gu, next time you wish to glean news, there is no need for such complications. Her voice remained composed, betraying no emotion. Simply ask. At least with me you may. She paused, then fixed him with that blade-like gaze as if she would see through him. You wish to know what those two blue lights were after Li Ruoxi died, do you not? Gu Chen felt a jolt. The last shred of hope vanished. Not only did she know he had slain Li Ruoxi, she also knew the meaning of the two blue lights. If she chose to lay matters bare, she must have some design. Please, princess, enlighten me, he said. Li Minghuang raised her cup and sipped before speaking slowly. Those blue lights are called Shuichin Huani, not unique to Li Ruoxi, but a peculiar mark borne by the core legitimate members of the Deqian imperial family. She explained that the mark was linked to bloodline and ordinarily lay dormant, yet when one suffered a violent death, especially at the hand of an outsider, the final sight before death and a portion of the killer's aura would be drawn into the mark, forming a hanin that flew to the nearest kin who shared the royal blood. Her gaze drifted toward the heavy night beyond the camp, as if piercing the fog to some corner of the Lingyuan. Within this Zantian Lingyuan, besides myself, only my second brother Li Yuani is qualified and able to receive such a hanin. Thus your slaying of Li Ruoxi, both my brother and I already know. Gu Chen felt his heart sink. It was indeed the worst possible outcome. This meant that Prince Li Yuani likewise knew of his regicidal deed. If he mishandled the matter, there would be no redemption.